This story began among the 9 circles of hell, where the strongest demons always gathered. It was on the 9th circle, in the middle of lava rivers and cliffs, that a fierce battle between monsters took place. A hideous demon with black skin and bright yellow veins on it fiercely bared its teeth and reached out to its opponent. The opponent, a demon that looked like a cat with red fur, skillfully evaded capture. Out of rage for not being able to catch his enemy, the horned black demon pounded on one of the rocks, breaking it into pieces. Meanwhile, the red-haired one had already changed its flight path, intending to attack the opponent from the side. With all the strength he was capable of, the red demon punched his opponent in the face, crushing his cheek. Wasting no time, he continued to strike, for which he once again brought his fingers into a strong fist. The impact sent the obsidian giant flying several meters, sending a wall of dust and stone fragments into the air. A demon with red fur hovered in the air, looking at the place where the enemy had flown. However, he quickly got up, heading straight for him, and keeping a close eye on the airplane and saying that he had heard a lot about him. The great demon Gargus growled that he had high hopes for his opponent, but now he was somewhat disappointed. Looking down on him from above was the red-haired demon Pallas, who was still hovering in the sky, never taking his eyes off the enemy. He bared his terrible fangs and replied that he talks a lot. Hearing his words, Gargus roared loudly again and rushed at his opponent, indignant at what was said. If someone watched their fight from afar, he saw a bright flash appear between the rocks on one of the ridges. It grew more and more, and tongues of fire began to be seen between the column of smoke. Between all this, new explosions rang out, raising new clouds of smoke and fire into the air. Gargus instantly flew out of the fireball of the explosion, flying backwards. However, this was not enough for Pallas, and he rushed after the enemy, intending to continue the battle. His fingers, in a familiar gesture, folded into a strong fist, which was already brought in for a blow. Despite Gargus's superiority in height and size, the red-haired man's blow landed squarely in his chest area. Immediately after that, a cloud of dust and large fragments of broken rock rose around them. Pallas's eyes burned with yellow fire, and his teeth were firmly clenched as he charged forward for another attack. He firmly hooked his paws into the lock and held them out in front of him, planning a powerful attack. In the next moment, Gargus flew forward again with his back, throwing his head back from the blow. However, the red-furred demon immediately landed sharply next to him, hitting the ground with its clasped hands. Gargus flew high into the air from another blow, flying headfirst into a cloud of dust that had risen. Noticing how he flew closer, Palak again gathered his fingers into a fist, around which energy now gathered. With a predatory expression on his face and a terrible skin, the red-haired man quickly rushed at the enemy, swinging his fist. Immediately after the impact reached its target, a cloud of dust and debris accompanied by fire immediately rose into the air. A small pit formed around Palak from the landing, and no dust could settle around it. Raising his eyes and looking in front of him, the demon frowned heavily, bared his fangs, and let out a loud growl. He saw that a whole horde of other demons were already flying towards him, baring their teeth at him, planning to tear the red-haired man apart. One of the Cyclops, anticipating a quick victory, glared at the demon with one eye, bringing in a paw to strike. Palak did not understand what was happening and where so many opponents suddenly came from. As he fended off the monsters, he thought that their attacks were just pathetic. In a moment, he turned his head and shot there a glance of his yellow cat eyes. He saw one of the Cyclops grab him, his paws firmly clinging to one of the wings. On the other hand, the demons grabbed his arms, trying their best to slow Palak's hands. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent was distracted, Gargus pounced on him, letting out a loud growl and baring his teeth. However, Palak tried his best to fight off the smaller attackers, to refocus his strength on the large demon. In the next moment, the great horned demon opened its mouth and spewed a pillar of fire at its opponent. The power of the fire was so powerful that the floor that was in its path simply scattered into small fragments. His face showed all the rage that was currently burning in the demon, and his teeth were clenched tightly with tension. Immediately below him, the ground opened up, revealing a lava river that flowed deep in the bowels. Realizing that something had gone wrong, Gargus raised his head in alarm and looked ahead. Palak, meanwhile, was already ready for another strike, taking a fighting position and summoning fireballs. Raising his head and looking at his enemy, he growled viciously to finally stop fooling around. Immediately after that, the red-haired demon rushed at the opponent, lowering his head and putting his arms forward. Unwilling to give up no matter what, the horned great demon balled his fingers into a fist and clenched his teeth tightly, preparing to strike. Rushing at his enemy, the horned Gargus opened his mouth wide and snarled loudly, spraying saliva. Suddenly, a fireball flew into his hand, causing the demon to stop and look in the direction of his enemy in fear. Meanwhile, Palak was ready to throw a fireball at him again, carefully watching his opponent. With a wild expression on his face, he roared loudly and said that he was the strongest demon in the 9th circle of hell. With these words, he flew straight through the opponent, piercing his body, which caused him to scream loudly. Holding a fiery fist in front of him, Palak flew forward, glancing back at his wounded enemy. He landed on the ground, which had wide cracks running across it that opened up a view of the lava. No one could ever think that there would ever be a winner in the endless demonic battles. Palak was now glaring before him, his eyes burning with wild fury and determination. After some time, he was already on the contrary, looking intently at his feet, and drops of sweat were flowing profusely down his mouth. He was on his knees, head bowed meekly and waiting for further orders, while around him stood equally loyal demons, listening to the Lord's orders. Palak was in the castle of the Demon King, where the ruler himself sat on the throne, which was located under the large skull of a horned monster. He had a terrible face. A tall purple flame burned on his head instead of a crown, and his shoulder pads depicted 2 dogs' barks. It was Vladika who at one time defeated everyone in a great battle, which earned him a place on the throne. Palak, without even raising his head, asked the bishop why he was so eager to return if all hell was at his feet here. However, the king only barked loudly to silence everyone, and silence reigned around again. Suddenly, the red-haired demon saw the Lord slowly approaching him, causing his body to visibly shake. Hearing his words that he was drawn by an endless thirst, the demon tensed up again, covering himself with sweat profusely. He knew very well that the Lord of his time absorbed one demon after another, absorbing their power. In addition, the king managed to defeat 7 princes who, because of their power, could not defeat each other. And so Vladika began to rule over everyone. The rest of the demons present, sweating profusely as well, could clearly see that their master was quite angry. While Palak pondered the words that the king could now absorb them all, the Lord himself sternly asked his subordinate what exactly was happening in his possessions. He raised his hand and growled, adding that he had spent 10,000 cursed years in the hellhole. In addition, he kept seeing the same scenery and did nothing all this time except kill other demons. Telling all of this to his subordinates, the Hell Lord took off his helmet, holding it in his hands while his face remained in shadow. Glancing at the demons again, Demon King O Kang-woo shouted loudly, with a mad look that he no longer had any idea what could be conquered here. Trying to at least somehow appease the Lord, Palak rushed to inquire if he wanted to eat, ordering to bring him a treat. The red-haired demon said, as he pointed to the gift that the servants were carrying, that it may seem rather modest, but he asked to accept it. Palak tapped the orb with his clawed paw, emphasizing that it was presented exclusively for him. But it turned out to be an egg in which sat a giant octopus, whose name was Folklore. He was the last of the more violent creatures, whose head was to become a guest for the king. However, Yu Kang-woo furiously threw the cephalopod right at his subordinate, saying that he would not eat such a thing, and while he was apologizing. Looking at how a lot of liquid oozes out from under the octopus, the king roared that he would never eat such an abomination. Trying to keep the thought of what he really wanted to himself, O Kang-woo bit his lower lip tightly with his teeth. Suddenly a bright light appeared around the boy, which frightened Palak to death, who even covered his face with his paw. In front of the Lord of Hell's face at that moment was a bowl of steaming, appetizing kimchi stew, which he hadn't eaten in a long time and which he now craved so much. He, repeating the name of the dish, immediately rushed to the red-haired demon, who recoiled from him in fear and crouched on the 5th point. All the demons present also understood that this particular dish must be obtained for the king as he likes it. They were salivating as they imagined a large bowl of juicy meat, but completely raw. Faithful Palak generally offered someone's head as the basis of a dish, or someone's entrails, which he was ready to obtain immediately. O Kang-woo only groaned tiredly, covering his face with his hands, as everything the subjects offered was nothing like the desired kimchi. Looking at their frightened and dumb faces, the boy realized with annoyance that the monsters did not know anything about cooking, since they only ate defeated enemies. Red-haired, realizing that the prince did not like all their proposals, proposed a spectacle similar to the death of the Grand Dukes. However, O Kang-woo only shouted louder, trying to drown out the monsters' shouts of approval so that they would bring him the manhwa and novellas. It was at this moment that Palak slammed his mighty fist into the floor with all the force he was capable of. This caused all the demons present to fall silent and prostrate themselves before the Lord again, as the red-haired one fought that he could not please him. Tears welled up in the demon's eyes as he offered the king some fun watching him die. Hearing the enraged roar of the Lord, who asked why he was listening to him, the demon continued to demand his death, bursting into tears. At that time, the bishop himself, leaning his elbow on the throne and resting his head on his hand, was thinking about where he could find a companion. Suddenly, O Kang-woo heard a voice in front of him. the owner of which asked him if she would take the role of his companion. Lilith skillfully rearranged her slender legs, heading straight for the ruler's throne. All the demons present were watching the succubus queen with rapt attention, as if their brains had turned to jelly. The first beauty in hell smiled, showing small fangs and putting a clawed paw to her chest, respectfully addressed the owner. She coquettishly bit the corner of her lower lip with her fang, wondering if her love was not enough for him. A creature with many eyes on its face and tentacles instead of hair sprinkling tears accused the Lord of cruelty. At her words, and even more at her suggestion, O Kang-woo froze, imagining himself as a stone statue for a moment. However, in the next moment, the boy was frightened and realized that he had to do something, so he ordered the creature not to approach him. Otherwise, he promised that she would regret it. From the way she extended her paw to him, calling him the Lord of the 9 circles of hell, the boy was squinted as if he had eaten a lemon. Everyone present hummed in approval, expressing words of satisfaction or envy at the picture they saw in front of them. Even Palace watched them with admiration. But Oh Kang-woo understood that the succubus who absorbed male energy was far from beautiful, so he actively fought her off. The boy turned his back to Lilith and covered his face with his hands, begging her to let go of him. Vladika was afraid to admit to himself that even Palak looked quite sweet and cute compared to the succubus queen. Meanwhile, the red-haired man with a wild expression in his eyes was eagerly suggesting to the king to kill everyone. Oh Kang-woo knew perfectly well that it is not worth judging by appearance, but now he was filled with horror. Looking at his subjects, the boy resolutely raised his fist and said that he simply had to return to the ground. Hearing these words of his, Palak flew into a rage, sharply rushing towards the Lord. Lilith was also not happy with such a statement from the demon king, whom she had just tried to spin. They suddenly rushed towards the owner, shouting loudly and trying to stop him. Looking at his subordinates, Oh Kang-woo thought that his desire had not changed in 10,000 years, but only solidified. And just now, when so much time had passed and Baal, the last prince, had been defeated, the boy was ready to return, regardless of the beliefs of his subjects. He rested his hand firmly on the arm of his throne, rising from it and deciding that the time had come. Palak, with the hope that the owner would change his mind, looked in his direction, extending his hand forward. Oh Kang-woo, passing even Lilith, silently headed towards the bright light that shone near the exit from the throne room. Expecting that the 10,000 years would benefit him, the boy smiled and turned to Palak, ordering him to prepare for the rite. The red-haired one still tried to say something, but the bishop closed his eyes and called him by name, somewhat annoyed. In the next second, he turned his predatory gaze on the demon and advised him not to make him repeat it twice. Immediately after that, Palak rushed down, bowing before the Lord and trying to apologize, assuring that he would get everything ready immediately. Without turning his head to the other demons, the red-haired one ordered them to summon Aemon and prepare the statues of the 7 princes of hell. Those, fearing the anger of the bishop and his right-hand man, sharply replied that they would do everything immediately. In a while, they were already standing in the hall, where a thin demon with a terrible bird mask on his head was conducting a ritual. He stood in front of statues of other demons who were once powerful princes of hell. In the center between the statues of the princes stood a large altar made in the shape of a tentacle, from under which light poured. Pointing his paw at the stairs, Palak bowed to the bishop and told him that all the preparations were complete. When the Lord went forward, Lilith looked at him with sadness in her eyes, who still hoped that he would stay in hell with her. She quietly tried to call the Lord, while the red-haired man clenched his fist tightly, trying not to cry. Throwing off his armor, Oh Kang-woo slowly climbed the stairs, where the priest was already waiting for him, his head bowed low. He quietly tried to warn the ruler about the consequences of placing a large amount of magic in the statue of the princes. Aemon added that the boundaries of time and space may be distorted, and a hole will necessarily appear in the dimension. However, the Lord of Hell continued on his way, bypassing the priest and giving the order to start the ritual. The petrified princes of hell silently looked down with blank faces, carefully watching the passage of the ritual. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo, feeling the mist surrounding him, raised his head and thought that he would finally be able to return home. In the next moment, his body began to be absorbed by the demonic energy that was in the core of the 10,000 demons. Thus, she was finally freed, for the first time in many years. A bright ray of light struck from the altar between the statues of the princes, rising up and reaching the ceiling of the cave in which they were. While Aemon covered his face with his hand to protect himself from the light and dust flying in his direction, the Lord's figure remained motionless. However, the demon still couldn't take his eyes off the magic, which felt so strong that even the sight was quite fascinating. Suddenly, from the statues standing around the altar, some sounds of rain were heard. A moment later, eye slits appeared in one of them, glowing with a bright, otherworldly light. Each of the statues that were once powerful princes of hell held a certain artifact in their hands. Noticing that the statues had stirred, Aemon loudly announced to the Lord of Hell that now all 7 statues had awakened. Looking at the web of cracks beginning to form in the wall right in front of him, O Kang-woo thought that returning to Earth would not solve his problems. After all, he understood very well that there he would have no family, no life partner, and no friends. However, resolutely heading for the hole in the wall, he perceived even such a life as better than a life in a desert hell. Keeping her eyes on his figure, Lilith called out softly to him and took a few steps forward, ignoring Palace's attempts to stop her. Suddenly hearing someone sobbing behind him, O Kang-woo stopped and stared in surprise. Lilith shed bitter tears as Palak asked if he really wanted to leave them. Turning again to the hole in space, the Lord quietly asked the succubus queen not to cry. And while she thought that she was not indifferent to him, O Kang-woo himself thought that the demoness scared him. Lilith, meanwhile, folded her hands on her chest, muttering warm words that caused a blush to appear on her pale face. Suddenly, a small transparent bubble began to rise on one of the suction cups on her body. O Kang-woo watched intently as it burst, flying in different directions. Hearing the words of the demoness that she wanted to go with him, the boy recoiled in fear. Realizing that he had no more time to think, O Kang-woo rushed into the hole in the wall, ignoring the succubus queen's surprised exclamation. She quickly ran to the crack, trying to shout to the Lord of Hell. However, he only looked resolutely in front of him, holding tightly to his cloak. As he flew further away, the boy turned his head and heard Lilith shouting that she would go with him anywhere. Realizing that she would not get him now, the demon lord stretched his lips in a wide smile. Turning his face to the crack and making an obscene gesture, O Kang-woo shouted that he was not happy to meet her and he hoped he would never meet her again. Flying to the core, the boy analyzed everything that had happened and understood that he would have neither the past nor the future, but he had to return to the land he knew. O Kang-woo finally landed near the core, circling it and thinking about his next move. He was smiling widely, anticipating that he would finally return home. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a rather noticeable crack on the core itself, from which a light glow was pouring. At this moment, a grid began to form around it, which meant that the dimension protection system was working properly. However, the Lord of Hell himself did not understand what was happening around him. Noticing that notifications of the core's strength exceeding the norm began to appear around him, O Kang-woo frantically tried to understand what had happened. After the notification that the system was overloaded, large currents ran through the red protective grid. As the lightning struck his body, the Lord of Hell let out a loud scream, throwing his head up. Immediately after that, the system sent a notification that it was impossible to remove all the cracks on the core. O Kang-woo clenched his teeth tightly with wild tension and let out a suppressed huff. Clinging his fingers to the wall in front of him, he tried to give an order to stop everything that was happening around him. His eyes filled with determination and anger as he tried to focus on the lightning bolts. The last thing he could do before his eyes rolled back and he passed out was curse himself mentally. When the boy opened his eyes again, he was already lying on fresh green grass. He thought that he could see a forest and sunlight in front of him, which could mean that he did get to Earth. Struggling to get up, O Kang-woo thought that he needed to check his body first. It was at this moment that a notification window appeared in front of him, displaying his characteristics. The boy carefully looked at his characteristics, not understanding why all his powers were sealed. Suddenly hearing some noise behind him, the boy looked around to assess the source of the sound. O Kang-woo cursed as he saw a pack of wild goblins baring their teeth and spitting saliva in front of him. They quickly rushed to the boy, swinging their clubs, shields, and swords. Raising his hand, O Kang-woo thought about the fact that there had never been a creature like this on the land where he lived. Taking his hand back, the boy wanted to get rid of the oncoming monsters with one blow. However, at the next moment he froze in surprise, feeling that his hand did not concentrate the amount of energy required for a blow. O Kang-woo couldn't understand why the energy taken from 10,000 demons here was so weak. But the former Lord of Hell could not think about it for too long, because at that moment a pack of goblins flew at him. Realizing that there is no time to think, but something must be done, the boy tightly clenched his fingers into a fist. In the next moment, he rushed at the monster, swinging his arm and cutting their bodies open. The physical strike proved to be quite strong, as O Kang-woo used the power of the blade from the demon Shabnak. The boy's eyes burned with righteous fire as he foresaw a strong and fierce battle. Looking at the mouth of the next attacker, he received a notification that he had defeated an E-class goblin. Realizing that this would give him some experience points, O Kang-woo once again charged at the opponents. While the former demon lord was hacking away at the goblins, a new notification came in that he had been leveled up to. The moment the battle between them was finished, the boy stopped in the middle of the clearing and tried to understand where such monsters came from. In addition, He perfectly understood that the increase in level was not just a statistic, but he really felt that he had become stronger. Stopping, O Kang-woo turned his head and looked at the clearing littered with the bodies of defeated goblins. Looking carefully at this picture, the boy thought that it would be worthwhile to collect information about this place. In the next moment, he stretched his hand forward, using the power of the devourer and draining the energy from the opponent's bodies. However, mentally snickering, the boy realized that in this way he managed to get information about the monsters themselves, but not about the world in which he was. However, in the next second, his attention was more drawn to the fact that he received 1 point of magic, due to which the boy looked at himself in surprise. O Kang-woo cursed in his mind, realizing that if there was a power here that was used in hell, then he was not on Earth. The boy grabbed his head, staring madly in front of him, because he had gone through all the circles of hell, because he knew that he would be able to return to Earth. Suddenly, he was distracted from his unhappy thoughts by a loud scream that could be heard not far from him. O Kang-woo raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. The former Lord of Hell understood very well that he was not like some demon or monster. In the next moment, it suddenly dawned on the boy that it was a person who was shouting not far from him. Using the power of speed that once belonged to the demon Valafar, he rushed at the cry. At the same time, thoughts swirled in his head that for 10,000 years he had only seen monsters with tentacles. So now he hoped that the one who screamed had no tentacles. At the mention of tentacles, an image of Lilith appeared in front of the boy, looking at him with a loving look, which made his face crooked. Finally, O Kang-woo saw a purple-haired girl clinging to a tree where she was already surrounded by a gang of goblins. Looking at the female figure, the boy mentally begged for her to turn out to be a person. Flying even closer, he noticed with relief that she did have 2 eyes and 1 nose. However, what he liked most about the girl was precisely the absence of tentacles. At this sight, for the first time in a long time, O Kang-woo let out a loud cry, and tears streamed down his face. At the same time, he did not slow down his running pace, hurrying to save the stranger as quickly as possible. Noticing another person, the goblins turned their beaks in his direction, and one of them even swung his sword. The purple-haired girl almost didn't even scream anymore, curled up in a ball, and tears flooded through tightly closed eyes. Suddenly, she felt the goblin's shadow disappear, signifying that he had moved away from her. Realizing that the danger had receded a little, the girl timidly opened her tearful eyes to assess the situation. At that moment, she saw an unknown boy in front of her, who was harshly kneading the penis of one of the monsters. She still couldn't move, looking at the boy who rushed to her after defeating the monsters. The purple-haired girl kept her eyes on the male figure who was holding out his hand to help her up. Looking at him with a dazed look, the girl, barely uttering words, thanked him for saving her. As her hand rested in his, O Kang-woo also lashed out at the stranger, exhaling loudly. At that moment, he felt himself flying somewhere far away as if his body weighed nothing. While the girl awkwardly lowered her head, not knowing how to thank her savior, he did not know how to start a conversation with the person. Finally, the girl raised her head and with a big smile, thanked her again, introducing herself as Han Sola. Noticing the next moment that her savior was shaking violently, she asked him if he was all right. Suddenly, the boy grabbed her arm and pulled her towards him, causing Han Sola to let out a loud cry. Looking at her admiringly, O Kang-woo asked her to marry him with a big smile on his face. Not knowing how to respond to this offer and puzzled by the expression on her new acquaintance's face, Han Sola could only quietly question him. With an even crazier look, the boy repeated his offer to become his wife. He still did not let go of her hands, but noticing that she was scared, the former demon lord realized that he was too excited. Finally letting go of her hands, O Kang-woo smiled awkwardly as he apologized to his new acquaintance and introduced himself. After that, he asked her if she was badly hurt, to which Han Seola tried to say with a smile that it wasn't bad, but immediately cried out in pain. Hearing her cry, the boy rushed to her in alarm, paying attention to a large gash on her knee. As the girl collapsed on top of him, O Kang-woo asked her in fear if she was okay. Seeing the object that flew out of her cloak, the boy stared at it in surprise. A modern smartphone was lying on the grass near them, which meant that the former bishop was really on the ground. Helping his new acquaintance to sit down, he carefully offered her to sit for a while he bandaged the wound himself. Reassuring the girl and assuring her that she cannot worry, mentally noting that she can freely communicate with her. Bandaging Han Sola's leg, the former lord recalled how he had banned the language of demons in hell. In order not to forget his native language, he forced everyone, including Palak, to speak Korean, and now he was finally speaking his native language to a human. After finishing the bandaging of her leg, O Kang-woo said with a smile that it would be a little easier for her now. Picking up the phone from the grass, he handed it to its owner, replying to her thanks that it was not worth it. When Han Seola took it, the phone screen lit up and a date appeared on it, seeing which the boy realized that he had gone to hell only 5 years ago. This meant that during the 5 years of his absence, monsters appeared on Earth. Realizing that it might be difficult for the girl to move, he offered to help. Trying to learn more about the current land, he sat down next to her and asked what she was doing here, to which he heard that she had decided to hunt alone. Without looking down, Han Seola added that yesterday her power awakened and she became a player. Oh Kang-woo tried to understand what she said while simultaneously asking what her level was, to which he heard that she was level 6. To her question about what such a strong player like him is doing here, the former lord smiled awkwardly, saying that it just happened. Without stopping to smile, the boy perfectly understood why she decided that he had a high level. Han Sola laughed, saying that she understood everything, while she and the boy were very close to each other. Realizing this, the girl's face was suddenly covered with a strong blush. At her suggestion to leave, Oh Kang-woo replied that they could sit a little longer, because the wound still hurt a lot. Han Seol-ah tried to stand up but immediately let out a loud cry from the sharp pain in her leg. Feeling a new acquaintance take her hands to help, the embarrassed girl said that she shouldn't do it because she didn't want to be a burden. However, Oh Kang-woo assured her that nothing bad would happen, so he asked where exactly he needed to help her get to. He agreed to help her to the entrance, mentally glad that he could talk to a human for the first time in 10,000 years. Walking with a new acquaintance on the path, he was glad that she did not guess about his personality, so he was going to continue to get used to the company of people. Finally, they reached the entrance, which was immediately reported by Han Seol-ah. Looking at the black and blue vortex, Oh Kang-woo asked if it was the same gate. Looking back and looking at the forest they had come from, the boy thought that the earth had never been moved with the help of rifts. The next thing that made me think was that there was no visible equipment around to keep the portal open. Hearing Han Sol-ah say that she was better, the former lord awkwardly removed his hand from her shoulder. At her suggestion to hurry out of the forest, Oh Kang-woo took a step, resolutely entering the portal. Passing through the space and not knowing what would meet him ahead, the boy tightly covered his eyes with his hands. Suddenly, he felt a bright light hitting his eyes, so he timidly began to take his hand away from his face. As he adjusted to the light and looked ahead, his eyes widened in surprise and shock. In front of him, Oh Kang-woo suddenly saw a man who called everyone to go to E-rank goblins, and he had 2 eyes. Not far from him were 2 more boys who were standing near the machine gun, carefully studying something, but what attracted attention was that they only had 1 nose each. Looking at 2 more boys, one of whom wanted to join the goblin group, Oh Kang-woo noticed that they had only 1 mouth and no tentacles. Looking at the avenue where people were walking everywhere, the former Lord of Hell noticed that there were many people in this world. Han Seol-ah looked at her new acquaintance in surprise, who started shaking noticeably again. Tears rolled down the boy's face as he realized that he had managed to return. At one point, Han Seol-ah looked at the former lord in surprise, realizing something that was disturbing her. The girl bowed, calling the boy's name, forcing him to pay attention to her. Without fixing a strand of hair, Han Seol-ah offered him to eat at her house, which made him blush profusely. Without even looking at him, she added that she was very uncomfortable, but she would like to thank him for saving her. The boy could not even answer these words of the girl, looking at his new acquaintance with an enthusiastic look. Pulling himself together, he answered that she did not leave him a choice, but he did not have time to finish because someone was already calling them. The 2 soldiers who came up to them said that they had to check their player cards, which confused Oh Kang-woo a bit. Han Seol-ah immediately reached into her pocket, but the former Lord of Hell understood that he had nothing to gain. Pretending to reach into his pocket, Oh Kang-woo was already running through the plan of action that had just occurred to him. At that moment, he looked closely at the guard, and his eyes turned black, with bright green irises and vertical pupils. The guard standing in front of him froze, looking intently at what the boy was showing him. Oh Kang-woo distorted his vision by using the power of illusions from the demon Dantalion to make the soldier perceive his middle finger as a card. Under the influence of the power of the illusion, the boy looked ahead, reporting that he had checked the player's card. And while his partner tried to bring him back to reality, not understanding what had happened to him, Oh Kang-woo suggested that his friend go. After some time, they were already standing on the threshold of an old multi-story building. Without turning her head to her guest, Han Seol-ah said that there was no elevator in the building, so she would have to walk up. Oh Kang-woo himself looked at the house in fascination, thinking about how long it had been since he had seen the old houses. Climbing the narrow stairs, he remembered that almost forgotten feeling of a similar climb. The boy touched the cold railing with his fingers, happily noting the feel of the metal. Even the old dusty window, through which light entered the entrance itself, also pleased him. Finally, everything he saw before him felt real enough. And what the boy liked most was that of all possible people, he was going to Han Seol-ah right now, so he had a happy future ahead of him. While Oh Kang-woo was thinking about a good start to his future life, Han Seola came to the door and loudly told her mother that she was back. Hearing this, the boy froze in fear and looked in front of him tensely, realizing that he was really only invited to dinner. Meanwhile, a woman approached the girl, grabbed her by the shoulders, and asked if she was injured anywhere. When Han Sol-ah introduced him to his mother, the boy bowed slightly and greeted the hostess. Hearing that he had saved her daughter's life, the woman firmly grasped his hand, fervently thanking him for it. While she burst into gratitude, saying that she couldn't even imagine how to thank him, Oh Kang-woo assured her that everything was fine. Having moved a little to the wall, the woman invited him to enter, adding that they could feed him modestly, but deliciously. The boy smiled and thanked for the hospitality, mentally adding that he would have lunch with the girl and her mother. At this time, the housekeeper called her daughter to help her set the table. Pulling out her phone, Han Seola noticed that she had received a message from her mother. Oh Kang-woo, meanwhile, thought he needed a smartphone to learn something about the world he found himself in. He asked his friend for permission to use her smartphone, arguing that he had lost his somewhere. The girl handed him a smartphone, having previously unlocked it. Oh Kang-woo thought about how in hell he really missed the tactile feedback of the phone, which was just a magical feeling right now. Taking off his jacket and hanging it on a nearby chair, the boy decided that now it was necessary to get down to business. Wasting no time, he started typing news searches on the keyboard, starting in 2018. There, the boy read that on February 22, 2018, a catastrophe occurred, during which mysterious portals began to appear out of nowhere. Various monsters began to appear from these cracks, against which no weapon worked. Under the leadership of the United States, an organization was created for protection, and Korea became the 9th country to join it. All over the world, meanwhile, thousands of players began to appear. But the question remained whether they could be considered the hope of humanity. After reading the news, Oh Kang-woo turned back to where the date of the disaster was written. Vig remembered that this happened on the very day that he himself was drawn into the portal leading to hell. Putting his fingers to his chin, the boy muttered that a portal had opened that day, and he somehow managed to get to it. However, I immediately thought that anything could be written in the news, so it was worth looking for some more information. Suddenly hearing the words that dinner was ready, Oh Kang-woo raised his head and looked enthusiastically at the pot that the hostess had brought. Sensing the aroma of hot, ready-made food, the boy's pupils narrowed and practically turned into one thin line. On the table was a pot with such a long-dreamed-of kimchi stew, which was steaming, releasing incredible smells. Looking at the dazed boy, Han Sol-ah invited him to taste the dish. A drop of sweat rolled down Oh Kang-woo's face as he slowly raised a spoonful of stew to his mouth. Following this, he scooped up some food again, grabbing the soup and a piece of meat. Meanwhile, the hostess turned to her daughter, telling her to keep up with the guest and eat. Suddenly, Han Seol-ah's attention was drawn to the voice of a new acquaintance who was enthusiastically savoring the dish. Meanwhile, he sent a new portion of stew to his mouth. The women looked at him dumbfounded, not understanding such enthusiasm for an ordinary meal. Meanwhile, the guest sent another spoonful to his mouth, not particularly worrying about chewing. After that, he took a break, eating a mouth-watering stew with a portion of rice. None of the housewives sitting opposite had ever seen such an appetite. Oh Kang-woo thought about the fact that for 10,000 years he lived in hell, where he had to feed on demons and their energy. However, he remained human, and his taste did not change. Demons were disgusting, so he was forced to eat and choke on them. Demons weren't just disgusting, in fact, as food it was downright vile. Therefore, every time after he ate demons, he felt quite sick. The boy burst into tears, surviving only thanks to his most cherished dream. And this dream was to be able to return home, back to Earth. And now, shoving the kimchi stew into his mouth, Oh Kang-woo sobbed again, thinking that he had indeed returned. Stunned, Han Sol-ah and her mother, not understanding such a reaction, asked him what happened. As he continued to stuff his stew, Oh Kang-woo quietly called out the name of his new girlfriend. Glancing down at his plate, he thanked her and her mother fervently for the invitation to dinner. Unsure of what to say, Han Sol-ah opened her mouth, choosing the right words. After which she looked down and awkwardly answered that she should thank him. Glancing at the table, the girl apologized that she couldn't offer him anything else. However, she was glad that he liked it. Without chewing his food well, Oh Kang-woo asked his friend for an extra portion. While the daughter was going to get the supplement for the guest, the girl's mother was smiling and happy that they were able to please the guest. Meanwhile, the boy himself continued to eat greedily, puffing out his cheeks and rejoicing at the homemade food. Meanwhile, Han Sol-ah was already on her way to the table, carrying a slow cooker with stew in her hands. And while Oh Kang-woo was pouncing on the food again, a loud rumble sounded behind him, and a wall of smoke rose into the air. A male figure appeared in the doorway and cursed loudly. Han Seol-ah and his mother stared dumbfounded at the dust and the guest who was cursing for the difficulty of breaking down the door. When the dust began to disperse a little, it became noticeable how the visitor entered the apartment, stepping on the brick. The tall blonde boy shouted loudly, summoning Han Seol-ah to him. He abruptly approached the frowning Han Seol-ah and asked who allowed her to enter the gate by herself. The girl did not answer, but only frowned harder and looked at the guest with a hateful look. Finally, managing at least some words, Han Seol-ah clearly ordered him to get out. Not expecting such an answer, the blonde frowned and asked if he had heard correctly. While her mother tried to stop her, Han Seol-ah loudly ordered the uninvited guest to get out. After hearing his sister's words that she was a complete gamer, Han Tae-hyun looked at her in surprise. At some point, he pulled his head into his shoulders and snorted loudly, which confused the girl a little. However, immediately after that, the boy laughed loudly, mocking her words about a full-fledged player. Slamming his fist into the wall, causing a web of cracks to spread, Han Tae-hyun asked how she could call herself a player. However, Han Seol-ah immediately rushed to cover her mother, shouting to the guest not to approach her. Han Tae-hyun looked at his sister in silence, measuring her and his mother with a contemptuous and fierce look. Noticing her son's gaze, the woman turned noticeably pale and trembled, not daring to say anything. Clucking his tongue with fury, the boy said that in addition to the quick death of their father, their mother was also a coward. At these words, Han Seol-ah couldn't stand it and shouted that they were in a bad situation because of them. However, in the next moment, Han Tae-hyun grabbed the girl's hand, pulling her towards the exit and telling her that she would join the Andras Guild. But she began to slap her brother on the back, stomping her feet on the floor and saying that she would not join the Scum Guild. Turning his head a little, the boy told his sister that he just wanted her to join a good group. With impotent rage, Han Seol-ah gritted her teeth as she pondered what to do next. In the next second, she dug her teeth into her older brother's hand. In pain, he waved his hand, hitting his sister hard in the face, which caused her to scream loudly. Noticing how her daughter fell to the floor from the blow, the girl's mother rushed to her in alarm. Grabbing his hand, Han Tae-hyun clenched his teeth tightly, through which he cursed loudly. He growled loudly that she would not be able to survive if she only did good deeds. Approaching his mother and sister, the boy ordered his sister to agree to be his offering rather than calling himself a full-fledged player. Addressing the women, Han Tae-hyun suggested to his sister that they should fight so that she could prove her skill. The mother rushed to her son, trying to convince him not to involve his sister in his affairs. She didn't even pay attention to how her daughter was trying to restrain her. The woman, meanwhile, grabbed the boy's hand in her pocket, ignoring his rude order to get away from him. Moments later, Han Seol-ah's mother was already lying on the floor, having fallen from her eldest son's hard slap. Seeing this, Han Seol-ah looked at her mother in fear, and tears appeared in the girl's eyes. The girl rushed towards her, while the older brother brazenly declared that he had warned of the consequences. Hearing his sister wailing over his mother's body, Han Tae-hyun cursed loudly, telling his sister not to annoy him. At the sound of his voice, Han Seol-ah regained consciousness and glared at her brother. The boy admitted that her look was frightening, so he asked her what exactly she was up to. Grimacing, the boy retorted that she wouldn't do anything to him, since he had already reached the second stage of awakening. Han Seol-ah didn't answer, lashing out at her brother with tears streaming down her face. Han Tae-hyun laughed loudly, assuring his sister that there was nothing she could do against him. Grabbing his sister by the mouth, he shouted that she had nothing but a pretty face, so the only thing she could do was join Andras's guild. Suddenly, Han Tae-hyun looked up when he heard some strange noises in the kitchen. After walking a little further down the corridor, he saw an unknown boy sitting at a table, finishing his kimchi stew. And then, keeping his sister's mouth closed, Han Tae-hyun rudely asked the guest who he was. However, he did not respond to the question, continuing to eat the dishes on the table. Pushing his sister away from him, the boy reminded that he was not in a restaurant. After hearing her brother's rude words, Han Seol-ah got up, quietly calling her new acquaintance by name. Oh Kang-woo ignored the blonde, completely oblivious to his rude words. Meanwhile, he had already come almost close, trying to reach out to the unknown. Seeing him continue to ignore him, slurping a spoonful of stew over and over again, Han Tae-hyun got angry. Moving away from the table a little, the boy scratched his head, thinking about his future actions. In the next second, he kicked the table with all his might, knocking it to the floor. Oh Kang-woo looked disappointed at the remnants of the stew flying past his face. Shocked by her older brother's action, Han Seol-ah looked up in fear, covering her mouth with her hand. However, Han Tae-hyun himself was already unstoppable as he raged. Oh Kang-woo didn't move for a moment, still holding the spoon in his hand and watching the pieces of kimchi. Unable to bear the wild tension, Han Seol-ah shouted loudly, trying to call her guest. The same in turn shouted loudly, and large tears appeared in his eyes. The boy fell to his knees in front of a pool of spilled stew, confusing Han Tae-hyun. When her brother asked where she dug up this homeless man, Han Sol-ah looked at him with an indifferent look. The blonde was still trying to call out to Oh Kang-woo, who was wailing over the spilled stew with tears streaming down his face. Unable to take the picture any longer, Han Tae-hyun walked over and kicked him in the side, drawing attention to himself. The trick worked because a second later, Oh Kang-woo glared at the boy. A large drop of sweat immediately rolled down the blonde's face because he did not understand what was happening. The sister and mother's guest immediately became like a demon who hoarsely asked how he dared spill the kimchi. Unsure of what exactly he should do now, Han Tae-hyun began to slowly back away. The boy looked at the unknown guest of his mother and sister, who was fighting over the spilled kimchi. Han Tae-hyun clenched his teeth tightly in impotent rage at being ignored. His fingers also curled into a large fist, ready to strike, and energy concentrated around it. Watching the stranger rise to his feet, Han Tae-hyun summoned tongues of blue flame. He understood very well that he could not be a demon, so he decided that he had just imagined it, and the stranger was just a homeless person. Suddenly he noticed that a bright beam was flying towards him. The boy waved his hand, behind which a tail of flame was flying. Han Tae-hyun didn't understand what kind of attack it was, so he looked up fiercely in the direction she was coming from. There he saw his sister holding a staff, and with tears in her eyes shouting at Oh Kang-woo to run away. However, noticing how a large thorn was sticking out of the hand of a new acquaintance, she looked at him in fright. It was at this moment that Oh Kang-woo suddenly appeared in front of her, covering and attacking her brother. Knowing perfectly well what her inadequate brother was capable of, Han Sol-ah still held the staff in front of her. Seeing the picture where Oh Kang-woo rushes at the blonde boy, the girl screamed loudly, scared for her new acquaintance. Han Tae-hyun himself, fiercely looking at his opponent, thought that he was not fast enough. Now he could clearly see how the brunette, raising his fist to strike, attacked him from his left eye. However, in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain when a kick landed in his solar plexus area. The sudden attack was so powerful that Han Tae-hyun froze, his eyes wide and spitting. However, quickly coming to his senses, he again summoned a blue fire around his fist, swearing at the enemy on which the world stands. The boy tried to kick him again, but Han Tae-hyun grabbed him sharply, pinning his leg under his arm. Baring his teeth fiercely, the blonde man saw through them that the blow was not too strong. In the next second, the boy pulled his opponent by the limb, trying to knock him off his feet. However, he gathered himself quickly enough and, standing on his feet, punched his opponent in the face with all his might. Jumping sharply behind him, Oh Kang-woo smacked him with his thorn, which was still sticking out of his hand. Turning in the direction where his opponent had jumped, Han Tae-hyun fiercely bared his bloody teeth. Noticing the stranger approaching and attacking again, he recoiled and cursed loudly. However, not wanting to give up, at one point he put his hand forward, launching a pillar of fire at the enemy. A second later, the blonde coughed loudly, spitting out saliva mixed with blood. He realized that the opponent had used a false swing, and now the blow landed right under his ribs. Due to the force of the unexpected attack, Han Tae-hyun was unable to stay on his feet and fell to the floor, his hands falling on her. Oh Kang-woo towered over him, measuring his opponent with a fierce gaze. The blonde boy himself, holding tightly to his bruised ribs, mentally cursed and tried to understand who was standing in front of him. In the next moment, he felt his chin hit the floor with force, causing a strangled scream to escape from his mouth. Oh Kang-woo stood over the vanquished enemy with a spiked hand out to the side and his foot resting on his head. Han Tae-hyun tried to raise his head and stand up, cursing loudly as he did so. However, he stopped his opponent, and with the words that he was not done with him yet, stuck his thorn in his hand. Hearing a loud cry, the brunette leaned towards the enemy and said that he was crying like a little girl. He glared at the blonde with a half-crazy red-eyed look and promised that he would answer for the spilled stew. Raising his head slightly and giving the stranger a devastating look, Han Tae-hyun asked him why he was so mad about kimchi. Hearing how he disdains the food that was out of reach for so many years, the brunette grabbed the boy by the hair. He picked him up by his forehead and forced him to look straight into his face, questioning what he had just said. Realizing that something had to be done, Han Tae-hyun began to make excuses with tears streaming down his face. However, Oh Kang-woo slammed his face into the floor with force, continuing to rage. Unable to control his rage, he foolishly slammed the blonde's forehead to the floor several times. Realizing that he needed to get a hold of himself somehow, the brunette clenched his teeth tightly and growled softly. In the next moment, he let go of his opponent's hair, softly calling out to him. Leaning closer to him, the boy warned that when he commanded Odin would have to say kimchi. And on Team 2, he will say that this is the food of the gods. At the same time, Oh Kang-woo pricked his hand with a thorn, making him scream louder. That is why, hearing the command Odin, the blonde shouted the name of the dish as much as he could. However, this did not satisfy his opponent, so he forcefully drove the spike deep into his arm. Han Tae-hyung, covered in tears and blood, looked up at his opponent and let out a loud cry. Oh Kang-woo glared at him, giving Tu a stern command. Sobbing in pain, the blonde shouted at the top of his lungs that this was the food of the gods. However, even this answer did not satisfy the brunette. He did not take his red eyes off his opponent. He demanded that he shout louder, advising him to imagine that he was praying or making a proposal. Han Solo watched in horror at the scene where someone managed to not only defeat her brother. The girl had no idea how to react to the fact that her brother was being bullied, so she just watched in silence. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo continued to demand from the blonde boy to shout, putting his whole soul into it. With no other options, Han Tae-hyun shouted loudly that kimchi is the food of the gods. Having gone wild, the brunette crouched down and with a completely crazy expression on his face, demanded an even louder scream. Finally, gathering all his strength and in great pain, the blonde again shouted what his opponent demanded. Immediately after that, he fell to the ground and Oh Kang-woo was hovering over him, carefully drilling the back of the enemy's head with his gaze. In the next second, he said that he would agree and yes, after which he pulled his spike from the hand of the attacker, which was accompanied by a loud gasp from the latter. For a second, Oh Kang-woo stood silently watching his opponent. He was lying at his feet, not having the strength to get up immediately because of the pain. Strictly drilling the blonde with a look of red eyes, the brunette ordered him not to defile the kimchi again. Han Tae-hyun, lying on the floor with tears in his eyes, thought that the stranger was just crazy. After some time, the apartment of Han Seol-ah and her mother already had a new clean door, and the broken furniture was collected. Debris and garbage that appeared as a result of Han Tae-hyun's visit were collected in boxes and bags and displayed separately. The owner of the apartment was lying on the sofa, walking away from the visits of her descendant, and her daughter was spinning her head. Han Seol-ah was worried about her mother, and it was evident in her frightened look and tense posture. After some time, she was just sitting silently on the chair next to her mother, casting alarmed glances at the kitchen. There, Han Tae-hyung was standing by the sink wearing pink gloves, scooping water into a pot. He managed to wash his face, but snot and blood still flowed a little. The boy thought about how he managed to get stuck like that. Standing in his mother's kitchen in his underwear, the boy felt the presence of an unknown opponent behind him. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo was sitting at the table with his feet on the table and reading the news on his phone while sipping coffee. Han Tae-hyun's face was swollen on one side so much that his eye couldn't even open. Looking at the water that filled the pot, the blonde thought that everything happened because of the kimchi, throwing a fierce look in the direction of the enemy, however, so that it was not noticeable. The boy thought about why he should suffer. Hearing soft sobs, Oh Kang-woo loudly slammed his cup on the table, causing Han Tae-hyun to flinch and ask what the matter was. When he asked if he was angry that he had to suffer because of kimchi, the blonde loudly shouted that he was not. However, this answer did not satisfy the brunette, so he looked at his interlocutor with an indifferent look. Hearing him start to speak after a short pause, Han Tae-hyung gave him a worried look. Oh Kang-woo, remembering how he was forced to eat monsters, began to list all the benefits that the blonde had. He advised him to be grateful for what he has, what to eat and what to wear, and appreciate his life. Cursing the stranger in his head, Han Tae-hyung loudly assured that he understood everything that was said. He himself thought that he would only need to complain to Andras, and there would be no trace of the brunette. The next moment, Han Tae-hyun visibly twitched when a stranger called him over after washing the dishes. Oh Kang-woo got up from his chair and rested his hand on the table where a large hole was visible. After hearing his words that it was not beneficial to keep him alive, Han Tae-hyun paled noticeably. This reaction grew stronger when the brunette added that he would be of no use, and nothing good was expected of him. With these words, Oh Kang-woo firmly grabbed the blonde boy by the scruff of the neck and forcefully pulled him towards him. The boy looked at Han Tae-hyun with wide eyes and warned that he would not kill him, although he supposed that it would be better that way. Suddenly, the blonde felt something strange, and since this had never happened to him before, he did not understand what was happening. Oh Kang-woo summoned the horse-headed demon Orobos, who possessed the power of fear, to help him. He, anticipating the pleasure of a new victim, was already pulling his blue paws towards the blonde. Feeling the monster squeezing him, making him unable to breathe, Han Tae-hyun let out a loud snort, trying to utter a word. And while he was trying to ask not to do this, Orobos was already bringing his muzzle closer to the victim. The blonde had nowhere to turn, so he looked scared into the giant's eye, while the paws of fear were already rising up his back. With tears streaming down his face and feeling the roof wrap around him, Han Tae-hyun tried to cover his frightened face. From the outside, it looked like the blonde boy was lying on the floor, hiding from Oh Kang-woo himself. His frightened eyes looked at the brunette, who sternly ordered him to keep quiet about what happened in the apartment. The former bishop knew very well that Orobos turns a person into a frightened puppet, so he ordered the boy to get out of the apartment. As a bedraggled Han Tae-hyun left the apartment, Oh Kang-woo sat down in a chair and said that he was a pathetic jerk. Han Sol-ae silently observed this whole picture. Hearing her brother slam the door, the girl thought that Oh Kang-woo had once again saved her life. Her gaze returned to studying the figure of the boy, who sat thoughtfully on the phone, ignoring her. Scrolling through the news feed on his phone, the brunette was lost in his not-so-fun thoughts. He remembered the blonde boy's words and realized that he was right to call him homeless. Putting his hand to his chin, Oh Kang-woo thought about the fact that he needed money, and quite urgently. Suddenly his attention was drawn to information about magic stones for which money could be obtained. It said that magic stones can be obtained from monsters, and the darker the color of the stone, the higher its quality. The boy abruptly turned to Han Sol-ah, making her jump in place, and asked if she had magic stones. She replied with a smile that she was fine and rushed to her bag to take out her loot. In a moment, the boy already had a diamond-shaped blue fireplace in his hands, which emitted a barely noticeable glow. Remembering the words that the darker the stone, the better it is, Oh Kang-woo decided to test it. Han Seol-ah watched his actions closely while he thought he didn't feel a single drop of mage. Taking a close look at the stone, the brunette realized that it had a slightly different power hidden in it. He remembered how after the battle with the goblins there in the forest, he had gained 1 mage point. It was this that led him to the idea that the magician is located right in the middle of the magic stones. However, in the stone that he held in his hands, one could feel the power not of a mage, but of magic. Placing his fingers to his chin, Oh Kang-woo wondered where he could get the mage point from then. Smiling, the boy thanked and returned the stone to the owner, thinking that later he would find out everything, collect some stones and sell them. However, in order to get them, it was necessary to enter the portals. At the same time, he remembered the soldiers checking the players' cards. When the boy asked about the nearest office of the management of player activities, Han Seol-ah replied that it was near Seoul Station. Hearing the offer to go there together because she also wanted to go there, the guy was embarrassed and asked why she went there. The girl glanced at her sick mother and said that the situation in her family was not very good. That's why she went through the gate so thoughtlessly then, and only now did she realize how dangerous it was. Han Sol-ah thanked him again with a smile, adding that she would never forget this lesson. Oh Kang-woo smiled as he replied that he didn't do anything special. He just wanted to help good people like her. Clenching her fingers into a fist, the girl looked at him determinedly and said that she wanted to learn the basics and move on to the second stage of awakening. And although the brunette advised his friend to try, he mentally admitted to himself that he would not help her now. Trying to change the subject, Oh Kang-woo offered to go out, but the girl said she wanted to change clothes first. Watching his friend disappear behind the door of the room, the brunette thought that she was too weak and would slow him down. He knew very well that it was heartless, but it was all the truth. While Han Sol-ah was choosing an outfit, he thought that he should regain his strength first, and there should be no obstacles to that. Approaching the window, Oh Kang-woo noted with satisfaction that he had managed to return to Earth after 10,000 years. And now he needed, as before, to try to survive, as he did in Hell. Suddenly, Han Seol-ah's voice was heard from behind asking if he had an ID with him. Realizing that he still needed a passport, Oh Kang-woo suggested that he go to the administrative center first, so he was already holding a new ID card in his hands. He and Han Seol-ah were standing in the high-speed train car that was supposed to bring them to Seoul Station. All this time, the boy did not take his eyes off his passport, as if it was something unusual. At the passport desk, he was surprised that he could take it just like that, which puzzled the employee there. To her question about whether there are any problems with this, the guy awkwardly scratched his head and answered that everything is fine. However, now, standing in the carriage, he thought about the fact that they had never rushed to look for him. His attention was again drawn to today's date on which the new passport was issued. As many as 5 years have passed since his disappearance, and during this time no one has started looking for him, and all because he himself has practically not communicated with anyone. While he fought for his life, devouring demons to return home, he was brought out of his unhappy thoughts by the voice of Han Seol-ah, who was calling him loudly. Looking at her, the boy noticed that she was pointing somewhere out of the window, saying that they had almost arrived. Listening to her instructions, Oh Kang-woo tightened his grip on the handle and looked out the window. Outside the window was a busy metropolis, where many people were daydreaming between the buildings, the facades of which were lined with glass. Han Seol-ah noticed that the view from the window was simply wonderful, asking if her acquaintance thought the same. As he tucked his new passport into his pocket, Oh Kang-woo hummed grimly as he agreed with her words. However then, looking at his friend, he smiled and added that it is really very nice here, mentally promising himself that now everything will be different. Upon arrival at the station, they climbed the escalator leading to the Players Association itself. Already standing in front of the large building, Oh Kang-woo thought that its scale was truly impressive. While the boy was comparing the association building to Ikean Airport, Han Sola handed him a gift. She gave him her old phone so they could keep in touch, adding that it had Wi-Fi. Oh Kang-woo looked at his friend with rapturous eyes, thanking her fervently, even though his heart was already filled with tears of emotion. The girl said that she had to run to the induction training, to which Oh Kang-woo replied that he would join her very soon. With a big smile, Han Sol-ah added that she was here for a long time, so she offered to have dinner afterwards. The boy agreed, answering this with a happy smile and advising his friend to take care of herself. Left alone, Oh Kang-woo began to look around excitedly, trying to understand how things worked. Noticing that some of the players were dressed in different clothes, he explained that roles were important in this case. Hearing a metallic voice from one of the terminals, the boy was surprised that tickets were issued in this way. Oh Kang-woo walked over to the terminal, and following the instructions given by the metallic voice, stuffed his passport into it. When the identity was confirmed, he saw that a metal card, which was a ticket, came out of another hole. A metallic voice told the dazed boy to present the ticket in the selection hall. Immediately after that, the metal card in his hands vibrated, making a faint sound. Right after that, Oh Kang-woo noticed that a bright blue line appeared on the floor under his feet, indicating the direction. Arriving in the selection hall, the boy sat down on a bench and waited for him to be called. Not far from him, the boy heard the conversation of two more men, who were discussing which of them had received which level. Standing just overhead in Oh Kang-woo, they switched to discussing popular players. Taking advantage of the fact that no attention is paid to him, the brunette actively started typing everything he heard into the search engine. First of all, he decided to find information about all 5 guilds and their leaders. A player named Kim Jae-hyun represented a guild called Mir. The girl who belonged to the Red Rose Guild was named Cha Young-ju. Baek Kang-hyun belonged to a guild called Hanul. The Samurai Guild was represented by a girl named Young Hyun-ju. And the fame of the Onuri Guild was brought by a player named Cha Min-yuk. Placing his fingers on his chin, Oh Kang-woo thought that when he became stronger, he would have to face the 5 strongest warriors. The boy added in his mind that there was nothing he could do about the fact that he was strong. As he continued to look at his phone, Oh Kang-woo thought that he needed to regain his strength as soon as possible. Suddenly, the door next to him opened, and he heard his serial number being called inside. Rising to his feet, the boy took a step, as a result of which a stream of air surrounded his leg. However, one of the girls standing at the entrance asked him to go to her colleague, indicating the direction. When Oh Kang-woo sat down at the table, the girl looked at the computer and asked him to clarify the data. She showed him a globe that he should place his hand on to determine his level. Hearing that the darker the orb, the higher the level, the boy became upset as he did not want to reveal his level quickly. Covering the glowing ball with his hand, he calculated that it would be quite tall. Immediately after that, a bright light shone around, which filled the entire space around the table. Oh Kang-woo mentally reminded himself that now he would show off his full level perfectly. For a moment, the girl who determined his level froze, carefully waiting for the result. When the bright light faded, she looked at the orb in surprise, clearly not expecting such a result. Sitting with his eyes closed, Oh Kang-woo heard that his level was defined as F. Hearing this result, the brunette opened his eyes wide and glared at the girl. But she was already planning to tell him exactly what he should do and what exactly he should know. However, Oh Kang-woo himself was listening to her with half an ear, staring at his reflection in the orb and thinking about how he could get an F rank. And while the girl was talking about the fact that he should now get a player's card, the brunette thought about whether the level could be displayed incorrectly. At her words that he needed a bodyguard to visit a higher-ranking gate, Oh Kang-woo imagined Palak's reaction to the suggestion. Realizing that the low level could be the result of an injury received in hell, the boy asked what he should do to increase his rank. Meanwhile, Han Seola was sitting in a training class where the teacher was saying that everyone would be able to get a D rank after training. Having received a good incentive to finish her studies as soon as possible, the girl resolutely looked at the exam form. Oh Kang-woo listened with an indifferent expression on the fact that the level can be increased with the help of the magic stones found. Seeing that the boy stood up, the girl asked him to wait while she prepared his player card. To her offer to register him for training from the basic course, the boy only wearily replied that everything was fine. But she looked at the boy with sympathy, realizing that he was upset because of his own low level. She was so engrossed in the thought that players with such a rank had better give up right away that she did not notice the change in the ball. When the girl did pay attention to the change in color, she was almost completely black. The girl reached out to her, trying to understand what had happened and suspecting that the bullet had simply gone bad. However, as soon as she brought her hand to the ball, it split in half with a loud crack, releasing a cloud of steam into the air. The girl was sure that the boy had an F rank, so she did not understand what had just happened. She couldn't believe that a newbie could have a level higher than that same S-rank Baek Kong Yoon, so she asked for a replacement orb for her. Meanwhile, on the street, players gathered in different groups, and some of them were looking for damagers and mages. One of the boys stood in the crowd and waved his hand, looking for a group, but since he was a robber, his brothers didn't really want him. Someone in the crowd was looking for a healer, and another group was recruiting participants who had at least a D rank. Right in front of Oh Kang-woo, two more approached one of the boys, but as soon as they heard that he was a robber, they immediately refused to cooperate. Listening to all this, the brunette wondered why no one wanted to work with the robbers. He walked up to one of the guards and handed him his player card so he could check it. The soldier carefully examined the document, then said that the player's identity was confirmed. In the next second, Oh Kang-woo took a step into the portal, after which his foot had already come out the other side. After passing through the gate, the boy looked around and saw that he was in a dense forest. Scratching his head, he mentally noted that he was quite afraid of being in the demon world again. With his arms at his sides and stretching, Oh Kang-woo decided that it would be a good idea to find a few monsters to start with. Suddenly hearing someone's loud voice behind him, the boy threw his head back to assess who was approaching him. A tall, strong man towered over him, looking intently at the new arrival. Turning to face the man, Oh Kang-woo indifferently answered his question that he had come here alone. Two more players approached the man, calling him Tae-soo. When they heard that the novice was not ready to wake up, both recoiled in fright and cried out. Tae-soo loudly declared that since he did not pass the basic course, he should join one of the groups. However, seeing that the boy's face did not show much enthusiasm, the man added that he could just go with them. His companions reacted to these words with a certain indignation, since he made a decision without consulting them. Tae-soo turned to his companions and said that he was willing to give them his magic stones if the newbie would go with them. Oh Kang-woo smiled at these words, thinking that he was actually a good person, but repeated his desire to hunt alone. Extending his hand to the boy, Tae-soo introduced himself, saying that they should get to know each other now that he had been given access to the rift. Without taking his eyes off the interlocutor, the man asked the newcomer what his name was. The brunette introduced himself, saying once again that he did not want to join the group but thanked him for the offer. Suddenly, Tae-soo laughed out loud, telling him to stop throwing up since he is only 24 years old. Seeing the bewildered look of the newcomer, the man even took out his card and showed it to prove that he was born in 1999. Stretching his lips in a slight smile, Oh Kang-woo replied that he would address him as you. Tae-soo froze for a moment, looking at his interlocutor in surprise. Not wanting to offend the big man, the brunette explained that he already had other plans for this raid. Tae-soo's companions watched closely to see exactly how he would react to these words. Scratching his head, the headman said that since he was so insistent, he clearly did not need help. However, he warned the newcomer to be careful as these lands belonged to the goblins. The largest of them was called Hobgoblin, and since he was the strongest of all the goblins here, Tae-soo asked his new acquaintance to run away from him as much as possible. Realizing that Tae-soo is a good person after all, Oh Kang-woo smiled warmly and thanked him for the warning. As he said goodbye to the group of players, the brunette thought that if he really was an F-rank player, he could easily travel with them. For some time, he continued to watch their trail until they disappeared into the shadows of the trees. However, Oh Kang-woo knew very well that he would be better off alone now. Rolling up the sleeves of his sports jacket, the boy set off in the opposite direction from the team. Walking through the forest, the boy noticed a large number of goblin footprints on one of the paths. In addition, almost along the entire path, bodies of animals torn by monsters were found here and there. All this meant was that the boy was getting closer and closer to a whole pack of goblins. In a moment, he came out to a small settlement, where goblins armed with knives were slowly climbing near the huts. Sensing a stranger nearby, the monsters began sniffing around trying to find the pursuer. However, in the next moment, he himself jumped out from behind the bushes at them and shouting loudly, rushed right into the middle of their pack. With a loud cry, Bingo Oh Kang-woo lunged at one of the goblins closest to him. While he was confusedly watching his opponent, who came from an unknown place, he was already swinging at him with a spike sticking out of his hand. Dissecting one of the monsters, the boy thought that he was very lucky. The rest of the goblins looked at the man who had dared to attack their brothers, and it was clear from their looks that they were ready for battle. Raising the hand with the thorn sticking out of it, Oh Kang-woo motioned for his opponents to begin. Hearing this, all the goblins, as if on a signal, rushed at the dark-haired boy. However, he did not get lost, and with all the strength he was capable of, he slashed at the monster advancing on him. The next goblins who dared approach the former demon lord met the same fate as their predecessors. One of the monsters, who rushed at the boy, swinging his axe, got a thorn right in his heart. Oh Kang-woo fended off yet another, cutting him in half with his weapon while he attacked from the side. At some point, the boy went down on one knee in order to be at least a little taller than his enemies. His eyes burned with red fire as he charged forward, slashing absolutely every monster in his path. In a moment, one of the goblins, enraged by the loss of his brothers, rushed at his opponent, spraying saliva and swinging an axe. However, immediately afterwards, he abruptly said goodbye to his head, which the brunette cut off. The rest of the monsters also attacked the enemy, hoping to defeat him in numbers. However, defeat awaited them all, and as a result, their heads were cut off. Oh Kang-woo did not stop, slashing at the goblins, causing their bodies to fly in different directions. He didn't really care how many goblins were in front of him and what weapons they had in their hands. Some of the monsters even tried to cover themselves with their axes or swords. However, it didn't help when the boy did return a fierce look of red eyes at them. The guy went absolutely wild, swinging his weapon in all directions. Finally, the pack of goblins dwindled noticeably, causing those who remained to tremble in fear. Oh Kang-woo stared at the monster, thinking that there were still quite a few of them left, and blood dripping from its spike. Holding his weapon forward, the boy smiled, thanking the monsters for the hospitality. In the next moment, he swung his spike again, preparing for his next attack. After a while, Oh Kang-woo calmly put his weapon back as the battle was over. He exhaled tiredly and wiped his forehead until a large drop of sweat rolled down his face. After assessing the field of the recent battle, Oh Kang-woo thought that fighting alone against such a crowd was quite difficult. Suddenly, the player's attention was drawn by the sound of a notification coming from a sign that appeared next to him. His eyes widened in surprise as the boy saw that he could increase mages as he leveled up. He walked over to one of the dead goblins and grabbed him tightly by the spine. To begin with, Oh Kang-woo wanted to make sure that there really wasn't a single drop of mage in the magic stones. He used his devourer skill and a large purple wall formed around him. Closing his eyes and lowering his head, Oh Kang-woo thought about how he felt the mages quite strongly. However, looking in front of him, he realized that it was not coming from magic stones. The power came precisely from the bodies of the slain goblins, from which he was now drawing energy. Moreover, the amount of Manga depended precisely on the time of death, and the sooner it was taken after death, the greater the amount. Oh Kang-woo smiled as he thought that he could now sell magic stones in peace. At the same time, he was very pleased that he would still be able to raise his own mage level. He looked down at his feet, thinking that he would just have to remember to collect the stones before he left. In his mind, the boy was already calculating how many chickens he could buy us with the money he would get from the sale of artifacts. Taking the bright crystals, the boy imagined how he would eat the chicken, tearing the meat from the bones. The picture, where there were chicken parts in a crispy breading with an appetizing crust, made the player salivate. And there was a picture in front of his eyes of them having dinner together with Han Sola, and she would offer him a chicken leg. Oh Kang-woo had only time to think about how they would be served fried chicken in sweet and sour sauce, when suddenly a strong gust of wind hit him. For a moment, the player froze, trying to understand what had just happened. Trying not to make sudden movements, the boy slowly turned his head to assess the situation. His gaze showed absolutely no emotion, but curiosity got the better of him, and he turned back for more. In the shadows of the trees, the boy saw the massive figure of a goblin, guessing that it was exactly what Tae-soo had warned him about. When a horrible green foot with long black claws appeared in the sun, there was no doubt that it was a hobgoblin. The monster looked at the opponent with its small eyes, which shone with an otherworldly yellow light. The hobgoblin noticed a human standing in front of him, surrounded by the bones of other goblins. Realizing this, the creature roared loudly, emitting a bright blue light. Seeing this, Oh Kang-woo lashed out at his new enemy in surprise, not expecting such a turn of events. All he could think about as the hobgoblin's corpse charged at him was that the hobgoblin could use magic. Preparing for a powerful attack, Oh Kang-woo took a fighting stance, gathering energy around his hand and pulling out his spike. He understood very well that if the hobgoblin's magic had destructive power, then his own magic could surpass the monster's magic. However, the main problem still remained the difference in their complexions, which was on the side of the hobgoblin. The monster rushed at the opponent, baring its giant fangs and swinging its sword. However, in the next moment, his weapon simply crashed into the ground, from which the boy jumped sharply. But the hobgoblin didn't even think of giving up, so he swung at Oh Kang-woo again. But he quickly got his bearings and put two crossed spikes in front of him, trying to defend himself. It was at this moment that he was hit by an opponent's blow, which threw him back several steps forward. The monster continued to advance, catching up with its opponent in a few steps and swinging its sword at him again. In the next moment, the hobgoblin struck with all its might, sending a wall of dust and rock into the air. However, the boy quickly gathered himself into a pile and displayed crossed spikes, blocking the attack. He gritted his teeth, realizing that the creature he was fighting weighed a ton. Realizing that he would not be able to sustain the blow for long, O Kang-woo tried to direct the force of the blow away from him. The hobgoblin bared his teeth furiously, spraying his saliva from his mouth and lunged at his opponent. The next moment, O Kang-woo let out a loud yelp as one of his spikes went through the monster's armor. However, all that happened to the patch itself was a small scratch. Once again dodging the massive sword, the boy thought that he was still weak, and therefore the return from his blows was small. So the only hope of victory was to find the big hobgoblin's weak spot. The creature, wasting no time, rushed to attack again, while swinging its sword in different directions. His jaw jutted forward, exposing his fangs even more, and making his face unencumbered by intelligence. Realizing that the man was evading the weapon, the goblin boss tried to catch him with his leg. However, O Kang-woo deftly leaned back, causing the monster to swing its limb too hard. Landing on the ground, the boy noticed that the hobgoblin had dropped to one knee. Immediately after that, the player realized that he had to run, because the monster was already turning. After increasing the distance between himself and his opponent, O Kang-woo mentally noticed that his fists were strong enough. Because of this, it was immediately noticeable that that boss, since the guy killed ordinary goblins quite quickly, the former demon lord was well aware that there would be a completely different level of combat with this monster. As the enemy deflected his sword again, the hobgoblin accidentally cut down one of the nearby trees. It was at this moment that O Kang-woo was able to grab the skull of one of the goblins to distract his opponent. The boy knew perfectly well that the boss was furious, since his goblin squad was completely decimated. Throwing the skull at the creature, the player shouted at it that it was nothing more than its prey. Hearing the voice of his enemy, the hobgoblin turned in the direction from which it was coming. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to what was thrown at him, because he could not help but recognize the skull of his compatriot. The hobgoblin froze for a second, considering his next move. Who could help him? Meanwhile, O Kang-woo was already standing opposite, waiting for another attack and thinking that he now knew his weak point. He grinned widely as he thought that now the hobgoblin was definitely caught. The boy clenched his fist tightly, intending to unleash all the anger he was capable of on his opponent. O Kang-woo summoned the demon Cressel, who embodied the power of true rage. The boy put his hand forward, on which a spike was already ready to attack. He wanted to bring down the power of the demon, but this time not on himself, but on his opponent. The hobgoblin froze for a moment, growling softly and trying to understand what was happening to him. However, the next moment the monster growled loudly, and its eyes lit up with a mad yellow glow. Stomping loudly and spitting, the creature came closer and closer, pinning its opponent to the forest. A satisfied smile shone on the boy's face, as he understood that this was exactly what he wanted to achieve. The blade of the hobgoblin's sword suddenly burst into a bright blue flame as he swung it again. Regardless, the monster made a swing with its weapon, which O Kang-woo managed to duck in time. Behind him, meanwhile, all the trees that were in the nearest radius were cut down, leaving only stumps. But the creature had a sneeze at this. He continued to swing his weapon, not noticing anything around. O Kang-woo froze, looking at the wood chips that flew around from the old trees. Looking at the hobgoblin's maddened grin, the player knew perfectly well that the force he applied increased the damage of the blow. However, at the same time, it completely deprives the object of common sense. And now, as the monster swung its sword, sending a pile of debris, splinters, and dust into the air, it was quite noticeable. He exerted all the strength he was capable of, as a result of which the ground in front of him simply scattered stones all around. The snub-nosed hobgoblin, who wasn't particularly burdened with intelligence, looked downright feral right now, especially considering the drool that was constantly dripping from her. O Kang-woo stood in a fighting stance, ready to bounce back in any way if a blow came his way. He knew that the opponent was completely not thinking rationally right now, and this led to completely mindless attacks. That is why now it was much easier for him to dodge the monster's blows. In addition, this behavior of the enemy gave many more weak points where a counterattack could be launched. At one point, the player managed to snag one of his spikes on the giant's thigh, inflicting a serious injury. Unable to stay on his feet, the hobgoblin sank to his knee, trying to find at least some point of support. Realizing that this was a chance to deliver a decisive blow, O Kang-woo clenched his fingers into a fist. The monster was still taller than him, so he swung his sword at his opponent again. Still planning to win this duel, the hobgoblin struck the boy. However, it turned out to be the last for him. And noticing that the monster was no longer moving, the player breathed a sigh of relief. He walked over to the defeated opponent and looked at the wound on his head, thinking that it would be much easier if he had all his strength. He was just thinking about what he should do now, when a notification window appeared in front of his face. After reading that cleaning the rift on his own led to a second awakening, He clenched his fingers tightly into a fist. The boy thought that the new skill he got didn't look strong enough, but it allowed him to gain more mage. Glancing again at the hobgoblin's dead body, O Kang-woo thought that it would be worthwhile to try out new abilities. Placing his hand on his head, the boy quickly activated the Devourer's power. Immediately after that, a black and purple cloud began to form around the hobgoblin. Putting his hand forward, the player noticed that the smoke around it had become much thicker. Wasting no time, O Kang-woo activated the Invincible Hunger skill, which drew out much more Manga. The boy stretched his lips in a noticeable smile, thinking that the power absorption had become much more efficient. Now he was more concerned about how much stronger he had become. Closing his eyes, the boy tried to understand how his new power felt now. The next moment he frowned as he expected to feel twice as strong. However, as he clenched his fist, he felt his strength increase by 3 times, so he wondered how this could happen. Looking at the skull of one of the defeated goblins, O Kang-woo thought that such a surge of power could be quite dangerous. For a moment, the boy froze, trying to understand what was happening. Suddenly, a picture appeared before him of a lifeless dead earth, on which there were puddles of water in which the red moon was reflected. Trying to move his hands as little as possible, the boy thought that all his guesses were confirmed. He still kept his eyes closed, but he could feel that the strength with which he restrained Man Mahjong was starting to weaken. Opening his eyes, O Kang-woo wondered why this was happening. He looked at his stats again, thinking that the rank increase shouldn't affect anything much. Looking at the notification window, the player muttered that with each awakening, the seal that restrained Man Mahjong would weaken. A noticeable satisfied smile appeared on the boy's face. He understood that by simply raising his level, he could easily regain his former powers. Getting to his feet, O Kang-woo decided that in this case, he needed to go to the higher level rifts. Near the hobgoblin skeleton, the boy noticed a large crystal that shimmered from blue to black. Wasting no time, he grasped it in his hand, rejoicing at the rather decent reward for the battle. The next goal he wanted to achieve was the third awakening, which occurred at level 20. After some time, in one of the bars, which was filled with waiters, a waitress carried a large portion of chicken and crispy breading. At this time, O Kang-woo was actively looking at the chicken that was standing on his table, completely unconcerned about the people around him. He did not bother to thoroughly chew the piece of meat that he stuffed almost completely into his mouth. After that, the boy took hold of the chicken leg, carefully biting the meat from the bones. At the end, he washed it all down with a decent swig of light foamy beer. After wiping his mouth with his hand, O Kang-woo smiled and let out a loud breath that everything was delicious. At his words, Han Seola smiled and asked if it was really that delicious. After hearing an affirmative answer, she looked at the boy and asked if the chicken was better than her kimchi. For a moment, the boy froze, remembering the pan with the appetizing dish and not knowing what to answer. However, pulling himself together, he seriously said that he also likes her kimchi, to which the girl smiled and said that she was just joking. When Han Seola said he was quite funny, O Kang-woo smiled as he picked up a mug of foam. The girl took tongs and put a chicken leg on his plate, offering to take a portion of it as well. She wished him good luck and paused, not knowing how to continue the conversation she wanted. Stuffing his mouth with chicken again and bringing the mug to his mouth for another sip, the boy listened carefully to what the girl wanted to ask him. When Han Seol-ah asked if he had any family or friends, he hung up for a moment before downing a decent amount of beer. The next moment, he slammed his mug on the table, causing the fork on his side of the table to fall to the floor. Han Seol-ah heard from her patter on the floor that he had no family, no friends, no home. Hearing this, she asked him where he was going to spend the night in that case, to which she heard that he had not yet thought of it. For a moment, the girl closed her lips tightly, not daring to utter the idea that came to her head. Hearing how Han Seola suggested that he stay and live with his mother, the boy hesitated for a moment. Snapping at his girlfriend, he wondered if they would both be against it. Taking a clean fork from the box, the girl replied that it was actually fine. With a warm smile, she added that he had actually helped them a lot, so he might as well not worry about it. O Kang-woo smiled and awkwardly scratched his head, thanking him for his help. When he said that he was counting on her, Han Seol-ah replied that she was counting on him too. She thought that the way he smiled made her feel strangely warm. With a smile on his face, the boy added that he wanted to give her something. Reaching into his pocket, Han Seol-ah stared dumbfounded at the box, which according to her friend contained about 3 million won. When he said she could count it as accommodation, she started waving her arms and saying she couldn't take it. Han Seol-ah added that he had already helped them a lot, and taking money from him would be simply indecent. However, the guy confidently handed her an envelope, saying that if it's so difficult to take money for accommodation, then let it be his contribution to groceries. Wildly embarrassed, Han Seol-ah still put her hand on the envelope, acknowledging his rightness. Looking at him with eyes full of tears, the girl began to thank him fervently. With a smile, she promised to cook even better kimchi than before, which made the boy delighted. To him, she now looked like a real angel who would make him kimchi every day, so he was going to sell a lot of stones to make her happy. Suddenly remembering one thing that interested him, Oh Kang-woo asked his girlfriend if there was a D-rank gate nearby, to which I heard in response that there are some, but she herself did not go there. And according to rumors, real lizard people live there. Stuffing another piece of chicken into his mouth, the boy thought that it would be worth visiting that gate. Thinking that he had to fight strong monsters to level up faster, Oh Kang-woo rapidly destroyed the pieces of meat on his plate. Sticking another piece on his fork, the boy thought about how tasty the lizards would be. Upon returning home, Han Sol-ah gave the other room where her brother used to live. The boy sat on the bed and thanked her for her hospitality, saying that thanks to her, he would now be able to sleep peacefully. After wishing him peaceful dreams and hearing the same in return, the girl reached for the switch and turned off the light. Oh Kang-woo watched her with a smile as she closed the door to his room. As soon as Han Sol-ah left, the boy plopped down on the bed, exhaling contentedly. He lay on the bed and thought about the fact that he had not felt such comfort for a good 10,000 years. Back on his side, Oh Kang-woo felt the peace and comfort of sleep for the first time in a long time. Closing his eyes, the boy thought about how good it was to be back home. The next morning, quite a few players had already gathered near the D-rank rift, looking for teammates and teams. Oh Kang-woo turned his attention to the boy who begged to take him with him, but no one wanted to do it because he was a robber. The boy himself approached the guards and handed them his tailor's card for verification. A moment later, he was already passing through the gate to find himself in a new dimension. Looking around, the boy saw a dense forest in front of him, but it was more humid. As he warmed up to prepare for battle, Oh Kang-woo thought about what a D-rank gate looked like. Suddenly, he thought that he should move silently, so he activated the power of silence. It was because of this that when the boy put his foot in the grass, there was practically no sound from it. Oh Kang-woo remembered how Han Sol-ah had told him that lizard people have pretty bad eyesight, so they rely on sound. In addition, she warned that if they hear a person near them, the whole pack will immediately converge. And now, having got into the fault, the boy immediately noticed 3 creatures that looked like blue and white monitor lizards. Looking at them with a careful gaze of red eyes, Oh Kang-woo was happy at such a quick search for opponents. The smiling face of Han Sol-ah appeared before his eyes again, warning that lizard men were afraid of fire. That is why there was no doubt that it would be necessary to summon the demon Andras. And now Oh Kang-woo was handling his opponents perfectly using the power of hellfire. Seeing the tongues of fire, the lizard men ran away, trying to get away from the one who carried the danger. They roared loudly, trying to find a way as quickly as possible that would lead them away. Suddenly, one of them stopped, feeling fire touch his skin. In the next second, he was roaring loudly, completely engulfed in crimson tongues of flame. Trying to get rid of what was causing them pain, the lizard people rushed into one of the ponds. However, Oh Kang-woo knew very well that it was not so easy to get rid of the hellfire, and it was not realistic to make this water at all. It devoured the life energy, not the body, and could only be defeated with the help of a mage or magic. The boy reached out and grabbed onto the body of the dead lizard man, devouring it. While doing so, he suddenly remembered that Han Tai-hyun had said that he was in the Andros Guild. That's why he decided that if the blonde guy pissed him off again, he would just kill him. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard behind him, and the player turned his head there to assess what was happening. Behind the wide trunks of the trees, he saw several more lizardmen preparing to attack him. Their eyes burned with white light and their mouths were twisted with rage. Anticipating the battle ahead, Oh Kang-woo smiled as he slyly eyed his opponents. In the next second, he launched several fireballs at them, which caused the monsters to resound loudly. Rolling his eyes, the player thought about the fact that the lizard people were quite noisy, and when there were a lot of them, it was not so easy to cope. However, the fact that they themselves came to him relieved the boy of the need to hunt for them. Oh Kang-woo looked at the charred body of the lizard man and thought that this time things turned out to be easier than he expected. Still holding the dead monster in his hands, the boy looked at his stat sheet. Seeing that the higher the level, the more power goes into pumping, he waved his hand and thought that this was not enough. Oh Kang-woo was thinking that maybe he should have found stronger opponents when he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Not understanding who could be calling him, the boy turned his head in the direction from where the sound was coming. On one of the shores stood a boy who could tell by his outfit that he belonged to the novices. At the offer to hunt with their guild, Oh Kang-woo gave the stranger an indifferent look. Looking at the group of players, he wondered exactly what their guild was called. To which the leader in the orange jacket smiled and replied that they belonged to the Andros Guild. It was at this moment that Oh Kang-woo's attention was drawn to the locket hanging around the boy's neck, which featured a symbol resembling a fire diamond. However, such a picture did not impress the player, and he continued to look at the group with an indifferent look. In the next moment, the boy turned away from the girl and confidently added that he was not interested in such an offer. After saying these words, Oh Kang-woo turned his back on the group and walked straight across the swamp, continuing on his way. The leader was furiously looking at him, swearing at the boy what the world was on, when a girl came up to him and asked what they should do now. Watching the figure of the novice walk away from them, he responded to her words that they would drag him half-beaten to the master. The other members of the team stretched their lips in hideous grins, anticipating the quick fun. The leader of the group said with a smile that now they would finally be able to release their stress. Walking one cuff over the other and shooting a bunch of sparks into the air, he added that they could teach a good lesson. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo continued on his way, burning more and more lizardmen. Covered by hellish flames, they tried to get rid of it by jumping into the swamp. However, it did not help them, so the monsters ended up in the hands of the player, who absorbed them. Looking at the remains of the lizardmen, Oh Kang-woo thought that he had apparently killed all the monstrosities that were nearby. He thought it would be right to play it safe and focus his efforts on leveling up as much as possible. Placing his fingers to his chin and looking at the smoke in his hand, Oh Kang-woo pondered what to do next. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by a familiar voice calling him again, distracting him from his thoughts. Noticing the surprise in the newcomer's eyes, the group leader smiled and reminded him that he was a more experienced player. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy added that he was watching him to gauge how well the rookie was hunting. Realizing that he likes to pick on those who are weaker than him, Oh Kang-woo pointed out that he was worried for nothing. However, the leader replied that all he could see was that no defeated monsters were visible around. To these words, the brunette replied that it was because he was resting at the moment. Ho-jun noticed that he was talking rather brazenly to his senior comrade, to which I heard in response that the delusion that he was spewing was already beginning to be decently tamed. These words made one of the boys clench his teeth tightly in rage and curse loudly. Oh Kang-woo's face remained calm and had a slight smile on it as he offered him a fight. The boy was ready to rush at the brunette, but the leader's hand stopped him. When he tried to get angry, Huojong confidently told him to calm down. Looking at how the newcomer calmly folded his hands and smiled condescendingly, the leader assured that he himself would be able to teach him to behave properly. Placing his hand over his heart, Ho-jong warned that he would soon regret meeting him. However, Oh Kang-woo only calmly replied that he was looking forward to this moment. In the next second, a sword appeared in Ho-jong's hand, the hilt of which he tightly gripped with his fingers. With a predatory smile, he said that he would see how long the newcomer could laugh, while he ran the blade along the gauntlet. The other two boys in the group were impatiently waiting to see what would happen next. The girl who had previously asked the leader what exactly they should do had the same reaction. Only Oh Kang-woo alone had absolutely no emotion on his face and looked at the group indifferently. Lowering his head, the boy thought about what he was wondering exactly what the leader would do. The same one continued to draw sparks, driving metal against metal. However, the novice stood calmly, completely not reacting to the sound and waiting for what would happen next. Hearing that the pack was approaching, Ho-jong ordered the team to set up a protective barrier around them. Glancing at the stranger, he asked what he would do, because judging by the sounds, several dozen monsters were approaching them. He added that the task might be difficult for a novice like him, so he could simply ask for forgiveness and be protected. In his wild desire to let the brunette go, the leader didn't even notice the wild smile on his face. Holding up his hand that had lightning bolts running up it, Oh Kang-woo replied that he was just wondering what exactly they were going to do. Scratching his head in a bit of confusion, Ho-jong asked what kind of delusion he was talking about. However, he fell silent when he saw the crazy expression on his opponent's face and his wild look in his black eyes. In the next second, he simply raised both hands and clapped his hands loudly, using the power of sound. Resting their hands on the defensive wall, the group watched incomprehendingly at what he was doing. They were horrified to notice that he lowered his legs sharply, causing more and more noise. With a crazy expression on his face, the boy continued to stamp his foot on the ground. Huojong, realizing that in this way he was drawing the monster's attention to them even more, rehearsed loudly. However, Oh Kang-woo did not stop, causing a pit to form under his foot. Stopping for a second, he looked at the group that was watching him in fear, hiding under the barrier. At the leader's assumption that he was crazy, the brunette smiled broadly and confirmed his guess. Hearing this, Huojong tensed up and his face became covered in sweat. The members of his group carefully followed where the hordes of lizardmen were coming at them from. Suddenly, a large number of red eyes appeared between the trees, where the sunlight did not enter the sphere. Lizardmen descended the trees, looking for their victims and trying to sniff them out. One of the monsters came out of the water not far from where all the players were. The creatures were getting closer and closer to the bright light coming from the team's barrier. Looking at the hideous reptilians, Ho-jong once again called the newcomer a true psycho. The girl said that she had never seen so many lizard men, to which the leader ordered to take control and expand the protective wall. One of the group turned to the brunette again, accusing him of wanting to kill them all. However, he just snorted and jumped up, landing on one of the branches. Huozhong watched in horror as that brunette rose to his feet while on the branch. He recalled his words about the fact that pangolins respond exclusively to sound. Smiling broadly with a condescending smile, O Kangwu said that he knew this very well. In the meantime, the monsters had almost approached the place where the players were. Suddenly, the group saw the wide-open face of one of the monsters, which was rushing towards the barrier. Huozhong shouted that he was crazy for wanting to kill them all. However, Kangwu calmly asked what he meant and explained that he was not actually going to die. Using the power of silence, he added with a condescending smile that only they would perish. At that moment, a large pangolin appeared near his shoulder, which paid absolutely no attention to the brunette. The next second, the monster, with its mouth wide open, rushed at the bright hemisphere of the barrier. Seeing the monster's paw in front of him, Huozhong realized that the novice had the power to control sound. However, he did not have the opportunity to think about it for a long time, because he saw that a whole pack of monsters had already rushed to the protective wall. The boy returned to his team and ordered them to quickly strengthen the barrier. However, turning his head, Huozhong saw one of his partners being pierced through by one of the lizardmen. But she looked at the leader, shedding tears and expecting at least some help from him. The boy crumpled to the ground, looking shocked at how it was lifted into the air. Trying not to make any sound, Huozhong tightly covered his mouth with his hands, tears streaming from his eyes. The next person he saw defeated was the boy who wanted to fight the brunette first. He looked at the leader with frightened eyes as one of the lizardmen clamped its jaws on him. At some point, his fingers opened, releasing the spear he was holding. As the weapon fell at his feet, Huozhong narrowed his eyes tightly, keeping his mouth shut. However, in the next moment, he couldn't help himself and sobbed loudly, unable to control his emotions. The boy saw his last hope for salvation behind the lizards, where a newcomer was watching them on a tree branch. He reached out to him, begging for help and apologizing to him. Huozhong talked about how he was wrong, trying to convince the brunette to save him. However, O Kangwu's face remained completely indifferent as he watched this. Finally, he opened his mouth and quietly called the group leader by name. Spreading his lips wide in a smile, the boy raised his fist and wished the leader of the group luck. Realizing that he had no intention of helping him, Huozhong cursed loudly. But in the next second, his wail was interrupted when one of the lizardmen grabbed his head. O Kangwu calmly watched as the monsters attacked what was left of the group of players. He perfectly remembered the principle according to which it was fashionable to use even more evil to defeat evil. With a wide smile, the boy remembered the rule that killers won with more brutal kills. After some time, he was walking past the bodies of monsters that burned like torches. The boy carefully looked in different directions, trying not to miss any of the lizardmen who were here. O Kangwu finally let out a weary breath, realizing that all the replays that were possible had been defeated. Stretching his hand forward, he focused his energy, using the Devourer's power skill. Suddenly, the boy's attention was drawn to a bunch of new notifications he had received that said he couldn't absorb those protected by the system. The words about the Gaia system seemed familiar to him, and the brunette remembered hearing them when he was near the core. Looking at the defeated monsters and the dead players, he knew for sure that they were dead, but the players were protected by the system. He wondered if he could adopt the special skills that the team members had. Looking at Huozhong, O Kangwu noticed that there was a large blue stone near his head. Seeing him, the brunette smiled, thinking that acquiring special skills was no longer of such great importance. After all, the most important thing was the number of mage units that he would be able to get now. Clenching his hand into a fist, O Kangwu noticed that his magi had increased significantly compared to last time. And it wasn't even so much the amount of power he was able to get as it was its power. Looking at the flames jumping in his hand, the boy noticed that the quality of the skill had increased significantly. Clenching his fingers into a fist, O Kangwu thought that he was finally able to raise his level. Looking at the stone lying next to Huozhong, the brunette thought to himself that he was looking forward to the third awakening. Picking up the stone from the ground, he thought about the fact that today he was able to hunt well, and there could soon be a third awakening. After collecting all the rewards he could, O Kangwu headed for the gate, leaving the humans with the lizard men. 3 days after the events that took place in the rift, the boy was sitting in the kitchen enjoying kimchi. He passionately praised the hostess who had prepared the dish, for which she embarrassedly thanked him. When she asked if he would go to the gate again, the boy put his hand to his chin and answered yes, adding that he would come all the way to dinner. After putting the kettle on, the girl asked if he would have any problems, since he had only been working for the last few days. As Han Seola was pouring herself some tea, he asked her exactly when her classes were over. Looking at the 2 lemons in the cup, the girl added that they would probably be hunting goblins now. As she approached the table, Hansola said that she wasn't sure if anything would work out, but she was really looking forward to the second awakening. Looking up at his friend, Oh Kang-woo said he was sure she would be fine. She smiled and handed him a cup of tea, saying that he must be tired from work. Suddenly, the girl looked frightened at her interlocutor, remembering that she had to tell him something important. Hanseola asked if he had heard the recent rumors about cow players hanging around the breach gates. Already in one of the rifts, Oh Kang-woo thought that the players like the one his friend was talking about were deliberately lowering their levels. However, he remembered very well that after the incident with the group, he checked everything and did not find any witnesses there. In addition, if you examine their bodies, it would be obvious that they were victims of lizards. Holding one such creature by the throat and devouring it, Oh Kang-woo thought that nothing could be certain now. So just in case, he decided to prepare, for which he actively absorbed the defeated monsters. Suddenly, he began to receive a lot of notifications, among which there were those informing about the transition to level 20. The guy immediately decided to test what gives him an increase in his level, for which he summoned a hellish flame on his hand. In addition, his hypothesis that Man Mahjong's seal would weaken with each awakening also came true. Suddenly, Oh Kang-woo lowered his eyes and looked at the notification of obtaining a special skill that allowed him to draw power from magic stones. It was at this moment that the boy saw one of the magic stones, so he decided to check all the new things he had received. He concentrated the energy and directed it at the crystal, due to which he saw in a few seconds how it began to melt. Looking at the same result, the boy thought that there was about one monster and one energy stone. Taking on the new lizard man, Oh Kang-woo thought that now he would be able to regenerate his energy much faster. He was well aware that he could get some money for the magic stones, but at the moment he had enough of them. Unbuttoning his jacket, the boy noticed that he still had a lot of time, so he could test the new ability he had received. Besides, he thought that now was the time when he could stretch out a little. After taking off his jacket, Oh Kang-woo let out a tired breath and raised his head, placing his face under the sunlight. Trying to stretch his legs, he squatted several times, resting his hands on his knees. The next moment, he raised his head and looked ahead with a determined gaze of red eyes. Crossing his arms, Oh Kang-woo concentrated all his energy around his palms, trying to make the reception as strong as possible. In the next second, he spread his arms to the side and several wings formed at his feet. Putting his hand to his eyes, the boy thought about the fact that he had not yet met the boss of the lizardmen. It was a little frustrating, because given the high level of the gate, it should have a lot of energy. After a few minutes, Oh Kang-woo realized that he didn't have enough energy for the observer power skill. However, the next second he heard someone's voice shouting, trying to stop someone. Meanwhile, Tae-soo was roaring furiously at someone, baring his teeth at them, blood flowing from his lip. Opposite him stood two boys who said that he was very strong, and besides, he was stubborn. Oh Kang-woo carefully watched what was happening there, realizing that something serious had happened. Suddenly he saw that a boy was lying on the ground unconscious and with a broken head, whom no one wanted to take with him because he was a robber. And in front of him stood Tae-soo, whom the brunette had met on the first day of work, and who was now shouting at the boys. He angrily asked them why they were attacking their own, glaring at the boys. They began to get angry, because with such shouts, the thug could call the lizardmen to them. Oh Kang-woo realized that these were the same cow players everyone was talking about, and it looked like they had tricked Tae-soo. Rolling his eyes, the boy thought that now he should not worry at all, since they were definitely not talking about him. Suddenly, one of the cow players swung his weapon and rushed at the big man with a predatory grin. However, he quickly oriented himself and put a shield in front of him, covering himself from the attack. Big drops of sweat ran down his face from the exertion, and his gaze expressed an extreme degree of readiness for battle. The boys exhaled, realizing that the man's defenses turned out to be strong enough, and they couldn't break through him just like that. Clinging tightly to the hilt of his shield, Tae-soo growled at them not to even dream of defeating him. He rested it on the ground to increase the strength of its static. A second later, a bright yellow light began to gather around the shield, indicating that the skill had been applied. The cow player slowly approached the man, saying that without the third awakening special ability, he would not be able to defeat them. Clenching his teeth tightly, Tae-soo watched his opponents intently, preparing for another attack from their side. The redhead smiled and said it was time for them to finish, but his partner reminded them that they couldn't kill anyone. Oh Kang-woo was quite interested in this dialogue, as such attitudes seemed very strange to him. He stared unblinkingly at the boys who were slowly advancing on Tae-soo. He wondered why the big man had gotten into a fight with two players, and what could have happened to make him so angry. The memory flashed back to the first day they met, and how kind Tae-soo had seemed then. So now the brunette was hesitant to step in and help him if he could handle it on his own. The red-haired cow player gave a crooked smile and told him to arm himself with a shield as the attack would be painful. After thinking for a moment, O Kang-woo looked at them with wide eyes and mentally shouted in an attempt to stop them. After that, without even thinking, he got up and went to the side of the clearing where the other players were. The redhead didn't understand where another guy came from, but O Kang-woo was more worried about his weapon. The blue haze around the axe indicated the use of mage, but he did not understand where it could have come from a human. For a moment, everyone froze, analyzing the situation that had developed each from his side. The redhead asked O Kang-woo what he was doing, assuming he was out for a walk. His partner added that today he was very unlucky to run into them. Tae-soo grimaced, trying to remember where he had seen this boy before and why he seemed familiar. It suddenly dawned on him that this was the same guy he had met a few days ago. Meanwhile, the redhead stretched his lips in a smile and asked his partner if they needed the brunette alive. To which he replied, looking at the robber and Tae-soo, that thanks to them they fulfilled their norm, so one thing can be decided. Hearing his partner's words, the redhead bared his teeth, stretching his lips into a wide smile. O Kang-woo, meanwhile, kept his eyes on his axe, which was shrouded in blue smoke around the magicians. When the opponent exhaled, preparing to attack, not a single muscle on the boy's face twitched. Instead of him, Tae-soo began to worry, who screamed loudly, scared for his acquaintance. Meanwhile, the red-haired man had already approached the brunette almost head-to-head, swinging his axe and smiling wildly. However, O Kang-woo only had to whip him once on the squeal, as he immediately changed his flight path. The red-haired man's partner, holding his sword on his shoulder, looked dumbfounded at how the unknown easily repelled the attack. The red-haired man fell to the ground from the blow, but his opponent's face remained motionless. Another cow player approached his partner sitting on the grass and asked him what the hell was going on. When he turned his head to reply that he himself was in shock, O Kang-woo snapped his fingers around his mouth. The next moment he was slapped again, causing his head to lurch to one side again. Tae-soo watched intently as the rookie he had met a few days ago was handing out to the two powerful warriors. Looking at how the brunette was handing out the red-haired bream one after another, the healthy man wondered in his mind. The voice of another cow player was heard from behind, cursing loudly as he charged. However, O Kang-woo was already prepared for such a turn, so he raised his head and looked at the attacker with an indifferent gaze. Having deviated a little, when he came almost to the shelter, the brunette was already ready to strike back. In the next second, he slammed his hand into the solar plexus area, using the power of a destructive void. From such an attack, the cow player flew several steps backwards, crashing into a tree. His breathing hitched and he coughed loudly, sputtering and gasping for air. O Kang-woo calmly watched as he fell to the ground, releasing his sword from his hands. His partner was in no better shape, lying on the grass with his face crushed and bleeding. Suddenly, he felt someone grab him by the hair and start to lift him to his feet. Bringing the redhead's face close to his, O Kang-woo sternly ordered him to answer quickly and specifically. The brunette wondered where they had gotten the weapon that allowed them to use mages, meaning a power that only demons could use. However, instead of answering, he only heard how the opponent cursed and asked how he knew about it. Without explaining anything, the boy forcefully whispered the cow player's head to the grass on which he was lying. Picking it up again and looking into the redhead's eyes, O Kang-woo warned that in this situation, he would be the one asking the question. He repeated his question, but the beaten cow player only muttered that he couldn't tell. However, the brunette used the power of fear while saying that he wanted to tell him everything. At that moment, the red-haired man saw that the horse's face of Orobas appeared in front of him. He pulled his fingers towards him and cupped his face with his clawed fingers. The red-haired man's eyes immediately filled with tears and were filled with real terror. The boy fell to the ground, trying to hide from the stranger's attentive gaze. O Kang-woo was listening intently to what the redhead was saying when suddenly his partner's voice was heard telling him to shut up. He stood by the tree, holding his ribs and yelling at Seo Tae-ho not to tell anything. He was drooling and glaring at his partner and the unknown player. However, O Kang-woo would not put up with this, so he was already concentrating his energy into a bright orb. In the next second, he threw it towards another cow player, attacking him. From a strong blow, he threw his head back, spitting blood profusely. Immediately after that, the brunette returned to Seo Tae-ho and continued the interrogation, interested in the words about the founder of the guild. Now he was interested in which guild he was talking about, to which he heard in response that he was talking about Andres's guild. The redhead explained that their leader had performed a ritual and given him the power the brunette was asking about. O Kang-woo narrowed his eyes and asked what kind of ritual their guild leader was performing. He stammered, covered in blood and tears, and hesitating whether it was really worth telling anything about the ritual. O Kang-woo grabbed his face and growled at him to tell him everything immediately. To Seo Tae-ho himself, It looked as if the mare-headed monster brought one of its eyes closer to him. Unable to withstand such pressure, the red-haired man slowly began to talk about the ritual, barely able to squeeze out the words. However, almost immediately after that, his body was covered with large swollen veins, and foam came from his mouth. The same thing happened to his eyes, which turned red and began to roll. In the next second, O Kang-woo watched as Seo Tai-ho simply ripped open, releasing a fountain of blood. Realizing what had happened, the boy clenched his teeth tightly and hissed loudly. He looked at the dead redhead, realizing that they must have used the chip that kills the talk of the ritual. Suddenly, Tae-soo's voice was heard behind him, slowly approaching, asking if it was really him. The robber, who had been lying unconscious until then, had already regained consciousness and was trying to understand what was happening around him. Hearing his voice, the health rushed to him, rejoicing that he had come to his senses. Tae-soo pointed a finger at the brunette and informed the robber that he was their savior. At the greeting that he thought he was only at the E-rank gate, O Kang-woo let out a heavy breath. However, he quickly found an excuse and said that he was there on an errand. Thinking back to their first meeting, Tae-soo said that he now understood that he was not a newbie, which explained why he was here. Zdrovan thanked them for the rescue, adding that they almost died because of those two. While they were shaking hands, the robber awkwardly scratched his head and thanked him for saving him. Meanwhile, Jardilo was smiling, saying that he would never have thought that they would meet under such circumstances. At his words that he was now in his debt, the brunette laughed quietly and awkwardly. With his hands at his sides, Tae-soo said that there could be a lot of trouble from the brutes from Andras. Looking at their dead bodies, the big man added that he couldn't even think that they would turn out to be cow players. Taking out his phone, he said that he should report this and notify the patients. To the brunette's question about who the Varvans are, Tae-soo explained that they are a unit of players who work for the board. Hearing that they would immediately start an investigation if they heard that there were any cow players in the Andras Guild, the boy thought about it. He asked the big man not to tell anyone anything yet, which puzzled him a little. However, noticing the bewilderment of the players, O Kang-woo explained that he would deal with this guild himself. Tae-soo froze for a moment, wondering how to respond to such a request. However, after a few seconds of thought, he agreed to do as he asked. After that, he abruptly dropped to his knee, ignoring his partner's surprised look. O Kang-woo also didn't understand what was going on, so he listened awkwardly as he began to swear to him. Staring at the brunette with a wild look, Tae-soo said he would help him on his journey. He added with a big smile on his face that he would help him punish the Andras Guild with his own strength. Pointing to the dead cow players, the big man said that O Kang-woo had already started doing this. Starivalo breathed heavily and said that all this reminded him of a movie he liked very much. Pounding his fist on the ground and picking up a pile of stones, he added that he was overcome by O Kang-woo's sense of justice. That is why he wanted to join him on his journey and repay the rescue. O Kang-woo stretched his lips in a strained smile, keeping his eyes on the big man. At the same time, in front of the brunette's eyes stood the feline face of Palak, who now resembled Tae-soo extremely strongly. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Tae-hyun, who bowed and said that he also wanted to repay the rescue. Closing his eyes tightly, the boy added that he understood his worthlessness, but promised to do everything in his power. O Kang-woo thought about the fact that no one wanted to take the boy into the group since the robbers were not good at causing damage. Without raising his head and without looking at his savior, the robber with tears in his eyes said that this was his fate. However, Tae-soo suddenly put his hand on his shoulder and suggested that they organize their group right now. Hearing this, Tae-hyung's face flushed profusely and his eyes welled up again with tears. He clenched his fingers tightly into a fist, saying that he truly appreciated the offer. However, looking at Tae-soo, he replied that he was very worthless and turned into a burden for him. That was why he desperately wanted him to be much stronger the next time they met. Confused, O Kang-woo watched as the big man convinced the boy that his words sounded chivalrous enough. Seeing how the robber bowed with the words that it was time for him, the brunette raised his hand to say goodbye. He thought that having people who owed you sounded pretty tempting. However, despite the fact that the robber had already left, the question remained as to what to do with Tae-soo now. Crossing his arms over his chest, O Kang-woo looked at him intently and asked what level he was now. Resting his shield on the ground, the burly man replied that he was currently level 12 and had only recently achieved his second awakening. He added that his first special ability was C rank, and he increased his level by hunting. Placing a hand to his chin in surprise, the brunette asked him what rank his awakening special ability 2 had. After hearing that his power was A rank, O Kang-woo thought that Tae-soo had much more potential than he thought from the beginning. The boy wondered why he didn't join a guild if he had the opportunity to join any. At his words that he was considering such an option, but there was no need to do so now. The brunette looked at the big man in surprise. Pointing his finger at himself, Tae-soo explained that he now decided he would follow Oh Kang-woo. Looking at the cheerful thug, the brunette thought that his data was actually quite good. After all, players who received a high rank of a special skill had a great chance to receive even higher ranks at the next levels. Suddenly, the boy remembered Han Sol-ah, who was also soon to reach the Second Awakening. Hearing the words that he was accepted into the team, Tae-soo let out a loud cry and smiled widely. He held out his phone to Kang-woo so that he could write down his phone number for him, promising that he would come to help at any time. Taking the device in his hands, the brunette agreed and added that right now he has one request. Hearing this, the big man looked at him with an enthusiastic look and said that he was ready to do anything. Returning the phone to his new partner, Oh Kang-woo explained that he wanted him to stay here for a while, as his acquaintance was about to graduate. At the words that the boy wants them to raise the level in the same team, Tae-soo asked what her class was, and after hearing that the girl's clan was Hiller, he happily agreed to take her on the team. When the big man asked if he was on his way to the Andros Guild now, Oh Kang-woo snickered thoughtfully. The brunette's attention was drawn to the body of the redhead's partner, which was still lying motionless on the grass. The brunette grabbed him by the throat, sealing him to the tree and bringing him back to consciousness. Noticing that he had regained his composure, Oh Kang-woo said that he had a few questions for him that he had better answer honestly. Keeping a close eye on the cow player, the brunette told him to nod if he understood everything. After receiving confirmation that his words were understood, the boy loosened his grip on his neck. As he stood up, the cow player fell to his knees and gasped for air, trying to catch his breath. Chik-soo turned his head, listening intently as he introduced himself as Kang Cheol-ho. Looking indifferently at the interlocutor, Oh Kang-woo reminded him of his own words, that they needed to keep Tae-soo alive. However, Kang Cheol-ho remained silent, not daring to open his mouth to answer the question. Finally lowering his head, he said that he did not remember anything like that, for which he immediately received a decent kick in the jaw from an unknown player. He screamed loudly from the wild pain, covering his broken face with his hands. However, he immediately felt a hand covering his mouth, which was accompanied by a question whether he now remembered anything. Oh Kang-woo held Kang Cheol-ho's mane tightly, who admitted that the order to keep alive was given because of the sacrifice. The brunette looked at the battered and pathetic cow player, his face covered in blood. He did not know what to answer to all this, but he did not take his eyes off him. Pushing his head away, Oh Kang-woo thought that these guys were completely tamed. Placing his fingers on his chin, the boy remembered that Han Tae-hyun had also talked about some kind of sacrifice. Without thinking long, he grabbed Kang Cheol-ho by the scruff of the neck, which brought tears to his eyes. The boy brought the cow player's face closer to his, looking at him with a wild predatory gaze. Squinting, Oh Kang-woo said he had a small request for him. After some time, Kang Cheol-ho was standing in an alley lit by neon signs, holding a large suitcase in his hands. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him, and a loud voice was heard in the darkness, which ordered the boy to stop. In front of him, Kang Cheol-ho saw a young boy with long blonde hair shining a flashlight straight into his eyes. The guard recognized the person who had come, but was very surprised to see his face. To his questions about what happened and where Tae-ho went, Kang Cheol-ho replied that he had been killed, asking the guard to accept the victim quickly. He glanced at the suitcase, not understanding what could happen in the D-rank gate, where only rookies were supposed to be. Clenching his fingers tightly on the handle of the suitcase, the cow player explained that they had actually met a high-level player in the rift, and it was thanks to Tae-ho's help that he managed to defeat him. But even that was not easy. The guard opened the suitcase and looked at the boy inside, whom Kang Cheol-ho was about to sacrifice. Having carefully examined every centimeter of his body, the guard concluded that his condition could be considered stable. However, he was worried that the behavior of the cow player himself seemed quite strange to him. Suspicious, he said that because of Tae-ho's death, he feels quite shocked now. However, the guard only replied that the fewer people, the better, and since his partner died, then all the magicians would go to him. At his words that he could even use some strength, Kang Cheol-ho shook his head in alarm. Taking away his victim, the guard even suggested that he killed his partner himself, but he growled that he should worry about the victim better. Seeing Kang Cheol-ho running away, the guard shouted to stop him, asking where he had gone. He didn't understand what happened, so he assumed that the boy was upset because of Tae-ho's death. Meanwhile, Kang Cheol-ho himself tried to run as far away as possible. Without further ado, the guard picked up the suitcase and dragged it into the building, thinking that Kang Cheol-ho was more sensitive than he seemed. He dragged the suitcase into the great hall, where the fire was burning, and there was a large altar above which hung red flags bearing the mark of a demon. The head of the guild sternly noticed that he was quite decently late, to which the guard explained that the boys were delayed because of a high-level player. However, the head was concerned with the victim, not killing Tae-ho, Hearing that the victim had been obtained, he ordered to bring it to the altar, since they did not have much time left. Following the owner's order, the boy began to open the suitcase, pulling on the lock. Chanting words in praise of the demon Andras, the guild leader dragged Oh Kang-woo's body to the altar. He thought about the fact that it had already been a whole year since he had addressed the demon. While performing the ritual, the guild leader reached for the mask, about to throw it off. The boy glanced around the hall, thinking that his followers were growing in number. He knew that every player who got the power once would want it again, and he will be able to give it with the help of a magician. With a predatory gaze on the victim, the headman said it was time to begin the ceremony. Glancing at his followers, the boy ordered them to bring him the magic stones. Wasting no time, one of those present rushed to the chest, where magical artifacts were located in a blue glow. The head of the guild kept his eyes on the victim, thinking that the more he wanted to sit, the more he turned into a demon. Thinking that this is how he would become a real demon, the chairman asked his subjects who would receive the award today. The guard replied that Chiel Ho was supposed to receive the award, but he refused to participate in the ritual. Hearing the words that there would be no award in such a case, all those present shouted in displeasure. However, the guild leader tapped his cane on the floor and loudly ordered everyone to shut up. When he added that those who wanted the reward must make a sacrifice, all the followers fell on their knees in a gesture of submission. The boy continued to stand near the altar, leaning on the cane and carefully studying the people present. He added that without his guidance, none of them could even come close to the baptism ceremony. That's why the chairman announced to everyone that for this reason the sacrifice would belong to him. Raising his cane up, he ordered the ceremony to begin, so everyone obediently rushed to carry out the order. The boy smashed one of the magic stones that was lying next to him with his thumbtack. At that moment, a large vortex formed around the altar, covering the head of the guild and the victim with a wall. He perfectly understood that such a number of magic stones would be enough for several rituals. The guild leader could even feel himself getting stronger by the second. The boy could feel the mage's energy coming from a large crack in the ceiling above where he stood. All those present watched mesmerized as the energy quickly flowed into the body of their preacher. Absorbing the power, the guild leader rolled his eyes in satisfaction and thought about absorbing it with every cell in his body. However, he was well aware that without the use of an intermediary, the mage's energy could be quite dangerous. That is why he was going to let the victim absorb all the energy into him, after which it was necessary to drink his blood. In this way, the head understood that he was receiving the magician's energy in a pure form and without harm to himself. He was already waiting for the energy to absorb the entire victim, but in the next moment, he saw that the energy was not running out. But this did not scare him, because the boy knew that the longer the process lasted, the more magic he could get. Noticing that the victim was absorbing energy for the 5th time, the head of the guild smiled. Meanwhile, the victim had already pulled the magicians into him 15 times and was not going to stop. The chief was delighted with such a sacrifice, as the amount of energy from it increased on an incredible scale. The boy did not even notice how the victim raised one finger, gathering dark smoke around him. He was worried when the energy went out once in 50, and that only because the victim was not even close to death. Surrounded by a dark haze, the head could not understand why the mage's energy that came from the gap did not end in any way. Finally, the boy decided that it was time to stop the ritual, so he began to shout loudly for the energy to stop. All the present followers looked around in fright, not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, the guild leader was already screaming wildly, trying to stop the flow of energy. But it no longer just poured into the body of the victim, but walked around the hall in the form of thin waves. In a moment, unable to withstand the wild tension, the head fell to its knees and screamed loudly. He curled his fingers into a fist, leaving visible scratch lines on the sand of the floor. The boy could not understand how it could happen that after such a ritual, the victim simply stood up, assessing how much his characteristics had increased. Realizing that the ritual had not gone according to plan, he looked fearfully at the boy sitting on his altar. He sat there smiling broadly and asking if he could do the same. The boy's smile grew even wider and took on a more predatory look. Clenching his fingers into a fist so tightly that his hands simply shook, the head said that he would not be able to. All those present did not take their eyes off the dialogue that was taking place between their head and the victim. He, in turn, could not stand such insolence, cursed loudly and rushed at the brunette. However, his attack simply flew past Oh Kang-woo, who silently smiled and moved to the side. The fireball that was about to hit him flew into the back wall, sending a wall of dust into the air. Casting a pleased look at the guild head, the brunette smiled and said that the attack wasn't bad enough. Meanwhile, the enemy again launched other fireballs at him, preventing him from breathing. However, Oh Kang-woo deftly dodged all the attacks by jumping over and not standing still. The fireballs exploded, scattering tongues of flame across the hall in which they were located. In 1 second, a huge ball of fire flew not towards the victim but towards the guild head. He didn't even understand what was happening, so he just looked at the attack, not understanding how this was possible. Oh Kang-yu used the power of the Iron Curtain, so there was a lot of black and purple smoke around him now. The brunette smiled as he explained that the more mages he had, the more comfortable he felt. With impotent rage, the guild leader clenched his teeth tightly and growled loudly through them. He turned to his followers, snarling for them to not just stand still, but attack the victim. Wasting no time, they pulled out all their weapons and rushed forward, obeying the order. Oh Kang-woo calmly watched as one of the followers ran towards him, sword drawn in front of him. Preparing for the attack, the brunette gathered purple energy around him, which gently enveloped him. When the attacker came almost to the shelter, a long black spike came out of the former demon lord's hand. In the next second, he lunged at one of the guild members, attacking first and knocking him down. From a strong blow to the stomach, he coughed, spitting out blood and saliva, and looked in front of him in fear. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo was already charging at the next guild follower, attacking him. In the end, the boy reached almost the end of the line, suddenly running into the third boy. The guild member let out a loud cry from how badly the shoulder hurt when the black spike went into it. Looking sternly at those still left, Oh Kang-woo loudly ordered them not to disturb him. However, those surrounding him from all sides noticed that the guild leader was going to use his power. Jo Deok-hyun was grinning widely, baring his teeth in a predatory and victorious smile. He summoned a large ball of hellfire, explaining that it could destroy any form of life. However, Oh Kang-woo's face did not twitch a single muscle at this moment, showing his level of indifference. The next moment he turned away, covering his mouth with his hand and trying to hold back the laughter that burst out. The veins on Cho Deok-hyun's face swelled as he looked at his opponent with a maddened gaze and wondered how he could control the mages. Suddenly, he saw a ball of hellfire rising near his hand, but it was much bigger than his. The boy lowered his hands for a moment, fearfully looking at the picture unfolding before him. The leader continued to hold his orb, but his look showed that he fully understood the insignificance of his position. Cho Deok-hyun could not believe that the one he wanted to sacrifice turned out to be much more powerful than him. It became noticeable how he shook with fear, like an aspen leaf, from the mere sight of a giant fireball. Looking intently at the wild snarl of his opponent, the guild leader realized that he would not be able to defeat someone like him. For a moment, Cho Deok-hyun was still holding the fireball over his hand in confusion. However, after quickly orienting himself, he quickly folded it, tightly curling his fingers into a fist. Oh Kang-woo watched in surprise, as the guild leader suddenly fell to his knees in front of him. Squinting his eyes, the former demon lord tried to understand what the head was up to. Meanwhile, he, raising his hands up, loudly rehearsed, calling the opponent the real incarnation of Andras. Unsure of how to react to this, Oh Kang-woo lashed out in embarrassment at the fanatic who bowed before him. Clasping his hands in a gesture of prayer, he shouted that they had waited long enough for him to appear, calling him their king. The rest of the followers watched in bewilderment as their leader crouched in front of the boy he wanted to sacrifice. Noticing that they were doing nothing, Cho Deok-hyun growled at them to bow their heads before the Lord. Looking at how they rushed to carry out his order, Oh Kang-woo thought that they were all real idiots, but they could think quickly. The brunette calmly watched as everyone quickly fell to their knees in homage. Bursting with snorts, Cho Deok-hyun said that he recognized him immediately, adding that they had been waiting a long time for him to come to them. Shaking his hands, the boy called his name, saying that his heart was just bursting with emotion. Oh Kang-woo thought that the guild head is not such a fool, now that he understands his position and bows down to him. Not wanting to miss such an opportunity, the former Lord of Hell spread his arms and activated the power of the heavens, opening his wings. Seeing this, Cho Deok-hyun froze in awe as he watched the metamorphoses. Looking at his blissful face, Oh Kang-woo let out a loud laugh as they finally recognized him. With a wide, predatory grin on his face, he introduced himself as Andras, known as the Hellfire King. Holding his head up, the boy added that he was the Lord of Hell and all demons, which caused an enthusiastic roar in his honor. Glancing at the leader, he ordered him to let his followers go, as he had something to discuss with him. Sitting down on the altar after all the other guild members had left, Oh Kang-woo said he had a few questions first. When Jo Deok-hyun rushed to praise him again, the boy, somewhat annoyed, ordered him to stop it. When he said that he knew perfectly well that he was not Andras, the guild leader paused for a moment, looking away in embarrassment. When he did decide to ask who was sitting in front of him, the brunette sharply ordered him to shut up. Grabbing him by the scruff of the neck, Oh Kang-woo warned that he would ask the questions here, and the leader would have to answer them all. Looking carefully at him, the boy decided to start with information about the rite, namely about who told about the possibility of opening a split with the help of magic. Jo Deok-hyun's cheeks shook visibly as he bleated that he was taught to do this. He said that once a stranger in the mask of a demon approached him and said that he would grant immortality for following him. Throwing the guild leader away from him, the former Lord of Hell called him a psycho because he didn't even know who he was talking to. Lying on the floor, Cho Do-hyuk explained that he went after the stranger because he was stronger than him. The stranger slaughtered their guild with a single right, giving them a choice between following him and dying. Then on the brink of death, they had no choice but to accept and follow the stranger's orders. When asked where this unknown person is now, the guild leader replied that he did not know, since he had not appeared since that day. Oh Kang-woo put a cane to his head and noticed that he was still following him firmly, at which he heard that the unknown person was quite strong. Resting his hand on his cheek, the brunette thought that at first he could really be forced to do such an activity. However, later, obeying the desire for power, he began to perform such ceremonies of his own free will. Scratching his chin, Oh Kang-woo raised his head and began to think about who might be hiding behind the mask. The religion of demons was like another cult, but these fools knew how to get to hell, and it was not worth turning a blind eye to. He asked Jo Deok-hyun for the letters with the orders given by the stranger, to which the boy handed him an envelope. Noticing the surprise, the guild leader assured that there was exactly one letter, so the brunette began to open the envelope. Oh Kang-woo began to carefully read the words written in the letter, which said that the head should convert as many people as possible and absorb mages. Finally, clutching the piece of paper tightly in his hand, the former Hell Lord pursed his lips tightly and snorted. When asked if he was the only one who received such an order, Cho Do-hyun replied that he did not know. As he climbed down from the altar, Oh Kang-woo thought that he couldn't be the only one, since only a fool could entrust the matter to Jo Deok-hyun. Realizing he had to do something, the brunette grabbed the guild leader's robes and pulled him towards him. Enraged that someone was trying to turn the land into hell, Oh Kang-woo looked at the leader carefully and ordered him to listen carefully. Orobas's horse face appeared in front of Cho Do-hyun's face as the brunette ordered him to stop performing any more rituals and learn more about the stranger. He screamed in fright, bursting into tears, and shouted that he understood everything and would keep what happened a secret. Looking at the guild leader kicking his heels, Oh Kang-woo thought that the boys had enough time to get angry. After all, he perfectly understood that they performed not one rite and not even two, but in fact there were many more of them. And if the government comes out on them now, they can come out on him while he investigates this case. However, the boy didn't worry about that, as Cho Deok-hyun would not have said anything about him anyway, due to using the power of fear. As he warmed up to relieve the tension in his muscles, Oh Kang-woo thought that he had had quite a tough day. After some time, when he came home, he loudly announced this to his friend with a broad smile. However, the boy did not expect that the alarmed Han Sol-ah would rush at him with an inquiry about where he was and why there was no communication with him. Pulling out his phone, Oh Kang-woo saw a notification of 22 missed calls on the screen. Scratching his head in no way, he apologized, explaining that he had to deal with certain matters, but assured that everything was fine with him. Casting a gentle glance at the girl and smiling warmly, Oh Kang-woo thanked her for worrying about him. Han Sol-ah blushed and said that she remembered his words that he would warn her next time. Turning towards the kitchen, the girl asked him what exactly he wanted for dinner, to which she heard that he wanted kimchi. Oh Kang-woo opened his mouth wide when he heard that she had already started cooking the kimchi stew. With tears in his eyes, he bowed to the girl and thanked her for what she prepares for him every day. Han Sol-ah suddenly announced that she managed to achieve her second awakening today, so she should start working as soon as possible. The girl folded her hands behind her back and asked her friend to listen to her carefully. With glowing eyes, she said that she received a special ability called Blessing of Light, and it was B level. Looking at the girl, Oh Kang-woo thought that she and Tae-soo would make a pretty good team, and their strength would go beyond the normal group. Sitting down at the table, the brunette asked her friend if she had already received invitations from the guilds, after which he decided to clarify which one she wanted to choose. However, Han Sol-ah hesitated, answering that she did not intend to join any of the guilds. Without turning to face him, she added that she wanted to help him instead. However, something was bothering him, so as he dug into his plate with a spoon, he awkwardly said that it was not a good idea to join him now. When the boy said that she couldn't help him now, Han Seola replied that she understood him. As he took off his uniform, Oh Kang-woo felt that his girlfriend was very upset, which did not add to his mood. Closing his eyes, he thought that maybe someday she could help, but not now. He himself was much stronger than players of the same level, so building a team now simply wouldn't allow him to gain enough experience. The guy understood that in order to train well, he needs to recruit a team of players who will complement each other. Placing the spoon on the table, Oh Kang-woo added that he knew a tank with A-rank abilities and thought she should team up with him to level up. Still not turning to face the interlocutor, Han Sol-ah said that she understood everything. However, Hearing that they would form a strong team when the two of them gained experience, the girl let out a surprised breath. Her face flushed as she smiled and agreed, adding that she would join the tank. Oh Kang-woo added that they both have great abilities, so it won't be difficult to level up quickly. While they were talking about the level, the prepared dishes were already boiling on the stove. Looking at his friend running around the kitchen, Oh Kang-woo thought about what he was investing in the future. Scratching his chin, he thought he should help them. But Han Seol-ah placed a pot of kimchi in front of him. When he heard that the dish was ready, the boy stared at the pan in a daze, sighing loudly. Wasting no time, he grabbed a spoon and quickly reached for the fragrant meat dish, thanking his friend. However, Han Seol-ah stopped him by bringing another pot closer and offering to try the stew with it today. Realizing what might be there, Oh Kang-woo glared wildly at the girl. Ta quickly put a long ramen into the pot of kimchi, which served as a wonderful topping. For the boy, this dish was now like enlightenment in a pot. Reaching for his wands, he cursed the demonic cult on which the world stood. The boy did not know who they were, but he promised them that for the sake of kimchi, he would definitely save this world, no matter what. The next day, standing at the player service center, Oh Kang-woo asked the receptionist if he could get his C-rank player card today. However, the girl explained to him that starting with C-rank, there is a thorough check of magic stones, so it is not possible to issue a certificate right away. The disappointed boy left the center and looked around, thinking that he did not have time to wait. Looking up, he mentally snickered, trying to figure out what to do next. Glancing at the crowd of players crowding in front of the building, Oh Kang-woo remembered that he had never rested properly since he had returned. And with the demonic cult, nothing could be done yet, so it was impossible to miss such a chance. However, now the boy was faced with the question of what to do all day. Looking at his phone, he thought that he was too poor before going to hell. That's why I was killing time by watching comics and movies, which I even thought about doing now. However, he quickly blocked the phone, thinking that it is not worth going back to it now. Looking up, Oh Kang-woo was determined not to live like he did 10,000 years ago, as he had expended too much effort to return. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he noticed that he had stopped at one of the internet cafes. The guy approached one of the computers with interest, with dazed eyes, thinking about how comfortable the chairs were. He immediately noticed on the computer screen a tab with an open menu of the establishment, rejoicing that you can order food here. Oh Kang-woo remembered how he had heard that one must order ramen when coming here. When he went to the Games tab, he decided to choose the most popular of them. Putting his fingers to his chin, the boy read that he had to assemble a team of 5 people with different roles. In choosing who will do all the dirty work on the battlefield, Oh Kang-woo chose the avatar of a cat with a hat and glasses on his head. He watched in a daze as the game began, wondering what to do next. They and another player were slowly approaching the unknown creature, when suddenly the cat shot it in the forehead with a slingshot. Another player's character burst into tears when he asked him in the chat what he killed the creature for. While the boy was answering him, the waiter came over and said that his ramen was ready. Ignoring the mutterings and curses hurled at him in the game's chat, Oh Kang-woo began to enjoy the food brought to him. He was completely unaffected by the words of the unknown person, who was now trying to reach the newcomer. The boy was delighted with the pickled radish ramen they brought him, thinking it was the perfect combination. Washing it all down with a refreshing soda, Oh Kang-woo thought he was in heaven today. Suddenly, someone's loud scream was heard not far from him, which made him look at the computer screen again. There, the boy saw a character with a sword standing over his avatar and his partner's avatar, and they were both lying dead. Suddenly, a shout was heard from behind again, cursing as hard as he could while calling the name of his game character. Realizing that it was about him, Oh Kang-woo wiped his lips from the soda water and frowned. Not understanding what was happening, he turned to see who was talking so loudly. At the opposite table, the boy saw a girl with a short red square and a black cap. She looked disappointedly at her screen, but noticing a careful look on her, she told the boy not to touch her now. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to the screen of an unknown boy, on which the same game as hers was displayed. The girl turned her attention to the boy again, thinking that a strange coincidence had happened. However, it was not yet clear whether this was a joy or a great misfortune. Stepping closer, she was indignant that he was eating ramen right in the middle of their conversation. Looking at him sternly, she pointed to the door and advised him to get out before it was too late. However, Oh Kang-woo only looked at her incomprehendingly and asked who she was and what she meant. The girl froze for a moment, not understanding whether he was serious or just joking with her. She lunged at him, screaming again and reaching forward to grab the boy. However, the next moment her eyes widened in fright as she felt herself fly past. Oh Kang-woo, meanwhile, advised her to stop insulting those who had done nothing to her and asked her why she had lashed out at him. But she didn't answer, instead lunging again, now in the other direction. When it did not work, the girl repeated the feint a third time, but the opponent again managed to dodge. Oh Kang-woo looked at the stranger, trying to understand why she was so cheerful. The girl froze for a moment, analyzing the situation and thinking about what to do next. Noticing that she was about to attack again, Oh Kang-woo moved slightly to the side in his chair. Immediately after that, avoiding a direct hit, he jumped out of his chair, changing his location. Wasting no time, the stranger swung her leg, but the boy deftly ducked. Oh Kang-woo tried his best not to fall into the redhead's hands, watching her actions intently. Meanwhile, the girl, not planning to give up, raised her hand and made a sharp lunge forward. However, in the process, she realized that her opponent is no longer where she is attacking. Her fist flew forward by inertia, still not hitting the desired target. She paused, looking at her fist, which was streaked with lightning, and trying to find the words to say something. Looking at the boy, the girl asked him who he was, suspecting that he had been sent by the Mere Guild. After mentioning that the said guild was one of the strongest, Oh Kang-woo replied that he didn't understand what she was talking about. However, the girl curled her fingers into a fist and resented his lies, wondering how someone like him could not be in the guild. When he asked which guild she was in, the stranger smiled defiantly and said that she was a member of one of the best guilds. However, she immediately realized that she could burn herself, so she fell silent, mentally instructing herself to calm down. While she was thinking about the fact that she could not name her guild, the boy was already on his way to the cash register to pay. To her indignant cries that she's not done with him yet, Oh Kang-woo turns around and nonchalantly says that he's hit by her dick. Slowly approaching him, the redhead demanded that he stop gluing the fool and answer normally. She sternly added that she would never believe that an A-rank player would be without a guild membership, but the boy responded by taking out his ID card, poking it practically in the girl's face. Stunned, the stranger read on the card that her opponent's rank was defined as D. At her surprised words that he really is a newbie, Oh Kang-woo replied that he even almost died recently. The redhead thought hard about the fact that if he really was a novice, she would have defeated him. And while she was lost in thought again, the boy simply said that he was leaving, after which the cashier wished him a good day. The stranger quietly tried to stop him, but he did not even listen to her. Cursing the boy for what the world stood on, she still couldn't believe that he was a D-rank player. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo, with his hands in his pockets, quickly left the internet cafe and walked out onto the busy street. He was lost in thought about what had just happened between him and the red-haired stranger. Looking at his fist, the boy thought that most of his powers were still sealed, which made him quite weak in battle. However, he could not have thought that he would soon meet a player who would have the same power as him. The boy remembered his fight with the redhead in the internet cafe and her movement at the very end. It was he who seemed very familiar to him and was the most unexpected, because at that moment the girl practically disappeared from his sight for a few seconds. The boy came to his senses only when the stranger's hand was practically near his face. Taking a deep breath and exhaling loudly, Oh Kang-woo tried to figure out who the unknown girl was. Suddenly, an unknown sound caught his attention, causing him to look down in search of its source. Meanwhile, not far from where he was standing, a window opened in one of the houses. In the next moment, the red-haired woman's familiar white sneakers appeared on the windowsill. A second later, the girl suddenly jumped down from the window. Pulling the cap over her eyes, she pursed her lips tightly and looked around to make sure there were no witnesses. Realizing that there was no one around and it was noisy enough that extra ears could not hear her, the girl took out the communication device. Opening it, she held her finger on the large round button for a few seconds. Hearing the voice of the operator of the strategic division of the Red Rose on the other end of the wire, Cha Yong-ju asked to be connected to the head of the Human Resources Department. Waiting for a connection with him, the girl nervously clenched her fists in her jacket pocket. Suddenly, a young man, Park Hyun-woo, who introduced himself as the head of the Human Resources Department, picked up the phone on the other end and asked what had happened. Cha Yong-ju replied to his question that she needed him to conduct one very important investigation. When asked if it was a demonic cult, she added that she wasn't sure, but it was possible. The girl said that she saw the player's card, but she was quite suspicious, as was the boy himself. Cha Yong-ju said the player's name is Oh Kang-woo and the map says he has a D rank. Park Hyun-woo replied that since he only had a D rank, it was much easier to forge an ID than for other ranks. However, if he really has the specified rank, then he can only kill equals or lower in level. However, the girl replied that he was definitely pretending to be another person, because during the fight, he could guess all her actions. Standing on one of the air conditioners, the girl listened as the head of Human Resources assured her that no one from the demonic cult could withstand her attacks. Cha Yong-ju has long been investigating the activities of the demonic cult, and until now, no one could match her in martial arts until this guy appeared. She remembered all his moves during their fight, which made him deftly dodge all her attacks. Cha Yong-ju couldn't believe that all his movements were dictated solely by his reflexes. She raised her finger when she heard that since Oh Kang-woo was so skilled at repelling her attacks, he might even be the leader of a demonic cult. At the words that this could mean a serious intensification of the work of the cult, the girl hit the wall with her fist. After hearing her order to find as much information as possible about the player, the head of the personnel department said that he would do everything, after which the girl hung up. Cha Yeonju raised her fisted hand and thought about the fact that there was currently no definite information about the boy's cult affiliation. However, looking at his button that she had torn off during the battle, she was sure of one thing. While the girl was thinking about this, Oh Kang-woo also noticed that a button was missing from his jacket. He looked carefully under his feet, guessing where exactly his jacket might have torn. Meanwhile, Cha Yeonju couldn't get the player she had recently met out of her mind. She was well aware of the fact that Oh Kang-woo was much stronger than her. The same man holding onto his torn jacket was mentally preparing for new encounters with the redhead, realizing that the ions would definitely happen. Thinking about the boy, Cha Yeonju's fingers clenched tightly into a fist, clutching his button. She understood that his abilities at this rank could be a talent, and in that case she would not be able to defeat him. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo himself, walking down the street, thought with annoyance that he had expected to rest normally. But tomorrow, as soon as he received his certificate, he was going to go to the C-rank gate. In fact, in Cha Yeonju's eyes, the boy was a threat to her position as a high-ranking player, which she wanted to maintain. After some time, the girl returned to the internet cafe, sternly answering the cashier that the break was over. Returning to her computer, she was glad that Oh Kang-woo had already left. Bracing her fist on the table, Cha Yeonju looked intently at her monitor. In the next moment, true rage and hatred from what she saw flashed in her eyes. A notification flashed on the screen that her rank had been downgraded to bronze. The button she was clutching in her fist shattered into tiny pieces from the strain as she mentally vowed to find the boy and destroy him. Her energy was so strong that Oh Kang-woo, who was walking down the street, put his arms around his shoulders, feeling the chill on his skin. The next day, the boy was already standing at the C-rank gate, surrounded by heavy security and many players. The pamphlet he kept with his ID said that there were trolls in this schism. He wanted to enter the middle, but the guard stopped him, warning that C-rank players in a team of 5 people could enter. To his surprised question, one of the soldiers explained that the boss of the trolls had appeared, so it is forbidden to enter alone. Answering that everything is clear, the boy thought about the fact that as soon as he gets a license, monsters immediately appear. He huffed as he looked at the players dreaming around and thought about how he should assemble the team. Oh Kang-woo felt that the C-rank gate had a completely different atmosphere than the lower rank gate. Looking at the players' weapons, he noticed that they were much better than what he had seen before. However, a more rigorous check was something he didn't like, as the boy wanted to enter the rift alone. Suddenly, 2 boys were heard talking from behind that they wanted to beat the boss and get 1,000,001. 2 others also discussed a plan of action to move into the middle of the split. There was doubt, panic, and uncertainty all around the crowd of players as no one knew what to do. The boy gave a predatory grin, intending to add some anger as a seasoning to all the emotions he was feeling. He approached one of the players, thinking that it would be even easier for him than with the hobgoblin. He was so engrossed in thinking that their levels were too low to meet the boss, that he didn't even notice a hand covering his shoulder. Suddenly he froze, feeling a wave of fury and wild determination rise up inside him. At some point, the boy stood up and asked loudly how long they would be such losers. His partner looked at the boy in alarm, asking him what kind of thing bit him. He also recalled how they were constantly attacked by bullies at school, recalling how he himself was kicked. At such moments, he tried to cover his head, protecting it from blows, and dreamed of taking revenge on all those who insulted him. And then the gates began to open, and he thought that this was exactly the answer to his request. The boy then smiled, rejoicing that he would finally gain strength and not have to humiliate himself anymore. However, what made him angry now was what was happening around him, namely that they had to adapt to the monsters. His companions could not understand what had happened to their friend and why he had changed so dramatically, but the next moment, one of them also began to resent that they were trembling with fear when they could win. One of the girls standing nearby shouted that she would never forgive those who killed her brother. One of the players was watching what was happening and could not explain all this in any way. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his head saying that one shouldn't be hanging around the low-level gate all the time, causing him to clench his teeth tightly in rage. Suddenly, he shouted that they were right, and he would take revenge on anyone who humiliated him even once in his life, no matter if it was a monster or not. All the players present began to shout wildly, advocating to go to the split immediately. The soldiers who were standing at the gate did not understand what had happened and why such a noise suddenly arose. The boy Oh Kang-woo first approached them almost close and ordered the gate to be opened. Behind him was already a whole crowd of angry players who wanted the same thing as him. Without waiting for permission from the guards, they all rushed towards the gate together. One of the guards asked loudly what had come over them, adding that he had never seen such a reaction to the appearance of a boss. While reporting on the radio that there were many players at the C-rank front gate demanding confirmation, the boy didn't even notice the figure that flew past him. As he stopped outside the gate, Oh Kang-woo thought that seeing all the players working together was a very pleasing sight. Raising his head and smiling, he thought with satisfaction that all the reward would be his. The boy went through the gate and on the other side saw a large sand arch with sand around it. As he walked along it and the sand was blown by the wind, Oh Kang-woo thought about being in a desert. Assessing the sandy landscape, the boy thought that it was different from a swamp or a forest. Putting a hand to his eyes to protect them from the sun's rays, the boy began to see his boss, realizing that it would not be easy to do so. Suddenly his attention was drawn to something below, where he glanced, thinking to use the power of the heavens. Without thinking for a long time, the boy made one big jump, instantly finding himself on the nearby hill. He landed sharply, resting his hands on the hot sand. Channeling the energy through his hands, he used the power of the beholder from the demon Astaroth. Immediately after that, a large face appeared above the desert, whose red eyes could see almost every nook and cranny of it. This is how Oh Kang-woo managed to see two trolls climbing the sand dunes between the boulders. Marveling at how clearly their peaks were visible, the boy thought that the effect of the force was simply incredible. Examining the monster carefully, Oh Kang-woo tried to find the boss that should be the biggest among them. Suddenly his attention was drawn by a huge troll who was holding an axe in his hands and was dressed in armor. Looking at his square, monstrous pike with small eyes that glowed yellow, Oh Kang-woo confirmed with satisfaction that it was the boss. Stopping the use of the observer's power, the boy carefully looked in the direction where he saw the boss. Wiping his forehead, the brunette thought about the fact that there were too many soldiers around him. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a crowd of other players heading towards the trolls. Hearing the way they cut their throats, chopping off everyone's heads, the boy thought he could use them. Jumping from hill to hill, Oh Kang-woo thought he would let them deal with the soldiers and take on the boss himself. Approaching the monsters, he decided it was time to start a fight. And first of all, in order to be able to get to the boss, it was necessary to lure his subordinates. Concentrating his energy in his palm, the boy launched an attack on the squad of monsters. Wasting no time, he began to form a weapon element from dark energy. In a moment, he already had a large black spear in his hands. Resting his feet on the sand for more stability, the boy held his weapon in front of him, preparing to attack. Raising it higher, Oh Kang-woo pulled his hands back for a stronger swing. Looking at the squad of trolls with wild red eyes, the boy carefully tried to aim. In the next second, the spear flew straight into the boss monster, hitting him in the chest. The largest goblin fell into the sand with a wild roar, and the player was notified of a level up and extra points. Oh Kang-woo was staring in a daze at where the boss had been a second ago, not understanding what had just happened. Sitting on the rock, Oh Kang-woo watched as the goblins crawled towards their boss, not understanding what was happening. The guy even doubted for a moment that he was really the boss, but this information was highlighted in the notification window. Oh Kang-woo wondered if it was normal for a monster of this level to be so weak, but he quickly realized that he was actually stronger than he expected. Clenching and unclenching his hand into a fist, he hoped to hunt with the utmost caution. However, looking at the rest of the monsters, he thought that with such power, this wish was simply impossible. Sensing the approach of their enemy, the trolls looked around intently, sniffing out exactly where he was. After making one big leap, Oh Kang-woo found himself right in the middle of the pack of monsters, with his arms out to his sides. He smiled widely, anticipating the battle and realizing that his original plans were changing. With a wild roar, the thick troll carcasses charged at the player, planning to attack him and avenge their boss. However, Oh Kang-woo was already ready to fight, holding out his spiked hand in front of him. Noticing the mace of one of the monsters approaching him, the boy stretched his lips in a wide, satisfied smile. His face took on a predatory expression as he carefully watched the approaching monsters. In the next second, he swung his spikes, slicing through several opponents at once. The rest of the trolls glared at him with dull eyes, bared black teeth, and low growls. A large cut appeared on the body of one of the monsters, from which a bright blue light began to emanate. It grew, and the wider the cut became, the more energy came out of it. Drooling from his mouth, the troll watched as his stomach just ripped open with wild pain. Oh Kang-woo stood in the middle of all the carnage and raised his arms to his sides and held his head up in satisfaction. He was glad that he could use an attack that unleashed the full power of the blade with almost no limitations. Suddenly looking to the side, the boy noticed that he had a new skill called Blades of the Earth, and it had an A rank. Looking at his opponents, Oh Kang-woo thought that the skills could be obtained by players who often use their special abilities. Meanwhile, the trolls were trying to figure out what to do now, mindlessly hatching on the boy and drooling. Releasing a drop of energy from his nail, the brunette smiled as he prepared to test out a new ability. The drop fell on the sand, making ripples on it, as if a stone had been thrown into water. Immediately after that, waves of energy began to spread in all directions from the player. The trolls stopped, trying to understand what was going to happen now, and looking in different directions for this. Beneath their feet were thin purple lines of energy that they could feel on the bottoms of their feet. At one point, one of the troll's leg was pierced by a large black spike that stuck out of the sand. Understanding where to expect danger from, the creatures rushed to escape, trying to avoid pain and death. However, the black spikes caught up with them, piercing through not only the legs but also the whole body. Realizing that there was nowhere to wait for rescue, the trolls looked at their opponent in fear and doom. When it was all over, O Kang-woo watched with satisfaction as the pieces of trolls lay scattered in various parts of the battlefield. Approaching one of the hands, he thought that it would be time for him to enjoy his well-deserved reward. The boy activated his Devourer power ability, gathering mages from the remains of the monsters. However, at that moment, he noticed that his mage level had increased by a small number of units. Looking at his hand, O Kang-woo thought that this was exactly what they were talking about when they warned about the difficulty of increasing the indicators. But he didn't worry about it because his leveling rate was normal, and he only had 4 levels left before his 4th awakening. After the guy disappeared from the battlefield, other players came there and began to search for the boss. However, they were disappointed because they thought they would get a big opponent, but in fact, they found nothing. Some already thought that the military might have been mistaken, but one of the players noticed that he did not see not only the boss, but also ordinary trolls. However, another mentioned seeing several trolls running past them rather strangely, clearly running from someone. Approaching the large web of cracks, one of those present said that the traces of the battle were obvious, but the body itself was not there. Not having found anything interesting for themselves, the players decided to leave, as they were thoroughly bored with this hunt. They turned and walked back, not noticing the figure following them from behind the tree. Hearing the words that they wanted to complain, O Kang-woo thought that the power of fury was still affecting the players. They walked along the sandy road, cursing those who announced the boss on which the world stands. The brunette slowly emerged from behind the tree and followed them, trying to blend into their group. Upon exiting the gate, players lashed out at the guards, claiming they had lied about the boss, causing many to lose time. Looking around and trying to be as inconspicuous as possible, O Kang-woo thought that everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, someone barked loudly to silence everyone, and the boy looked with a dazed look to where the voice was coming from. His attention was drawn by people in bright red uniforms, by which he guessed that a detachment of Kvarans was in front of him. Everyone present began to whisper about why the Kvarans had come here, building assumptions that someone had beaten the guards. O Kang-woo also wondered why they had come so suddenly and what could have happened. Some of the players already wanted to go home, arguing that it was just a waste of time to hang out here. Suddenly, their attention was drawn by a figure who was quickly approaching the gate with a confident gait. The white-haired girl's name was Baek Hwa-young, and she was the commander of the 3rd Squad of Hwarans. Slamming her sword to the ground, she commanded everyone to shut up as she had something to tell the players. The girl carefully looked around everyone present, starting a speech about the events that took place very recently. While she talked about the cow players she had spotted, her subordinates carefully scanned the crowd. Baek Hwa-young explained that they had come to do a surprise inspection. When O Kang-woo heard this, he thought that everyone had heard about these players for quite some time. The boy frowned as he didn't like the sudden inspection of the players. The commander ordered everyone to get their player IDs so her men could check them. Looking at her stern gaze, O Kang-woo hoped that he himself would not have any problems. The girl assured everyone present that the inspection would not take much time. Without expressing his feelings with facial expressions, O Kang-woo thought that he was acting more suspicious than usual today. And if they came for him, it would be too dangerous to do anything suspicious, and there were too many eyes to escape. Moreover, looking at Baek Hwa-young, he understood that she was not one to slip past so easily. And while the boy was thinking about how to escape unnoticed, they approached him, demanding his player's ID. Raising his head, he saw a white-haired woman in front of him, who assumed that the millet had lost his ID. However, pulling himself together, O Kang-woo calmly handed her the card, his lips stretched into a wide smile. The girl snorted loudly, but since she did not give any orders, the boy thought that he was unlikely to get caught. However, starting today, he decided to be more careful, as the cow players had already made their move and lit up. Having decided that it is necessary to try to find out something, the guy thanked her for personally taking up the search, to which he heard that you cannot gain authority by chasing subordinates. Admiring the commander in his mind, O Kang-woo said that she was worthy of respect. And while the girl was looking at his ID, he expressed the opinion that there have been more and more cow players lately. Looking down, Baek Hwa-yeon said that's why they're doing these inspections. Upon hearing that he had passed the inspection, Oh Kang-woo smiled and thanked her for the job well done. Looking at his card, the boy said that to have a good life, you just need to hunt monsters. Accepting the certificate, he added that he found it difficult to believe that people are ready to kill other people for money. Looking at the interlocutor through narrowed eyes, the boy thought that she should know that cow players are not after money. And he also thought that the government should definitely know about the activities of the demonic cult. At his words about which cow players they were looking for, so that he would let him know if he saw them, the girl narrowed her eye and looked at the boy. However, after a short pause, she calmly answered that he should leave the Central Security Service to them. The girl added that the safety of the players was actually their job, causing Oh Kang-woo to thank him with a short laugh. Baek Hwa-yeon warned him that it would be safer to level up in the D-rank gates. At the same time, she added that there are very few good people like him in their world, and she hopes that there will be more of them. To which Oh Kang-woo mentally replied with a wide smile that if there were more people like him, the world would be a disaster. Immediately after that, looking at the commander's trail, the boy thought about whether her investigation was secret. Deciding that while the government investigates the demons, it would be better for him to wait at home, he dialed Tae-soo's number and offered to meet. A few days later, he and Han Sol-ah were waiting for a greeting outside a cafe. He was the first to extend his hand to the girl, glad to meet the healer he had heard so much about. Oh Kang-woo awkwardly watched as his friend held out his hand to the big man while smiling broadly. He was troubled by the way Tae-soo looked at Han Sol-ah with a rapturous gaze while complimenting her looks. As they sat down at the table, the brunette announced that he wanted them to train together to level up, to which the healer replied that he agreed, since everyone would want a healer with B-rank ability on their team. When he called her daughter-in-law asking if that was her only ability, Han Sol-ah was surprised and blushed. However, he added that there was nothing to be ashamed of, so he asked to tell more about her powers. The girl said that in addition to treatment, she can buff strength, health, and dexterity. Hearing these words, Tae-soo looked at her in surprise, not expecting her to be able to both heal and buff. And when he heard that she could also use her skills to attack, the man said that she was really incredible. He added that it is quite difficult to find such a healer, and she will be accepted even by high-level guilds, which shocked Oh Kang-woo quite a bit, who lashed out at his friend. And while Han Sol-ah was explaining that she didn't want to join the guild, the guy noticed that Tae-soo called her daughter-in-law, and she didn't object. Taking a big gulp of soda, the big man replied that he also wanted to become a legend among the players along with Oh Kang-woo. To his question about whether Americano is not the best drink, the brunette answered that he praises it like some kind of soup. Looking carefully at his companion, the boy asked if he had already found someone for the role of damager. To which Tae-soo replied that he had 2 examples that were so talented that he immediately wondered why they weren't still in the guild. Hearing that he had an incredible sense of people, Oh Kang-woo squinted, reminding him of the cow players, forcing him to admit that sometimes he was wrong. Cheers said that he would like to introduce these players because he trusts them completely, so Oh Kang-woo asked Han Sol-ah's opinion. She replied that she didn't mind as she wanted to level up as soon as possible to be able to help him. Without lowering his gaze, the boy told her not to hurry, because the most important thing for him is her safety. Looking at them, Tae-soo said that they look very cute and nice to look at. When they finished their lunch, the hunk suggested that they meet tomorrow in the Incheon area, which surprised the brunette a bit. However, hearing that there was a D-rank gate with trolls in it, the boy looked at his partner in surprise. He knew perfectly well that such a split would be much better, since trolls are stronger than lizard men and there is no need to keep quiet with them. Recognizing that he was smarter than he first thought, Oh Kang-woo praised him for his good idea. Hearing his wish to meet tomorrow, Tae-soo looked at his companion in surprise, asking if he was leaving already. His reply that he still had some business to do didn't convince the big man, so his expression didn't change. To his question, Oh Kang-woo replied, kneading his hands, that he wanted to raise his level a little. He didn't have much time left until his 4th awakening, since he was already level 29, so it was better to level him up sooner. Returning to the rift, he once again used the power of the beholder to find opponents. Immediately after that, the boy saw a pack of trolls mindlessly wandering around in a circle. When they heard the approach of the enemy, they raised their heads to notice him faster. The next moment, the player quickly dashed past the monsters, exposing a spike in front of him. The trolls didn't even understand what was happening when red scratches began to spread over their bodies. Looking at the successful outcome of his attack, Oh Kang-woo thought about how much longer he would have to hunt. Suddenly his attention was attracted by the strange smell of human blood, which was quite sharp. He was so strong, it was as if he was coming from 5 or 6 people at once. Going there, the boy thought about the fact that a group of players could have died in the rift, even though there was no boss here. And this could lead to a high probability that the cow players were behind it. Suddenly he noticed a group of killed players lying near one of the boulders. Wasting no time, O Kang-woo rushed down to them to inspect the injured for any need for help. However, he noticed that everyone was dead, so it wasn't a demonic cult that did it, since that required sacrifices. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy wondered who could have done this if the scent had only recently started to spread. Just as he thought that the culprit was somewhere nearby, he heard a noise behind him. Looking around, O Kang-woo stared in horror at what was standing behind him and was obviously responsible for the group's demise. In front of him, he saw a monster still holding someone's hand between its terrible teeth. The boy could not understand what the hellhound was doing here, which was the guard of one of the circles of hell. The creature came closer and, opening its muzzle wide, growled loudly. O Kang-woo didn't even have time to decently think about what a hell guard could be doing here when the hound immediately rushed at him. Realizing that he had no chance of avoiding a fight with her, the boy mentally cursed, trying to think of something. He pulled out one of his spikes and, with all the strength he was capable of, slapped the monster across the face with it. Sensing how strong the monster was, the brunette thought that the exact same guard was in front of him as he recognized his strength. Suddenly, the hound opened its mouth again, from which blood red was pouring out, drawing air into it. A moment later, the dog sent a huge ball of fire at its opponent. The creature froze, looking at how a huge wall of fire and smoke was unfolding at the place where the boy was standing. The hound's eyes glowed with a red, otherworldly light, and tongues of flame appeared from its mouth as it snarled loudly in anticipation of its victory. The creature silently and patiently looked at the stone fragments that were spinning around. Using them as a foothold, O Kang-woo tried to keep distance between him and the monster by using a curtain of dust. Realizing that the power of the blades was useless, the boy decided to use another technique, for which he began to form weapons in his hands. Using the power of the dark blade, he was already holding a long spear in his hands in a moment. O Kang-woo began to spin it in a circle, forming a small spiral and trying to hide from the creature for a while. The hellhound, raising its muzzle up, looked at the bright light that suddenly shone in the sky. In the next moment, the creature growled loudly as a spear flew sharply into its shoulder. The monster collapsed onto its side, doing a few flips over itself, and O Kang-woo landed a few steps away from her. Exhaling tiredly, the player thought about the fact that he finally managed to defeat the fierce creature. However, in the next moment, he realized that his joy was premature, as what he saw made him scream in terror. From a cloud of dust, a hellhound, even more angry than before, rushed at him with its mouth wide open. The boy thought feverishly about what to do, trying to find a way out of the situation. O Kang-woo slammed his foot into the dry ground with all his might, trying to push away from it as hard as he could and starting a web of cracks on it. In the next second, he jumped up, trying to hit the creature, which had already made the final jump. Swinging his leg, the boy thought that he needed to find the weak point of his enemy. The hellhound's red eyes widened in surprise from the hard blow to the jaw. Realizing that the moment of confusion would not last forever, O Kang-woo thought that now was the moment for a good attack. Looking at the monster's gaping mouth, he began to collect dark energy in his palms. Landing on the ground, the boy who had the strength hit his fists, using the force of an earthquake and shattering the ground under the monster and himself. The ground beneath them collapsed, dragging both the hellhound and the player into the abyss. As he flew downwards, O Kang-woo once again gathered dark energy between his palms for another attack. In a moment, the long spear was in his hands again, with which he was going to pierce the monster's mouth. The boy shoved it right between the hellhound's eyes, closing its jaws to a heap. The boy's eyes burned with rage as he focused on finally finishing off the infernal sentinel. From the strain, one of the huge teeth cracked and broke off, flying to the side. The hellhound rested its paws on the stones that were beneath it, using it as a point of support. When both opponents flew to the bottom of the pit they fell into, a cloud of dust immediately rose into the air. They were not visible from above, but only a large hole in the ground was visible. In the next second, an infernal monster jumped out of it, a spear still sticking out of its eyes. At this moment, O Kang-woo landed on the ground and did a few spins while leaning on his back. Pausing a little, the boy raised his head and looked at the healthy dog, preparing to continue their duel. The player was breathing heavily from the wild tension, and a drop of sweat was running down his face. As he lifted and followed the dog, he thought that it was quite nice to get back on his feet. Looking at the ferocious glare of the hellhound, O Kang-woo knew that attacks of such power would not be enough. Resting his hands on his knees, the boy thought about the fact that the monster remained as persistent as before. Hearing the dog growl again, he thought that everything had started anew. Tongues of orange-red flame began to appear around the hellhound's body. In a second, she began to burn all over, but the monster himself did not mind. At some point, a large pile of dust and debris rose up on the city where the monster stood. And in the direction of O Kang-woo, a large ball of fire flew towards him, which was sent by the hellhound. However, the player was not frightened by this, and he quietly said that he was just a dog who did not know his place. Gathering dark energy around him, he began to summon the demon Baphomet. Using his heavenly might power, the boy took a battle stance, preparing to attack. The hellhound, meanwhile, was rushing towards him, ignoring the spear sticking out between her eyes. Covered in fire, the monster has already approached its opponent almost head-to-head. However, O Kang-woo was not about to give up, so he gritted his teeth fiercely and growled loudly. Pulling out one of his spikes, he thrust it into the monster's nose with all his might. With a wild snarl splattering blood, the hellhound jumped away from the boy. The boy froze for a moment, carefully watching what the monster would do next. A great cloud of dust and stones rose up where the monster landed, turning around. Trying to shake the sand from his suit and breathing heavily, O Kang-woo thought that the monster proved to be quite strong. However, seeing the hellhound carcass reappear in front of him, the player cursed, thinking that it would be a good idea to use two powers at once. Taking a fighting stance, O Kang-woo was happy because he had defeated many such creatures in hell in his time. Looking at the monster, he thought that his current level was not enough to win. Finally, after a brief hold on its paws, the hellhound fell dead at the feet of the winner. Exhaling loudly, the player thought that the dog was indeed quite stubborn. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a notification that he had successfully dealt with a C-rank splinter fragment. The guy carefully looked at the notification, not understanding what it was about. He remembered hearing something about the Rift Core, suspecting that was what the creatures from hell were called on Earth. However, glancing at the dead dog, O Kang-woo wondered how it could have gotten here. He knew very well that the monster could not use the weapons of the Seven Princes, so the question of exactly what the split looked like remained open. Scratching his head, the boy decided that it was foolish to obsess over something he had no information about, so he rushed to check other notifications. He noticed with a smile that there were quite a few, but only one interested him. O Kang-woo smiled, thinking though that after receiving the 4 awakenings, he could no longer worry about the little things. With these words, the boy used his devourer power on the hellhound. With a wide, predatory smile, O Kang-woo thought that very soon he would be able to obtain Manmajung's full power and become stronger than hell. Watching the black smoke devour the monster's body, he thought that leveling up was the right decision. Kneading his body, the boy walked out of the rift gate with a noticeable smile on his face. He walked down the street with a big smile, thinking that there might still be kimchi waiting for him at home. Suddenly, the boy heard someone say hello to him, which made him stop in surprise. Standing before him was the same red-haired girl he had met at the internet cafe. Casting a stern look at the boy from under her cap, Cha Yeon-ju said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Realizing that she couldn't just die, O Kang-woo squinted and let out a loud sigh. He sternly added that they weren't close enough to greet each other very bluntly, adding that they decided to still be at the cafe. However, when the girl introduced herself, he thought about hearing her name in the player support center. The boy feverishly began to recall all the guilds that were in the top 5. It suddenly dawned on him that Cha Yeon-ju was the leader of the Red Rose Guild, which the girl confirmed with a smile. Now, it wasn't surprising that she was so strong during their duel, so with a smile, O Kang-woo asked what she wanted from him. In the next second, he was looking in a daze at the girl who was telling his entire biography. She added that he had not been heard from for the past 5 years, but had recently registered as a player. When she asked if she was right, O Kang-woo replied that he had no idea what she was doing all this for, but everything was right. Looking at his device, Cha Yeon-ju said that he had registered as a player about 3 weeks ago. The girl also said that when tested, his results showed abilities slightly higher than F rank, but in her opinion, they are incorrect. Adding that since he disappeared for 5 years and then started hunting C-rank gates, at first she thought he just faked his ID. However, his fingerprints and face matched the database. Upon hearing this, O Kang-woo asked how she managed to get his prints. Without even looking at him, Cha Yeon-ju reminded him that they were taken during check-in. And while the boy thought about the fact that the guild heads had more power than he had hoped, the girl said that this convinced her of his authenticity as a player. And this meant that he was a player with great talent, who could even surpass her. At the same time, O Kang-woo could even be stronger than Baek Kang-hyun himself, which the boy himself accepted without enthusiasm. He thanked her for the high rating, after which he asked what exactly she wanted from him. The girl froze for a moment, crossing her arms over her chest and choosing her words. After that, she said that she was informing him that they wanted to sponsor him as the head of the guild. She was surprised at his admission that he expected to hear something different. Oh Kang-woo smiled and said that he thought she was going to convince him to join her guild. Cha Young-ju smiled and asked how she could summon a player hiding behind an F rank into the guild. In addition, she added that if he wanted to join the guild, he would not hide his powers. The girl explained that sponsorship is called financial support, and besides, it can help him raise his level. However, when the guy asked what is the benefit to her, assuming that she wanted help in that game, Red Rose's head went wild. Clutching her head, she mentally began to remind herself of her guild head status and replied that she simply offered him. Oh Kang-woo laughed and said that he was just joking since it was his first time playing the game. Hearing that she never reached silver, the guy realized that she was still on bronze, which made her mad again. Looking at the interlocutor, he asked why she was trying so hard to sponsor him. While adjusting the cap, Cha Yeon-ju explained that she wanted to do it because he would become stronger. Crossing his arms, the boy listened as the interlocutor listed all his achievements over the past 3 weeks. When he asked what exactly her sponsorship would give him, the girl replied that to begin with, they would give him temporary access to high-level gates. Placing his fingers on his chin, Oh Kang-woo smiled and said that he liked the offer. In addition, if he wants to organize a group, she will provide him with people of any class. And through her, it is fashionable to sell stones tax-free. Hearing the offer of help in forming a group and saving money, the boy opened his mouth in a daze. Cha Young-ju said that the guild would provide normal weapons for free. And also, if he wants, they will give him a house and a car. And while she asked what he thought about it, Oh Kang-woo kept trying to understand why the girl was so nice to him. Even her words that she was contributing to the future did not convince him. Looking at him intently, the guild leader added that they would give him a task in due time and hoped that he would not fail. Putting his hand to his mouth, the boy thought that the guild must have a lot of work to do, and that's why they are offering sponsorship. When he asked if it was possible to find out the details of the upcoming tasks, Cha Yeon-ju said that she could not do so yet. Scratching his neck, Oh Kang-woo replied that he would not insist on this. He thought that if the assignment was completely meaningless, then it would be possible to simply refuse it. Smiling widely, the boy replied that he agreed to her proposal. Cha Yeon-ju smiled as she held out her hand to him. As he extended his hand to the girl, Oh Kang-woo thought that this was not only a great opportunity to gain connections with a large guild, and it was also a good chance to take advantage of the privileges and support provided. And he simply could not refuse such a wonderful opportunity. When they shook hands, the boy with a smile answered decisively that he agreed to her proposal. Looking at him with a big smile, Cha Young-ju said that he made the right decision. To his question about when she was going to tell all the details of the request, the girl said that she would do it when the time came. When she added that at his current level he wouldn't be able to help them, the boy just chuckled softly. Hearing from him that she does not see the whole picture, the girl looked at him in surprise. Pointing a finger at himself, Oh Kang-woo explained that he was much stronger than she thought. Red Rose's head hung for a moment, not understanding exactly what he meant. However, smiling, she thought that the boy was quite arrogant. Turning around, she explained that in fact it was not only about his strength. But when he asked what else was the matter, she looked at her device and replied that she couldn't just talk about it without proper evidence. After thinking, Oh Kang-woo put his fingers to his chin, realizing that there was no point in demanding this information from her now. Cha Yeon-ju handed him her phone and asked him to give her his phone number. While filling in his details, he asked her when he could get his gear. Returning the phone to the girl, he told her that it would be good to get it right now. Hearing this, Cha Yeon-ju suggested that he just go to their guild office now. When asked where she was, the girl glanced at the interlocutor and answered that she was at Seoul Station. Meanwhile, people who were not far from the parking lot watched one car in a daze. One of the boys who was walking there with his dad liked the vehicle so much that he offered to buy it. Looking at the snow-white elegant beauty, the husband, in order not to disappoint his son, promised that he would work harder. And while everyone was thinking about who could afford such a car, Cha Yeon-ju got into the car and told the boy to do the same. After sitting inside, Oh Kang-woo asked her how much such a car might cost, to which she replied that she did not look at the price. The guy thought that such a car could cost at least 10 million won. Looking carefully at the girl, he tried to understand if he had actually seen her in the internet cafe. At this time, with a loud squeal of wheels, the car quickly moved from the place. When the boy noticed that the car was moving as if it was sliding, Cha Yeon-ju asked if he wanted the same one for himself. Oh Kang-woo didn't even believe that she was serious, but the girl reminded him that they could provide him with a car. Suddenly she froze, blurting out in front of her when the brunette suddenly called her Nuna. Turning to face him, she ordered him never to call her that again. Crossing his arms, Oh Kang-woo reminded her to keep an eye on the road while Cha Yeon-ju said that she would confiscate his car if he didn't complete the tasks. When he said that it was very stingy, she growled at him to shut up because she didn't know how many more she had to feed. Conciliatorily adjusting the seatbelt, he smiled and again advised to follow the road. After some time, the car stopped near a large red and gray building where they were already waiting. When Cha Yun-ju said that this was their office, the boy thought that it was quite big. Looking at the shiny Red Rose Guild sign on the facade, he thought that the building was not inferior in size to the player support center. As he walked into the middle where several people were waiting for them, Oh Kang-woo thought that it was not a bad decision to get connected with such a guild. The head of the personnel department approached him and held out his hand, saying that he had heard about him from the head. Park Hyun-woo smiled and introduced himself, holding a folder in front of him. The boy introduced himself, but the next moment something else caught his attention. Standing next to the head of personnel was the man who was the commander-in-chief of the task force, Moon Young-ho. Oh Kang-woo wondered why the commander-in-chief was looking at him so intently. Park Hyun-woo added with a smile that since the boy is here, the conversation with the head went well, so he is grateful for the accepted offer. Oh Kang-woo replied with a smile that with such conditions, he would not be averse to giving up the poison. When the head of the Human Resources Department offered to escort him to the warehouse with weapons, Cha Yeon-ju replied that she would do it herself. He bowed and agreed, but Moon Young-ho sternly added that he would go with them. Putting her hands to her sides, the head of the Red Rose asked what it was for, to which the big man replied that he wanted to see with his own eyes what the newcomer was capable of. After the redhead said that they had better become friends since they would be seeing each other often, Oh Kang-woo gave a predatory smile. Having climbed to the 15th floor, the girl pointed with her finger to the place where their warehouse was located. Putting her hand to the authorization scanner, the girl said that of course she couldn't give him everything he wanted. However, she will be able to provide him with whatever rank of equipment he needs. Stepping inside, Oh Kang-woo was admiring all the weapons he saw in front of him. Cha Yong-ju explained that he would only receive the high-level equipment after paying the deposit. To his enthusiastic question about whether there were any legendary or mythical items here, the girl replied that they would use it themselves. Thinking that this sounded quite logical, Oh Kang-woo turned to face her and asked about the high-level equipment. To his question about what deposit he should make, the chairperson replied that it was 50 million won. And seeing his bewildered look, she added that it was already with a discount. Turning again to contemplate the weapon behind the glass, the boy replied that he understood everything, deciding that he could not afford it. As he asked the girl, calling her Nuna again, if he could look at the middle-class weapon, heavy footsteps sounded from behind. The head of the Red Rose Guild and the rookie watched Moon Yeon-ho as he slowly approached. Finally, the commander-in-chief stopped and glared fiercely at the boy standing in front of him. Clenching his teeth, he growled at him, asking where his manners were. However, he wasn't frightened, but only looked at him with an indifferent look and asked what he meant. Stroven growled that he should address the head with respect, as she was higher in status than him. The commander-in-chief's face was contorted with rage, his veins swelled, and the capillaries in his eyes burst. Seeing his reaction like this, Oh Kang-woo stretched his lips into a noticeable smile. In a moment, it widened even more, giving her face a predatory expression as the boy replied that he didn't want to do that. For a moment, the boys looked intently at each other, while the commander-in-chief looked at the newcomer with fierce hatred in his eyes. Zdravelo couldn't even find the words to properly answer the brunette, so he immediately began to draw his sword. However, Oh Kang-woo didn't care at all, so he watched with a condescending smile and waited for what would happen next. Hearing Cha Yeon-ju's voice yelling at the boy to stop, the player's lips stretched into a slight smile. The girl held her cap with her hands, hiding her angry face and trying to stop the commander-in-chief of the task force. Coming closer to him, it sternly asked him what he was doing, to which he could not find an answer. Still, raising a fierce look at the thugs, Cha Yeon-ju cursed, drawing attention to herself. Not restraining herself from fury and not listening to the bleating of her subordinate, she harshly asked if he would continue to be silent like this. Oh Kang-woo listened as the big man tried to draw attention to his inappropriate behavior, but the guild head said it was none of his business. When Moon Young-ho said he understood and took the sword away from his face, the brunette mentally let out a loud breath. Pointing a finger at him, the pink-haired girl told him to be more careful with his expressions as well, because if the health does break, he will become a cripple. The boy himself thought that Moon Yeon-ho was quite a loyal soldier, and this meant that the guild was quite reliable. And his attention was drawn to the sword that the opponent wanted to use to attack him, so he again turned to the pink-haired girl, who harshly asked what he wanted, smiling slyly and rubbing his hands greedily. The boy asked her if he could get equipment instead of a foreign car. When the guild head replied that she could only do such a thing after discussing the matter in a meeting, Oh Kang-woo suddenly felt a strong blow above his head. Gritting his teeth fiercely, Moon Young-ho noticed that the brunette called the pink-haired Nuna again. Cheers quickly fell on the newcomer, roaring how dare he call the guild head that. He reached for his sword again, shouting loudly and spitting everywhere. A moment later, Moon Yan-ho was charging at the brunette again with a fight, hitting the floor where he was standing and sending a pile of dust and small debris into the air. Zdorovan was just shaking with rage, trying to make him fear him and respect the head of the guild. However, Oh Kang-woo was standing right in front of him, his hand out to his side and smiling widely, rejoicing at his loss. And right in front of Moon Yan-ho was Cha Yeonju, who was holding her sword tightly and looking at him with big blue eyes. After hearing the words that she could consider his actions as disobedience to her orders, the newbie smiled even wider. Not knowing what to say, the commander-in-chief of the operational group began to apologize tensely, and a large drop of sweat rolled down his face. However, without even waiting for his apology, the pink-haired girl forcefully pushed his sword down, piercing the floor. Oh Kang-woo watched with a smile as the girl chased her subordinate away, ordering him to get out of here. Looking sternly at the big man, the girl said that if he threw something like that away again, she would have to take drastic measures at his expense. After reminding him of the important role he played as commander-in-chief of the Red Rose, the boy looked down and said his deepest apologies. Grabbing his head again with her signature gesture, Cha Yeonju apologized to the newcomer, assuring that she would see to it that the big man was properly punished. Hiding his sword behind his back, Moon Yan-ho heard that he wanted a chest armor that was convenient to move around. The brunette added that he wanted one with good features if possible, while the girl tried to remember if they had any. Suddenly, she stared in front of her in fear as she heard Moon Yang-ho's voice also talking about the armor while addressing the newbie. Coming closer, the big man offered a deal that if the brunette could defeat him in a fight, he would give him his armor. Oh Kang-woo listened intently to the fact that it was a high-level armor with very excellent performance in battle. Realizing that she had to step in and do something, Cha Yeonju clenched her fist tightly and called out the name of the man again. Blue lightning flashed in her eyes as she reminded him of her order to get the hell out of here. The commander-in-chief retreated slowly, not daring to engage in a fight with the head of the Red Rose Guild. However, the next moment the girl stopped, seeing Oh Kang-woo's hand in front of her, who asked her to stop. Looking at the fierce commander-in-chief, the boy said that in his opinion, it was just a great offer. But they looked suspiciously at the newcomer, not understanding what he was up to and what he was going to do now. She remembered their fight and thought that he was definitely as strong as her, if not stronger. However, Moon Yang-ho was now level 67 and had reached the 6th awakening by his own efforts. Realizing that the new acquaintance was simply not ready for such a test, she ordered the commander-in-chief to stop talking nonsense and return to his business, while ordering the newcomer not to provoke him. Carefully watching his opponent, he said that he could not refuse such a gift. The commander-in-chief himself at that moment thought that he would do so, that he would not come even a step closer to their head. Cha Yeonju rushed to the brunette, asking what he was even thinking of doing while he calmly listened to her screams. Meanwhile, Zdrovan remembered the moment when they met the redhead, when she saved him. Looking at the girl, whose eyes burned with determination, he decided that she would be the leader he would follow even to the ends of the earth. Holding on to his injured face and scratched eye, he decided that he would give her everything he had. And the only thing that really pissed him off right now is that the newbie allows himself quite a lot with the head of the guild. Oh Kang-woo licked himself like a cat who had been poured sour cream in a bowl, completely ignoring the screams of the redhead who tried to stop him. When they entered the training room, the brunette said it was pretty nice, but the big man said he wanted to see how long he could stay this calm. Warming up, the boy replied that he should look more carefully, while the pink-haired girl tried to convince him that this was madness. He calmly replied that everything was fine, although she still thought that he would regret his decision. Moon Yang-ho said that he can start as soon as he is ready, and he is willing to give him a 3-second head start. Kneading his wrist, Oh Kang-woo said he would be happy to do so. With his hands at his sides, he advised his opponent to draw his sword and stop pretending to be cool. However, noticing that he didn't even move, the brunette asked if he understood him at all. Still holding his hands on his chest and smiling widely, the commander-in-chief said that he wasn't going to play with such a novice in a serious way. Cha Yeonju watched as her new acquaintance warmed up, laughing at the cheers. Suddenly, the surprised guild head noticed how a bright light began to gather under the brunette's feet. In a moment, she watched as, using the force of acceleration, he suddenly rushed at the big man who was at the other end of the hall. Knowing the force of the blow, Oh Kang-woo thought that even armor would not help here. Pushing sharply off the ground and jumping up, he kicked the commander-in-chief in the stomach with all his might. Not believing her eyes, Cha Yeonju watched as her subordinate flew away from the place where he had just been standing. The commander-in-chief in turn flew with his back forward, after which, crashing into the wall, he raised a new cloud of dust and debris. The boy screamed loudly, opening his mouth wide and spraying his saliva everywhere. By the time Oh Kang-woo landed on the ground, the big man was already on his knees, resting his palms on the floor. Hearing rather unpleasant physiological sounds, the redhead tried to understand what had just happened literally before her eyes. Moon Yan-ho raised his head and looked at the dust, in which the silhouette of his opponent loomed. The commander-in-chief of the task force perfectly understood that if he had not been wearing gargoyle armor, then everything would have been over between them a long time ago. Thinking that this was impossible, he raised his hand and reached for the hilt of his sword. Pulling out the massive weapon element, he slammed it down on the floor, sending a web of cracks and debris up. He couldn't believe that his opponent had only been a player for 3 weeks, but he asked with a smile where his 3-second handicap had gone. Zdrovan slowly stood up, leaning on his sword and clutching his stomach, trying to figure out what it was. However, Oh Kang-woo put his hands to his sides and calmly replied that he was simply stronger than him. To the indignation of the commander-in-chief, the brunette answered that now he could see how absurd his words about the handicap of 3 seconds sounded, which made him look down at his feet in shame. Covering his mouth slightly with his hand, the newcomer laughed quietly, saying that he was showing off a lot because he thought he was a weakling. That's why it looked all the more pitiful how he screams about some trick that ruined all his plans. Calming down and turning a stern, red-eyed gaze on his opponent, Oh Kang-woo said that he was just a pathetic loser. At such words, the big man clenched his teeth and growled loudly, swearing at the boy. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Cha Yeon-ju, who was standing under the wall watching their match. Looking at her intent gaze, he thought to himself that he couldn't be disgraced in battle while she was watching. Realizing this, Moon Young-ho raised his sword, around which orange waves of energy ran. Using his special skill, which was called the Killing Heaven Sword, he released a large pillar of fire into the air. Despite the great strain, he looked at his opponent, letting out a very loud breath, and a large drop of sweat rolled down his face. However, Oh Kang-woo stood in front of him, covering his mouth and smiling broadly, asking if it was necessary to shout out such a poor technique name. Squinting and keeping his eyes on his opponent, he asked if he really thought it sounded that good. Moon Young-H stood still, continuing to hold the sword above his head. Meanwhile, the veins on his face began to swell from the tension. The only thing he wanted at this moment was for the insolent rookie to shut up abruptly, so taking a fighting stance, he swung his sword hard. Oh Kang-woo stood calmly opposite and watched as a large foot of bright orange flame and light shot out from the sword. In the next moment, the boy noticed a huge figure flying at him, swinging his sword and pushing off the ground, scattering fragments of the floor. The brunette thought about the fact that his rival was still the head of combat operations for one of the top 5 guilds. This, along with his good physical conditioning and physique, suggested that he was definitely not weak. However, Oh Kang-woo didn't see the need to give 100%, so he simply placed his hand on the floor using one of his skills. Moon Young-ho, meanwhile, landed on the ground, swinging his sword and wanting to defeat his opponent with one blow. Meanwhile, the brunette released the power of darkness, which slowly approached the feet of the big man himself. In a moment, he noticed under his feet that instead of a hard but broken floor, there was just darkness, pierced only by red veins. Cha Yeon-ju screamed out her subordinate's name in fear, fearing what might happen to him. And she was also worried about the fate of the newcomer she had recently accepted as a sponsor, so she ordered them to stop. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo raised his head with a wide smile and looked slyly at his opponent. It was at this moment that the commander-in-chief of the operational group found himself with his back turned to him, swinging in a completely different direction. The brunette, meanwhile, continued to release the power of darkness, trying not to let his opponent's body go out of control. Moon Young-ho didn't even understand how he managed to dodge his swift and powerful attack, so he had absolutely no idea what he should do now. Suddenly, behind his back, he felt a hand touch his shoulder. Placing his other hand on his back, Oh Kang-woo said with a smile that he could consider the battle finally lost. Channeling energy through his hand and fingers, he used his skill called Wave Power. This caused the task force commander to fly towards the wall that stood in front of his face, crashing into it with all his might. The boy screamed loudly, drooling from his mouth and rolling his eyes in pain. The head of the Red Rose Guild looked at her subordinate with an uncomprehending look, who literally lost the battle before her eyes. Following this, she looked at the rookie who had emerged victorious in the same battle, looking even more suspicious. Noticing her attentive gaze, the boy calmly reminded her that he had said that he was much stronger than she thought. His look showed pride in his achievements, and his face always shone with the light smile of a winner. A few minutes later, medics appeared in the battle hall, carrying first aid kits and carriers for the victim. As she watched her commander-in-chief receive first aid, the girl assured the newcomer that he would be expelled from the guild immediately, and she would make sure that this did not happen again to the other members. Cha Yeon-ju added that there were no excuses for what happened, but Oh Kang-woo was not too upset as he held the new weapon in his hands. Gargoyle armor was a unique item of equipment and had plus 200 physical damage resistance. The brunette was smiling widely, happy that he had finally managed to get hold of a unique weapon that had a pretty good special effect. And while he was thinking about the fact that it was very reckless to put such a valuable thing on a tub, the voice of the guild leader was heard from behind again. While the girl was gathering her thoughts, what should she say to the fact that the big man went even against the order of his leader, thanks to which he gave him the opportunity to get a beautiful armor? Lying on the carrier face down, Moon Yan-ho burst into tears, realizing that he had lost not only in the eyes of his captain, but also in the dear heart of the girl. Turning to face Cha Young-ju, the brunette warned that this could happen once, but if it happened again, he would have to reconsider their relationship. Holding the visor of her cap, the girl promised him that from today, all members of the guild would show him the appropriate respect. He promised to trust her words as a leader, but added that the armor was a little out of his size, so he asked that something be done with it. The redhead asked him to put the uniform on top of the stand and promised to deliver it as soon as it was remade to his size. After listening to her advice, Oh Kang-woo placed the armors where she pointed with his hand. Waving her goodbye, he promised to see her again, to which she replied that he would not forget to reset his parameters for her. For a few seconds, the girl watched mesmerized as the double door closed behind the boy. Sitting down on the table, she thought that this time she had been carried away, but doubts immediately crept into her head that Oh Kang-woo was even human. Looking at the armor that once belonged to her subordinate, the girl thought that he would not have lost to some E-rank weakling. Thinking about it, she came to the point that a world-class ranker could appear in Korea. The 8 strongest players, who were not only in one country, but also on the whole planet, were called world-level rankers. Currently, there was no one from Korea among them, but there were rumors that Baek Kang-hyun could be the first. Now the redhead was thinking about the fact that Oh Kang-woo could also become him, but the voice of the head of the Human Resources Department pulled her out of her thoughts. Hearing that the rookie had left, and that the armor belonged to him, Park Hyun-woo let out a breath saying that he had already heard about this match. The head of the guild informed him that a disciplinary interview was planned, after which the commander-in-chief would be expelled from the guild and asked to inform all the participants that they must appear. Hearing that his colleague would be kicked out of the guild, Park Hyun-woo closed his eyes and lowered his head glumly. Getting up from the table, Cha Young-ju ordered her not to make such a face, as everything that had happened was entirely Moon Yog-ho's fault. Hearing that there were several aspects he would like to inform her about, the girl turned her head towards him in interest. Hearing the words that the government had successfully pushed its spy into the devil's cult, she lashed out at her subordinate in surprise. He added that if everything goes according to plan, there is a high probability that they will end up in their trap. The head of the Red Rose Guild took off her cap and scratched her head and asked to tell about it in more detail. In the evening, standing in the middle of the street, Oh Kang-woo looked at the window that displayed his characteristics. Placing a hand to his chin, he thought about the mage stacking up with the other characteristics. He couldn't say that strength, survivability, and physical abilities didn't play a role in his characteristics at all. However, the boy understood that if he strengthened the body with the help of other characteristics, he could significantly reduce the expenditure of the mage. Wringing his hands, the player thought that the main problem now was that he could not achieve the desired score. He heard that the indicators increased after the second awakening, but the amount of mage did not increase, and the rest of the indicators continued to change. Looking at his hand, the boy tried to understand if this could happen because his magic was too high. It was indeed higher when compared to the other figures he had, and his abilities surpassed those of even high-level players. And the higher the indicators were, the more difficult it was to increase them in the future. As he kneaded his back, Oh Kang-woo thought about how he had managed to pump himself up by killing the Hellhound, and the fourth awakening was not far off. Looking up, the boy thought about the fact that he would have to meet with Han Sol-ah and Tae-soo. When he arrived at the East Gate in Incheon the next morning, he was greeted with cheers. Han Sol-ah waved to everyone while her friend grumbled that Tae-soo's yelling was getting boring. He completely ignored his friend's words, asking him if he had finished his work. Suddenly, the brunette opened his eyes in surprise as he heard the 2 players being introduced to him. He introduced the boy as Kim Si-hoon and his female companion as a girl with red hair as Choi In-bi. Keeping his eyes on the gray-haired boy, Oh Kang-woo admitted that he was indeed very handsome. However, his companion did not agree with the definition that she was small, so she pounced on the big man. She pointed out that he himself looked more like a huge 40-year-old man, after which she looked at the brunette with delight. Stretching his lips in a slight smile, Oh Kang-woo asked her to talk a little about her abilities while the redhead switched to Han Seol-ah. Choi In-bi immediately offered her a photo, walking around the brunette and leaving behind Tae-soo, who was still upset because he was told that he looked like. A large drop of sweat rolled down Oh Kang-woo's face as he thought about the redhead being the female version of Tae-soo. Suddenly turning his head, the boy noticed that Kim Si-hoon had come up to him and held out his hand for introduction. Showing his sword, he said that he was a warrior class, and added that he had recently achieved his second awakening and was now level 12. Apologizing for Choi In-bai being very noisy, the boy said that she is a mage with B-rank ability. Smiling widely, Oh Kang-woo noticed that he was able to find a common language with people. Moreover, the gray-haired man was quite talented. Once every 2 awakenings, he received an A-rank ability. Not far from them, Tae-soo still could not survive the age named for him. However, he raised his head sharply and asked Oh Kang-woo if the players he brought in were trustworthy. Before answering, he once again glanced at the new members of his team. He thought that they didn't sound as eager to profit as Andres's fanatics, so the boy agreed that there was trust. As another reminder that he has a very good sense of people, the brunette said that his partners almost finished him recently. However, Tae-soo confidently replied that it was all for the sake of them meeting. And while the brunette was silently looking at the big man with a devastating look, not far from them, the rest of the trio of the team were taking selfies. Looking at them, Tae-soo asked his companion what he thought of their team. After thinking and putting his hand to his chin, Oh Kang-woo quietly admitted that the team would be pretty good. The boy noticed that his team had a tank, ranged and melee damagers, and a healer who could heal and buff. In the first pairing, Tae-soo and Kim Si-hoon could be paired as players with A-rank ability, and Han Sola and Choi In-bai could form a pair with B-rank abilities that could not only hunt but also help. Looking carefully at his new companions, Oh Kang-woo said that he was going to go hunting with them today. To Tae-soo's surprise, he replied that he would point out their mistakes when necessary and help them improve. Hearing the thug cheering his participation and the redhead trying to calm him down, the brunette thought the two were quite loud. Looking at them, he warned that he would simply accompany them so that they wouldn't even think of relaxing. When everyone resolutely headed for the split, the brunette thought that they should grow up on their own, and he wouldn't get married with them. Almost as soon as they entered the gate, a pack of trolls charged at them, spraying saliva and letting out wild roars. They rushed forward between the trees of the forest and swung their clubs, which were held in their clawed paws. The monsters looked at the newcomers, baring their crooked teeth and glaring at them with fierce eyes. However, at some point, the Tupney ran into a large shield that Tae-soo had placed in front of him. He held back the onslaught of monsters with all his might, trying to push them back even a little. With one strong push of the big men, he forced them to fall onto their backs, rearing their legs up. Noticing his small victory, he laughed loudly and asked if they liked it. The trolls trembled, lying on the ground and not daring to rise to their feet for the next attack. Meanwhile, Choi In-bai had already approached Tae-soo, displaying a staff in front of her and using her light shock ability. At that moment, she glanced at the big man, loudly trying to call him. Behind her ran a whole crowd of trolls who let out a thick roar, chasing the victim. She looked behind her and shouted that there were more than 5 monsters behind her. Wasting no time, Tae-soo rushed to her aid, trying to cover the girl from the monsters. Zdrovan, in an attempt to take a more advantageous position for defense, pounded his foot on the ground with all his might. Immediately after that, a bright blue light fell on the trolls, blinding them. Tae-soo watched as they closed their mouths, trying to protect themselves at least a little from the light attack. Holding his hand, he asked Han Seola to give him a little buff. Without wasting time, she directed her hands in his direction, using the light blessing skill. Bright yellow light began to envelop the figure of the big man everywhere. In a moment, his muscles increased several times, and veins began to show on his skin. Feeling his strength increase, he smiled with satisfaction as he thanked the girl and once again called her his daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, Han Sol-ah herself was already launching a bright arrow of light into the crowd of trolls. However, it flew past the head of the monster that was closest to them. But the girl did not give up, so the next arrow was accompanied by a joyful scream from Choi In-bai. Meanwhile, Tae-soo was already rushing at the group of trolls, trying to push them as far away from the companions as possible. Passion was burning in his eyes, and a happy winner's smile was burning on his face. Sweeping everything in his path, the giant literally nailed and scattered his opponents with his shield. However, the monsters, even bleeding and injured, continued to attack the player team. Kim Si-hoon, meanwhile, also did not miss the opportunity to defeat as many monsters as possible by swinging his sword. He did not stop for a moment, interrupting some trolls and immediately pouncing on others. In a moment, he stopped, noticing that there was only the forest in front of him, and all the monsters were left behind. The gray-haired man looked around to assess how effective his teamwork was. He was approached by Tae-soo, who asked if he had trained in kendo before becoming a player, to which he replied that it was a hobby. However, Looking at the severed troll limbs, the big man exclaimed that his skill level was much higher than just a hobby. Lifting his head to where Kang-woo was sitting on a branch, Tae-soo asked him how he felt about all that he saw. He put his hand to his chin, thinking about what he should answer now. All those present were anxiously waiting for him to answer the question of greeting at least something. Jumping down and approaching the team, the boy said there were a few things he would like to fix. Kang-woo looked sternly at his companions, choosing his words well. They looked at him questioningly, waiting for his verdict on their battle with the trolls. Approaching his team, the boy said that he would like to start with the fighting technique used by Tae-soo. The brunette explained that he has good eyesight, but the problem is that he uses too much energy during the fight. Kang-woo explained that from the very beginning he scattered a lot of trolls. But what would he do if a boss appeared after that? When the healer heard that he and his class could simply withstand the attack and retreat, he said he understood. After that, Kang-woo proceeded to dissect Hanseola's technique, causing her to lash out at him in fear. With a proud smile, the boy said that it was a good decision to cast a buff on Tae-soo, thus increasing his power. However, he added that it was not necessary to start self-defense with light arrows after that. Listening to the explanation of why she shouldn't attack, the girl lowered her head and apologized. After promising that they would work on the mistakes, Kang-woo switched to the redhead who was already ready to listen to the remarks. He explained that when she decided to finish off the monsters, she used quite powerful fire magic. However, when she was finishing off 3 monsters, she was attacked by 5 more, and the girl got scared and panicked. Hearing that she had to help their main damager, Kim Si-hoon, caused the girl to readily raise her fist. At the end, the brunette left the breakdown of the fight, which was conducted by Kim Si-hoon himself, which caused a drop of sweat to flow down his face. Kang-woo was silent for a moment, looking at the warrior of his team with a serious look. Placing his hand on his shoulder, the brunette told him that there was nothing to fix as he was doing everything right. Glancing at the warrior, Kang-woo thought that the boy's technique was simply incredible. Everyone present began to praise Kim Si-hoon, causing the boy to scratch his cheek awkwardly, thinking about the fact that he cannot even imagine how strong he will become in the future. When asked if they were going any further, Tae-soo assured him that they would do much better this time. With a condescending smile, Kang-woo snapped, adding that they should work on their mistakes. After some time, going deeper into the forest, Tae-soo was already repelling the attack of the trolls they met. Following the brunette's advice, Choi and B was now using a slightly weaker lightning attack. This had the effect of causing the monsters to roar loudly as blue lightning bolts raced through them. Using the cover of the big guy in the front and the girls in the back, the trolls were chopped down by Kim Si-hoon. Watching the battle closely, Kang-woo marveled at how quickly his team picked up on his instructions. As he thought about how well they were all doing against the monsters, Tae-soo brought his shield down sharply to the ground. When the fight was over, the big man asked the brunette if they had gotten a little better. When he said that they were doing well, Tae-soo said that he was very stingy with compliments. However, he thanked them for the fact that thanks to him, they learned quickly. Suddenly, the black-haired man's attention was drawn by a sound coming from the bushes. Frightened, he rushed to the place where the sound came from, knowing perfectly well who could get out of there now. Suddenly, a large white wolf with a pair of sharp horns on its head flew out of the bushes at the group of players. The team froze in bewilderment, watching the monster and not understanding what it was. However, Kang-woo knew perfectly well, looking into the monster's red eyes, that he was a demonic wolf. Tae-soo first reflexively picked up his shield, holding it out in front of him to attack. However, the closer the unknown creature ran to him, the more fearful his face became. At one point, the demonic wolf jumped at him, about to attack. Choi and B and the rest of the team stood behind the big man, trying to hide. Pulling out one of his spikes, Kang-woo cursed loudly as he realized that he was once again a demon. However, just as he was about to jump down to take part in the battle, the boy froze in surprise and rushed down. There he saw that Kim Si-hoon had taken out his sword and slashed at the monster that was attacking him. Tae-soo screamed in fright, but the gray-haired man shouted for them to move back. Jumping up, he swung his sword once more, leaving a deep gash on the big wolf's body. A bright blue glow began to appear around his sword, indicating the use of a special skill. The boy rushed at the monster again, chopping its body just below its belly. The boy's face showed an expression of wild determination to defeat his opponent. Landing on the ground, Kim Si-hoon heard a strange sound and turned around, staring back in surprise. There he saw that the monster was flying at him again, and in the next second, he was already flying away with his back forward. Preparing to finally claim victory, the demonic wolf lunged at the player again, its mouth gaping. The gray-haired man was already ready to accept defeat, but he did not think of giving up, so he put his sword in front of him. But at the last moment, the figure of Kang-woo appeared in front of him, surrounded by a red haze, and he put his fist forward. The brunette grabbed the warrior, charging the monster with all his might, causing it to sink its nose into the ground. When they too hit the ground, Kim Si-hoon looked at his savior in surprise. His fist was covered in blood that belonged to the slain monster. Looking at the gray-haired man, Oh Kang-woo asked him if he could get up, to which he smiled and thanked him. The rest of the team was already running to them, asking the boys if everything was okay with them. Han Sala asked if they were hurt, but Tae-soo admired how strong they were. It was at this moment that Kim Si-hoon dropped to his knees, coughing heavily as he did so. Zdrovan picked him up, resting him on his shoulders, and began praising his abilities while Han Sala tried to heal him. Keeping his eyes on the warrior, the brunette thought that he was strong enough to stand up to the demons. Realizing that he was strong enough even for a player who had obtained an A-rank ability on the Second Awakening, he thought that it was more than just a talent. When Tae-soo said he was too big to lean on, the brunette rushed to help. Placing his hand on Kim Si-hoon's shoulder, he began to emit a light red smoke. By using the Observer Power skill, Oh Kang-woo was notified that the Mage Lord was hiding the use of the mage. Meanwhile, the boy was carefully analyzing Kim Si-hoon's body, trying to see his characteristics. He just wanted to see if he had any hidden powers, but smiled slyly, realizing that he could see everything. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he tried to take in what he was seeing. While Tae-soo was instructing the gray-haired man, the brunette also looked at the boy, thinking that he had the status of a hero to save the world. Looking at Kim Si-hoon's smiling face, the boy thought that he was literally like the main character of a manhwa. The words about the special ability that was called the Son of the God of War could explain a lot about why he was so skilled. Pulling the gray-haired man on his shoulders, Oh Kang-woo thought that he might indeed turn out to be a hero. And although he perfectly understood that this could become a threat to him, he could not let such a capable student go. The boy understood that it was necessary to build a friendship, just like Cha Yong-ju had done with him. However, the problem was that he couldn't splurge on money and gifts like the girl did. Oh Kang-woo didn't know when he would be able to hold the players on his neck, but he understood that he couldn't rely on friendship alone. Putting his fingers to his mouth, the boy thought about the gray-haired man's noble act as he rushed to protect Tae-soo from the demonic wolf. While he was thinking, Kim Si-hoon was refusing the electric massage that Choi In-bi was offering him. Oh Kang-woo didn't know how this whole story would end, but he was curious to find out. He smiled widely, covering his mouth with his hand, when he was suddenly called loudly. He was approached by Han Seola, who anxiously asked him if he had been injured. Glancing at the team where Tae-soo was undergoing the proposed electrophoresis procedure, the brunette replied that everything was fine. Carefully examining the body of the dead wolf, the whole team tried to figure out why he appeared here, and Tae-soo said that if it wasn't for Oh Kang-woo, they would have been in trouble. However, he laughed, saying that Kim Si-hoon also contributed his share. When the brunette asked how he was feeling, the girl answered that everything was fine. She added that he should not make sudden movements for a certain time, and he should also rest. Walking up to the gray-haired man, Oh Kang-woo asked him if he was okay, to which he replied that everything was fine thanks to Han Seola. He smiled when Kim Si-hoon added that if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have had a good time. Gazing at the brunette in awe, the warrior said that he had heard from Tae-soo about his strength. Zdrovan pointed out that he had never seen a player as strong as Oh Kang-woo, but the brunette himself thought that the team was quite strange. Tae-soo crossed his arms and said that it's better not to joke with Kim Si-hoon since it was the first time he saw someone like that in the Second Awakening. With delight in his eyes, he asked the gray-haired man why he wouldn't join one of the guilds if he could easily do it. When the big man mentioned to him that the Mir Guild was recruiting new members, Kim Si-hoon shuddered imperceptibly. Not listening to the words that the deputy head is very diligently looking for talents, the boy replied that he was not going to join the guild, let alone Mir. Hearing these words, Tae-soo fell silent and looked at his companion in surprise. When the big man asked if he had any quarrels with them, he grabbed his sword and answered that it was not worth talking about. Realizing that he might have caused some unpleasant memories, Tae-soo bowed and apologized to the gray-haired man. Kim Si-hoon assured with a smile that it was just a very complicated matter, apologizing for being too emotional. When he offered to go on another hunt, Oh Kang-woo crossed his arms and said that they were done for today as everyone had to rest. When the gray-haired man said he was ready to continue, the brunette calmed him down, saying that too much hunting wasn't a good idea either. When Tae-soo excitedly asked if he would still go with them tomorrow, Oh Kang-woo said that they would manage on their own. Noticing the sad look of the big man, the brunette added that he would not be able to walk with them all the time, and if they remembered his instructions, then there would be progress. Oh Kang-woo walked forward, listening to the shouts that he would become stronger to fight his companion on equal footing. When they got out of the split, the boy told Han Seol to go home alone as he still had business to attend to. Looking at the screen of his phone, where the information about the missed call was displayed, When his girlfriend asked him what was for dinner, he said that he might be late today. Hearing the words that she would have to have dinner alone today, the girl was somewhat upset. Advising him to be careful, Hanseol-ah said that whenever he returned, she would heat up a meal for him. Waving her hand in farewell, the boy thought that he would like to have dinner with her. But now he had more important things to do. Watching the girl move through the crowd, he decided it was time to act. On his face, the lips stretched in a strained, predatory smile. Meanwhile, Kim Si-hoon was standing outside, staring intently at his phone screen. He was at the bus stop, waiting for the transport, and when he saw that it had not yet left, he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Oh Kang-woo, who was walking towards him, smiling widely and saying that he wanted to talk to him. When asked what exactly he wants to talk about, he said that the conversation will be very important. The brunette suggested going to a place where there is no one, to which the gray-haired man thought that his bus would arrive soon. In a few minutes, they had already passed into one of the empty alleys that were nearby. However, just as Kim Si-hoon was about to ask what they were doing here, he noticed Oh Kang-woo swinging his fist. The gray-haired man coughed loudly from an unexpected strong blow and looked in front of him in fear. Wasting no time, the brunette pushed him hard to the ground, preventing him from regaining consciousness. Kim Si-hoon raised his head, not understanding what was happening and why his companion attacked him. As he dropped to one knee to prevent the boy from getting up, the gray-haired man let out a loud cry. Holding the warrior's shoulders, Oh Kang-woo replied that he just wanted to build a friendship as he would become stronger in the future. Bringing his face closer with a wide smile, the black-haired man said that he wanted to become very close friends with him. For a moment, the gray-haired man froze, trying to understand what was happening. However, Kim Si-hoon said that he chose a rather strange way to make friends. Shoving his hand into the boy's chest, Oh Kang-woo said he just wanted to play it safe. Having firmly grasped the gray-haired man's heart, the brunette applied the power of subjugation to him. Holding the organ tightly in his hands, he said that it would forget everything that had happened here, and after that, he would hunt monsters again like before. With a big smile on his face, the boy said that if they pumped up, they would be a strong team. He held out his hand and said that if he became his familiar, he could use some of his abilities. As Kim Si-hoon lay barely conscious, trying to get a word out of him, Oh Kang-woo said that there was nothing to worry about. With a big predatory grin, the black-haired man said that they would make a great team. After some time, he opened his eyes sharply and sighed loudly from the sudden awakening. The boy slowly started to stand up, leaning on his trembling hands. Trying to remember what happened to him, he slowly put his hand on his chest. Kim Si-hoon looked around and tried to figure out what he was doing here, if the last thing he remembered was waiting for the bus. Taking out his phone, the boy saw that the clock showed 8 o'clock. The gray-haired man remembered exactly how he wanted to get on the bus, but it was an hour ago. He raised his hand, straining his memory and trying to remember what had happened since he had come to the stop. However, since nothing came to mind, Kim Si-hoon assumed that he had simply passed out. Remembering his fight with the demonic wolf, the boy thought that the consequences could have been any, but he did not believe that he could pass out. Clenching his teeth tightly, Kim Si-hoon thought that he was still too weak. Slowly getting up, leaning against the wall, he understood that he had to become even stronger. Memories of the famous Mir Guild and its head appeared in his head again, but the face of the vice-chairman, Kim Yong-hoon, came to mind the most. Still leaning against the wall, Kim Si-hoon said that once he became stronger, he would definitely get his sword to his neck. Watching carefully as the boy slowly walked towards the stop, leaning against the wall, Oh Kang-woo was glad that his plan had succeeded. Crossing his arms, he answered the notification that he had no errands for his familiar yet. Smiling widely, the brunette thought that now he just had to become stronger. And for now, he wasn't going to use force on the boy who was looking at the location of the bus. For him, the creation of a familiar was only an insurance policy for complete confidence. Watching the gray-haired man carefully, Oh Kang-woo thought that if his powers grew properly, he could compete even with Palak. The black-haired man knew very well that he would have to face the devil cult in the future. And for this, he simply needed the existence of such a character as Kim Si-hoon. After all, you never knew when a new monster would appear at the gate. That is why the boy with the fanatical expression on his face promised to provide all possible support to his new companion. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the phone, which began to beep, notifying of a call. Noticing that Jo Deok-hyun was on the phone, he picked up the phone and asked what he needed. When asked if the information he wanted to report was related to the cult, he hesitated, saying that he had found traces of a mage. The cult leader said that it didn't look like someone had done it on purpose, which could indicate that it was not human-made. Hearing that it was more like the footprint of a monstrous creature, Oh Kang-woo realized that a demon was at work. The brunette realized that the hellhound and the demon wolf were being followed by a new demon, which the system called shards. Analyzing the places where the debris appeared, the boy thought that the Hellhound appeared at the C rank gate and the Demon Wolf at the D rank gate. And the status of the current gate with B rank indicates that the demon that will appear will be stronger than the Hellhound. Anticipating a rather interesting and difficult battle, O Kang-woo smirked and licked his lips as he could soon receive 5 awakenings. The next day, he was already on the train that was supposed to bring him to the right station. Checking his armor and looking at the crowd of people in the carriage, the boy thought that he urgently needed a car. He was walking down the stairs, checking something on his phone, when he heard one of the girls say that no one was allowed in the split, so everyone was going back. He was intrigued by her words that something strange was happening there, which suggested a mutant. The gates of the split were closed, and around them were heard the indignant cries of the players, who were not allowed in by the crowd. Soldiers stood around the perimeter, not allowing absolutely anyone from the crowd of players who wanted to pass through. And while one of the soldiers tried to explain the motivation, the reporters filmed all this on camera. Suddenly, their quarrel was interrupted by a voice on the loudspeaker, which announced the presence of a mutant monster that had already killed 10 people. Hearing this, the crowd buzzed as they discussed so many players being killed in one rift. Listening to everything the others were saying, O Kang-woo wondered what kind of mutant monster could be in the rift. Although the government considered the monster to be a mutant, he knew very well that it was a complete demon. Looking at the soldiers blocking the entrance, the boy tried to understand who his opponent would be this time. One of the journalists approached the security guard, who tried to convince her that they did not have accurate information. After hearing the words that they knew about the monster being like a lion, O Kang-woo squinted in front of him, realizing that the rift now contained a buyer. In the second circle of hell, he was practically the strongest predator. It was a monster that looked like a lion, but had as many as 5 paws. In addition, he had one feature that distinguished him from other demons. He would hunt 5 times a day, after which saturation would activate, making him not attack until he was attacked. The boy immediately regretted that he remembered how he sometimes came to the first circle of hell to find a victim, which he used to terrify the other demons. Thinking that there were 10 victims, O Kang-woo concluded that the monster appeared about 2 days ago. Scratching his chin and pulling out his phone, the boy thought about throwing 5 monsters at him and then attacking him. He glanced at the players who were loitering by the goal, not knowing what to do next. Placing the receiver to his ear, O Kang-woo greeted Cha Yeonju, who didn't recognize him at first. She was actually in the gym training when he said he wanted to enter the B-rank gate, but the government barred entry. When the girl finally realized where he was now, O Kang-woo asked her if she could help him. Hearing something buzzing on the other end of the wire, the boy smiled as he heard the guild head ask if he needed to go there urgently. When he said he had urgent business there, Cha Yeonju warned that it would cost him dearly. However, O Kang-woo promised to repay her in full, after which she asked to give his phone to the guard. Noticing that one of the players was approaching him, the guard tried to remind him about the ban, but he said who was on the other end of the wire. The soldier looked at the phone with frightened eyes, forcing the boy to repeat the name of the person who was waiting for a conversation. Listening to the way the military meekly answered the redhead, the brunette thought that he was also from the Red Rose Guild. When the conversation was over, the soldier exhaled noisily, thinking about what had just happened. Glancing at the player, he unenthusiastically ordered him to access the rift. He warned that in case of victory over the monster, he is obliged to provide information to the government. All the reporters suddenly rushed to the boy to film the one who was given access to the gate. However, the next moment, hearing someone shout loudly for him to stop, O Kang-woo turned around in interest. Behind him, he saw a group of players scrutinizing him, and their leader noticed that they too could enter. Looking at the boy with bright blue hair, the crowd whispered that he was a rookie promoted by the Mir Guild. O Kang-woo looked at the team leader who walked up to him, asking if it was the Red Rose Guild that was supporting him now. Noting his armor, the boy said that his armor only confirmed that assumption. He laughed at the words that his guild was weakened by sending one player, and said that he always works alone. The blue-haired man's team listened with smiles as the leader mentioned that he had recently been to a C-rank gate and surely expected this one to be the same. Coming closer, the boy noticed with a wide smile that such idiots as him do not live long. He assumed that the brunette wanted to kill the monster to glorify his name, though it surprised him that a player of the 4th Awakening would do such a thing. The boy was interested in why he was silent, because of which he assumed that he was simply afraid of him. He didn't even pay attention to the fact that the black-haired man's gaze was completely indifferent. Placing his hand on his shoulder, the boy invited O Kang-woo to join their group, or else he might not return. Hearing his words that he would pass for a representative of the rogue class, the brunette stretched his lips in a slight smile. Approaching the interlocutor almost close, he said that he did not even know how to repay him for his kindness, as he himself was afraid of going into a split. Oh Kang-woo looked hopefully at the blue-haired man, asking if they would really go together. And while the rest of the team was trying to understand what was happening, the brunette was already mentally counting the number of people who would join him in the split. With a happy expression on his face, he calculated that he would have enough victims for the buyer, and one would even manage to survive. A few minutes before, the boy had reported to the deputy of the Mere Guild that the boy who had been taken in by the Red Rose had come to a split. There were words on the other end of the line that he needed to be embarrassed in front of the press to prevent the Red Rose from surpassing Mere. That was the blue-haired man's plan when he asked if the player wanted to team up with them. Looking at the crowd of journalists, the team leader thought that he just wanted to embarrass the brunette in front of the journalists. Frowning, he realized that if he continued to argue, his team's image would only get worse. After hearing from their commander that they were entering the rift, the rest of the players were surprised that the Red Rose and Mere had joined forces. The blue-haired one drilled Oh Kang-woo's back with a careful gaze while the reporters savored the new sensation. He tried to understand what was driving the head of the Red Rose when she decided to support him. Deciding that it wasn't that important, however, the boy set off into the split following the brunette. The same was smiling widely, anticipating an interesting battle and rejoicing in his insidious plan. In a moment, a group of players were already walking through the dark corridors of the rift as Oh Kang-woo said that they would unite to catch the monster. He stopped suddenly as a spat flew at his feet, along with which he heard a question about whether he had even an ounce of pride. The boy pretended not to understand what he was talking about, while one of the girls advised the blue-haired man not to pay attention to him. When the team leader said that it was time for Cha Yeon-ju to rest now that she had taken up sponsoring someone like him, Oh Kang-woo remained silent. One of the boys confirmed these words, saying that she was sinking harder and harder to the bottom. Another, to his question about their deputy head, said that he is the best, and being rankers is something in their family. The leader of the team laughed, pointing out that unlike them, the Red Rose had no idea about herself. Walking behind the whole group, Oh Kang-woo listened intently to what they were saying. He knew that the head of the guild, Kim Jae-hyung, was also the head of the large corporation World Electronics. During the incident with the gate 5 years ago, he and his sons became players, and then relying on the capital of the firm, he founded the Mere Guild. Looking at the team of players walking ahead, Oh Kang-woo thought that things were always going well in this guild. Everyone knew that a big guild required a lot of money, and this guild had so much that you could choke on it. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy thought about the fact that the two great guilds were currently provoking a large-scale war, and when they fell, he would take a piece from each. However, as he touched his fingers to the armor he was wearing, he thought that Cha Yeon-ju was still useful to him. He crossed his arms over his chest, imagining the Red Rose Guild as a goose that lays golden eggs. Cutting it out now would be foolish. And if the guild could still be useful in the future, Oh Kang-woo thought with a smile that he had a candidate if someone had to be caught. After a while, the blue-haired man rubbed his neck tiredly, asking where the monster they were looking for was. When asked to look at everything here, the guy replied that they were already doing it. Adding that he definitely doesn't catch stars from the sky, the whole team began to sympathize with the rival guild, to which Oh Kang-woo remained silent again. Wasting no time, the team of players from the Mere Guild continued down the corridor, wondering how long it would take for the Red Rose to disintegrate. Meanwhile, using the power of the observer, the brunette put his hand on the wall, trying to find the boyer. He felt that the monster was just behind the wall, and now the boy could feel its every movement. And judging by the way saliva flowed profusely from his mouth, the monster was clearly very hungry. Everything was going as well as possible for him, so the black-haired man smiled widely. He held out his hand in front of him, forming a ball of light on his palm that signified the application of the power of temptation. At this moment, the whole team stopped, feeling the strange aroma of something delicious. The boy who was walking in front turned angrily to them and told them all to shut up. Oh Kang-woo watched all of this carefully, well aware that the boyer would smell such a scent from afar. One of the players warned that judging by the footsteps, a mutant monster was definitely approaching them, so everyone had to prepare for an attack. Hearing that something was approaching them, and that it was definitely no ordinary monster, the players took a fighting stance. Their leader did the same while the girl in the blue cloak formed a ball of bright blue lightning in her hands. The leader turned to Oh Kang-woo and ordered him not to interfere, and then not to tell the reporters that he was helping them. However, when the brunette replied that he was very good at using pathetic phrases like what he said at the gate, the blue-haired man tensed. With a big smile on his face, Oh Kang-woo remembered how he had warned that people like him wouldn't survive. While they were talking, a terrible wind arose around them, among which one of the boys could be seen being pierced by something and lifted into the air. The leader looked at her with frightened eyes, not expecting such a turn of events. The players saw in front of them a huge lion with blue lightning running down his mane. and he was holding their partner on a large spike. The team froze for a moment, not expecting to see such a monster, and thinking about what to do with it. Looking at the caught victim, the monster growled loudly, opening its mouth and dripping saliva. The boy who was still alive could only moan quietly, staring at the sharp teeth. With a satisfied smile, Oh Kang-woo noticed that one of the tranquilizers for the buyer was already there. The blue-haired one, meanwhile, ordered everyone to get in battle formation and attack the mutant. Meanwhile, the buyer, having swallowed his prey, carefully looked at the players, looking for the next victim. Clouds of dust and stones rose into the air as he jumped up and down the walls, dodging the attack. Meanwhile, the creature slowly climbed onto the floor, preparing to attack again. Clenching his fingers tightly into a fist, the blue-haired man loudly ordered everyone to stay in their positions. Suddenly, he froze as he felt a Red Rose player fly over his head. Meanwhile, the buyer had already made a move for the next attack, thanks to which a new player was already on his spike. The blue-haired one, seeing this, froze, having no idea what to do in this case. The creature quickly began eating its new victim, looking at the guests with bright blue eyes. Oh Kang-woo sat on one of the broken columns and thought that now the monster had already caught 2 victims. The team leader began to panic, which caused him to swear loudly, ordering to prepare for a coordinated attack. Wasting no time, the boy himself took out his weapon, swinging it and preparing to attack. He leaped forward, slamming his stick on the floor and sending an electric charge into the air. He flew to the boyer in an instant, causing him to growl loudly and causing his mane to stand on end. Watching his companions approach, the blue-haired man commanded them to attack now. They immediately rushed forward, putting their weapons in front of them and intending to finish off the monster. However, in the next second, the leader watched as his partners suddenly flew back. He gaped in fear as a few drops of blood fell on his face. Looking at the buyer holding 2 players on 2 spikes, the boy couldn't understand how he could ignore a direct lightning strike. In the next second, the bloody spike was close to the white-haired girl, who was looking at the leader, begging for help. With a wide smile, Oh Kang-woo counted the 3rd and 4th victims, while the blue-haired man told his companion not to panic. Clenching his teeth, the leader thought that he couldn't let it all end like this. Looking at the picture in front of him, the brunette thought that the girl would be the last. But folding her legs under her, raised her head and looked at how the monster was approaching her. Meanwhile, the blue-haired one released a large bolt of lightning again, charging at the boyer. However, the monster completely ignored the player, targeting a new victim. He had a wild look on his face that showed he wasn't about to give up. However, he was about to get close when the monster growled loudly and swung its paw hard, throwing the opponent against the wall. Throwing his head down, the blue-haired man let out a loud groan, unable to move. In the next moment, a huge spike of an unknown monster swept in front of him. The boy stood before him, sighing loudly, and tears appeared in his eyes. Oh Kang-woo, meanwhile, stretched his lips in a wide smile, realizing that now all the sacrifices had been made. Meanwhile, the boyer was greedily eating the body of the white-haired girl, closely following the team leader. The monster's mane was immediately covered with lightning bolts, which indicated that he had had enough. It slowly approached Kang So-soo, who was lying next to the column, unable to move. Watching the boyer carefully, the blue-haired man crunched loudly, trying to scream. Suddenly, he heard a voice saying that the monster was almost full. The boy stared in front of him in fear, not believing what he saw in front of him. Oh Kang-woo was standing on top of the monster with his hands in his pockets calmly, but the monster didn't even try to throw him off. When asked by the blue-haired man, he explained that the animal needs 5 victims a day. The brunette explained as he stroked the viewer's mane that after eating 5 creatures, he was full. And with this, the monster will not move until it is attacked first. Spreading his hands to his sides, the black-haired man added that there was little left to do now. In one hand, he had a ball of hellfire, and in the other, he was gathering a black spear. Starting to connect his hands, Oh Kang-woo was about to finally defeat the monster with one blow. Kang So-soo watched intently as the black-haired man attacked the huge lion. The brunette thought that skills that used multiple powers required a lot of concentration. However, it didn't matter at all now because the boy pushed back sharply, resting his foot on the mane. In the next moment, he saw an entirely new kind of weapon being formed in front of him, using the power of the Biden. Holding the weapon element in his hands, the black-haired man swung with all his might, attacking the buyer. A predatory expression appeared on the boy's face as he read the notification that he had obtained an S-rank skill. With the same expression, he planted a new weapon element between the mere monster's eyes. The bicuspid sharply pierced the skin, going deep into the bridge of the monster's nose. The pressure of the jaws caused one of the teeth to split and fly away, causing the boyer to let out a loud grunt of pain. Immediately after that, a loud explosion rang out at the place where the monster was standing, sending a pillar of dust into the air. Kang So-soo, who was thrown back by the shockwave, flew a few steps backwards. Landing on the ground and exhaling loudly, Oh Kang-woo was notified that he had defeated the B-rank Rift Shard. Looking at the remains of the buyer, Okang-woo noticed that he had reached level 40 and started 5 awakenings. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a notification that those who received 60 Mage's Index were able to fulfill the Devil's Blessing. Scratching his chin, the boy thought about the fact that it could give him incredible strength. Even after living 10,000 years in hell and being a demon king, he had never heard of the power of a demon god. Turning to face the column, Okang-woo thought that by increasing his level and characteristics, he would become more powerful than when he was king. Placing his fingers against his chin, the boy gave a predatory grin as he pondered the possibilities and remembered how he thought he no longer wanted power. Activating his devourer power, he turned his attention to the dead buyer. Okang-woo knew perfectly well that he had to preserve the body of the monster for the researchers, but he could not give up the mage. Feeling the energy flowing through his veins, the boy thought that demons had much more magic than monsters. Suddenly, Kang Seosu's voice was heard from behind, asking in a hoarse voice who it was. Stretching his lips in a wide smile, Okang-woo turned to the leader, surprised that he was still alive. Noticing the black-haired man approaching, saying that he hoped he would die first, the blue-haired man tried to tell him not to approach. Looking up at him desperately, Kang Seosu asked him if he would kill him. However, Okang-woo picked him up by the leg and said that he cannot kill his arc, whose role is not yet fully played. Guild player Mir was greatly confused by these words, so he asked what the brunette meant. With a big smile, he assured the blue-haired man that there was nothing to fear, as he wanted to ask him a few questions to begin with. Hearing the question about which bastard sent them, Kang Seosu clenched his teeth tightly. Okang-woo himself thought that losers are not so hostile from the beginning, and he already had information about him in advance. Realizing that he was going to be silent in response, the black-haired man began to bring his foot closer to his face. The strong kick sent Kang Seosu's body up, causing him to cough loudly. Right after that, Okang-woo sealed his interlocutor into a nearby wall. Pressing his head against hers and getting closer to her ear, the black-haired man asked the question once more. Hearing the name of Kim Yong-hoon, the brunette remembered how the team discussed him during the search for the monster, after which he asked what he wanted it for. Kang Seosu explained that Cha Yeonju once dared to insult Kim Yong-hoon at one of the receptions. It was after this incident that he began to hate the Red Rose Guild. Grabbing the blue-haired man by the bundles, Okang-woo asked if they were sent just for this, to which he heard that they were to show that their guild was better. Brunette said the plan was similar to the one being developed by someone Poppy, demanding a photo of the deputy. Taking the leader's broken phone in his hands, Okang-woo thought that Kim Yong-hoon was indeed a handsome boy. However, he suddenly thought for a moment that it was Kim Si-hoon standing with the blue-haired man in the photo, but he immediately decided that it just seemed to him. When he turned to the blue-haired man again, saying that he had been dragged into the revenge of some fool, he began to apologize and say that he had no choice. Throwing his head, the brunette was surprised that he was trying so hard for such a person, but added that it was already in the past. Looking into his frightened eyes, Okang-woo said that he would have no complaints against him if he played his role well. The brunette smiled widely, saying that the work would not be difficult at all, and for the blue-haired man, it might even be useful. After some time, both of them were already met by journalists who gathered in front of the exit. Okang-woo carried Kang Seosu on his shoulders, helping him out of the split. Under the flashes of the cameras, the brunette heard him being asked questions about whether anyone else would come out, where the rest of the players had gone, and whether the mutant monster had been killed. While the reporters were catching up on the atmosphere, Okang-woo opened his mouth wide, trying to get as much air as possible into his lungs. In the next second, he shouted loudly, demanding an ambulance for Kang Seosu. The blue-haired man's face was very similar to a bloody mass, so all the reporters were interested in what happened to him. Carefully placing the leader on the asphalt, the black-haired man said that this happened when he was fighting the monster. When asked what happened to the rest of the companions, Okang-woo narrowed his eyes tightly and said that it was obvious that only the two of them survived. The reporters did not understand how this could happen if the Mir Guild merged with the Red Rose Guild. However, after hearing someone say to call in the Hwarang squad, the brunette assured him that there was no need. Reaching for Kang Seosu's face, he added that there were many casualties, but the mutant monster had been eliminated. When reporters asked him if he killed the monster, the boy answered with sadness in his voice that the hero was actually the blue-haired one. Everyone turned their attention back to the beaten Kang Seosu, tears welling up in his eyes. After a pause, everyone rushed towards Okang-woo again, poking microphones in his face to get him to explain in more detail. The boy said that it all happened when they entered the dungeon, and that's when they sensed that someone was going to attack them, so they prepared to fight. At the reporter's guess, he confirmed that it was a monster waiting for them at the gate that their leader had spotted. Oh Kang-woo said that it was at the moment when the monster attacked the blue-haired man that he himself realized that it was a very strong enemy. The boy even thought about running away, but when Kang So-soo said he could get out of the gate, they decided to fight. Brunei confirmed that as the government had said, it was a lion with 5 paws, in a fight with which almost all the members of their squad had died. And when the situation became critical, Kang So-soo ordered him to run away, intending to fight the monster alone. However, Oh Kang-woo could not leave him alone and stayed to watch the fight until the end. The cruel creature furiously rushed at the player, not wanting to lose the fight. However, Kang So-soo also did not want to give up his position, so he boldly charged. Brunei added that after the victory, until he fainted, the leader repeated the names of his fallen comrades. Oh Kang-woo heard the blue-haired man trying to say something and covered his mouth with his hand, telling him not to speak until the ambulance arrived. Seeing this, the journalists remembered that before entering the split, the blue-haired man was not very friendly towards him. One of the reporters asked what he could say about the altercation that had taken place before the entrance. Oh Kang-woo explained that he was worried about him, so he behaved in such a way that he would not lose his vigilance. When the brunette called Kang So-soo his hero, 2 trails of tears ran from his eyes. At the words that he is the true hero of their time, tears ran down the half-conscious Kang So-soo's cheeks. Looking at the news feed, which was filled with articles about the plight of the hero Kang So-soo, the head of the Red Rose Guild knew that a monster could not have done this. He had clearly been beaten by another person, so it remained to be seen what exactly Oh Kang-woo was up to. And while the girl thought that all this was reminiscent of raising a tiger cub, the girl opposite noticed that the newcomer, whom she took in, showed himself well. Jung Hyun-ju added that he is very good at acting in front of the camera, so she asked where she found him. However, Cha Yeon-ju replied that it is difficult to call him a newbie, so she advised her interlocutor to leave, calling them old, which pissed her off. However, after calming down, guild leader Sanari asked if this monster could be related to a demonic cult. And considering that these scum are quite active, it was only a matter of time before the heads of other guilds found out about them. Looking into her cup of tea, the woman said that when the cataclysm happened, the creation of 5 guilds was able to save the world. But if it becomes known that there is a sect that sacrifices people, the world will turn upside down again. Sipping from her cup, Jung Hyun-ju added that she wondered how Red Rose felt about all of this. Hearing her question, Cha Yeon-ju fell to her feet, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, Oh Kang-woo's voice was heard at the door saying hello, and surprised that they had guests. Guild leader Sanare waved at the boy, introducing herself as Cha Yeon-ju's girlfriend. When she got up to leave, he assured her that they could continue the conversation as he could come by later. However, the girl said that she had already seen everything she wanted, which confused the brunette a little. As she passed him, she reiterated that she was Cha Yeon-ju's friend, so you shouldn't address her too formally. Before Oh Kang-woo could understand what she was talking about, guild head Sanari silently left the office. However, in the end, she still cast an unhappy look at her friend. Sitting down on the sofa, the brunette asked who it was, to which the redhead replied that it was just an old woman. The girl handed him the card, explaining that it was permission to access the S-rank gate. The boy was surprised that he was made so quickly, but the head of the Red Rose Guild told him to never hunt there. However, Oh Kang-woo silently looked at her as if she had said something really stupid. While the guild leader was pouring tea, he admitted that he had overheard everything the girls had been talking about before his arrival. Handing him a cup, the girl replied that even if the conversation was confidential, sooner or later she wanted to talk to him about it. Blowing on his hot drink, Oh Kang-woo asked what the demonic cult that was behind the appearance of the mutant monster would be. Cha Yeon-ju said that they perform strange rituals, and besides, they have been very active lately. No one knew how long the organization existed and how strong they were, and the government worked with the guild to jointly investigate this organization. Hearing that only one of the 5 guilds cooperated with the government, Oh Kang-woo was indignant and surprised at this. Cha Yeon-ju lowered her eyes, saying that there is a good reward for the heads of the cult leaders, but they don't do it for that reason alone. Watching the soggy bag disintegrate in the cup, the guild head added that those involved in this had sacrificed too much. That is why they cannot stop participating in the search for a member of the demonic cult. The boy realized that several guild members had been sacrificed, and judging by the reaction, the damage was severe. Looking at the redhead, he thought that she was a real rancor, and she was very bloodthirsty. He stretched his lips in a wide smile, thinking that the girl was so strong that he wanted to fight her right now. After setting down the cup, Oh Kang-woo asked if this would be the request she wanted to ask for. Without raising her head, Cha Yeon-ju said that although they didn't know much yet, they were strong enough for a pseudo-religion, so she would need any strong player. Throwing a stern look at the interlocutor, the girl promised that she would not hold him if he refused, but the answer was needed just now. He sat with his arms crossed and a serious expression on his face as she asked if she could count on him for this matter. There was silence in the room for a few minutes, during which the corner of the boy's lips jumped up. Holding up his new high-ranking gate pass in front of his eyes, he assured her that she could not worry. Oh Kang-woo said that she helped him a lot, so he asked how he could thank her. Cha Young-ju raised her head and looked at the interlocutor with a surprised look. However, after that, she awkwardly adjusted her cap and stretched her lips in a slight smile, and said that she would inform the others that he would join the team. The brunette was happy about how lucky he was, because the more he approached the cult, the more magic he received. After a while, Oh Kang-woo was already sitting in his car, thinking about how good it is to have his own transportation. Suddenly, the boy looked down and looked at the characteristic of the new feature of the Fifth Awakening, which gave the ability to summon monsters. As he had thought from the beginning, the gate works like a bridge between different dimensions in Earth. And the higher the level of the rift, the higher the level of the monsters. And therefore, a similar principle was with the appearance of demons. Getting out of the car, the boy thought that he had arrived at the only place where the strongest demon could be summoned. In front of him was a dark purple S-rank rift hole that was perfect for his plan. The boy resolutely headed for the gate, which was guarded by 2 soldiers. In the few seconds it took to check his ID, they said his access was confirmed. With a strained smile, Oh Kang-woo thought that the security here was very serious, and he wouldn't have passed without Red Rose's help. For a moment the boy froze, looking at the gate and thinking about what he wanted to do. Oh Kang-woo found himself on a luxurious beach, where he thought that after killing all the monsters, he could build a resort here. He looked around enthusiastically, marveling at how beautiful it was. Sitting down on the sand, the boy thought that even Cerberus would be a success for him in his first draft. However, it wasn't really that important who he would bring. The main thing is that it should be strong and manageable. The player rose into the air and dark energy began to gather around him. Due to great stress, dark purple veins appeared on the boy's body, which slowly spread even on his clothes. Suddenly a crack appeared in the sky, which indicated the creation of a rift for the monster's prize. Oh Kang-woo frowned and sweat poured down his face like a hailstorm. He raised his hands up and a bright green light suddenly appeared above them. Looking surprised at the result of his efforts, the boy thought that under the influence of the mage man, Mahjong, a deeper rift had formed than he expected. All the rifts he had seen before were blue, and he was also troubled by Erno's words about the continent, so the boy even thought that he would be dragged to hell again. However, after a few seconds he breathed a sigh of relief as he realized that he was still in the same rift. Upon receiving the notification that the demon summoning was successful, the boy opened his eyes and looked up in surprise. In front of him was the scratched face of the dragon Echidna, who was a baby of Gargus and had an S-rank. Standing on her paw, Oh Kang-woo raised his head and tried to figure out what to do next. The boy stared in amazement at his new familiar, wondering why he had managed to summon a dragon. A large white dragon flew out of a large dark green portal. However, the problem was that the creature flying out of the portal suddenly hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Suddenly hearing an unknown language from the portal, the boy raised his head again. Following the dragon, a red-haired dwarf jumped out of the portal holding swords in his hands. In front of him flew a girl in a white suit that resembled the uniform of a magician. A white-haired girl holding a bow also flew out of a green hole in the sky. And presiding over them was a fair-haired boy dressed in bright armor and holding a sword in his hands. Oh Kang-woo stared in surprise at the team chasing the dragon that had become his familiar. He squinted when he heard that the aliens were speaking in an unfamiliar language. Looking at the ferocious blonde boy who was clearly shouting orders, Oh Kang-woo tried to understand what these idiots were up to. The boy thought that these characters looked like characters from a fantasy world about dragons and hobbits. First, he decided he needed to understand what they were talking about. Using the power of common language, Oh Kang-woo heard the archer trying to calm Ronald down. The blonde looked at the dragon, trying to drive everyone away from the monster. They looked at the animal, and the girl said that it was almost on the verge of death. While the aliens were discussing how the creature wouldn't harm anyone else, Oh Kang-woo approached them and asked who they were. Upon hearing this, the blonde returned and introduced himself as the third prince of the Arnon Empire, Ronald von Arnon. Ignoring the serious and indifferent look of the brunette, the prince asked him who he was. The black-haired man thought that he had never heard of the geography mentioned by the unexpected guests. However, now taking a closer look at the newcomers, he saw that they were an elf and a dwarf. So all this suggested that they really came from another world. The brunette's attention was again drawn to Echidna, who was barely breathing, looking at him through half-opened eyes. Prince Ronald's entire team gathered in a circle, trying to figure out what to do next. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo began to spin a small red ball in front of the creature's nose. After that, placing his hand on the animal's body, he gave the command to heal the familiar. Red lightning flashed across Echidna's face immediately. indicating that the wounds had healed. The same lightning bolts ran all over her body, healing other scratches on it as well. However, upon seeing this, Ronald immediately lamented, asking what he was doing. But the next moment he fell silent when he heard the dragon ask him if he was his master. Looking at the black-haired man, she thanked him for healing her wounds. Oh Kang-woo quietly replied to her that there was nothing to be thankful for. While Echidna was apologizing for appearing before him in this form, the boy was thinking about her injury. Suddenly, the voice of Ronald and the archer elf were heard from behind, pointing their weapons at him. Furiously lashing out at the brunette, the prince loudly asked if he was indeed the dragon's master. However, he ignored the question. Instead, looking down, he asked why they were trying to kill Echidna. To which the blonde shouted, how could he not know that this was a terrible dragon, which he thought was a monster? The boy said that in his kingdom, dozens of townspeople died due to drought and plague, which were caused by the dragon. However, Echidna herself squinted and repeated her words that she didn't do that, and O Kang-woo stood by his familiar. Hearing his words that if the dragon could influence the weather, then she would be a deity and would not have received such wounds, the prince froze. However, when the blonde lamented that there was no other explanation than the dragon's involvement, O Kang-woo thought that he didn't hear him at all. That is why his team was going to kill the dragon to save the people of his kingdom. However, the brunette was already pushing the prince's sword away from his neck, preparing to fight them. As he held out his hand to stop Ronald, he thought about the fact that he was still going forward without listening to anyone. Due to how strong the explosion was, the prince's team was pushed back several steps. Looking at the blonde's fierce face, the player said that he could very well be right, and the dragon was indeed guilty of everything he listed. The prince's team was already rushing into battle, ignoring the unknown boy's words. Addressing the newcomers, O Kang-woo added that it didn't matter at all, since he was now his familiar. From his words that he will not abandon the creature he summoned, tears appeared in Echidna's eyes. Angry at the brunette, Ronald told him that he was just a devil. However, O Kang-woo simply stretched his lips in a smile and said that all his words were correct. Hearing this, Ronald shouted that he had suspected that he was evil from the beginning. Raising his sword, the prince shouted that he would execute him with his own hands for the sake of the people of his kingdom. And while O Kang-woo was thinking that they were asking for trouble, Echidna warned him to be careful. Swinging his sword at the player, Ronald ordered his subordinates to grab him. Immediately after repelling the attack, a large cloud of dust swirled behind him. Pulling out his spike, O Kang-woo was glad that he had put on his gear today, as it was impossible to simply repel such an attack. In the next moment, he was already crouching down, firmly resting his feet on the ground for greater stability. In the next second, the boy clenched his fingers tightly into a fist and hit the ground with all his might. The entire team of Prince Ronald immediately jumped into the air, trying to take cover from the debris. The blonde himself held a sword in front of him, ready to rush into battle at any moment. Meanwhile, O Kang-woo raised his hands up, trying to channel the force of his punch. By applying the explosion skill adjustment, he tried to make it hit as many opponents as possible. Trying to direct the blow as accurately as possible, the black-haired man crossed his arms. Following this, O Kang-woo directed the melting rain skill at the dragon hunter team. Looking at the paths of fire running in front of him, the brunette guided them in the right direction. One of the light-haired subordinates suddenly rushed forward, using the iron wall skill. He used it to cover himself from a fireball thrown at him by a dragon lord they didn't know. In a moment, he turned around, feeling the heat behind him and not expecting the attack from behind. Prince Ronald, meanwhile, watched in a daze as a large explosion rang out before his eyes. However, in the next moment, he noticed that O Kang-woo was flying towards him, holding out his hand with a spike. Not expecting this at all, the blonde clenched his teeth tightly and sighed loudly. A girl from his team, who was dressed in a magician's uniform, created a barrier around her to protect herself from the debris. Meanwhile, O Kang-woo continued his fierce battle with the prince to protect his new familiar. In a moment, the boys landed, which caused the prince to stop sharply with his foot on the grass. Watching as Ronald kept attacking him, swinging his sword, the brunette thought that he was trying to knock him to sleep. Waving his weapon in different directions, the prince said that he had first place in swordsmanship and a lightning blade. However, O Kang-woo was not confused and activated one of his skills, which caused smoke to envelop him just before the eyes of his confused opponent. In the next second, he hit Ronald, throwing him several steps away from him. The black-haired man himself thought about why everyone was rushing into battle while shouting the name of the technique that would be used. Although it helped him perfectly, suddenly his attention was drawn by the voice of someone from Ronald's team, who was giving the prince an order. In the next second, he saw that the blonde boy was already flying at him, swinging his sword. The brunette quickly took a fighting stance, preparing to fend off another attack. After waiting for the prince to approach him, O Kang-woo jumped sharply to the side, causing the sword to hit the ground. Noticing this, Ronald wasted no time swinging his sword again and rushed at the black-haired man again. With each step, he swung his weapon, trying to push the opponent away. However, Oh Kang-woo was not going to give up, so at one point he put a spike in front of him, blocking the sword. In the next second, the prince launched one of his attacks, which sent a cloud of dust into the air in front of him. As he flew away from her, the black-haired man thought that Ronald had turned out to be stronger than he expected, and he might have been in trouble if it wasn't for the 5th rank. Stretching his lips in a predatory smile, the prince asked the enemy how he liked such an attack. Putting his spike forward, Oh Kang-woo thought that he was too honest. In the next second, His Highness was already blocking the attack that flew at him with his own sword. In a moment, the brunette bent down and pressed his knee on the opponent's knee. Ronald immediately paled in pain, looked down at his leg, and let out a loud sigh. Shaking visibly, the prince said that he shouted a completely different technique, but Oh Kang-woo pretended not to understand what he was talking about. Stretching his lips in a wide, predatory smile, the black-haired man said that he was just a fool. Looking at their leader, who tiredly bowed his head and rested on his knee, the prince's team shouted. Oh Kang-woo listened as the prince ordered his team to flee, as they would not be able to win. With a wide grin on his face, the black-haired man thought they had no choice but to run. The girl in the mage's clothes shouted loudly that they couldn't leave and leave him here. However, Reynolds shouted that they should escape and take care of the Arnon Empire together, saying that he should defend his lands with his own strength and how pathetic he is. The black-haired man pushed the opponent away from him. Reynolds, who was already barely standing, fell sharply to the ground. Raising his head, the prince grunted loudly and watched as the brunette approached him. Oh Kang-woo thought that for him, battles had always been devoid of compassion, even when formidable demons begged for her with folded hands. However, there was no mercy, no matter how much they asked for it, and only cold calculation remained. In order to survive in hell, he had only to fight and kill, thanks to which he defeated so many demons. It was in hell that the boy got used to the fact that any feelings are a very great luxury. The prince looked sternly at the black thorn rapidly approaching him. Reynolds kept his eyes on the enemy. Suddenly, a girl in white clothes appeared in front of him, desperately trying to stop the brunette. Oh Kang-woo looked at her questioningly as she begged him to wait a bit. A girl named Reina shouted for him to kill her instead of Reynolds, because with the death of the prince, their world is doomed. Hearing this, the blonde tried to get up and convince her that it was completely unnecessary. However, with tears in her eyes, she continued that he is a person she loves and who is the hope of many people in the Arnon Empire. Returning to the surprised Reynolds, the girl apologized for making such a declaration, but added that if she didn't do it now, there wouldn't be another chance. Then, ignoring the prince's cries, Reina told the brunette that she would give him her life, but begged to spare Reynolds. Oh Kang-woo listened to her say all this in silence for a while and thought about what to say. In a moment, the girl was already looking at him with frightened eyes, because he said that he would not spare anyone. He added that he had nothing to do with the fact that their world might lose its last hope. Looking at the newcomers, the boy said that they had started it themselves, and at the same time they would not spare him. So he warned that once they took up arms, they should be ready to die. Cursing his lips in disgust, Oh Kang-woo told them to forget about feelings and other kinds of drama. Reynolds growled that it was low and mean, much to the brunette's surprise as he remembered how the prince had given an entire team to attack one man. At the same time, his reception with deception at the expense of a blow was absolutely classic in any fight. As he said he could send them to a place where there was no pain, his attention was suddenly drawn to a notification of strangers who had passed through the gate. It was at this moment that all the aliens began to glow, and a new notification said that the Gaia system was forced to exclude the presence of aliens. Clenching his teeth tightly in impotent rage, Oh Kang-woo charged forward, not intending to let go of his victim. The equipment that was on the prince looked quite expensive, so he did not want to lose it. In addition, looking at the surprised Reynolds, the brunette understood that he would have nothing for it, since those from another world. However, the boy did not have time to catch Reynolds because he and the team disappeared, and the spike completely entered the ground. Thinking about why the system had taken them, he mainly cursed through tightly clenched teeth. However, in the next moment, another guess shot into the boy's head, and he looked scared to where the dragon was. Rushing to where the pit with the creature was, he was relieved to see that Echidna had remained in place. Descending to it, Oh Kang-woo thought about what the unknown Gaia system was. He remembered that even when he came to Earth, something was said about it, and still the system doesn't seem to work as it should. Remembering his fight with the Hellhound, the boy thought that the appearance of demons in the rift could also be related to her. Landing on the ground, Oh Kang-woo remembered that this all started 2 or 3 weeks ago. Suddenly, a terrible guess crossed his mind, forcing him to stare in front of him in fear. Remembering how he showed the middle finger to Lilith, the boy mumbled that all this happened because of him. Crouching down, the boy clutched his head, realizing that it was all because of him, who just wanted to escape from hell and eat some kimchi. Suddenly, hearing that someone was near her, Echidna quietly called her master. When asked by her if those people had already left, O Kang-woo answered in the affirmative. When she thanked him, he smiled and, scratching his head in embarrassment, said that it was not worth it. The boy asked his familiar to lie still so that he would have the opportunity to treat her. Wasting no time, he placed his hand on her nose, once again using his healing skill. After a few minutes, the boy asked if she could resize to be a little smaller, as he had no idea where to put the dragon. He was also interested in information about the continent of Enro, where, according to Echidna, the largest country was the Arnan Empire, where magic and swords were used, and there were also fairies, monsters, and dragons. After some time, little Echidna was looking out the car window with interest. While they were wondering where they were going, O Kang-woo thought that all the monsters except the demons could have come from Erno, which made sense. He wanted to say that they were going home, but hesitated, causing the dragon to ask if they were going to his nest. At these words, the black-haired man smiled awkwardly, imagining himself in Hansol-ah. Lying on his leg, Echidna thanked him for the fact that he invited her to his place, since she had not been in it with anyone for a long time. Keeping his eyes on the road, O Kang-woo asked her if she was always alone, to which he got an affirmative answer. Echidna explained that at first she lived with her father, but then he disappeared and she was left alone. Hearing that after that, she sat and read books, the boy assumed that she was very lonely. The familiar remembered that one fine day someone came to her library, and judging by the voice, O Kang-woo assumed that it was Reynold. For a moment, the creature lay in his lap, trying to continue its story. Suddenly, he felt a tear fall on his knee when Echidna said that she did not cause drought or spread plague. O Kang-woo could feel the familiar shaking as she explained how she tried to convince everyone. He saw her crying, looking hopefully into his eyes and asking if he believed her. He did not answer, but mentioned that he understood this point of view well, since he himself had once been in such a position. Somewhere in the depths of his memory were memories of how he lived in an asylum and silently watched as other children were taken away. Stretching his hand forward, he thought he just wanted to be loved. And I also wanted to be worried about him and for someone to recognize his existence. That is why the boy once refused such feelings. But now he stretched his lips in a slight smile. After stroking Echidna's head, he said that even if the whole world was against her, he would still believe in her. With his thumb, he carefully wiped away the large beads of tears that flowed down her cheeks. The boy looked at his familiar for a few seconds, then smiled and turned back to the road. All the way, Echidna promised to remember his name, but when Hansol-A took her in his arms upon arrival, it escaped the creature's lips by itself. While her friend hugged the animal, and she said that she could not resist such cuteness, O Kang-woo ordered dinner, surprised by such a reaction from the monster. The girl leaned against the back of the animal, saying that she really wanted to be friends with it. However, in the next moment, Echidna simply let out a small discharge, and breaking out of the embrace, rushed to O Kang-woo. He suddenly realized that depending on her size, the power of her powers would also change. When he asked how things were going with their hunt, Han Seola replied that their levels were increasing rapidly. Hearing that it was all thanks to him, the boy raised his eyes to her and chuckled in surprise with a stuffed mouth. Without looking down, Han Sol-ah thanked for meeting good people, because without him she would not have achieved this. Stuffing his cheeks with a new portion of food, O Kang-woo silently looked at his satisfied friend. Now he understood the feeling of being loved, and he liked it, so he replied that he should thank her. When the girl asked if Echidna could sleep with her, he thought that he would be jealous of the familiar. The next morning, O Kang-woo woke up completely broken. He had absolutely no energy, despite the fact that he had slept all night. Barely opening his eyes, he thought about how he felt squeezed like a lemon. Han Seola, who was setting the table, said hello, and noticing the look in which the boy came out into the kitchen, noticed that he had woken up later than usual. When he said he was tired and had no energy, the girl asked him if he was in pain. Stretching, the boy answered that everything was fine, when suddenly he heard someone asking him if he slept well. O Kang-woo felt so tired that he didn't even pay attention to the person who was praising the food that Han Seol-ah had prepared from the side. However, when he heard the girl calling the little girl Echidna, he recoiled in fright, lashing out at the familiar. Noticing his surprised look, Han Seol-ah asked if he was unaware that the Echidna could transform into a human, to which the familiar explained that she herself did not know this, but tonight she felt a strange energy. And when she woke up, she was already in the form of a little girl with long white hair. Watching Echidna gobble up a new batch of cereal, the boy hoped that she would be able to get back into the dragon's head. Realizing that it would be a problem if her powers were blocked as well, he asked her if she could become a dragon again. With a low hum, she stretched, increasing in size, and her body was suddenly surrounded by a green light. Trying to make sure that the owner did not doubt her, the girl looked sternly in front of her, turning into a dragon. Oh Kang-woo watched in a daze as his familiar grew, transforming into just an apartment. When the girl jumped up on the table, spreading her wings, the boy realized that it was a mistake to ask her about this in the house. He tried to yell at her to stop, but she had already opened her mouth wide and screamed, showing her sharp teeth. Because of how loud she screamed, even the glass was blown out of the windows in the apartment. After that, Echidna got upset and apologized. Han Seola tried to calm her down, and Oh Kang-woo wondered if she had any problems with her transformation. When the familiar promised not to do that again, he warned her that she now had to get used to human life. Echidna looked at Han Sola and asked if she should bring some stones to repair their nest. Oh Kang-woo, meanwhile, thought that she would really need the use of human language when he took her with him. The situation was diffused by Han Seol-ah, who said that they had summoned the masters, and now it was time to go shopping for clothes. She explained to the surprised boy that her children's things were already worn out, so she should buy something Echidna. They suggested that Oh Kang-woo go with them, but he replied that it would not be so easy to do. The girl assumed that he was going hunting again, so she offered to rest, and Echidna wanted to go with him. He smiled, assuring that he was not going hunting, but he had to look at one place. When he was already sitting in the office, the girl, stirring tea, asked him about the events in the fault. She was surprised to be asked to issue an identity card to the summoned dragon, since he was now in human form. In the next second, she was outraged by the boy's words that his request reached her very quickly. However, all the boy's attention was focused on the photo that Han Seola sent him, and where Echidna was standing in the pajamas of a baby dragon. Even the dialogue continued by the head of the guild did not help him to distract himself from looking at the photo. A warm smile blossomed on Oh Kang-woo's face at how cute his girls looked in the photo. When asked by Cha Yeon-ji about who he is, the guy, answering on the phone to his friend, said that it was a little late to ask about it. He was more concerned about whether she would be able to fulfill his request for the documents, to which he asked him to take down the photo of the dragon. Hearing that he had one more request, Cha Yeon-ju mentally replied that he was just taking advantage of her kindness. Suddenly, the boy's attention was drawn by the familiar voice of someone who entered the office. Baek Hwa-yeon glanced at the head of the Red Rose Guild and sternly added that they needed to talk. And while the commander was worried that there was a visitor, Oh Kang-woo thought about what the leader of the Warren squad could be doing here. When she paid attention to him, the boy realized that he was always rather creepy in her presence. Cha Yeon-ju replied that even though he is not in the guild, they sponsor him, after which Baek Hwa-yeon shook his hand. Smiling, the girl remembered that they had once met in front of the S-rank gate. Hearing that they had already met, the guild leader assumed that he had beaten up the local guards, but Baek Hwa-yeon assured her that everything was fine. The memory of the beaten Kang So-soo immediately flashed into Cha Yeon-ju's mind, and she was very surprised at the words about the righteous Oh Kang-woo. Realizing that he was just brainwashing the squad leader, the redhead grabbed his head and asked what he wanted to ask. Upon hearing that he wanted to get an official S-rank pass, both girls looked at him in surprise. They did not understand why he had such a calm face, so they practically asked in unison what he wanted. To a desperate question about why he wanted to hunt in this gate so much, the boy replied that there would be no problems with the summoned beast. Without looking up at him, Cha Yeon-ju asked if he knew exactly what was going on in that split. Holding out several fingers in front of him, Oh Kang-woo replied with a smile that he knew. The first thing he was aware of was the existence of wyverns, which were similar in appearance to dragons. Even there you could meet mountain giants that resembled walking rock massifs. And finally, it was quite realistic to meet giant ogres in the rift, whose eyes shone with purple light. However, Cha Yeon-ju reminded him that the most terrifying creature was El Cuero, so she warned him that if he was going to hunt, he should not come close to the lake. He smiled, saying that he remembered everything, but Baek Hwa-yeon was indignant that she decided to give him permission. She remembered that the boy had been hunting in a gate that had a C-rank status just recently. However, Cha Yeon-ju assured her that this boy's powers could be trusted. Looking at the smiling boy, the commander thought that he might have tried to hide his identity last time. To her words that she caught a good player, the head of the guild replied that it is still unknown who caught whom. Taking the phone, Oh Kang-woo said that he was leaving, and to his question, the girl answered that he would be able to hunt in that gate tomorrow. She asked him to be careful as it was a very dangerous place for him. He looked at her, smiled, and replied that he understood everything. The guild leader and squad leader waited in silence for Oh Kang-woo to come out of the office. Finally, the redhead asked Baek Hwa-yeon why she had come to see her. When she asked if they managed to catch someone from the devil's cult, the commander gave her a stern look. She closed her eyes and exhaled loudly and said that it was far from that. The redhead let out a breath and asked what exactly she wanted from her, to which Baek Hwa-yeon added that she should expect something soon. Grasping her cap with her fingers, Cha Yeon-ju asked what exactly to expect. The commander of the squad said that the spy sent to the cult found important video evidence, which he will pass on during the secret meeting. Looking at the white-haired woman, Cha Yeon-ju asked her where exactly this meeting would take place. Hearing that the meeting would be held near Suwon Station, the guild leader thought that it was not far from where Oh Kang-woo would be hunting. The next day when they were going to split, a joyful echidna asked the boy if he liked her suit. He replied with a smile that it was very nice, asking if it was the one he and Han Seol-ae bought yesterday. To her words of thanks, the girl replied to the acquaintance that she is very beautiful, and therefore everything she wears will suit her. As they put on their shoes, Han Seol-ae wished them to be careful when hunting. While the boy was instructing the echidna on how to behave, the girl was thinking about how good it would be to hunt with Oh Kang-woo. She also wanted to go with them, but she still needed to reach his level. When the boy called her and asked if she was going to work today, Han Seol-ae looked up at him happily. To her surprised look, the boy added that he would go with her in a few days, as he wanted to have a fun hunt with her. And while the purple-haired woman digested what she heard, Echidna tried to convince her master to take her with him. Han Seol-ae smiled and said that she was looking forward to them going together. Looking at his friend with a warm smile on his face, he thought that she already had enough combat experience. Opening the door, Oh Kang-woo said it was time for them to go hunting. Hearing this, Echidna waved her hand and said goodbye to her. When the two of them were already split, Oh Kang-woo told her not to go near the lake and also not to change into battle form, as it would attract too much attention. When the familiar said that she understood everything, the boy put his hand to the ground and used the power of the warden. He knew there must be monsters nearby, and soon he sensed a giant ogre not far from them. Squinting his eyes, the brunette thought that he should start little by little so as not to overdo it. Oh Kang-woo spread his hands in different directions and applied the power of temptation, causing Echidna to smell a very delicious aroma. Anticipating a quick battle, the boy ordered the familiar to get ready, to which she readily replied that she was ready. Raising his crossed hands up, the boy began to summon the demon Baphomet. Immediately after that, surrounded by a red thread of energy, he used the power of 1,000. Wasting no time, the player rushed forward, a predatory expression appearing on his face. He landed on the ground right in front of the giant ogre that stepped out into the clearing. Both opponents raised their fists at the same time and attacked each other, starting the fight. Sensing the impact power that came out of it, Oh Kang-woo thought that he didn't even expect an S-rank power to be exactly like this. Looking at the fierce eyes in which purple fire burned, he thought that even the power of 1,000 could not take the monster. However, the player was not going to give up, so he tried with all his might to hold back the monster's blow. The boy was going to win anyway, so he momentarily jumped away from the ogre's fist, forcing it to hit the ground. After that, jumping onto his paw, Oh Kang-woo began to gather dark energy in his palm, forming a spear. The next second, he swung his weapon into the monster's neck, injuring him decently. However, the next moment, the boy suddenly felt that he was trapped in the hand of his opponent, who was tightly clenching his fingers. However, it was then that Echidna entered their battle, putting her arms forward and using the Dark Storm skill. The girl was immediately surrounded by dark bands of energy concentrated by the familiar. She directed them in the direction of the giant ogre, which caused noticeable cuts to appear on its body. Using his lightning power, Oh Kang-woo smiled and said that his familiar had done very well. Starting the battle with the monster again, the player landed right on top of its head. The creature let out a loud scream as bright blue electricity surged through its body. As he let out a loud exhale, smoke coming out of his mouth, Oh Kang-woo was notified that he had defeated the S-rank monster. The boy exhaled loudly, tiredly wiping his forehead and looking at the defeated opponent. Pushing his body with his foot, he remembered how it had been said that a crowd of level 65 and above players were needed to defeat such an enemy. Echidna ran up to him and asked if she was useful, to which the player replied that she almost completely immobilized the ogre. The girl excitedly replied that she felt stronger after he summoned her, leading Oh Kang-woo to conclude that it wasn't her form. With a smile, following the familiar who was enjoying the wonderful aroma, the boy thought that she would be able to fight in this form as well. Suddenly, the hunter saw huge shadows above them, from which a loud cry emanated. Above them circled a whole pack of wyverns, clawed paws spread and sharp teeth bared. Oh Kang-woo was confused for a moment, not knowing exactly what he and Echidna should do now with the monsters ready to attack. Realizing that they too had been lured by the power of temptation, Oh Kang-woo grabbed the familiar in his arms and ordered him to hold on tighter. Planting his foot more firmly on the ground, the player thought that wyverns were very fast in the air, so there was no point in fighting them in their territory. That is why the only way out that he saw as possible was to escape, and quite quickly. Trying to break away from the monsters chasing them, the brunette used the sky power skill and spread his wings for a swift flight. One of the wyverns approached them almost head-on, letting out a loud cry and opening its mouth. Turning his head to check how far they were behind their pursuers, Okongwu noticed that they were quite fast. In the next moment, he slightly changed the flight path, causing one of the monsters to fly past. Suddenly, Echidna's eyes widened in fright and she snarled in front of her. Okongwu looked down at her in alarm as he heard her whimpering through her dress. The boy squinted, trying to summon the familiar, which began to emit a bright light. Closing her eyes tightly and opening her mouth, the girl shouted that it was an outfit Okongwu liked. In the next moment, the wyverns recoiled in fright when one of them was slashed by a sharp claw. A large white dragon was already flying towards them, emitting a fierce roar and looking at him with an angry look. The monsters started looking at each other sharply, as if discussing a plan B in case things didn't go according to plan. And while they were confused, Echidna took another of their relatives in her jaws. The third wyvern was grabbed by the dragon with a powerful clawed paw and squeezed, forcing it to let out a loud scream. Okongwu had no choice but to watch what his familiar was doing. He turned slightly to the side when he saw Echidna charging forward beside him, a wyvern in her paw. In the next second, watching it raise a large cloud of dust, the boy was notified that his familiar had defeated the S-rank wyvern. Looking intently at all of this, Okongwu wondered if it was really the dragon that Reynolds and his commandos had almost killed. Seeing her nibbling on the body of one of the monsters, the player thought that she was much stronger than he first thought. Looking at the drops of blood, he realized that Echidna might well be stronger than him. Meanwhile, the dragon raised its head and roared loudly, spreading its wings to the sides. Okongwu, meanwhile, was flying close to her battlefield and was carefully observing what his familiar was capable of. After some time, Echidna, whom the boy was carrying in his arms, wrapped in his jacket, finally came to his senses. She asked him where they were, what was she waiting for, that they were still in the middle of the gate. Instead, the player asked if she was in pain. Grasping his shoulders tightly, the familiar said that she was completely exhausted, but she was not in any pain. Remembering how the dragon tossed the wyvern around, Okongwu assumed that she had expended too much energy on it. He told her that right after the transformation she passed out and he barely managed to catch her. When Echidna started whining again about the ruined dress, the player assured her that they would go and buy a new one later. She looked up at him and said with tears in her eyes that it was the clothes he had complimented. However, the girl did not have time to finish, because she saw the stern expression on the face of the host, who expressed the hope that such transformations would not happen again. He added that he really dislikes people who cannot stop their anger and calm down quickly. Averting her eyes full of tears, Echidna quietly said that she had not changed on purpose. When she started talking about how it wouldn't happen again and asked her not to quit, Okongwu pursed his lips tightly, not knowing what to say. The next moment, he hugged her tightly and began stroking her hair, telling her to put such thoughts out of her head. At his words that they could go back and buy new clothes, the girl sobbed and grunted softly. Okongwu, meanwhile, thought that this kind of loss of control could become a big problem, so something had to be thought of to stop it from happening again. He understood very well that Echidna was quite strong in her true form. However, he could not even assume that she would cope with all the wyverns on her own. Clenching his hand into a fist, the boy realized that she had used his magic to fight. He then understood that Echidna was able to become a human and became much stronger because she took his magic. And the more he uses energy, the stronger his familiar will become. Accordingly, he will be able to use mages more if he increases their number, but this will be a great burden on Echidna's body. Suddenly, a sound was heard nearby, which caused the boy's eyes to widen in fright. He realized that giant ogres were approaching him, and judging by the sounds, right away. After placing the Echidna under the tree, Okongwu thought how difficult it would be to defeat 2 ogres at once without the Echidna. Turning to face the direction his opponents were coming from, he thought that although he wanted to go home, now it was his turn to train. In the next second, Okongwu saw a strong, tanned boy pounce on one of the ogres, clawing at the monster's head. The other was taken over by his partner, who cut his throat with one clear movement. The tanned boy had a wild expression on his face that indicated that he would be happy to continue the fight. But the face of his companion remained completely calm, and one might even say indifferent, unsure of how to respond to this. Okongwu silently stared at the boys who had taken his booty. The tanned boy immediately reached out, saying that it was quite dangerous, but he suddenly realized that the brunette wanted to kill the ogres himself. And while they discussed how tired he looked, Okongwu thought he knew these guys. The tanned boy was the head of the Hanul Guild, Baek Kang-hyun, and his partner was the head of the Onuri Guild, Cha Min-hyuk. Looking at the blonde smile, Oh Kang-woo thought about how unlucky he was to face two guild heads at once. Looking at the black-haired man and the echidna who were sleeping under the tree, Baek Kang-hyun said that they looked like two newbies who walked in, having just received their permit. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the guild leader Hanul assured him that he was lucky to meet them, and they would be able to guide him to the exit. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping echidna, the boy assumed that she was also tired enough. Listening to him say that they will manage themselves, Cha Min-hyuk noticed that he was rather boring. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and he lowered his eyes to get a better look at it. Baek Kang-hyun kept convincing the black-haired man that he was not bad at all, and that he was with a child, so he would definitely need help. Cha Min-hyuk clenched his fist tightly, the blood of the recently defeated ogre dripping from his fingers. Scratching his head in no uncertain terms, Oh Kang-woo smiled and said that they had already helped them enough. They didn't even notice guild leader Onuri looking at them. Having no more arguments, the head of the guild Hanul agreed to let them handle it themselves. Completely ignoring Cha Min-hyuk's careful gaze, the black-haired man thanked him for his understanding. After some time, Echidna opened her eyes, hearing a voice persistently calling her. Oh Kang-woo carried her in his arms, telling her that they had already left, and it was time for her to wake up if they still planned to go get clothes. Pulling out his phone, the boy thought that today had seemed a bit crazy. Having entered the coordinates of the shopping center into the navigator, he saw that the shortest way lay through a narrow, dark alley. Looking in front of him, Oh Kang-woo thought that he looked quite strange. Looking into the dark void of the unlit alley for a moment, the boy noticed that there weren't many people around the S-rank gate. Suddenly his attention was drawn by Echidna, who quietly called him. Running into the alley and pointing there with her finger, the girl said that there was a smell of blood. Without removing her finger, she added that it smelled like human blood. Meanwhile, one secret agent recalled how he managed to sneak into a demonic cult and pass himself off as a follower. As a result, he found out that all this was just some kind of madness that the guild did not even count on. Avoiding internal control, he managed to shoot a video where simply shocking information was recorded. Looking at the chip that stored all the information he had acquired, he thought about how to send it to his head, bypassing the information lock. As a result, he did manage to contact the headquarters, but unfortunately, the surveillance system intensified. So at one fine moment, the boy realized that he was able to be tracked down by other members of the cult. And now, bloodied and breathing hard, the boy tried to break away from his pursuers to meet the head of the guild. Sweat was pouring down his face in great hail, and the boy felt that he could no longer run. However, clutching the information chip in his hand, he understood that there was no way he could afford to get caught. Running around another corner, the boy thought that he must, under any circumstances, hand over the chip to the commander of the Kvaran detachment. However, at one point his strength ran out, and he fell to one knee with a loud groan. Standing on his knees and visibly shaking, the boy thought that he could no longer move. Looking at his bloody hands, he thought that there was no way he could afford to give up. Bloody traces remained from his hands, and in his mind it was spinning that there was only one step left to the exit. Realizing that he was just a step away from the gate where the Varan squad was located, the boy clenched his teeth and looked in front of him. Suddenly, a dark-haired boy came out from around the corner and looked at the bloodied stranger in a daze. Next to him was a little girl. Judging by whose words they were both looking for him, he looked up at his saviors and panted heavily, trying to force a word out of him. Oh Kang-woo stared in surprise at the unknown boy whose face was covered in blood. He suddenly in one moment firmly grabbed his hand and turned his palm upwards. Putting up his fist, the boy asked to hand over something. Oh Kang-woo stared dumbfounded at what the stranger had thrown into his hand, and a drop of sweat rolled down his face. He saw a small chip, but he didn't have time to ask anything about it because the stranger immediately turned off. The brunette bent over the unconscious body and tried to shout to him to wake up. He screamed desperately, keeping him awake and trying to get an answer. Oh Kang-woo had absolutely no idea what he was supposed to do with this chip and what exactly was stored on it. He bent down to get a good look at what exactly happened to the unknown boy. Placing a hand on his face, the player instantly used his beholder power on him. Weed saw that the boy's name was Kang Dong-hoon, and he was at Awakening 16, level 52, which meant he was quite strong. Oh Kang-woo knew very well that Srangu's gate can be entered with 7 awakenings in level 60, so he clearly did not come out of there. The only catch in this situation was the chip, so the player inserted it into the phone without thinking long. On the screen of his phone, he saw that there was only one video file stored there. When the boy opened it, his eyes widened in surprise. As he continued to stand in the alley, Oh Kang-woo stared intently at the video playing on his phone. The dragon did not understand why he was in such a state, so she silently stood by him, keeping her eyes on him. Echidna looked at the owner with interest, not understanding what he saw. Meanwhile, the boy was getting redder every second, and drops of sweat were running down his face. Shaking his whole body, Oh Kang-woo tried to understand what the hell the unknown was so protective of this video. Thinking that he might have missed something important during the first viewing, the boy played the video again. However, his face again became beet-colored, which indicated a high degree of discomfort in this situation. For a moment, he thought he was seeing a candid video for the first time in the last 10,000 years. Hearing the voice of Echidna, who finally couldn't stand it and asked him what he was looking at, the player shuddered in fright. After thinking for a while, he replied tensely that he was just trying to understand what exactly had happened to the boy. Suddenly, a strange sound caught his attention and he turned his head in the direction from which it was coming. People in terrible red masks, behind which it was impossible to make out their faces, ran from there. They were fast approaching Oh Kang-woo and Echidna, who didn't know where to turn. The unknown came down from the walls, forming a formation and approaching the player with a firm gait. Meanwhile, the brunette kept his eyes on the squad, taking a fighting stance and preparing for battle. The one who, judging by his behavior, was the leader, cursed loudly, realizing that the black-haired man had already seen the compromising material. Oh Kang-woo guessed that he was talking about the video on the chip, but he didn't understand why it was such a big deal. However, what finally shocked him was that the leader drew his blade and said that they could not leave them alive. The player did not understand what he meant when he said that he, or pretended not to realize the value of what he saw. Hiding his phone in his pocket, Oh Kang-woo thought that there was no way he would give it to his rivals. No matter what, he wasn't going to give his first candid video in 10,000 years to someone. Having lashed out at his opponents, the boy loudly said that he would not return him under any circumstances. The leader laughed at these words and said that he had finally shown his true face. Immediately after that, the man ordered his subordinates to attack, causing them to rush forward. Oh Kang-woo also wasted no time and rushed to meet them using the power of the Iron Curtain. In the next moment, his fist slammed into the chest of one of the attackers with all his might. Using his acceleration power, the black-haired man jumped from one opponent to another, taking them out of the fight. Their cardinal, ignoring the attempts of one of his soldiers to warn them of the danger, ordered the force to be released. And although he didn't know where this player came from, he knew very well that if they didn't do something, they would all die. Oh Kang-woo, meanwhile, engaged another cultist, smashing his mask right in the face with one clear move. Suddenly he froze, staring in front of him in surprise and seeing a purple haze of energy. Noticing that something was wrong, Echidna asked him what happened, to which he said that he noticed energy. His opponents quite skillfully used magicians in the battle against him, which he could not help but recognize. Using this energy meant that all of these people could belong to the devil cult, and had already begun to transform into demons. Oh Kang-woo wanted to give the poor people peace so they wouldn't suffer anymore, but Echidna quietly warned them that they were quite dangerous. She wanted to help him, but the boy stopped her, putting his hand forward. Clenching his fingers tightly into a fist, he pulled out his spike, preparing to attack. Meanwhile, the followers of the demonic cult have already approached the player almost up close. However, not wanting to give up, Oh Kang-woo himself ran towards the crowd of opponents, waving his hand. One of them suddenly rushed at the black-haired man, gaping his mouth and baring his fangs, which were dripping with saliva. After driving his spike into him, Oh Kang-woo thought that defeating him was simple. The cultist coughed loudly, and a web of veins stood out prominently on his face. The player understood that he had to push harder, because it had the demon's regenerative abilities. In the next second, Oh Kang-woo pushed his opponent back without stopping the attack. At this moment, another cultist was already flying at him, his teeth clenched tightly in rage. The brunette turned to him, withdrawing his hand again for another attack. This time, the blow of his spike landed right between the opponent's eyes, shattering his mask. The third approached the boy, intending to attack him from the side, which caused a predatory vortex to appear on his face. However, Oh Kang-woo deftly ducked, avoiding the fatal blow from the enemy. In the next second, the boy wasted no time swinging his hand and stuck a spike into his enemy. He pushed it so deep into the cultist's body that he even caught it with his fist. The leader of the attackers watched in shock as his warriors were disabled one by a single player. The half-human, half-demon roared loudly, not wanting to give up and planning new attacks on the enemy. However, when he also began to emit a large amount of magic, they quickly ran away. At the same time, the one whom everyone called the Cardinal ran ahead, uttering a loud lamentation. Scraping the magicians to the ground, Oh Kang-woo gave a predatory smile, saying that it was too late to run away. Feeling the currents of energy under his feet, the leader of the attackers shouted even louder. Behind him, in the meantime, his subordinates were already striking each other with large spikes sticking out of the ground. Veins stood out on the Cardinal's face, and tears rolled down his cheeks as he realized that he had lost this battle. Oh Kang-woo raised his hands and folded them one above the other. After some time, he was already returning to Echidna, looking at the dead cultists, the sight of which made him chuckle with interest. Pulling out his phone and returning to the video, the boy wondered what the hell Satanists needed a fairly candid video for. Oh Kang-woo blushed as he thought about whether he should seize the moment. Suddenly, Cha Yeon-ju began to descend from above, and Baek Hwa-yeon's voice could be heard next to her. Hearing the voice of the head of the Red Rose Guild, the boy looked up in front of him in fear, and his hair stood on end. The black-haired man raised a frightened look at the girl, not knowing exactly what she had managed to see. Red-haired, coming down from the roof of the neighboring house, looked at him in surprise, not expecting to hear him here. Drenched in sweat, Oh Kang-woo stared at the wall where the guild head had been just a second ago. He wondered if she had seen anything, but Cha Yeon-ju was more concerned about what he was doing here. While they were fighting, Baek Hwa-yeon looked down and was surprised to see a brunette there. Her face was covered with sweat, and the girl herself was squinted when she saw what was happening in the alley. To his question, Cha Yeon-ju replied that she came on business, while Oh Kang-woo said that a few minutes ago there were strange people leaving here. The commander of the Varan squad suddenly ran up to them, asking the boy if he had seen the chip from the video. Seeing the boy take it out of his phone, the head of the Red Rose Guild confirmed that it was him. When she held out her hand to him and asked him to hand over the chip, as it was very important, the brunette frowned. Adjusting her cap and exhaling loudly, Cha Yeon-ju said that they had to see it right away. The boy's cheeks suddenly turned a noticeable blush as he thought about why he was watching this just now. When he asked again if she needed it right now, the guild head angrily asked how many more times he would have to repeat it. Putting his hand to his mouth, the boy coughed, pondering what exactly was on the video. Looking at her interested look, the player thought about why she needed a spicy video so urgently. When she suggested he watch the video together because she thought he needed to see it, he tensed up a bit. Inserting the chip into her phone, the redhead asked how the exiled agent was now. Approaching the unknown boy, Hwa Yeon-ah replied that he was dead. Reaching out, she reached for his face and closed his eyes. Baek Hwa-yeon rose to her feet, asking the black-haired man if he could explain what happened here. Oh Kang-woo scratched his head and said uncertainly that he himself could not fully understand what had happened. He explained that they attacked him as soon as he got the chip, but other than that, he had nothing more to say. From his story, the commander concluded that he got into this story completely by accident. Paying attention to the fact that the head of the guild was approaching them, the girl added that they would be able to get an explanation from the video. However, she immediately returned the phone to her, which displayed adult content. The redhead started to accuse Oh Kang-woo of replacing the video, but he replied that he did, leading Baek Hwa-yeon to conclude that they were seeing a fake video. She added that they would only be able to decipher it through the video editor at headquarters. And while the girls were arguing about what to use instead of the fake video, Oh Kang-woo thought it was a video about a demonic cult. Choi Yeon-ju lashed out at the guy, asking why he didn't tell her what was in the video right away, to which he replied that she really wanted to see it for herself. However, at that moment, Echidna suddenly appeared in front of him, who shouted that she should not offend the owner. The red-haired girl pointed at the girl with her finger and asked who it was, to which she heard that it was the same summoning dragon. When the girl said that she looked like a small child, Echidna puffed out her cheeks. Cha Yeon-ju, meanwhile, imagined a large dragon that she could ride. Realizing that reality was completely different from imagination, Oh Kang-woo let out a loud breath. Meanwhile, Baek Hwa-yeon came up to them and said that since their agent had died on a mission, they needed to check the video immediately. Arriving at the office, the girl first of all asked if they had any problems with the night shift. Hearing word that their colleague Kang Dong-hoon had died during the operation, the soldiers looked at their commander in shock. Watching her give orders to organize a commemoration for a colleague, Oh Kang-woo thought that she was simply a born warrior. Baek Hwa-yeon turned to the captain and ordered to immediately decode the coded video necessary for the investigation. To her question about whether it was possible to contact Commander Jang Hyun-jae now, the captain replied that he was on a business trip to Japan. No one in Korea could stand up to Commander Jang Hyun-jae except Bak Kang-hyun. Closing her eyes, the girl thought that if he had been there, none of her subordinates would have died. The commander, along with the head of the Red Rose Guild, and Oh Kang-woo, went to the hall where the projector was. A decoded video immediately appeared on the large monitor, where two cultists were clearly visible. The one who was called the Cardinal turned to his subordinate, ordering him to speak, whereupon he heard that the preparations for the draft were nearing completion. When asked how long it would take, he said that they would be able to complete it in 3-4 weeks. 3 weeks was even more than he expected, while he remembered the support he received from the guild. He said that the day would soon come when their dreams would come true. However, hearing how the Cardinal cut him off harshly, he was surprised, and the leader was indignant that he was already talking about success. Coming closer, he said that this was only the first step, and it was foolish to say such things before there was anything. The subordinate immediately began to bow, apologizing to the cardinal for his self-confidence. Approaching practically the shelter, the leader advised to refrain from such speeches until the preparations for the draft are completed. He wanted to say something else, but suddenly turned his head in the direction where the operator was. Without taking his eyes off him, the cardinal said that they seemed to have a rat in them. After pausing the video, Cha Yan-ju said that it was at this point that the video stopped. Looking intently at the screen, Oh Kang-woo thought that, judging by the devil's mask, this was the one who preached the devil cult. Squinting, he analyzed everything he heard, from which he was able to draw three main conclusions. The first thing the boy understood was that since the person in the red mask with the star is called a cardinal, then he has great power. The second conclusion was that they were preparing to call something into this world, which would require creating quite a rift. And the third was that the demonic cult had serious support from one of the main guilds. Wasting no time, Oh Kang-woo said that the only way to start an investigation was to start investigating the major guilds. The boy explained that they needed to find a guild that would support the cult. At the same time, they can exclude the Red Rose in the government. Baek Swayon smiled as she asked if he had ever been involved in investigations, to which Cha Yeon-ju replied that he always had been. Lying down on the table and clutching her head, the girl desperately asked how they could calculate the right guild. And since the squad leader also didn't understand how to do it, Oh Kang-woo said that there is one way to do it. Raising a finger, the boy added to the bewildered guild leader that they could throw the bait. To his words about the cult sacrificing high-ranking players, she confirmed that this was the reason her guild lost many newbies. When he asked if he had brought up a sensitive topic, the girl said he could continue. Oh Kang-woo smiled and said that the rookies would be the basis of the plan. He explained that cultists target low-ranked players with high attribute ratings. Placing her hand on her chin, Baek Hwa-young said that cow players have been hunting low-ranked goals lately. With a predatory grin, the boy offered to start a rumor that there were very talented players in the low-ranked gates, and the information that the Red Rose was already watching them should have worked like bait for fish. Baek Hwa-yeon said that the idea is good, but the cult members might be more careful after learning about the spy. At the words that the cardinal would definitely be more careful, the brunette said, crossing his arms, that he would make his move. When asked by the guild leader how he knew this, Oh Kang-woo said that they had already lost moral control on the way to the goal. In addition, if even they become careful, then it is simply impossible to hide what is happening there. Cha Yeon-ju crossed her arms and asked who they would send as bait if many entry-level rankers were already known in the guilds. In addition, she did not want to allow her own players to be used as bait. To her words, Oh Kang-woo replied that he perfectly understood her desire to preserve the combat power of her own guild. He smiled as he said he already had someone perfect for the role of decoy. Meanwhile, Kim Si-hoon, who the brunette was talking about, was slowly walking down the street with his head down sullenly. When he got home, he knelt down in front of the body of a woman who was lying on the floor, covered with a blanket. The boy did not take his eyes off of her, his bright blue eyes filled with despair. Kim Si-hoon worried about his mother every day, getting up almost at the first rays of the sun. His eyes looked at the woman with hope, but the look was sufficiently tortured. The whole time the boy sat next to his mother, he did not let go of her hands. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo was lying on the roof of a nearby house under a tarp, looking through binoculars. The black-haired man even shed tears from the way he took care of his sick mother every day. He was looking at the latest news on his phone, which was filled with Kim Si-hoon's name. A week had passed since the start of their operation, and rumors about the boy were spreading faster than planned. However, at the same time, they did not attract too much attention, which gave an ideal speed of distribution. Park Hyun-woo tried his best to throw in as much information as possible about Kim Si-hoon, but in moderation. He had nowhere to go as Baek Hwa-yeon was too old-fashioned for such a job, and Cha Yeon-ju was giving out orders. Finally, Oh Kang-woo saw the word coming out of his house. Looking at the gray-haired man, he thought that he himself also needed to move. A team was already waiting for him at the gate, who greeted him with joy, glad that he had come. They didn't even notice the player, dressed in medieval armor, who was watching them intently. Meanwhile, Kim Si-hoon noticed that Han Sol-ah looked quite pale, so he assumed that she was not well. While the girl was answering, another one approached the player in armor, calling him to his team, but he refused. Han Sol-ah explained that Oh Kang-woo had not been home for a week, although they texted and called each other every day. The gray-haired man immediately blurted out that it had nothing to do with the gate, but the girl added that he did not want to tell anything. The team tried to convince her that the boy would return soon, but Han Sol-ah was not convinced. Choi In-bi frowned in surprise at the suggestion that he was fed up with her cooking. However, Han Sol-ah was already thinking that the reason why Oh Kang-woo isn't coming home could be that, or that he found another girl. The redhead approached her friend and assured her that it was impossible to find someone more beautiful than her. But the opposite could be the case. She explained that it might just be important for a black-haired man to be in the same apartment with a beautiful girl. However, she was interrupted by Kim Si-hoon, who asked her not to pay attention to her partner's words. The boy explained that there might be a really important reason in Oh Kang-woo, because unlike them, he had a high rank. With a wide smile, the gray-haired man said that the only thing they could do was to get on the same level as Oh Kang-woo sooner. Looking at her sad face, he added that for this they need to work hard and try their best. Hearing his words, Han Sola raised her head and looked determinedly at her companions. In a moment, the knight in armor watched as the entire team entered the gate where their training was supposed to take place. Oh Kang-woo looked proudly at the disciples who had already received their third awakening and were developing quite quickly. He himself really didn't like that he hadn't seen Han Sola for a whole week. He couldn't do anything about the fact that he had a job, but now he personally experienced how difficult it was for her. In addition, the boy understood that it was difficult not only for her, but also for Echidna, who was now staying with the girl's mother. For a dragon, he was generally the only person she could count on. Grasping his head, Oh Kang-woo thought that he himself wanted to finish this task as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the rift itself, a giant troll extending its clawed hand rushed at the players. Tae-soo shielded himself from him, making frantic efforts, trying not to overdo it. Raising his mace, the monster hit the shield with all his might, attacking the man. He just laughed out loud and said that he was rather ill-mannered, but strong. However, this was not enough, and in a moment, raising his shield, he hit the troll hard on the leg. The monster immediately growled loudly in pain, raising its wounded leg, but quickly lost its balance. Tae-soo, meanwhile, shouted to his gray-haired companion that it was time to advance. Behind Kim Si-hoon was Han Sola, who immediately gave the boy reinforcements. She held her staff in front of her, doing her best to support the other players on her team. Tae-soo, meanwhile, stepped aside to give Kim Si-hoon a chance to maneuver. The gray-haired man, holding a sword in front of him, around which was the silhouette of a wolf, rushed at the troll. In the next second, the monster opened its yellow eyes and coughed up blood profusely. However, immediately after that, the monster clenched its jaws with crooked teeth and growled. Disregarding the outstretched paw, Kim Si-hoon rushed at the opponent, swinging his sword. Returning to the defeated troll, the boy watched as he fell with a wild cry. Thick gray smoke poured out of the monster's gaping, crooked-toothed mouth, and blue lightning flashed across its body. A moment later, the monster fell to the ground, causing visible cracks to run across the dry soil. Looking at this, Tae-soo wondered aloud if he was really dead. However, Choi In-bi told him not to say such things sooner than necessary. However, Kim Si-hoon calmed the redhead down as he approached the troll and said that he had received experience points. Holding onto her hat, Choi In-bi sternly said that they should be more careful even if they only have one opponent. While his colleagues discussed the danger of the opponents, the gray-haired man scratched his head and noticed that they had trained well. When Tae-soo said it was because of him, the boy scratched his head awkwardly, replying that he was exaggerating. Turning to the redhead, Kim Si-hoon said that her magic was also pretty good. After his suggestion to start collecting artifacts, the players as a whole team flew at the troll's body, disassembling it into its components. From one of the rocks, Oh Kang-woo watched them intently, lying on his stomach. Closing his eyes, the boy thought about the fact that his team had definitely gained more experience and were fighting now without unnecessary movements. All future moves were now pretty clear, plus their team's tank now had a much greater level of control. The main damager had a nice buff given to him by Han Sol-a, who could give an extra buff without needing to heal. The auxiliary damage dealer was now perfectly capable of giving good cover to Kim Si-hoon. When the troll was finished, Tae-soo asked the gray-haired man if he had really become popular enough. Oh Kang-woo, meanwhile, was thinking that it was time to really run the bait. He thought about the fact that a week had passed since the start of the operation, and the demonic cult still continued to do nothing. The boy was already thinking that they really became more careful, but he did not believe that they would ignore such a promising player. He knew this all too well based on the experience of living in hell, so he understood that such a prey could not be let in. As he dropped to the ground, Oh Kang-woo thought it was worth checking it out, as it could be that the rumor had not reached the cultists. Placing his hand on the ground, the boy used the power of the observer to check for the presence of cow players. Thinking that the cult might just not have enough time for some action, he saw two trolls in the desert. At the same time, several players were rapidly approaching them, due to which two bright reflections appeared somewhere in the distance. In the next moment, the monsters were already cut down by two boys who rapidly approached them. Oh Kang-woo thought that they were clearly of a high level, if they were already defeating their opponents with one punch. And now he saw that both of them were running straight in the direction where Kim Si-hoon was now. A predatory smile appeared on the black-haired man's face when he realized that the bait had been taken. Meanwhile, the team won another victory over another troll who was breathing hard from a wound in the stomach. Watching him fall to the ground, Kim Si-hoon said that they all did a good job. At Tae-soo's words that he managed this time even without Choi and B's help, the gray-haired man scratched his head and said that he was just lucky. As the redhead began to resent not being allowed to have fun, Kim Si-hoon smiled awkwardly. Suddenly, his eyes widened in fright and he looked in front of him to where Han Sol-ah was standing. Noticing that another troll appeared behind the girl, he ordered the team to prepare for a new battle. Raising its mace, the monster opened its mouth and rushed at the players with a loud roar. Suddenly, splashes of blood flew around, and the whole team looked at the newcomers in a daze. The gray-haired man frowned sharply, not expecting to see the person standing right in front of him. Kim Young-hoon smiled as he said he didn't expect to see him here. The whole team turned to the gray-haired man, asking him if he knew this boy. Meanwhile, Choi In-bi mentioned that he was the deputy head of the Mir Guild, but Kim Si-hoon didn't react to them at all. Kim Young-hoon was a man who was born with a golden spoon in his mouth, as he was the vice head of the strongest guild and the son of the head of electronics. His talent as a player was quite mediocre, unlike his father's. However, relying on the wealth and power of his father, he could easily manipulate people. When asked by the gray-haired man what he came here for, Kim Young-hoon replied that he came to hunt. When he ordered to move away, the blue-haired man said that he was not very polite to his brother, which confused the rest of the team. Kim Si-hoon couldn't stand it at this moment and screamed loudly, indignant that he dared to call himself his brother. To which the vice-chairman smiled crookedly, saying that they could not be considered ordinary brothers, because in the veins of that one flowed low blood. Immediately after those words, Kim Si-hoon charged at the blue-haired man, drawing his sword and cursing loudly. Kim Young-hoon, with a smile on his face, asked him if he wanted to fight him. Not intending to respond to his brother's insolent speech, the gray-haired man clenched his teeth tightly in impotent rage. Hearing the words that there are many rumors about him, Kim Si-hoon was very surprised. The hilt of the sword did not let go of his hands. The vice-chairman explained that he had heard that he had an incredible ability that was no lower than an S rank. Gripping the hilt of the sword even tighter, the gray-haired man did not understand what his brother was talking about. Sticking out his tongue like a dog, Kim Young-hoon said that he needed a victim like him. When the team heard that they also looked like good victims, Tae-soo realized that he was a cow player. Han Sol-ah kept a careful and worried look on the blue-haired man, not knowing what to expect from him. When she stood up for Tae-soo, the vice-chairman said that she was not the one he was going to sacrifice. Without taking his eyes off her, he licked himself predatorily, adding that it was fashionable for her to come up with something else. These words were the last straw for Kim Si-hoon, who raised his sword and rushed at his brother. However, he immediately raised his own weapon and repulsed the attack with all his might, throwing the opponent back. His crew immediately screamed in terror as the gray-haired man landed and found his footing. Looking fiercely at the enemy, the boy could not understand how he managed to counterattack from such a short distance. The blue-haired bodyguard already wanted to enter the battle to protect his ward. However, he put his hand aside, ordering him to stay put. He stretched out the hand that held the sword in front of him, turning on the absolute defense mode. Immediately after that, with a furious expression on his face, the blue-haired man rushed at his brother. He laughed wildly, noticing that he was running away from him quite well. The blue-haired man bombarded Kim Si-hoon with a hail of blows, which he deflected quite skillfully, but at the same time retreating back. At some point, the gray-haired man changed his trajectory and retreated to the side, due to which the opponent's blow went almost past him. However, Kim Young-hoon found his way around quite skillfully and attacked his brother again, glaring at him. At one point, he swung his sword hard, forcing his brother to raise his hands with the sword in the air. In a moment, Kim Si-hoon clenched his teeth tightly and felt a rather powerful blow to his stomach. The kick was so strong that the gray-haired man flew into the nearby rocks, sending a pile of dust into the air. His team, seeing this, shouted loudly, trying to call their partner. Squinting one eye and looking at the vice-chairman, Kim Si-hoon thought that now he understood everything. Looking at his opponent's weapon, the boy thought that all the blue-haired man's movements were not dictated by him. And while Kim Young-hoon was saying something about low blood, the gray-haired man kept thinking about his weapon. He knew that it was a special system that was attached to the equipment and caught the enemy's attacks. Suddenly, Kim Young-hoon turned red and said that since he is just an insect, he should just lie on the ground. Immediately after that, the boy rushed at his brother, withdrawing his hand with the sword to strike. However, at the last moment, Tae-soo appeared in front of him, who deftly put a shield in front of him. The vice head of the guild had a condescending expression on his face as he began to insult the big man. However, he did not give up and continued to hold the defense, pressing with all his might on his shield. Clenching his teeth tightly in tension, Tae-soo said he had no idea what had happened between the boys. Putting his foot on the ground, he added that under no circumstances would he allow Kim Si-hoon to be harmed. Wasting no time, he rushed to push the blue-haired man away from the rocks. Kim Si-hoon sat on the rocks trying to regain consciousness. Tae-soo clenched his teeth tightly due to wild tension, and sweat dripped profusely down his face. Suddenly, something surprised him, forcing him to raise his head and look in front of him. He did not understand what was happening, so he asked his enemy about it. He stood with his sword relaxed over his shoulder and surrounded by a light blue barrier. The blue-haired man had a cheeky grin on his face as he questioned how dare he attack him. At some point, Tae-soo noticed that he was beginning to use the mage's energy. A second later, an unknown force picked up the big man and threw him over the back of the blue-haired man. After hearing him gasp, Kim Young-hoon said that even if he hadn't intervened, he would have finished him off after his confrontation with his brother. Returning his attention to the gray-haired man, the vice chairman suddenly froze, not knowing how to react to what he saw. Kim Si-hoon stood in front of him on both legs, surrounded by blue energy, with Han Seol-ah behind him giving him reinforcements. The blue-haired man stood numbly, silently watching his brother's teamwork. In the next moment, the gray-haired man charged at the vice head, using an enhanced dragon shockwave technique. Han Seol-ah tried her best to strengthen her partner's attack as much as possible. Using the wind dragon technique, Kim Si-hoon slashed and swung at the blue-haired man. Watching his brother use the dragon shockwave technique, the vice president froze for a moment with wide eyes. Raising his hand or slightly covering his face from the strong wind, the boy cursed loudly, but did not retreat. Meanwhile, Kim Si-hoon rushed at his brother, who, trying to defend himself from his blow, put his sword in front of him. Meanwhile, the blue-haired man also did not want to give up, so he looked at his brother with clenched teeth. However, the moment his sword began to swing back and the sleeve of his jacket was torn, something akin to fear appeared on the vice president's face. With a swing of his sword, Kim Si-hoon launched a large shockwave towards where his brother was standing. The gray-haired man was breathing hard, trying to catch his breath and calm down, but not losing his vigilance for a moment. Han Seol-ah and Choi In-bai watched the fight furiously, ready to step in and help their partner at any moment. Sweat was pouring down the boy's face as he remembered an important detail that had slipped his mind. However, Kim Young-hoon, looking at his clothes, replied that he had always been like this. When the gray-haired man saw him kicking the unconscious Tae-soo, he let out a loud cry. Baring his teeth, he growled at the blue-haired man that he never knew how to lose decently. This was evident when they were still studying together at the same school, where when Kim Si-hoon won awards, his brother was jealous of him. While they were both playing basketball on different teams, the gray-haired one was doing much better than Kim Yok-hoon. And even when they became players, it was Kim Si-hoon who had more talent and ability. At some point, the vice chairman interrupted him, showing his sword in front of him and telling him to sneeze. In his opinion, he had enough influence and money to control people. The gray-haired man's face twisted in incomprehension when his brother told him that he could easily crush his talent. Finishing copying the gray-haired man's attack, the boy charged forward, swinging his sword. With a wild expression on his face, he ordered his opponent to try to parry his own attack. Blocking his next strike, Kim Si-hoon brought his sword out in front of him, making a ringing sound. He stared with a dazed look at how bright blue sparks flew in all directions from the friction of metal against metal. In a moment, the tension reached its maximum, and Kim Young-hoon threw his brother to the nearby rocks, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Looking at the fragments of stones that were flying in different directions, the boy began to loudly call his brother. While he was happy that this was his limit, Han Seol-ah rushed to the companion and began to treat him. Meanwhile, Choi In-bai tried to distract the blue-haired man by casting spells over a large red orb. However, when she threw it at him, he laughed loudly, covered by a bright blue barrier. His gaze was on the edge of madness and his mouth was wide open in a wild cackle. Looking at the injured Kim Si-hoon, Han Seol-ah said that she would not be able to treat him for long, but she gave him first aid. The gray-haired man himself thought that although he survived, he understood that his strength had completely left him. Looking at his brother's victorious face, he thought that if he died now, there would be no question of the long-awaited revenge. Han Seol-ah and Choi In-bai tried their best to draw the blue-haired man's attention away from them. Tae-soo lay on the ground unconscious, and Kim Si-hoon thought that he couldn't even protect the people dear to him. Biting his lower lip, the gray-haired man thought that all this was happening because of his weakness. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his head, which said that he was quite pathetic, but offered to become stronger. Meanwhile, the brothers' struggle was watched by Oh Kang-woo, lying nearby on top of a cliff. He kept his eyes on the blue-haired man, understanding who Kang So-soo was talking about then. With a wide predatory grin on his face, the boy thought that the guild working with the cult was Mir himself. Now he understood why Kim Si-hoon looked so much like the vice head of the guild, but he couldn't even imagine that the gray-haired man would turn out to be the illegitimate son of the guild head. Oh Kang-woo began to stand up, thinking that he could now begin to put his plan into action. Suddenly his attention was drawn by Kim Si-hoon's loud cry saying that he needed strength. With her help, the gray-haired man was going to defeat all his enemies and take revenge on them. His white teeth were tightly clenched as large and bright blue lightning appeared around him. And he also wanted to get the strength to finally protect the people who were dear to him. Suddenly, Oh Kang-woo received a notification that his familiar had received the power of Cheon Tae-hwan's god. He read with wide-eyed surprise that he could not take all the power, but he had already mastered a new art. With a loud shout of his brother's name, Kim Si-hoon lunged at him, bringing his sword. Not expecting such pressure, Kim Yong-hoon retreated for a moment, but raised his sword in front of him. His eyes were wide open as the boy let out a loud cry. Everyone present watched as the two boys, surrounded by a glow, rose into the air without stopping their fight. Trying with all his might to stop his brother's blow, the blue-haired man could not understand what was happening. However, in a moment he saw that a wound appeared on his shoulder from the Euler, which meant the disappearance of the protective barrier. Looking at the gray-haired man's wild gaze, the vice chairman couldn't understand why the absolute defense didn't work this time. Unable to contain his emotions, he thrust his sword forward and shouted loudly as he tried to attack. However, Kim Si-hoon was not about to give up, so he responded with an equally aggressive attack. The next tactic he used was a cloud dragon attack that was accompanied by a bright blue light. The blue-haired man only had time to retreat from the skillful attacks of his brother, who was swinging his sword and coming closer and closer. Trying to seize the initiative of the attack on himself, the vice chairman tried to swing his sword several times and push the opponent away. However, he was very surprised by the strength and speed that his brother used in a duel with him. Looking into his maddened eyes, the blue-haired man perfectly understood that he was superior to him in almost everything. But the thing that the boy couldn't get over was how the hell his brother had become so strong. The only thought running through the vice chairman's mind now was that he needed to run away from here immediately. However, seeing a large black spike near his face, the blue-haired man realized that it was too late for that. Suddenly, the boy realized that he was still breathing, and there was a huge axe in front of him. His bodyguard arrived just in time to block the attack and protect his ward. In a moment, he simply exerted a little more effort and pushed the gray-haired man away from him. The swing of the axe was so strong that Kim Si-hoon was immediately thrown several steps backwards. Kim Yong-hoon was indignant that he had decided to show up only now, when he was one step away from death. The gray-haired man, meanwhile, struggling to catch his breath, received a notification that the level of damage was too high. He had no idea what was going on in the head of the vice president, but the bodyguard was too strong for him. Gromolo approached and ordered him to admit that he would never win against the guild's deputy head. The brother's bodyguard promised that if he was obedient, he would finish him off very quickly. However, Kim Si-hoon couldn't even get the words out of him, instead breathing heavily from exhaustion. While the mob was inflamed with passionate speeches, the gray-haired man angrily rushed at him, not understanding what he was talking about. In the next moment, the bodyguard of the vice president swung his axe at him with all his might. Kim Si-hoon fell to the ground, crushed by the weight, but desperately unwilling to give up. At some point, his fingers opened, releasing the sword from his hands, which the thunderer immediately threw away. Clenching his teeth tightly, the gray-haired cursed mentally, realizing that his body no longer had the strength to fight. Stepping on the boy's hand, the guard said that weaklings like him also have their rights. However, according to the thugs, their only right was the right to suffer. Lying on the ground, Kim Si-hoon swallowed hard as he realized his ultimate defeat. He remembered how he used to watch Kim Yong-hoon living happily in his family and big house. Meanwhile, his mother, sitting under their gate, hugged him close and apologized for giving birth to him. Hugging her and bursting into tears, the boy, on the contrary, was grateful to her for giving him life. Lying on the ground with tears in his eyes, he thought about the fact that he could not overcome his fate. He apologized to the team for putting them in a pretty bad situation because of him. Looking at the crying Choi In-bi, the boy repented for not being able to protect them. Indifferently watching how the axe flew at him, he thought that he would not be able to protect them. Once again, mentally asking for forgiveness from his partners, the boy humbly closed his eyes, waiting for the blow. Suddenly, hearing a familiar voice, Kim Si-woo-hoon opened his eyes and looked in front of him in a daze. The axe that the vice chairman's bodyguard wanted to attack with was stopped by a spike that Oh Kang-woo put out. While the gray-haired man understood what was happening, he reminded the bullies of his words about the right of weaklings to suffer. Batting away the weapon element, the boy added that he also held the same opinion. In the next second, the thunderbolt flew a few steps away, throwing his legs high. Kim Si-hoon looked on with wide, shocked eyes as Oh Kang-woo finished off his kick attack. With a wide, predatory smile, he added that now he wanted to give him the opportunity to enjoy this right to the fullest. Kim Yong-hoon, hiding behind a rock, watched as his bodyguard was on his knees, recovering from the blow. Meanwhile, the gray-haired man tried to find out from his friend what exactly he was doing here, to which he did not know what to answer. Since he couldn't say that he was watching him, waiting for the demonic cult to attack him, so he just promised to answer later. Glancing at the team, he asked the girls to take the gray-haired man and treat him a bit. While they were running errands, Oh Kang-woo was preparing for another battle. When asked by the guard if he was from the Varan detachment, he replied that he would not have come alone then. The black-haired man interrupted him, saying that they were not on close enough terms to introduce themselves, so he offered to start a fight. Immediately after that, clenching his teeth and grabbing an axe, the thug rushed towards him. Kim Yong-hoon watched in surprise as his bodyguard charged at his new opponent. Swinging an axe at his opponent, the man cursed loudly, swearing at him what the world stood on. However, Oh Kang-woo calmly put up a block, stopping the powerful attack, sending a sheaf of sparks flying into the air. Looking at the tired face of his enemy, the black-haired man remembered that he had said these words himself. He gripped the blade of his weapon tightly, crumpling it in his hands as if it were made of paper. Still trying to continue the blow, the thug pressed down on the handle, letting out a loud grunt. However, this did not help, and Oh Kang-woo calmly assured him that he would not infringe on his right to suffer. Looking through his glasses at the unknown, the guard thought about who he really was. Appearing from his hiding place, Kim Yong-hoon shouted at him to finally use the mage's power. Hearing from the boy that this was an order, the man pressed his lips tightly together, thinking about his actions. However, when he ordered to use mages to sacrifice himself for the sake of the Mir Guild, he sharply squeezed the fingers that held the axe. The guard put his hand to his chest and said that he understood the order. Oh Kang-woo stood calmly in front of him, waiting to see what his opponent would do next. Suddenly, his hand tensed up, and visible lines of veins appeared all over its area. Looking at how the red rays of energy began to spread from the man, the black-haired man just let out a low growl. A pair of horns appeared on the guard's head, and the straight human teeth turned into monster fangs. So literally in a few minutes, a strong man turned into a winged demon with clawed paws. The vice chairman laughed loudly as he continued to hide behind the rock, hoping that they would be able to win this way. He cursed loudly with a crazy look. He ordered his subordinate to kill the opponent. The boy expected that no matter how strong the black-haired man was, he would come out of the split victorious. Using the power of the Iron Curtain, Oh Kang-woo smiled and said that of all the people he had met since his return, this one looked the most like a demon. Using the power of 1,000, the black-haired man punched the guard in the stomach with all his might, causing his glasses to jump up onto his forehead. The demi-demon lunged in front of him and coughed loudly, spitting out a clot of blood. Watching this, Kim Yong-hoon turned pale, realizing that he had finally and irrevocably lost. In a second, he was already lying on the ground, not breathing, and one of his horns was knocked off. After finishing off the bodyguard, Oh Kang-woo turned to face where the blue-haired man was standing, scaring him enough. Looking at the wild, smiling face, the vice chairman tried to understand how he could win. Wasting no time, Kim Yong-hoon realized that he had to run, so he turned around and ran away as fast as he could. Pulling a communication bullet from his pocket while in the middle of the split, the boy thought about contacting his father. However, just as he dialed it, the face of a black-haired man appeared nearby and asked him where he was going. He grabbed the vice president by the shoulder and pushed him so hard that he fell to the ground. Breathing heavily, Kim Yong-hoon looked up at his opponent and asked him who he was. However, he didn't even have time to finish normally when the boy's leg came down sharply on his head. Oh Kang-woo indignantly asked why they were all asking him such a question at such a critical moment. Paying attention to the object in his hand, the black-haired man guessed that he wanted to contact his father. When he started to make excuses, the opponent himself asked him to do it. Kim Jae-hyun was sitting in his office when suddenly his orb lit up with a bright light. He touched her with his finger, knowing that his son was calling, and asked what happened. However, suddenly he heard on the other end the voice not of his son at all, but of someone else. When asked who he was, the unknown man replied that he was only the one holding his son hostage. The man listened without any emotion to the sounds of the boy being beaten, after which the unknown man asked him if he had raised his offspring well. Oh Kang-woo smiled widely as Guildhead Mir ordered him to stop the execution. Meanwhile, Kim Yong-hoon was lying on the ground tied up and thoroughly beaten. The black-haired man said that his son's condition was getting worse by the minute. When asked what he wanted, Oh Kang-woo replied that he wanted him to come to the gate in Mokdong. When he suggested that he should come himself, the boy laughed, completely not expecting that he would actually do so. Leaning towards the blue-haired man, Oh Kang-woo pulled on the chains, making the boy scream. He brought the orb of communication closer to his face so that the guild leader could better hear his son's cries. When the man sternly asked if he was with himself, the black-haired man told him not to worry and to come alone, clinging his fingers firmly into the table, sending a web of cracks across it. Kim Jae-hyun said that he would not survive if he touched it. However, the boy surprised him again, saying that he does not cooperate with the government and always hunts alone. Upon hearing this, the guild leader Mir could not stand it and cursed loudly, saying that he had no idea who he was talking to. However, when the one on the other side laughed loudly, the man glared at the bullet. Oh Kang-woo cheerfully asked the head if he himself knew who he was talking to, and from his silence he understood that he had no idea. Having understood this, the black-haired man said that in such matters he could spank his son as much as he wanted. To prove this, the young man knocked the vice chairman's head to the ground several times. As Oh Kang-woo held his hair, the only thing the blue-haired man could do was blow his nose and cry. Hearing him being hit again, Kim Jae-hyun couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly for him to stop. The black-haired man leaned towards his victim and told the guild leader that he was giving him 20 minutes to reach the rift. His gaze remained completely calm as the man said he didn't know who he was or what he wanted. Kim Jae-hyun gripped his hand so hard that the table just couldn't hold and broke when he said there was no going back. He promised that he would definitely get it, after which he would simply tear it to pieces. To which the black-haired man only smiled and wished guild leader Mir luck in this matter. With these words, he once again hit the head of the vice chairman, but already finally breaking the bullet. Looking at the blue-haired man, Oh Kang-woo said loudly that Kim Jae-hyun can now be considered finished. Suddenly, the boy heard his captive whimpering softly and begging for mercy. With tears in his eyes, he said that if he needed money, his father could give him whatever he wanted. Kicking him on the back, Oh Kang-woo replied that he liked money enough, but he didn't want it from their family. Now, Kim Yong-hoon did not understand what the black-haired man wanted from him at all. Clearing his throat, the player thought about a big plate of kimchi, but replied that he wanted world peace. The blue-haired man did not believe this and rushed to convince him that he could give him anything. He just wanted him to tell him, but the boy grabbed his face sharply. Hearing that he wanted to prepare for a meeting with his father, the blue-haired man thought that he would not leave him a wet spot. Leaning towards the hostage, he said that it was very good that his father loved him. Kim Yong-hoon's face showed true horror and fear as he could not even imagine what would happen next. In front of him, the blue-haired man saw the three-eyed horse-like face of Erebus. The paws of fear were already approaching him little by little, trying to catch him in their claws. After a while, Han Sola and Choi In-bi carried the gray-haired man on their shoulders, who did not have the strength to walk alone. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo, helping Tae-soo-go, dragged the captive vice chairman in tow. Finding the strength to stay on his feet, the big man took Kim Si-hoon into his arms, although he was talking to the leader. But his attention was distracted by Cha Young-ji. She was indignant that he hung up the phone and did not answer, but added that she was able to gather the players and soldiers of Kavaran. Oh Kang-woo's team was surprised that he was friends with the head of the Red Rose Guild, but he replied that he was just lucky to work with her. The pink-haired girl came closer and looked at Han Seola with a careful look, asking who it was. While her friend introduced herself, Oh Kang-woo simply waited in silence for them to get to know each other. Cha Young-ju frowned as she measured the purple-haired woman from head to toe with a careful gaze. However, the only thing Han Seola didn't understand was why the girl crossed her arms like that and looked at her angrily. Both girls began to find out about the relationship and which of them is the boy's match. Then he decided to intervene and reminded them that they had more important things to do. He was approached by Tae-soo, who was still holding Kim Si-hoon in his arms. Oh Kang-woo ordered the team to go, reminding the tank that he hadn't fully recovered yet, so he shouldn't overexert himself. At that moment, Baek Hwa-yeon approached them and asked where the one who had fallen into their trap was. Pulling on the chain, the black-haired man raised the well-beaten Kim Yong-hoon up to his face. Crossing her arms, Cha Yeon-ju rocked that she never expected to see him in a captive status. Closing her eyes, the head of the Red Rose Guild said that all this was going to resolve the war, but it would still start someday. The commander of the Varan squad told the boy that they were not able to gather strong enough support, which would not be enough for the war. He reassured her by telling her not to worry as their actions were rather hasty. Looking at the captive, the boy explained that there is no more winning strategy in which the enemy runs headlong towards you, losing his mind. Pushing the blue-haired man's head with his foot, Oh Kang-woo added that a father's love is quite limitless. However, Cha Young-ju still couldn't believe that guild head Mir would rush here to save his descendant. Spreading his lips predatorily in a smile, he offered to check which of them would be right. It was at this moment that many black trucks drove up to the split, which practically flooded the parking lot. The players and warriors of the Hoveron squad stood straight, waiting for a command from their leaders. Baek Hwa-yeon and Cha Yeon-ju also didn't understand what was going on, but they took their fighting stances and were ready. Oh Kang-woo alone was quite calm, fully aware that everything was happening as he expected. As he got out of the car, the guild leader Mir said that he was quite sure that the Varans and the Red Rose were involved in this matter. He carefully looked at the aggressive girls and the boy standing behind them. The squads were preparing for battle when they heard him say that his son's capture would not spoil their plans. Looking intently into the crowd, the man asked where the brat who dared to speak to him was. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a black-haired boy who was standing next to the female leaders. He waved his hand at him and dragged Kim Young-hoon behind him on a chain, who did not even flinch. Clenching his teeth, Kim Jae-hyun blurted out that he was just an upper-class animal. While the man was thanking him for not running away, Oh Kang-woo threw the half-conscious vice-chairman in his direction. Guild leader Mir didn't even understand what was going on, so he just lashed out at him. Meanwhile, his guards tried to stir up the young man and bring him to his senses. Seeing this, Cha Yeonju let out a loud cry, outraged that he had given up their hostage. Listening to her lash out at him, Kim Young-hoon asked him what the trap was. However, Oh Kang-woo replied with a smile that he just wanted to give them a chance to be alone so that the old man wouldn't worry. The man held his son by the shoulders, glaring at the brunette who prompted him to hug his offspring. However, at one point he fell silent, after which he loudly called the boy's name. The head of the guild, Mir, immediately began to shake him by the shoulders, trying to get at least some kind of answer from him. The man anxiously looked into his son's face, asking him if everything was all right with him. There was genuine anxiety in his eyes as he demanded that he say something. Suddenly, the blue-haired man spoke, asking the guild leader who he was and not recognizing him as his father. A shadow immediately fell on Kim Jae-hyun's face when he realized that his own son did not recognize him. The man squeezed the boy's shoulder tightly, assuring him that he was his father. However, he only shouted loudly, demanding to be released. Seeing this, the head's bodyguards decided to intervene in the situation. Kim Jae-hyun lashed out at his son, not knowing what to do, but knowing exactly who was to blame. And while Kim Young-eun was fighting him off with tears streaming down his face, the culprit was smiling widely behind him. Unable to contain his anger and despair, the man rushed at him, at the same time not choosing words and swearing. Noticing how furious the owner was, the guards did not even try to calm him down, only covering their faces with their hands. However, Oh Kang-woo was completely undeterred and stood opposite him, calmly stuffing his hands into his pockets. Suddenly, the figure of Cha Yeon-ju loomed in front of him, ordering everyone to move back so as not to fall under the hot hand. Furious, Guildhead Mir growled a question about what the black-haired man had done to his son. A bright light immediately emanated from him, from which one of the guards tried to cover the young vice-chairman. Meanwhile, the head of the Red Rose Guild was also preparing for battle, releasing her energy. She put her hand aside, on which a metal armband appeared. Oh Kang-woo looked at Kim Jae-hyun with a condescending look, realizing that everything was going according to his plan. Using his S-rank special ability called Steel Fortress, the man charged forward. However, the pink-haired girl didn't waste time either, and rushed to meet him in a moment, using the legendary weapon called the Steel Chain. The girl screamed, ready to go on a rampage at any moment. Her opponent, driven by rage for his crippled son, did the same. Finally, there was not much left before the leaders of the two guilds faced each other in battle. The man, seeing that the girl was not planning to leave, but not wanting to waste time on her, growled at her to leave. Right after that, they collided with Cha Yeon-ju, causing a rather loud explosion. In the next moment, the pink-haired girl ducked, trying to avoid another attack and go around her opponent from behind. Her face was as focused as possible, and her eyes showed a wild determination to win. She waved her hand, launching a chain at Kim Jae-hyun, wrapping around his outstretched fist. In an instant, his entire body was wrapped around him, preventing him from moving. However, at one point, the man raised one hand and grabbed the shackles and pulled them. The chain flew apart under the pressure of his mighty fist, and guild leader Mir said that he would not be able to restrain it. Leaning her body forward, Cha Yeon-ju intently followed her opponent. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-hyun hit the ground with all his might, scattering pieces of asphalt around. The pink-haired girl immediately jumped away, trying to avoid falling. However, in the next moment she still had to jump, as the destruction quickly reached her, and whole layers of earth rose into the air around her. Guild leader Mir once again repeated his demand to the girl to get out of his way. However, she did not think of giving up, so she prepared for his new attack. However, it was at this moment that the figure of Baek Hwa Yeon appeared between them, who also did not want to stand aside. Wasting no time, squad leader Varen gave the order to activate the Gale Wind skill. This was immediately followed by a powerful shockwave aimed specifically at the head of the Mir Guild. However, he didn't really care. The only effect it had was that a rather deep cut appeared on the man's chest. He stood tensely, and from his heavy breathing, a small cloud of steam came out of his mouth. Looking at the opponents who were ready for a new battle, the man cursed loudly. Behind them stood the black-haired boy who had taken his son captive. a satisfied smile on his face. Guild leader Mir roared loudly, gathering energy around him for another attack. He brought his powerful fists up to hit the ground again, thus depriving his opponents of a foothold. When he did what he had planned, an explosion rang out, sending a pile of debris of various sizes into the air. Baek Hwa-yeon immediately bent her legs at the knees, trying to keep at least some balance. Hearing a loud scream, she looked up to see Kim Jae-hyun charging at them with one big jump. The man was carrying millet at them, jumping over cracks in the asphalt and growling to get them out of the way. However, Cha Young-ju was already preparing a new chain to detain her opponent again. Staring in front of him with a mad look, he repeated over and over the demand to get out of the way. The pink-haired girl clenched her fingers into a fist around which the chain was already wrapped. A moment later, she gave the command to use the reception of the spear from the chain, which immediately flew into the enemy. Kim Jae-hyun felt his body being pierced by attacks, but he didn't even think to stop. In 1 second, the girl found herself practically next to the head of the Mir Guild. Realizing that she had to do something, the head of the Red Rose Guild deftly jumped up and jumped over the man. He continued to move forward, surrounded by bright streams of energy and breaking its chains. Cha Yeon-ju was complaining about what the hell has happened to him, that he is rushing at everyone without knowing the way. However, she had no intention of giving up, so she folded her fingers into fists again, forming a new chain. Guildmaster Mir tried to keep the weapon from wrapping around him, but the chain grew longer and longer. The pink-haired girl tried to stay on her feet as hard as possible without letting go of the chain. In a moment, the man tried with all his might to break free from the shackles that wrapped around his body. With a grip as strong as she could muster, the head of the Red Rose Guild held the chains in her hands, slowing her opponent's advance. In her mind, she was on the same rank as him, so she had enough strength to beat him. Besides, despite his strength, he wouldn't be able to ignore her attacks forever. However, the man only laughed, saying that her attempts to stop him were quite pathetic. Baek Hwa-yeon, meanwhile, stood up on the asphalt and thought that one decisive blow could help them win. Moments later, Kim Jae-hyun, wrapped in chains, let out a loud cry of pain. However, in the next second, Cha Yeon-ju felt herself being thrown back sharply forward. The head of the Mir Guild did manage to break the chain with which she was holding him, and he rushed forward. The girl, due to inertia and surprise, could not keep her balance, so she fell to the ground. Kim Jae-hyun stopped tensely and exhaled loudly, releasing a cloud of steam into the air. Spear points were falling at his feet, but all his attention was fixed on the figure of the black-haired boy. He stood in the shadow of the wall, not interfering in the battle, and a wide smile shone on his face. Seeing this, the head of the Guild Mir was not jokingly angry, and clenched his teeth tightly, growled. Despite his multiple injuries, the man charged towards his target, loudly cursing him for what the world stood on. Approaching him almost head-to-head, he brought his powerful fist forward, planning to attack. However, it was at this moment that the man stopped abruptly, and blood spurted from his mouth. Behind him stood Baek Hwa-yeon, who was holding her sword, which was half-bladed in the back of the guild leader. The girl was breathing hard, and sweat was pouring down her face, but determination was visible in her eyes. Not letting go of the young man, Kim Jae-hyun's bodyguards lamented loudly. They demanded that the guild leader be released, and the squad leader abruptly pulled her weapon from his body. However, in the next second, the girl heard wild laughter coming from the wounded man. He did not fall as expected from the final blow, but simply stood with his back bent and his whole body shaking. Lowering her sword, Baek Hwa-yeon watched as guild head Mir continued to advance, but not as fast. Cha Young-ju approached her friend, keeping her eyes on their opponent. Squad Commander Havaran did the same, ready to attack again at any moment. However, Kim Jae-hyun was just slowly approaching the black-haired boy, who he believed was responsible for what happened to his son. The man clenched his fist tightly, breathing heavily, and swung to strike his opponent. When Guildhead Mir called him a petty imp, Oh Kang-woo smiled broadly in response. However, in the next moment, the man's hands slowly lowered down, and the fingers in the fist were clenched. Kim Jae-hyun, unable to stay on his feet any longer, fell to his knees in front of him. Grabbing Guildhead Mir by the hair, Oh Kang-woo asked him how this could happen. He leaned closer to him, recalling the man's words that he would kill him. Stretching his lips in a wide predatory smile, the black-haired man wondered if the person in front of him now understood. When they were already at Hwaran Squad headquarters, Cha Yeon-ju asked the black-haired man what really happened to Kim Yeon-hoon. Remembering how he shied away from his own father, the girl asked what Oh Kang-woo had done to him. Hearing that he played a little with his memory, the pink-haired girl was surprised that he had such an ability. Frowning, she added that it wasn't just a matter of talent, and now she was wondering who he really was. Putting his hand on her shoulder, the boy said that she did not need to know everything, and even more so, to try to understand. He added tensely that she helps him quite a bit, but in return he does exactly the same. When the guy said that the ultimate goal of their cooperation is to disperse the demonic cult, because of which she lost many dear people, the girl tightly clenched her fingers into a fist. With a wide smile on his face, Oh Kang-woo asked the guild head if it wasn't enough for her. The brunette held out his hand to her, offering to keep trying for the greater good. Cha Yeon-ju herself thought that now the boy resembled a real tiger, who held her tightly with his claws. She smiled, realizing that it was too late to back off, so she agreed with his words. They shook hands, deciding that they should work on the case together. Kim Jae-hyun sat in the interrogation room, his body shackled in a straitjacket. The subordinates watched with interest as Baek Hwa-yeon interrogated him on the subject of when the man began collaborating with the demonic cult. Oh Kang and Chae Yong-ju were also present when she extracted the information. The commander of the Varan detachment was interested in everything, namely what the draft meant and who was hiding behind the mask of the Red Devil. To all her questions, Guild Leader Mir only stretched his lips in a wide, mocking smile. Suddenly, someone's hand fell on the table in front of him, sending a web of small cracks across the surface. Baek Hwa-yeon, whose nerves were beginning to give way, demanded answers to her questions from her husband. Baek Joo-hyun shook his head when he heard that he was no longer the head of the guild, but just a criminal helping the crazy cultists. Finally, the man looked ahead and asked with a smile if they were really waiting for him to tell them something. The squad leader grimaced when he said they were just government dogs who did what they were told regardless of their power. Ex-guild head Mir looked up at the girl and said he had quite a few connections. Suddenly, the commander's attention shifted to the chain that Cha Young-ju was pulling. The chain around his neck tightened as the girl said she would now interrogate him herself. Kim Joo-hyun let out a loud snort, trying to loosen the chain's grip, but he couldn't. The pink-haired girl approached him and, pressing her foot on his chest, began to demand an answer. However, she was immediately pulled away by Baek Hwa-yeon, who warned that they would be in serious trouble if she killed him. Kim Joo-hyun laughed and said that the result would be that they would both lose. Hearing his words that they were all in for a big problem, the head of the Red Rose Guild growled through tightly clenched teeth. Suddenly, Oh Kang-woo's voice came from behind, praising both girls for their good work, but now asking them to move away from the arrested man. When they parted, the boy looked at the man and invited him to talk. Noticing him, Kim Joo-hyun frowned and growled fiercely. To his words that he would not tell anything, Oh Kang-woo calmly replied that he had no other choice. He wanted to be indignant, but when he heard that the black-haired man could return his son to him, he fell silent with his mouth agape. His body shook and he lashed out at the interlocutor in disbelief. Without removing a wide smile from his face, he explained that he could restore his son's memory. That is why now the man had to tell them absolutely everything he knew. Kim Joo-hyun froze for a moment, contemplating his next course of action. Immersed in his thoughts, the man lowered his head and spoke in front of him. His body shook with sobs as he realized he had no choice. Even without raising his head, he couldn't help but sob loudly from hopelessness. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo stood in front of him and smiled widely, realizing that he had won. The girls absolutely did not understand what was happening, but they patiently waited for the man to start speaking. Suddenly, with his eyes wide open, he shouted loudly that he would definitely go to hell. Scratching his head in vain, Oh Kang-woo thought about the fact that he had actually already been there, but remained silent. In the next moment, the members of the Hwaran squad were already listening to Kim Joo-hyun, telling how he met the man 8 months ago. Baek Hwa-yeon immediately clarified if he was talking about the leader in the Red Devil mask. When asked by Choi Young-ju, the man replied that he had no idea who it could be. Realizing that even the mere guild leaders did not know who was behind the mask, he ordered him to continue. According to the man, the unknown person offered him a deal according to which he himself would be turned into a demon, but he would be forced to make sacrifices. These words greatly angered the head of the Red Rose Guild, so she loudly asked how he could agree to such a thing. To which Kim Joo-hyun replied that she was saying that because she knew absolutely nothing about demons. He explained that demons could in fact live forever and not age. And the only way to kill a demon was to rip out its heart or cut off its head. Baek Hwa-yeon was surprised that he simply accepted and believed the story of eternal life. However, the information that the cult has existed for more than 1,000 years greatly surprised those present. Kim Joo-hyun explained that they were scattered all over the world and were gradually increasing in size, and had only recently started active operations. Placing his fingers to his chin, Oh Kang-woo thought about the information he had heard, as he believed that it had appeared after the day of disaster. And while he thought that it would not be so easy to destroy them, Cha Yeon-ju asked if the guild had agreed to immortality in exchange for sacrifices. She frowned and, calling her husband a crazy fanatic, added that immortality could drive anyone crazy. However, Kim Joo-hyun just laughed and said that she really didn't understand anything. When he said that a demon's body holds a spirit and arouses passionate desire, the pink-haired girl wondered what exactly he meant. The man explained that this means that it is impossible to be disappointed in life, and the ability to enjoy the joys of life remains. Guildhead Mir added that a demon could remain with a young body and a lively mind, while still living forever. At these words, Cha Yuan-ju said that such a thing was impossible and ordered him to stop talking nonsense. However, Kim Jao-hyun said that he was sure of it because he would not have agreed to the deal otherwise. The pink-haired woman understood that if he said that, then he was fully aware of the power of the growth of the demonic cult. However, Oh Kang-woo knew very well that pleasures that cannot be quenched are not as pleasant as they seem. Remembering how he couldn't get enough of the demons' bodies, the boy thought that in reality it was a terrible pain that could not be compared to anything else. Shifting his gaze to the man who was talking about how several members of his guild received mages for offerings, the brunette realized that he was practically ignorant of the cult. From everything he told, the girls were interested in the information about what magicians were, and he explained that it was the magic of demons. When Cha Yuan-ju heard that he didn't get the mage after all, she asked why if he joined the cult just for that. The man explained that, according to the Red Mask, this required long training, as it was fashionable to lose one's mind and turn into a monster. When asked why he made the guild members accept the power, he said that the point of the followers is to be used to gain the power. Hearing that the cultists wanted to summon the devil into the world, everyone present turned on the man. When Baekwha Yun asked him where exactly they were going to do it, Kim Joo-hyun didn't answer, but he mentioned the spatial wall that was blocking the summoning. The head of the Red Rose Guild immediately inquired when exactly that wall had weakened. Hearing that this had happened about a month ago, Oh Kang-woo tensed up and his face became covered in sweat. He stares blankly in front of him, thinking that all this happened because of him. From everything he had heard, the cult had gone into action when he returned to Earth and corrupted the Gaia system. Then it turned out that everything that was happening happened precisely because of his fault. Looking at his face, Cha Yong-ju tried to understand what he was thinking right now. While the boy hoped that the wall would repair itself, Kim Joo-hyun warned that it might even get thinner and thinner. Oh Kang-woo hoped that the demons would unite with the monsters to completely destroy humanity. And taking into account the fact that there were still idiots from the Enro continent, it was possible to go completely crazy. However, deciding that his thoughts would not help matters, the boy asked where the cult's headquarters were located in Korea and if the masked man could be found there. But the man replied that it did not matter since the cult could already be in a completely different place. To the boy's surprise, the man added that it is quite likely that the preparations for the draft have already been completed. These words surprised Cha Yong-ju quite a bit, who thought that the victim should not be enough since they wanted to catch Kim Si-hoon. However, when he said he didn't know the answer to that question, the girl reminded him that his guild provided sacrifices, so he couldn't help but know that. Guildmaster Mir looked up at her and said that they were just one part of the system. Glancing at the black-haired man, Cha Yong-ju asked him what he meant. Placing his hand on his chin, Oh Kang-woo replied that they were not the only ones involved in this matter. And this meant that the demonic cult had the support of not only his guild, but others as well. Hearing this, the girls frowned and looked sternly at the boy, realizing that the matter was not over. Meanwhile, the leader in the demonic mask sat at his desk and informed his followers that the Mir guild leader had been captured. The rest of the cultists sat on their knees in front of him, listening intently to his every word. He added that he wanted to help, but Kim Joo-hyun revealed himself in a too silly and worthless way. His followers replied that they had received sacrifices from another guild, so nothing would hinder their plan. But the leader in the demonic mask was more worried about why guild leader Mir had behaved so rashly. Staring into his magic ball, he thought that the black-haired boy could be the one to blame. After thinking and looking at the boy's wide smile, the leader remembered that his name was Oh Kang-woo. Putting his feet up on the table, he asked about how the additional support from the order went, to which he heard that everything had arrived. They replied that a demonic crystal with a high concentration of mage should be enough to increase the cardinal's power. When asked whether there were any additional instructions from the order, subordinates replied that there were none. The cardinal leaned his cheek on his hand and thought about the fact that they wanted them to deal with everything on their own. The leader wanted to follow the plan, and he was going to start with El Cuero, who lived in a schism. At the same time, Hwaran Cha Yeon-ju, leaving the squad headquarters, said that they were back at the beginning and would have to look for another guild. Trying to calm her friend down, Baekwha Yeon turned to the boy at the same time, assuring him that he would be able to receive compensation. To his surprised look, she explained that he had helped them catch the Mir Guild. After all, he neutralized Kim Yong-hun, so their achievements today are also his merit. At the boy's words about the hope that this is not just a certificate of commendation, the commander smiled and said that she would contact him later. Smiling back, Oh Kang-woo thought that since Bae Kwa-yan was talking about it, he would definitely get his reward. When he came home, Echidna and Hansol-A were already meeting him at the doorstep. The guy slowly entered the apartment, keeping his eyes on his girls. The dragon's eyes filled with tears as she asked him where he had been all this time. Looking down at her, the boy apologized and explained that he had very important things to do. Coming closer, Echidna asked him if she had ever done him anything bad. She promised that she would make amends if she did something wrong, and therefore asked her not to abandon her. Rushing to the girl, Oh Kang-woo tried to convince her that she had done nothing wrong. The guy hugged her and hugged her close, assuring her that he would never leave her alone. Looking at her, the black-haired man chastised himself for not worrying about the child who had recently escaped from loneliness all week. Suddenly, they were approached by Han Seola, who asked him if he had finished all his chores. At his apology that he could not tell her anything yet, the girl looked down and said that everything is fine. Hearing that she understood his concern for them, Oh Kang-woo looked at his friend with incredible tenderness. However, when Han Seola said that she made kimchi, the boy's eyes lit up with incredible excitement. Sitting at the table and looking at the fragrant steaming dish, the boy thought that his girlfriend was just an angel. The next day, the whole team sat in the ward where Kim Si-hoon was lying, trying to figure out what had happened. He wondered where the rumors about him came from, to which Oh Kang-woo replied that the world of players is quite tight, especially the players who stand out. In his mind, the black-haired man added that even if he had not spread the rumor, someone else would have done it. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Han Sol-ah, who quietly asked, so that he would warn in advance next time. Lowering her head, she added that she suspected the brunette had secrets, but it wasn't the first time he was hiding something. Folding her hands on her knees, the girl added that she was worried about the gulf that appears between them due to secrets. Suddenly, the girl blurted out to herself in surprise as Oh Kang-woo quietly apologized to her for making her worry. When Han Seol-ah tried to convince him that she just blurted out without thinking, he added that she was right. The boy regretted that he had made his family members worry about him, which surprised the girl. Her hands shook as he said that he couldn't guarantee it wouldn't happen again, but he would do his best to make sure she and Echidna didn't worry. Oh Kang-yu waited impatiently for her friend to say what she was going to say. However, she sharply turned her face to him and asked him to speak freely with her. Pointing her finger at the boy, the girl explained that she wanted him to talk to Nae, like he talked to Cha Yun-ju. While they were figuring out their relationship, the whole team kept a close eye on them. Kim Si-hoon smiled silently while Tae-soo and Choi In-bi wore 3D glasses and popped popcorn, as if they were watching a romantic comedy. Oh Kang-woo and Han Seol-ah slowly put their hands towards each other. However, the boy was interested in the question of why she herself does not talk to him so freely, to which the girl replied that it was simply more convenient for her. Suddenly, they heard the voice of Echidna, who was sitting on her back and holding an orange in front of her. Throwing herself on the sofa between them, the girl with a serious expression on her face handed the boy a citrus fruit and ordered him to clean it. Without changing her facial expressions, the girl asked him to clean the white part as well. Kim Si-hoon, meanwhile, wanted to ask a question that had been bothering him, and it really gnawed him that he had to do it in such a good setting. Clutching the blanket tightly in his fists, the boy asked what would happen to his father and brother now. Stretching his lips in a wide smile, Oh Kang-woo announced that they would rot in prison for the rest of their lives. He assured his friend that he could not worry about the two of them ever being released. The electronics world and the Maier Guild were liquidated due to the incident that happened, so they had no power or money. Hearing that the black-haired man knew that the guild had tricked him into going into debt, made Kim Si-hoon tremble. However, when he heard that he would be able to compensate for part of the money and that his mother would be treated in a better clinic, the boy opened his eyes sharply. Tears dripped down his hands as he silently thanked him for what he had done. While the boys were talking, Tae-soo and Choi In-bi were emotionally wiping away their tears as they watched them. Covering his face with his hand and wiping the streams of tears, the gray-haired man still could not find the words to thank his friend. Finally turning his tearful face to him, Kim Si-hoon called him his savior. Recalling how they met, he added that their meeting would bring him luck for the rest of his life. Oh Kang-woo smiled, having no idea what to say to that. Looking at his friend with teary eyes, Kim Si-hoon said that he would now treat him as a named brother. The gray-haired man said that he would consider him as his elder brother and serve him like Tae-soo, to which Oh Kang-woo smiled and replied that in that case he could talk to him calmly. Hearing that he wanted to tell them something, everyone present visibly tensed and looked at the boy. Glancing at Tae-soo and the redhead, Kim Si-hoon admitted that he had been hiding something from them all this time. The gray-haired man admitted that he had received a special ability called God's Heir and was SSS ranked during his first awakening. He couldn't use it to its full power due to his low level, but it said that he would be able to use Jung Tai-hwan's martial arts power. Hanseol-ah was immediately surprised at this ability rank, as no one had received such a rank before, and Tae-soo said that he knew that he was not an ordinary player. While everyone was asking the details of how he managed to become the descendant of a martial arts god, Oh Kang-woo was disappointed to think that this was what he wanted to talk about. However, hearing that the gray-haired man was chosen by the system as a defender, the boy tensed up and began to listen more carefully. He thought that even Cha Yeon-ju knew nothing about the Gaia system, and Kim Si-hoon had just mentioned it. Stepping closer to the bed, Oh Kang-woo asked him exactly when he woke up as a player. Hearing that it happened on May 22nd, Han Seol-ah remembered that this was the day she met the black-haired man. All this meant was that he was awakened when Oh Kang-woo brought him back to Earth, and if he was chosen as a protector, he could be the key to fixing the system. The redhead immediately assumed that Kim Si-hoon was someone like a hero, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. Putting his hand to his chin, the black-haired man thought about the fact that his friend was already similar to the main character. But now it became clear that he was even more important. Smiling widely, he thought about what he had done very well in subduing the gray-haired man. Standing up, Oh Kang-woo said he didn't want to disturb his rest, much to Tae-soo's surprise. Having said that it was time for him to go, the boy started for the door. But suddenly someone's hand grabbed his jacket. Oh Kang-woo paused, thinking about what was going on as everyone tried to stop him. He wondered why Kim Si-hoon was looking at him with such hope, asking him to stay for a while. Suddenly a thought popped into his head that could explain such behavior. He looked at Echidna, who also wanted to go with him, and remembered that familiars usually have a very strong attraction to their masters. However, he absolutely did not expect that the same attitude would be from Kim Si-hoon's side. Saying that he had to go urgently, Oh Kang-woo jumped out of the window unexpectedly for everyone. After some time, he and Echidna were already fighting monsters in one of the splits. The dragon gathered energy around her palms to attack the oncoming monsters. With her hands at her sides, she gave the command to use the Dark Storm skill. Immediately after that, a black haze of energy appeared around the monsters, preventing them from moving. Letting out a loud roar of pain, they rushed across the lawn, not knowing where to go. At this time, Oh Kang-woo was already running towards them, swinging a large black axe at the monsters. Giving the host a chance to attack, Echidna jumped over him, avoiding his axe. To make the blow more powerful, the boy gripped the handle of his weapon in his hand more firmly. Jumping high, he flew towards the monsters, swinging his axe and attacking them. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly blue glow as he focused his gaze on his opponents. In the next moment, he cut down one of the monsters with one clear blow, which growled loudly. This was followed by an attack on the second monster, which also received its axe blow. The next moment, as he landed on the ground next to Echidna, he heard a wall of ice fly apart behind him. After wiping his forehead and looking at the notification of obtaining level 50, the boy thought that it was not easy. Dragging his finger on one of the notifications, Oh Kang-woo was happy that he had reached the 6th awakening and gained a new ability. However, noticing that her features were blocked, he tiredly sat down and lowered his head. But when Echidna came to him and asked anxiously if he was tired, the boy raised his head and smiled. Suddenly, a communication ball lit up in his pocket, which meant that someone was calling him. Taking it out of his pocket, the boy heard Han Solah's voice on the other end asking if he was busy. To his question about how the preparations for the move are going, the girl replied that they have almost finished packing. She added that Mom wanted to clean up first, so she would come a little later. When Han Solah walked into their new apartment, she doubted that they could move in. However, he calmly replied that since they are a family, he would like them to live with him in this apartment. When she asked how he and his mother could live in the house he bought, Oh Kang-woo replied that Red Rose bought it, which angered the girl a little. She tried to show that she wasn't upset when she heard that the house was actually bought by Cha Yeon-ju, Han Sol. Ah looked out the panoramic window, thinking that the pink-haired girl could afford to buy such an expensive house. She couldn't deny that the difference in their levels was too great, and the thought that her house was not far from here was still running through her mind. Suddenly, Hansol Ah heard Echidna asking the boy if he had any plans for tomorrow. Putting her fingers together, the girl awkwardly wanted to ask him for something, but still did not dare. Patting her on the head, Oh Kang-woo reminded her that she wanted to play with him, so he suggested going somewhere tomorrow, which made the little girl very happy. Realizing that such an opportunity should not be missed, Han Seol-ah abruptly turned to them and said that she also wanted to go with them. The next day, they walked around a large shopping center, choosing new items of clothing for Yehilna. Oh Kang-woo watched with admiration as the girl crouched down next to the dragon and asked her out. As she offered her another suit, the boy was happy that the two of them had become quite close. In the meantime, the girl happily twirled, trying on denim overalls and a white sweater. He was very worried that the dragon would avoid other people and rely only on him. However, looking at the way Echidna looked at Han Sol-ah when she offered her the toy, The boy calmed down. And now he was sure that if Han Sola was next to them, then very soon his familiar would have to get used to it. After some time, he was staring intently in front of him, and sweat was pouring down his face. The guy was walking along the corridors of the shopping center, completely covered with bags of things. And while he was thinking about how much more they would buy, the girls were completely unconcerned. Suddenly, something caught the boy's attention, which made him stop and open his mouth wide, from which saliva was dripping. Looking at the cafe in front of him, he asked his friend if he could eat whatever he wanted here. Violet looked at him condescendingly and explained that the food court was a bit different from normal restaurants, but here you could choose anything you wanted. Thinking about what he could order here, Oh Kang-woo stared at the menu with dazed eyes and drooled. The memory of how he fed on demons in hell so as not to die of hunger flashed back into his memory. And now he completely forgot the reason why he wanted to return to Earth so much, namely because he wanted to have fun. After some time, all three were sitting at the tables, which were simply breaking from the dishes ordered by the boy. And he was going to start with a delicious rich soup, which had a very bright color and a pleasant aroma. Shoving a spoonful of broth into his mouth, the boy thought to himself that he was a little worse than Han Soleil's. However, grabbing a piece of pizza, he thought that the mediocre taste could well be compensated by the great variety. Watching him stuff the pizza into the broth, the girl looked at him in surprise. However, his eyes were wide with delight as he thought that the dishes were much tastier that way. Hearing Echidna ask if she should eat like this, Han Seol-ah covered her eyes with her palm. While the girl advised the dragon not to learn bad things, Oh Kang-woo silently tipped the bowl of broth. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, he smiled contentedly and exhaled loudly, showing his enjoyment of the meal. Suddenly hearing someone's loud voice near him, the black-haired man raised his eyes and looked in the direction from where it was coming from. He lashed out at the boy who advised him to taste the kimchi jjigae, mixing everything together. Above him stood Hamel Guild head Baek Kang-hyun, who was smiling with his sunglasses slightly lifted from his eyes. The tanned boy was smiling widely, showing straight teeth and looking intently at the interlocutor. Frowning, Oh Kang-yu asked him what he really had to do with him and what he needed. However, Baek Kang-hyun calmly put his hand forward and replied that it is not necessary to communicate with him in such an official manner. Han Sola frowned suspiciously when he said he came to talk about the good news. Oh Kang-woo went back to his lunch when Guild head Hanul said he heard that he was a member of the Red Rose Guild. Placing his hand on the black-haired man's shoulder, the boy added that this conversation should not drag on. Looking intently into Oh Kang-woo's eyes, Baek Kang-hyun invited him to join his guild. Hearing how he offered him a car, a house, and 50 million, Han Sol-ah even covered his mouth in surprise. And the young head of the guild offered the newcomer a fairly high post if he agreed to his offer. However, the black-haired man only smiled and said that it was a completely expected offer, asking if that was all. Baek Kang-hyun froze for a moment, watching in shock as he took a large swig of cola from the can. Realizing that in front of him was not just a player but a professional, the dark-haired man smiled. The next moment he laughed out loud, asking if all he had offered was not enough. Placing the can of cola on the table, Oh Kang-woo replied that he had no plans to work under anyone's management at all. Hearing that he offered something else, the boy lowered his indifferent gaze to the table. The guild leader offered him legendary-level weapons for free if he would join them. Oh Kang-woo knew very well that such equipment was hard to come by even for a lot of money, and its specialty was that it was obtained through a special ceremony, so no one except the owner could use it. When Baek Kang-hyun exclaimed that he looked interested, the black-haired man crossed his arms and said he wasn't going to deny it. However, he understood that if the weapon did not increase the dark energy, then such an offer made no sense to him, so he refused it as well. However, instead of getting angry, the guild leader Hanul said that he expected such a response from him. He put his business card in front of the boy and offered to call if he changed his mind. Oh Kang-woo watched in surprise as he picked up the bowl containing the tofu cubes. Baek Kang-hyun said that if he mixes everything in a row, then he should throw this into the broth as well, then the taste will be magical. Echidna immediately noticed that the second person was already suggesting to mix everything, but Han Seol-ah closed her eyes again, adding that she shouldn't do that, laughing out loud. The head of the guild, Kanul, waved at them and said goodbye. While Oh Kang-woo looked at the food and the spoon, the girl kept asking her friend if she could eat the same. When he arrived at the Red Rose headquarters, Cha Yong-ju was very surprised that he refused such a generous offer. Throwing his hands behind his head, the boy said that he did not want to work for anyone. Besides, he did not think that he had to transfer to another guild. He believed that he could count on the legendary equipment for contributing to the investigation of the demonic cult case. When asked what she knows about Baek Kang-hyun, the girl said that she has seen him several times since they are the heads of two major guilds. She smiled, adding that the head of the guild Hanul is quite an extraordinary person. And since it was quite obvious, Oh Kang-woo asked her what rumors were going around about the boy. Cha Yeon-ju said that once during the compilation of the world ranking, the dark-haired man lost his temper. Back then, there were many rumors that Korea would enter the world rankings, but Baek Kang-hyun lost and was disqualified. He then lost to the Japanese Fujimoto Ryoma, who possessed a mythical weapon called Oko Suzano. When the girl said that this was all she knew, Oh Kang-woo asked if the swarthy would take revenge on him for refusing his proposal. Cha Yeon-ju said that he, on the contrary, would laugh about it and tell everyone that he likes him. Seeing Baek Hwa-yeon nearby, the pink-haired girl waved her hand to greet them. Ta smiled and turned to Oh Kang-woo, saying that she was waiting for him. She said that while searching the Mir Guild, they found a legendary item that had no owner. The pink-haired girl immediately said that she had a rather difficult time with it, to which the commander replied that her management was categorically against it. Oh Kang-woo did not hesitate from the item of equipment that was in front of him, and that was offered to him by the Hworan squad commander. The code he was looking at protected against physical and magical attacks, and could double his own stats for a period of time. Cha Yeon-ju huffed as she concluded that the effects in the equipment were actually the same. Given that it adds 5 units to the extra stat, it would be a nice reinforcement, but not everyone had the extra stat. Suddenly she turned to the boy and her eyes widened in surprise. Oh Kang-woo stood with a satisfied expression on his face and thought that the object he was looking at was absolutely incredible. Adjusting her cap, Cha Yeon-ju asked him if he had any additional features, though she added that she wouldn't be surprised. Seeing how he approaches the cloak with interest, the girl added that since he has such characteristics, the matter has a completely different turn. Hearing that this item was the best in its class, the boy smiled with satisfaction and said that he liked it very much. At the boy's words that he will continue their cooperation, Baek Hwa-yeon smiled and said that she was happy to arrange this item. She let him take the coat, so Oh Kang-woo immediately reached for the piece of equipment. Cha Yeon-ju explained that he just had to put it on, just like he did with the gargoyle armor. After taking off his jacket, the boy wasted no time putting on new equipment, about which he immediately received a corresponding notification. Immediately after that, red and black veins ran over his body and clothes, which meant that the process of combining the owner and the object had begun. Raising his hands, the boy watched as the energy scanned the new master's features. When dark energy was found, the system immediately boosted its stats by 5 units. When the connection with the owner was completed, a bright, large flame immediately rose around the boy. Noticing his body shaking, Cha Yeon-ju asked him how he felt after trying on the legendary item. When asked by the excited brunette if he could have a bunch more of these, Baek Hwa-yeon said with a smile that you can only wear 5 regardless of rank. Examining himself from all sides, the boy listened to the explanation that if he put on more, the characteristics would not work. The head of the Red Rose Guild looked at Oh Kang-woo enjoying the gift like a little child. She noticed that he really liked the new thing, which caused the boy's face to stretch into a wide smile. Suddenly, he turned to her in surprise when she offered to check how much stronger he had become. Looking sternly at the black-haired man, the girl invited him to join her in battle. After a while, the 3 of them entered the training hall, which Baek Hwa-yeon said was not that easy to destroy. The head of the Red Rose Guild said that it was very good, after which she asked the boy how much stronger he had become. She remembered how he defeated Moon Young-ho, even though the difference in their ranks was incredible. And now the girl wanted to know what feature allows the black-haired man to ignore the big difference in levels with his rivals. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo listened intently to what his rival was doing until he could see her. As he warmed up in front of her, he thought about what exactly he wanted to test his strength, so everything works out for him as best as possible. Baek Hwa-yeon acted as the referee in this match, so she was now giving the command to the opponents. When she ordered to get ready, they both got into fighting stances facing each other. When the commander gave the go-ahead to start the fight, Oh Kang-woo immediately rushed at the pink-haired girl, bringing his fist up to strike. However, the next moment she turned away in time so the blow passed by her, which surprised the boy a little. It was at this moment that he noticed that Cha Yeon-ju reached out and brought her hand in to hit him. However, the boy was also not confused and slightly deflected the body back, avoiding a blow. The pink-haired girl was not going to give up, so she folded her fingers into a fist again and attacked. Oh Kang-woo watched sternly as her fist came rushing towards his face. He raised his hand to block and her blow landed squarely on his forearm. The boy thought that her punches were quite solid, but not that deadly, which meant he wanted to start with melee. With his lips stretched wide in a predatory smile, he thought about the fact that this pissed him off quite a bit. At one point, Cha Yeon-ju watched in surprise as the boy moved her hand away. Turning her body slightly, she saw that his fist passed within millimeters of her face. Grabbing her cap, Oh Kang-woo asked her if she had ever thought of underestimating him. Pulling the item of clothing down, he said with a smile that it was only bothering them. In the next second, the boy was already dodging the pink chains that his opponent was releasing. Realizing that she wasn't joking, he jokingly asked her if she was planning to kill him. However, the pink-haired girl raised her head and reminded with a smile that he was not exactly an ordinary player. Oh Kang-woo watched intently as the dark pink chain line flew at him. When the target dodged the attack, they flew across the training hall, leaving a trail of light behind them. The boy stared intently at his opponent's legs as she tried to direct the chains at him. Suddenly, a large explosion rang out right in front of him, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Oh Kang-woo crossed his arms in front of his face as he tried to cover himself from the debris that was flying in all directions. Planning to attack further, he tightly curled his fingers into a fist. Rushing forward, Oh Kang-woo was notified that the Kraken's fury had activated and increased the dark energy by 5 units. Cha Yong-ju frowned sternly as she watched what her opponent would do. Continuing to hold on to the chains, the girl jumped over the opponent, avoiding the attack. Flying past her, the boy turned his head and looked back sternly. Putting her hand to her forehead, Baek Hwa-yeon told her friend that she had very little left. At this time, Oh Kang-woo was already rushing forward, once again avoiding the chain attack from the opponent. In a moment, he tilted his head, activating the force of the heavens ability. Immediately after that, the boy turned, changing direction, and flew right at the girl. She put her hand forward, trying to bind her opponent with shackles. However, he deftly dodged them, carefully looking in front of him. Crossing his arms, the guy aimed them at the girl and gave the order to use the explosion. In the next moment, Cha Yong-ju was already covering her head, protecting herself from the cloud of fire and heat. She was breathing hard, feeding on how the result of the explosion unfolded in front of her. The girl saw her opponent jump over her, landing behind her. Clapping his hands, Oh Kang-woo used his skill called sound power. A powerful sound wave immediately came from him, raising a strong gust of wind behind it. Baek Hwa-yeon covered her ears tightly and closed her eyes, unable to withstand the pressure. The pink-haired one did the same, shouting loudly. Clenching his teeth tightly, the brunette decided that now was the time to attack. As if sensing his intentions, Cha Yong-ju turned her head and looked at her opponent. He, using the force of 1,000, hit the floor with all his might, completely destroying the floor. His gaze was turned towards his opponent as the boy raised his fist. Standing resolutely in front of the enemy, the head of the Red Rose Guild knew that she would not be able to avoid his attack. However, pulling out her chains, the girl was not going to give up and prepared for defense. However, Oh Kang-woo had no plans to back down either and continued to attack her. Ja Yeon-ju was swinging at the chains, trying to fend off the black-haired man's attack on her. When she saw that he was going to strike, the pink-haired woman suddenly stepped aside, crossing her arms to shield herself from the stone fragments that were flying in different directions. Baek Hwa-yeon frowned and looked towards where the battle was taking place. Oh Kang-woo froze for a moment, his fist raised as he struck. Ja Yeon-ju sat on the ground trying to catch her breath and looked at her opponent with a wide smile. Looking at the hole in the wall behind her, the girl concluded that it was just a monster. There was a lot of dust around, and large webs of cracks were visible all around the perimeter. As he clenched his fist, he thought about the fact that the Fury Kraken's skill was simply incredible. Now it dawned on him why people wanted legendary gear so much, as it made the player much stronger with it. Looking at the girl who was laughing while sitting on the floor, the boy understood that he had defeated her in almost 1 minute. Extending his hand to help her up, he explained to her that it was all because of the legendary gear. Grasping his palm firmly in hers, the head of the Red Rose Guild reminded her that she also had equipment of no lower rank. Looking at his wide, predatory smile, the pink-haired girl asked if he was definitely human. Oh Kang-woo asked her with a smile if she was glad he wasn't playing the other side, to which she replied that he was still suspicious. Suddenly, both of them turned their heads towards Baek Hwa-yeon, who shouted loudly, reminding her of the cost of this hall. Squad Commander Hwaran angrily informed them that the training hall cost several $1,000,000. The opponents did not even know what to answer, so they just listened to her in silence, choosing words. They tried to apologize, but Baek Hwa-yeon loudly asked if either of them had ever heard of self-control. While they were both deciding who was more to blame for what had happened, the squad leader picked up the phone and informed them that the training room was temporarily closed. Oh Kang-woo thought about how he would pay for the damage, while Cha Yong-ju had an idea that he could go to the gate. The boy had the idea that it would be possible to sell magic stones from giant ogres, but it would take a long time. Suddenly an idea came to his mind, and he asked the pink-haired woman if it was really possible to get many valuable materials from high-level monsters. Confirmed, the boy suggested they hunt El Cuero, which made the girls look at him in bewilderment. Baek Hwa-yeon tensely asked him if he was referring to the S-rank gate boss, to which the boy guffawed in satisfaction. The problem with defeating El Cuero was that he lives in water, so melee attacks didn't make any sense. When the boy said that he understood the difficulty of the matter, Cha Yunju said that there was no guarantee that he would drop the legendary gear. However, Oh Kang-woo replied that his goal was not only money, but he was counting on luck. With a big smile, the boy added that by killing El Cuero, he would be able to remove the level cap. He was well aware that when leveling up, all players had an effort limit of level 59 and a talent limit of level 89. And usually, in order to overcome these limits, players started hunting stronger monsters that could exceed their limits. Placing her fingers to her chin, Cha Yongju thought that she had also hit the limit of her talent, so maybe it was worth trying his version. Giving the boy a suspicious look, the pink-haired thought that her level 89 lost to his level 59. Grabbing her head, she agreed to help him, so she asked what his plan was. The head of the Red Rose Guild said that the two of them couldn't defeat the monster, but Oh Kang-woo kept his eyes on the commander and said that he had an idea. Realizing what he meant, Baek Hwa-yeon smiled and said that she would also participate. She added that she had entrusted the room to them herself, so its destruction was partly her fault. However, the girl wondered what the black-haired man's plan was if he needed a melee player to hunt. When the pink-haired girl asked if they would only go with the three of them, Oh Kang-woo replied that Echidna would also go with them. Putting his fingers to his chin, the brunette thought that they wouldn't mind another close friend, but Kim and Hoon were still too low level. Suddenly his attention was drawn to Baek Hwa-yeon, who quietly called his name. If he needed another melee player, she was a good example. After some time, they were already in the S-rank rift, where Oh Kang-woo was once again defeating the giant ogre. Echidna, meanwhile, was already running to his aid, ready to enter battle at any moment. The black-haired man flew at the body of the monster, throwing it sharply to the ground and preventing it from attacking. Looking at the notification that he had defeated a high-level monster, the boy let out a tired and loud breath. After reading in one of the notifications that he had a level cap activated, he snickered that he had it too. The girls approached him and Cha Yongju asked if he was tired yet since they hadn't started their hunt yet. Climbing off the vanquished monster, the brunette assured them that he hadn't strained much during the fight with him. Baek Hwa-yeon introduced him to a blonde boy who turned out to be the commander of Hwaran Squad 2. The black-haired man shook his hand, thinking that Gu Hyun-mo should be on the same level as the girl. Pointing his hand at the defeated ogre, the commander of Squad 2 explained with a smile that he was a rookie hunting such large monsters. In the next moment, the fair-haired man's attention was drawn by the echidna, and when he asked what the child was doing on the hunt, Oh Kang-woo replied that it was his familiar. Noticing that he was surprised to have a child as a familiar, Baek Hwa-yeon promised to explain everything to him later. After hearing the words that Oh Kang-woo was on the same level as Cha Yeon-ju, the blonde looked at his colleague in surprise. He didn't understand how a rookie could match up with one of the best players in Korea, but he understood that the captain wouldn't lie to him. And as he stood there with a shocked expression on his face, the black-haired man said that he was quite happy with the support, as attracting such a warrior would be difficult. Suddenly, the blonde approached him almost close and said that he wanted to ask the boy one question. Leaning closer to the brunette, Gu Hyun-mo asked him what his relationship with Baek Hwa-yeon was. Oh Kang-woo was confused at first, but after seeing how the blonde jumped up when the commander called him, he realized that he liked it. Cha Yeon-ju offered to leave the love drama for later and focus on El Cuero, but the brunette said they were already there. The pink-haired girl turned to him and surprisingly reminded them that they were now in the territory of the stone giants. However, Oh Kang-woo explained that they are not very aggressive, so using them as bait will not work. Crossing his arms and smiling widely, the black-haired man said that he would explain everything to them now. After some time, the group began to prepare for the implementation of the plan, due to which chains with a hook were lying on the sand. After finishing his preparations, Gu Hyun-mo shouted to the brunette that he had already prepared the chains. As he entered the water, Oh Kang-woo said that he understood everything, thinking that he should also start. Staring in front of him, he suddenly realized that he was now participating in the first hunt for El Cuero. Kicking his foot on the water, the boy used a skill about the will of sound waves. A moment later, a dark shadow of a giant monster appeared in the depths of the water. Oh Kang-woo stood ankle-deep in the water, not even thinking of retreating. Seeing how waves of water began to rise nearby, the boy took a fighting position. He stood tensely in the water, patiently waiting for the monster to approach him. El Cuero, meanwhile, flew at full speed to where he felt the presence of a new victim. Keeping his eyes on the monster, Oh Kang-woo shouted to his companions that it was approaching. After hearing the order for everyone to get ready, Baek Hwa-yeon and Gu Hyun-mo frowned as they held chains with hooks in their hands. Echidna also took a fighting stance, putting her arms forward and firmly planting her feet on the ground. Meanwhile, the black-haired man was looking at how a big wave of blue water was rising in front of him. Suddenly, a giant El Cuero flew out of the water, looking at the players with a big red eye. O Kang-woo froze for a moment, staring at the long tail rising from the foam of the sea. The monster clicked its claws, preparing for a fierce battle with its enemies. El Cuero flew high into the air, trying to cover as much territory as possible with his eyes. Between the plates on his wings, red poisonous spikes suddenly began to appear, with which the monster was going to attack. Turning towards the players, the monster sharply tilted its body and launched spikes at the opponents. Returning to the team, O Kang-woo shouted to them to warn them of the exact type of attack the monster was using. Realizing what needs to be done, Echidna immediately put her hands forward, forming a large green barrier in front of the players. Looking at the girl's tense face, O Kang-woo asked her to hold on a little longer. Following this, he turned to the commanders of the foreign units, to which they immediately responded. They looked at each other after hearing their own names. The black-haired man grabbed them and used the power of heaven to lift all three of them into the air. Watching El Cuero carefully, he ordered his companions to hold on tighter. Meanwhile, the monster, after one attack, sank into the depths of the water again, trying to take a break. Gu Hyun-mo tried to keep his eyes wide, but due to the high speed of the wind, his eyes filled with tears. Realizing that they were approaching their goal, he began to spread his arms where the chains hung from his shoulders. In the next moment, the squad commanders were already flying down, dragging chains behind them. Following them, O Kang-woo himself flew with his spikes outstretched, his arms extended forward. They were rapidly approaching El Cuero, whose giant eye was closely following them. Players flew past the monster's back, trying to grab onto its skin with hooks. Gu Hyun-mo grimaced and loudly remarked that El Cuero was quite slippery, causing O Kang-woo to conclude that more chains were needed. Turning back to his companions, he shouted for the blonde boy to take the right side of the monster and Baek Hwa-yeon to the left, adding that they should do it before the monster dived. Feeling a sharp pain, El Cuero let out a loud growl, a large red eye bulging in front of him. They took turns driving their hooks into the monster's body, leaving wounds on the surface. Gu Hyun-mo also tried to drive the hook as deep as possible into the monster's body and not fly off it. All three watched El Cuero's actions intently, trying not to miss the moment when he wanted to go under the water. Meanwhile, the monster began to writhe in the water extremely violently, as if trying to throw off those who were on its back. Looking at this and trying her best to stay on her back, Baek Hwa-yeon cursed loudly. Realizing that the monster wanted to escape from them, O Kang-woo commanded the team to hold fast in a loud voice. It was at this moment that El Cuero began to lower his muzzle down, hiding under the water. However, in the next moment, he suddenly rose into the air, releasing lightning discharges on his body. Gu Hyun-mo stuck the monstrous knife into his skin and tried to hold on to it. Meanwhile, the black-haired man shouted that he wanted to dive under the water, so he said that he was going to distract him. At the same time, he ordered his partners to deal with the rest of the chains according to their plan. Meanwhile, the monster turned around in the air, aiming its muzzle at the water column. O Kang-woo, meanwhile, dived under the water, hoping that the monster would pay attention to him. Using the power of destruction, the boy clenched his fist tightly under the water, preparing to attack. His eyes burned with red fire as the player decided to use the power of 1,000 as well. El Cuero, meanwhile, brought his face closer to the water, looking at the waves that were beginning to form on the surface. When the water began to part a little to the sides, the figure of a boy appeared in the water, aiming his fist at him. The commanders of the Varan squads watched carefully what was happening, squinting their eyes from the splashes of water. Realizing that underwater his blow was too weak, the black-haired man gave a loud hiss. His punch only managed to throw the monster into the air, pushing it away from the water. As he rose slightly above the water, O Kang-woo reflected that he had hoped for a slightly different outcome. Suddenly, one of the black veins, which was not far from the monster's eye, caught his attention. Using the sky power skill, the black-haired man spread 3 pairs of wings behind his back. In the next moment, he quickly rushed towards the monster, believing that he had found its weak spot. El Cuero let out a loud growl in excruciating pain, and his eyes shot up. O Kang-woo, meanwhile, watched sternly as the monster's blood splattered around him. Glancing at the yellow bolts of lightning that began to fly around, the boy frowned and pulled his spike forward. The commanders of the Hwaran units were also surprised because currents began to run around them. Looking down at the monster's body, Baek Hwa-yeon realized that the current was coming from him. The Echidna, meanwhile, watched intently as the monster tried to fend off the attack. Frightened for her master, the girl screamed loudly, and a green glow began to appear around her. Baek Hwa-yeon turned to Gu Hyun-mo and asked if all the chains were in place. And when she heard the answer was yes, she said that they had to get out. She added that O Kang-woo would be able to handle himself from now on, and it would be better if they didn't bother him. They jumped at the last moment, just before the electric current ran through the monster's body. Commander 3 flew head down, crossing her arms in front of her and glancing at her partner. Looking at the monster, The girl wondered if the black-haired man had managed to get inside. Meanwhile, O Kang-woo stood in the monster's body, surrounded by a large green barrier dome. The boy smiled, understanding who tried to protect him, and being happy that Echidna immediately felt the danger for the host. Trying to hold the barrier as long as possible and protect its master, the dragon stretched its arms forward and tightly closed its eyes. The black-haired man clenched his fingers tightly into a fist, thinking that the girl had helped him quite a lot. Meanwhile, electric currents continued to run through El Cuerto's body, pierced by many hooks. Suddenly, a small hole appeared on the surface of the skin from which blood poured. Finally, a player made his way from the middle, thinking that his strength had finally returned to him. Feeling sharp pain, the monster landed sharply on the surface of the water, raising a large splash. Wasting no time, O Kang-woo wrapped himself in chains and climbed onto El Cuerto from above. Raising his head, the boy gave a loud shout as he commanded Cha Yeonju. But she stood on the rock and looked at the body of the big monster, from where she could hear the voice of her partner saying that everything was ready. Under her feet and on the way to the beach stood large stone giants wrapped in chains. Looking down at them, the girl held her chain in her hands and asked them loudly why they were not moving. The one she was standing on snarled menacingly, flashing its yellow eyes. Stretching her lips in a wide smile, the girl ordered them to move faster. Seeing that everything was going as planned, the pink-haired girl laughed loudly, baring her teeth. Dispersing clouds of dust around them, the stone giants moved forward, slowly shifting their legs. Cha Yeonju continued to laugh louder and louder as she chased them with a chain like a whip. Jumping up, the girl once again whipped one of the giants with a whip, constantly driving them. Meanwhile, El Cuerto moved through the waves, trying to break free from the metal shackles. His fins stuck out of the water like the claws of some animals. Wrapped in chains, O Kang-woo thought about feeling a very strong pressure, regardless of the powers divine and defense used. He knew he had to keep the chains intact for as long as possible, so he glanced at his opponent. Meanwhile, El Cuerto rushed after him, which caused sprays to fly on the water in different directions. The stone giants advanced straight down the road, dragging behind them the chains that bound the water monster. Strained by how he had resisted El Cuerto's loss, O Kang-woo thought that he was not weakening at all. The monster struggled in the water, trying to throw off the chains that scratched its body. A bright light appeared between his claws, indicating the formation of new poisonous spikes. Seeing that they were flying in her direction, Echidna abruptly put up a large barrier wall in front of her. Meanwhile, one of the giants hummed loudly, trying to drag the monster to land. O Kang-woo, looking back at the replay, even thought that he had underestimated the monster, and it turned out to be stronger than expected. Looking at the strained face of the Echidna, the boy decided that he should weaken the monster so that it would not drag the stone giants with it. O Kang-woo clenched his teeth tightly from the great effort, and a drop of sweat ran down his face. Looking at the pink-haired one, he yelled at her to use her spikes. However, she was indignant, calling him crazy, because she perfectly understood that they could affect him as well. But that didn't diminish the black-haired man's confidence, and he yelled for her to do it. Breathing heavily, Cha Yeonju put her hands forward and began to gather energy around them. Using her bloodthirsty chain's special skill, she fired energy at the shackles that bound the stone giants. O Kang-woo tensed as he felt his gargoyle armor activate a special ability called petrification. This did not come as a surprise to him, as it was quite expected from the unique equipment. However, this did not matter to the boy, as long as it could help weaken the monster. El Cuerto kept trying to escape from his pursuers, but the chains that held him were strong enough. Noticing that he did stop painfully, the boy finally exhaled, realizing that the plan had worked. It was at this moment that the stone giant made another dash, pulling the monster to the shore. Noticing this, Cha Yeonju began to jump away from them, avoiding a collision with the colossus. Looking at them, she told them to try hard, considering that they had a trait called hard skin. That is why they were practically invincible, which is why the girl did not hunt in this split. However, looking at El Puerto trying to flounder on the water, the Red Rose Guildhead thought she had no idea of the usefulness of this ability. The monster, meanwhile, had a red eye glaring in front of him, looking at the pink chains around him. In the next moment, he jumped into the air and thick gray smoke fell around him. Dropping the chains from his body, O Kang-woo let out a breath, thinking that his plan had worked. Lowering his head, the boy saw that Echidna was already running towards him, asking if he was all right. Hearing the owner say that it is still dangerous here, the girl stopped and looked at him with big eyes. Baek Hwa-yeon, meanwhile, lunges at El Cuerto's corpse, cutting it open and sending blood splattering. The pink chain still hung from his body, hooked, and the red eye was wide open. Meanwhile, the commanders of the Varen units rushed towards him again, brandishing their weapons. Gu Hyun-mo took the little Echidna in his arms and said that he already thought he was going to die. Baek Hwa-yeon held her sword in front of her, ready to pounce on the boss of this gate. O Kang-woo looked sternly in front of him and loudly suggested to his companions to end it all. Hearing Echidna's delighted voice, who was glad that the master was all right, the black-haired man told her to deal with the giants now. Watching as Cha Young-ju continued to chase them, Oh Kang-woo added that they were now powerless and would not be able to fight back. When the boy yelled at the pink-haired girl to stop mocking the giants, she replied that she was just distracting them. The black-haired man returned to El Puerto again, ordering his companions to finish off the monster. Rushing forward towards him, Gu Hyun-mo asked the monster why it was now without water. Baek Hwa-yeon also wasted no time and was already swinging at their prey with her sword. Immediately after the first impact, there was a large explosion, which was accompanied by a bright blue glow. The players gradually finished El Puerto without stopping for a moment. Gu Hyun-mo slashed at the monster's carcass with his sword, swinging his weapon wildly. His colleague from the third squad, Kvaran, did the same. At one point, they jumped up together and made several powerful sword swings. Cha Yeon-ju, meanwhile, joined her partners, swinging her chain. Her blow hit the monster's eye, causing brown blood to spray in different directions. In the next second, the girl landed on the ground, dragging the chain behind her and pulling on it. Listening to the monster wail, second squad commander Hwarun said that the sound was starting to annoy him. Oh Kang-woo, watching the fight, thought that even though they moved it to land, it didn't get any easier because of what happened to the split boss. Realizing that he now had only one path left, the boy moved into Manmajong's dimension. He looked up and looked around, assessing the situation. In front of him, the black-haired man saw 3 wooden doors on which an eye was carved. Turning his back to them, he thought that he could not go there just yet. Scooping water in the palm of his hand, the boy decided that this would be quite enough for him for the time being. Right after that, Oh Kang-woo clenched his fingers tightly into a fist, feeling his body become much stronger. His face acquired a demonic expression, and his lips stretched into a predatory skin. Looking ahead, he thought he had very little left when he saw the power of the Kraken's fury being used. A spear immediately formed in his hands, around which he tightly clenched his fingers. Smiling widely, the boy began swinging the weapon above his head, feeling the power. In the next second, Oh Kang-woo was notified that he had acquired a new skill called Death Spear. Cha Young-ju was intently watching what the black-haired man was doing. As he ordered the team to dodge, the rest also turned in his direction. With a predatory expression on his face, Oh Kang-woo rushed forward, preparing to attack the monster. Light streams of energy flew around him as El Puerto prepared to repel the attack on himself. The black-haired man immediately began to gather lightning discharges around him, which indicated that he was ready to strike. The monster looked at the opponent with a big red eye, carefully watching his actions. In the next moment, a ball of energy flew into the monster, illuminating everything around with a bright glow. Oh Kang-woo, meanwhile, landed on the sand, making several dents in it. The team behind him also watched closely to see what the monster would do next. Cha Yeon-ju, covering her face with her hands, stared intently at the light pouring from the boy. She was trying to figure out if he really had only just started the 6th stage of awakening. Flames raged around him, which testified to the enormous power that simply had nowhere to go. Looking at his hand that was visibly shaking, Oh Kang-woo read the notification that he was able to successfully use 3 powers together. Squinting one eye, the boy thought with satisfaction that this was the second condition. Curling his fingers into a fist, the black-haired man thought that when he ruled hell, all of this was much easier to do. Stretching out his hand, he suddenly realized that he still had a long way to go. Opening his mouth and baring his teeth, Oh Kang-woo thought that he needed even more power. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the challenge of Gu Hyun-mo, who was very surprised by his skill, as was the entire team. When asked by the pink-haired woman why he used such an attack only now, the black-haired man replied that it was the first time he had used it. While he and Cha Yeon-ju were figuring out who would win the battle now, Echidna ran up to them and said that she had already dealt with the giants. When he told her that the hunt was over, the girl jumped up holding his hand. Suddenly the boy froze as the thought crossed his mind that he hadn't seen the notice of El Puerto's death. Meanwhile, behind him, a large red eye opened in the defeated monster. Hearing some movement behind him, Oh Kang-woo already knew perfectly well what was happening behind him. He ordered the team to prepare for another battle as the end was still far away, prompting Baek Hwa-yeon to grab his sword. Cha Young-ju also took a fighting stance, holding her head up and marveling at her opponent's stamina. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo covered Echidna with his hand, who was cowering in fear against the boy. The commanders of the Hwarun units rushed to check the notification and also noticed that there was no notification of the death of the monster. The black-haired man thought that it was simply not possible, because by taking the Spear of Death, he could end up in the demon hells of the 7 circles. So now the boy did not understand why the boss of the split, but not the demon, remained alive and was ready to fight again. The entire team of players watched intently as the monster roared loudly and transformed. At one point, O Kang-woo froze, sharply guessing the reasons for such behavior. He watched intently as the animal changed its appearance surrounded by dark energy. El Cuero stared up with a large red eye with a vertical pupil. Many giant tentacles, which seemed to have barely held on until now, suddenly crawled out of the large blisters. In an instant, half of the monster's body consisted of giant brown tentacles. O Kang-woo came closer, trying to figure out what he and the team should do next. Gu Hyun-mo said that he expected them to escape during the second round with the monster. Cha Yong-ju let out a loud squeal as she held her arms out in front of her and prepared for another fight. In the next second, El Cuero was already wrapped in pink chains sent to him by the head of the Red Rose Guild. Suddenly, Baek Hwa-yeon screamed loudly, realizing that her friend was in great danger. The pink-haired girl continued to hold the chains in her hands, but the monster was stronger, so it gradually pulled the girl towards itself. At one point, she put her other hand out to the side where her team was standing, asking them for help. The monster had a horn wrapped in chains and was staring intently at the team of players. Cha Yeon-ju was trying her best to keep him on the leash at this time, making the most of her efforts. Her team also held the chains she had thrown to them to increase their chances of tying the monster down. Baek Hwa-yeon also did not stand aside and took the chain in her hands, helping her friend. Due to the wild tension, Gu Hyun-mo clenched his teeth tightly and hissed loudly, but he did not let go of the shackles. O Kang-woo and 3rd Squad Commander Hwarin let out a loud shriek as they tried to hold the monster back. And while the boy was thinking about how he was supposed to win, if he had little demonic energy left, Echidna's voice was heard nearby. After asking to leave all this to her, the girl turned into a dragon and rushed at El Cuero with a loud growl. Cha Yong-ju continued to tensely hold the chains, trying to prevent the monster from moving. The rest of the team did the same, helping their friend and little Echidna. Suddenly, everyone raised their heads in unison and were afraid that they had a new monster. But when they heard that it was Echidna, everyone was surprised. Meanwhile, the dragon again rushed at the monster, which was trying to escape. She sent El Cuero to the ground with one powerful blow, hitting him on the head. The monster stared at her with a large red eye, trying to get up and attack back. However, Echidna struck again, ordering him to sit still. The dragon roared loudly, glaring at the opponent with a fierce look of yellow eyes. In the next second, the entire team watched as O Kang-woo's familiar crashed to the ground. Burgundy tentacles flew from above to the ground, accompanied by shocked looks from the players. They squinted for a moment, anticipating what would happen next during the battle. Echidna, meanwhile, raised her head up, looking at her opponent and ready to fight him back. Not far from her lay a large part of the body of the monster that dared to fight against her. Looking at her master, Echidna asked him with a smile if she did well. Everyone present suddenly started receiving notifications that they had killed the S-rank boss. Transforming back into a little girl, Echidna ran towards O Kang-woo with her arms out wide. The boy praised her for her work, and the pink-haired girl said that now she understood why she became his familiar. Looking at the tentacles of the defeated monster, the players tried to understand what had happened, but no one even had any ideas. As he got closer, one of the players nudged the tentacle with his foot, saying that it was definitely not an ability. On his way up, O Kang-woo said that he had seen this before. The moment when the monster suddenly became angry reminded him of the day when he met the cultists in the alley. The pink-haired girl guessed that it could be the influence of demonic energy, to which she heard that it should be checked. The boy raised his head, feeling that the source of this energy was quite close to him. The team followed him, stepping on the soft tentacles and grimacing in disgust. The black-haired man quickly found the place where the monster's tentacles began to grow. Reaching his hand in between the folds, he thought that the power source must be somewhere in here. In a moment, the boy froze, realizing that his fingers had come across something. The team around him gaped at him in a daze, and Gu Hyun-mo even covered his mouth. In the hands of the black-haired man lay a small reddish crystal from which a barely visible glow emanated. Everyone gathered around the stone, trying to get a closer look at it. Gu Hyun-mo said that it didn't go down on the mana crystal and asked if it was because of him that El Cuero was so crazy. O Kang-woo said he had no idea, but he had a strong sense that there was a lot of demonic energy inside the artifact. It closely resembled a mana crystal, but if it was natural, it felt somewhat artificial. So it was clearly clear that someone had created it, and only a cult leader could do it. When the boy said out loud that he understood everything, the pink-haired girl asked if he learned anything. The words that this could be the work of a demonic cult, the girl frowned angrily. O Kang-woo explained that the crystal had a rather filigree shape and was not buried deep enough. That is why it was possible to conclude that someone put him in El Cuero, and because of the demonic energy of the artifact, he got rabies. The only one who could create something like this and use it for a similar purpose was a demonic cult. Baek Hwa-yeon entered the discussion, saying that she did not know who could be capable of such a thing. While the black-haired man examined the crystal, The girl asked Gu Hyun-mo to follow the demonic cult in Pohang a little. Oh Kang-woo gave a predatory smile as he thought about the cultists being able to create pure demonic energy. Cha Yeonju reached into her pocket for her phone and offered to take a picture of the crystal for her guild to investigate. Suddenly, everyone present felt the body of the monster they were standing on shudder violently. Bending her legs at the knees, the head of the Red Rose Guild put her hands forward, trying to keep her balance. Gu Hyun-mo took out his sword, loudly lamenting that the monster still hadn't died. However, Baek Hwa-yeon calmed everyone down by saying that it was just a post-mortem muscle contraction. While planning to take the crystal from Oh Kan-yu, the pink-haired girl reminded the commander of the 2nd Hwarren squad that they had been notified of El Cuero's death. However, in the next moment, she and the black-haired man were looking in surprise at his hand, from which the artifact had mysteriously disappeared. And while the girls tried to explain this phenomenon, the boy himself was mentally calculating how much he would get for the crystal. In a moment, he widened his eyes in surprise as he saw that his demonic energy had increased by 3 units, something that had not happened even during the ogre hunt. Echidna returned to the boy and asked him if they were already going home. However, noticing that he did not respond to her questions, the girl carefully looked at him and called him again. Oh Kang-woo covered his face with his hand and breathed heavily, wondering if there was only one such crystal here. After some time, the familiar was already sleeping sweetly in the headquarters of the Havaran detachment, tortured by the past battle. Baek Hwa-yeon handed her partners the remaining money after paying for the repairs. She added that the 2nd Varan squad would try to find something similar to that crystal in other gates as well. Hearing that they would now have to catch the monsters alive, Oh Kang-woo thought that now they would be wasting their time. However, when the girl said she had good news for them, he and the pink-haired looked up in interest. Baek Hwa-yeon explained that they got the material for the legendary gear because the monster's tail could be made into a sword. Hearing that they also knew what stats it boosted, the players frowned at the loss of good gear. However, the words about increasing dexterity or strength calmed Oh Kang-woo, who had demonic energy as the main one, and the pink-haired one, who had magic power as the main one. When asked if the commander would take the sword for himself, Baek Hwa-yeon smiled and replied that it was not suitable for the sword. She explained that it could only be used by a player with the chi characteristic. However, the majority of such players were in China, and there were practically no such players in Korea. Cha Yeonju even thought of selling it to China since it didn't make sense to them, but Oh Kang-woo said he wanted to take it for himself. He could feel the surprised look of the head of the Red Rose Guild, but he did not even turn his head in her direction. The boy thought that such a unique sword would be perfect for Kim Si-hoon. His team made their way through the maze, discussing the fact that most of the paths here were already known. Gray-haired walked in front, ready at any moment to repulse the enemy who would attack him. Tae-soo told the girls that they were following the boy, then asked him if he felt anything unusual. He replied that he felt something bad, but in the next moment something strange caught his attention. Taking out his sword, Kim Si-hoon ordered his team to prepare for battle. Immediately after that, the girls put their staffs forward, preparing to fight an unknown opponent. All the attention of each of the team members was focused on the dark corridor, where there was not even a drop of light. Suddenly, a huge minotaur, which was an ordinary B-rank monster, started charging at them from there. However, in the next moment, another minotaur pounced on him, the eyes of which glowed with a bright yellow glow. He pressed a relative with a gouged eye to the ground, which made him roar terribly. The entire team of players looked at the monsters in dumb surprise, not knowing what to do. At some point, the minotaur roared loudly, and a red haze of energy began to appear around him. His brother wasn't even moving anymore, lying on the ground with his eyes closed. Kim Si-hoon wasted no time reaching for his sword, ready to charge into battle at any moment. Suddenly, he saw the figure of Tae-soo appear in front of him and put a shield in front of him. However, when the minotaur hit the ground, both of them were thrown back a few steps as they lost their balance due to the surprise. The gray-haired man immediately said that it was quite dangerous to go forward, but Tae-soo still couldn't understand what kind of power it was. Looking at the monster's furious face, the boy added that it was different from ordinary minotaurs. Kim Si-hoon took charge and ordered Tan to win as much space for them as possible. After that, he ordered Choi In-bi to distract the minotaur while the big man received reinforcements. Immediately after that, a blue bolt of lightning flew into the monster, sending a powerful current into it. Wasting no time, Kim Si-hoon rushed at the opponent, intending to attack him. Keeping his eyes on the monster, the gray-haired man shouted, drawing his attention to himself. The minotaur looked at the boy, eyes narrowed and fangs bared. Han Seol. Ah tried to strengthen Tae-soo as much as possible, who was already stepping on the monster to push him back. He growled, baring his teeth and flashing yellow eyes. Noticing this, the big man shouted to his team that they could go forward. In the next second, the Minotaur swung its weapon and struck Thai-Su's shield. Seeing that her partner had entered the battle, Han Sol-ah tried to strengthen him even more. Feeling an extraordinary rush of strength, the big man smiled and thanked the girl. The monster approached him and extended a clawed paw to grab the opponent. He didn't even notice that Kim Si-hoon was coming at him from behind, bringing his sword. The boy's face was determined, and his fingers tightly gripped the hilt of the sword. Flying past the monster, the boy sharply lowered his sword, slashing at its arm. For a moment, the Minotaur froze as it watched the player land in front of it. Tae-Soo turned to his partner and said that he was tiredly confident that he would make it. Choi In-bi enthusiastically told the gray-haired man that he was fully qualified for the title of Protector of the World. Returning to the monster, the boy noted that it was much more aggressive than the other Minotaurs. Suddenly, he froze and stared at himself in surprise. He stared unblinkingly at the carcass of the monster he had just defeated. A small red light was visible inside the chopped-up Minotaur, which shone brightly. 2 weeks later, Oh Kang-woo was already standing at the headquarters of the Hwaran detachment, holding a crafted sword in his hands. When asked by Bak Hwa-yeon if he liked the gun, the boy said that it was quite good, and if he could, he would use it himself. Returning to the girl, he was surprised that the legendary equipment could be made so quickly. The squad commander explained that the most difficult thing was to find the materials, and since everything was ready, 2 weeks was even too much. When the pink-haired girl asked if it was difficult for her, the girl answered that these two do a lot for safety. The players immediately smiled awkwardly, and Oh Kang-woo mentally added that he just wanted to take away all the demonic energy. Hearing Bak Hwa-yeon calling him, the boy turned to face her with interest. The commander of the third squad, Varen, asked him if he didn't think they could already talk informally enough. To his surprise, she explained that he was quite informal with Cha Yong-ju, so she was quite uncomfortable. Ignoring the pink-haired woman's question as to why he was talking to her off the record, Oh Kang-woo pondered. He assured the commander that he would now speak more freely with her, and answered the guild leader's question that she was the first to initiate such communication. After that, the boy asked the girls how the research on the crystal was going. Hearing that they found nothing of the kind, he put his fingers to his chin and thought. Meanwhile, the leader of the demonic cult learned the latest news about how the preparations for the plan are going. He was interested in the question of how El Cuero could lose the fight and what exactly happened in the split. His subordinates said they were trying to find out, but when they came to check the infection process, they only saw traces of a battle. The next thing that interested the man was what exactly happened to the demonic crystal that was in the monster. Hearing the words that he had disappeared, the cult leader clenched his fingers tightly on the table, launching a web of cracks. In the next moment, he hit the table with all his might, causing it to shatter into pieces, causing a loud cry from his subordinates. Looking at the stone debris, he asked what was happening to the rest of the monsters now. After hearing that most of the monsters were fine, the leader sat down in his chair, feeling annoyed that El Cuero couldn't finish 5 years. When asked how their plan would progress now, the subordinates replied that due to the event with the monster, their plan is moving forward a little in time. Lowering his head, the leader suggested that they use another method. His subordinates immediately rushed to convince him that this method carried too many risks. However, the leader explained that he is not going to use this method just now. The followers explained that if they used another method, their plan would be put into action. However, they reminded the cardinal that this method would attract the attention of all world rankers. After hearing this, the leader clenched his hand tightly on the back of his chair, which caused cracks to appear. Hearing how he calmly asked what the world players would do to them, one of the subordinates raised his head in surprise. Wearily resting his head on his hand, the man asked what exactly they would do if they paid attention to them. Exuding powerful demonic energy, the cardinal warned his followers that he was not afraid of them at all. Covering himself with sweat, one of the subordinates lowered his head and apologized, but was surprised that he had such a strong thirst for blood. Meanwhile, the cardinal clenched his fist tightly, due to which the veins stood out noticeably. However, he quickly calmed down and pulled himself together, asking the followers if they still had any demonic crystals left. Hearing that they still remained, the cardinal ordered his subordinates to put them in the hands of the monsters. At the same time, he warned them that if the plan fails again, their safety will not be guaranteed. Crossing his arms over his chest, the leader inquired as to who had managed to defeat El Cuero, to which he heard that Cha Yun-ju was involved. Covering his face with his hand, the cardinal said that she was getting in their way again, just like in the case of Kim Jae-hyun. Looking in front of him with red eyes, he added that if she decided to go against them, she would get her revenge. When the leader ordered the shadows to be summoned, the followers warned that it would be difficult to defeat such a strong player with just the shadows. However, hearing that their target would not be the head of the Red Rose Guild, they raised their heads in surprise. Crossing his legs, the cardinal folded his fingers and looked in front of him. Placing a hand to his face, he explained that one of the newcomers, namely Oh Kang-woo, had taken a liking to the pink-haired man, so they could just capture him. Meanwhile, the black-haired man himself was sitting in his car, heading to the split where his team was. The same ones would go outside, rejoicing in a good hunt, and discussing who had made a greater contribution. As they were planning their next hunt, Oh Kang-woo suddenly caught their attention. He was standing opposite the gate, smiling at them and waving his hand in greeting. Tz-soo and Kim Si-hoon were happy to see him and noticed that they had not seen each other for quite some time. Choi In-bi was also happy that the black-haired man decided to meet them today. Oh Kang-woo, meanwhile, noticed that they were doing quite well since they were already hunting in the B-rank fishers. When the gray-haired man asked why he came, the boy answered that he had a present. Kim Si-hoon immediately assumed that the gift was meant for Han-seol-ah, but he handed the gift to him. Everyone looked surprised at the weapon element when Oh Kang-woo explained that it was El Cuero's blade. He added that it was a legendary equipment that was fashionable to use only with chi energy. In a moment, the black-haired man watched as Tae-soo told his partner that he was jealous of the good. However, Kim Si-hoon said that he was too weak and therefore not worthy to accept such a gift. After saying that he would decide who was worth what, Oh Kang-woo explained to the surprised gray-haired man that he would become much stronger in the future. His words and the confidence in his voice brought tears to Kim Si-hoon's eyes. Lowering his head, the boy passionately began to thank for such a luxurious gift. Hearing that he was rather uncomfortable because he was being so nice to him, the black-haired man tensed up. When he said that he felt repulsed by him when they first met, Oh Kang-woo thought that he was the protector of the world, and he himself was the one who broke Gaia's system. The guy was not at all surprised by the interlocutor's feeling, as if their souls were connected. Suddenly, Kim Si-hoon suddenly knelt down in front of him, which confused Oh Kang-woo a bit. Grasping his hand, the gray-haired man swore that he would only serve him to fulfill his expectations. He mentally asked him not to look at him like that. The brunette asked him to let go of his hand as Kim Si-hoon reached into his pocket for something. Oh Kang-woo looked down at his hand as his friend explained that one of the monsters looked suspicious to him, and he decided to take a closer look. The gray-haired man smiled as he said that it couldn't be considered a gift, however. Oh Kang-woo could know something about it. In his palm was a large red demonic crystal, the same as El Cuero's. Seeing him, the black-haired man himself firmly grabbed his friend's hand, taking the artifact away. Looking at him with big eyes, he said to himself that he and Kim Si-hoon would always be together. With a broad smile, Oh Kang-woo asked him exactly where he got the stone from. Kim Si-hoon explained that he had a very strange feeling during this hunt. Hearing that the feeling was similar to what he felt when they first met, the black-haired man stared at him in surprise. The gray-haired man continued that when he followed that feeling, he came across a strange minotaur that had dark skin and was already fierce. Looking closely at his friend, Oh Kang-woo realized that he could sense demonic energy. When the black-haired man asked if he felt anything when he and Echidna visited him, the boy answered that there was nothing unpleasant. Hearing this and putting his fingers to his chin, Oh Kang-woo thought about what else he and the demonic monster could have in common. Suddenly before his eyes appeared a picture of the nucleus, near which he was before returning home. He realized that Kim Si-hoon had reacted to him as the main rift and the monster that had become a fragment of the rift due to the demonic energy. And all this happened because the gray-haired man was the guardian of the world, who was supposed to protect the broken system. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Oh Kang-woo thought that he could subconsciously sense animals from the crack. With a wide smile on his lips, the black-haired man offered him to do something together. When the team boarded the train, Tae-soo and Choi In-bi immediately fell asleep, tired from hunting. Kim Si-hoon took a seat by the window, but silently stared at it, clutching the new sword tightly in his hands. Oh Kang-woo, meanwhile, was walking to the car with Han-seol-ah, explaining to her that it would be just the three of them hunting for a while. Climbing the stairs, he added that since they had leveled up well, the three of them would be quite enough, but he advised them not to forget about caution. Meanwhile, the girl stopped, lowering her head and not daring to say what she wanted. Hearing her uncertain voice, the black-haired man stopped and looked at her. Looking up at him hopefully, she asked permission for them all to go with him and Kim Si-hoon. The girl added that with him they will raise their level much faster. Besides, they can agree to him. However, the boy replied that they would go to the A-rank gate, so the monsters there would be much more dangerous. Looking down, Han-seol-ah apologized and said that she shouldn't have started this conversation in the first place. Furthermore, Oh Kang-woo added that he would hunt down the demonic order and they would be in the crosshairs all the time. And the more people there were to protect, the harder it was to do so. At that moment, seeing that she was continuing on her way, the boy held out his hand in front of her, saying that now was just such a moment. He looked sternly in front of him, observing what was happening in the parking lot. Standing near his car were several demonic cult followers who were determined. Oh Kang-woo continued to hold his hand in front of his friend, trying to shield her from the attacks. Han Solo put a staff in front of her, preparing for battle, but the boy reacted to his opponents completely calmly. They said they didn't have to answer his questions, so he just had to follow their instructions. However, upon hearing the words that he would be killed painlessly, Oh Kang-woo only smiled widely. Looking at the cultists, the black-haired man suggested that they stop talking and get away from his car. One of the attackers, clutching an axe in his hands, noticed that he was indeed very insolent, as the cardinal had warned. Another added that despite working for Cha Yun-ju, the black-haired man is really nobody. Rushing at him and swinging their weapons, the cultists began their attack, closing in on the players. Han Solo looked scared as people in scary masks approached them. However, in the next moment, all the attackers suddenly turned around, looking behind their backs. Oh Kang-woo held the girl in his arms and, using the power of heaven, tried to break away from the pursuers. He ordered her to go as far as possible, to which the blushing girl quietly replied in agreement. However, in the next moment she frowned and sternly added that she also wanted to help him. She cast a blessing of light on him, increasing all of his stats. At her request to be careful, the boy reassured her that they would not be able to hurt him. Meanwhile, the cultists were already running to them, talking about the fact that they would tear the black-haired man to pieces. Oh Kang-woo wasted no time rushing towards them, attacking them in return. Stretching his lips into a sly smile, he asked them why they thought he was running away. At one point, he turned sideways to the attackers because he saw an axe flying at him. Following her trajectory, the boy saw that she was already turning back. Spreading his wings, the black-haired man rushed at one of the attackers, who was clutching the chain tightly in his hand. Oh Kang-woo stared intently at his opponent, trying not to miss a single blow. In the next moment, the axe, which was tied to the chain, crashed into the asphalt, tearing the pavement. Meanwhile, the black-haired one made another circle around the battlefield, looking at his opponents. He was surprised that none of the chains had ever gotten tangled, even though the cultists kept throwing them. Meanwhile, the followers of the demonic cult held tightly to the chains, hoping that they would be able to catch the black-haired man. Gathering energy between his palms, Oh Kang-woo thought that they would be no match for Cha Yong-ju. In the next second, the boy loudly clapped his hands, releasing power to his opponents. A bright blue light immediately surrounded him, breaking the chains flying towards the boy. The cultists froze for a moment, staring at the blinding light. Not understanding what was happening, the attackers decided that they had been misinformed and that the cardinal had underestimated him. Looking at the ice approaching them, they thought they should report it to the leader. But in the next moment, they found themselves chained to it. Han Seol-ah watched what was happening while Oh Kang-woo warned the cultists not to turn into a demon. Coming closer, the black-haired man asked one of the followers why they shouldn't have a serious talk. With a wide smile, the boy removed the mask from the cultist's face, and it became noticeable how fear flashed in his eyes. The demonic cultist glared at the player, trying to figure out what to do. At some point, he opened his mouth wide, accompanying it with heavy, loud breathing. The next second, he bared his teeth and laughed loudly, sweat pouring down his face. Watching the cultist's mouth drip with saliva, Oh Kang-woo was surprised to realize that the cultist was resisting something. Suddenly, the black-haired man opened his eyes in fright, glaring at the captured opponent. He shouted words in praise of the demonic cult, sticking out his tongue. A drawing depicting a six-pointed star in a circle was clearly drawn on it. Han Seol-ah ducked down and covered her head a second later as she saw an explosion in front of her. The girl looked in fright at the point where Oh Kang-woo had stood a second ago, but now there was just a cloud of smoke and fire. However, when it dissipated a little, it became noticeable that the black-haired man managed to open a yellow dome around him for protection. While Han Seol-ah ran to him, asking if he was okay, the boy himself thought that the cardinal had decided to stay in the shadows. In that case, he now had to force the leader of the demonic cult to crawl out of his hole. Sometime after that, the cardinal was already receiving the report that they had lost the battle with Oh Kang-woo. His subordinate said that it was unknown if all the shadows had died, but there was a high probability that they had. Propping his elbow on the back of his chair, the demonic cult leader let out a loud huff as he pondered his loss. Clutching his face, he said with annoyance that they had lost some very good fighters. When asked how many fragments of the crack they managed to collect, the subordinate answered that about 30%. Saying that this was not a bad result, the leader ordered him to leave the hall. Left alone, the cardinal thought that he had nowhere to rush, as Cha Yong-ju and his team would not be able to find the demonic crystals. Baek Kang-hyun smiled widely, thinking that time was on his side now. So he could safely say that everything that is happening is going exactly according to his plan. In the parking lot, scared for her friend, Han Seol-ah ran to him while he was standing in the middle of the smoke. He thought about the fact that the followers of the demonic cult were constantly hiding, and they would have to be taken out almost by force. The boy looked sternly in front of him, with a stern look, thinking about what he should do now. Hanseol-ah worriedly asked him if he was okay since the explosion was big. However, the guy put the receiver to his ear and asked his girlfriend to wait a little. He was very uncomfortable that he couldn't tell the girl everything, but the boy wanted to clarify everything first, so he dialed Kim Si-hoon's number. Hanseol-ah listened as he arranged to meet a friend at the gate at 6 a.m. Patiently waiting for the boy to finish the conversation, she gripped her staff tightly in her hands. After hanging up, Oh Kang-woo turned to face her and asked if she saw what just happened. He explained that he had no idea what else the demonic cult would do, so he had no choice but to keep his distance from her while hunting. Violet smiled and said that he was very considerate because after what happened, he was worried about how she felt. Oh Kang-woo stared dumbfounded at his friend who said she wanted to be like him, but to do that she needed to become stronger. With a big smile, Hanseol-ah asked him to wait a bit, and she would become as strong as him. Staring at the girl with big eyes, the black-haired man thought that she really looked like an angel. He offered her to go home, but he even confused the direction due to tension. 10 days after that incident, Oh Kang-woo was already standing at the exit of the rift and was looking at the 3 demonic crystals in his hand. When Kim Si-hoon asked him if that was all for today, the black-haired man hugged his neck and praised him for a great job. The gray-haired man looked at him with wide eyes, thinking that he was able to help his friend. At his offer to drive him home, Kim Si-hoon replied that it was nothing to worry about, as he wanted to visit his mother at the hospital. Therefore, after some time, the black-haired man was already driving home, carrying a whole package of ice cream. He was met at home by Echidna, who ran to him with outstretched hands and shouted loudly. He smiled as he held up the bag of ice cream in front of the girl who asked, mesmerized, what it was. Lying on the couch in the living room, the boy thought that so far everything had been pretty quiet. And if something had happened, Baek Hwa-yeon or Cha Yeon-ju would have contacted him. He figured that absolutely nothing had been heard from them since the attack, so he could only wonder where the cultists were hiding. Suddenly his attention was drawn to the phone, which began to vibrate, signifying a phone call. Everything was happening exactly as he suspected, because when he picked up the phone, the boy heard Baek Hwa-yeon's voice on the other end of the line. The commander of the 3rd squad said that a rather suspicious movement was registered near the gate of the S-class. To his guess that it was the work of a demonic cult, the girl said that according to the information received, they were preparing to challenge them. She added that Cha Yeon-ju and Red Rose had already gone there. Hearing that she would drop him the address now and wait for him there, Oh Kang-woo thought he couldn't wait to test what he was capable of. Baek Hwa-yeon wanted to send a plane after him since time was short, but the boy assured her that it was unnecessary. Patting Echidna on the head, the black-haired man assured her that he had his own private plane. He smiled and said that he was not going to use other people's planes. Standing in the wasteland, where there will be no extra eyes, the boy thought that it would be good to implement his plan. At that time, Echidna was glad that he took her with him. When he called her name, the girl joyfully jumped up to him. Raising his fist, Oh Kang-woo told her to assume her true form so they could fly on their mission. In a moment, there was already a large dragon in front of him, who was smiling joyfully, anticipating the work. When the boy climbed onto her back, Echidna asked him if she could have some more ice cream after that. After hearing the promise to buy her as much ice cream as she wanted, the familiar said she would work even harder. As the dragon flew into the air, Oh Kang-woo decided he had to do something to avoid attracting attention. Placing his hands on Echidna's back, he used the power of projection, spreading blue light everywhere. Noticing this, the familiar asked what exactly he did, to which she heard that he simply used a skill that would hide her a bit. After some time, they already flew out of the city, heading to their destination, where the business awaited them. The only thing that worried the boy at this moment was the scale of the demonic cult's capabilities. In addition, it was unclear how widespread their power was. He knew perfectly well that those cultists were receiving support from one of the largest guilds in Korea. However, the question remained as to which guild they were receiving help from. Pointing to an empty area at the dock with the cargo containers, Oh Kang-woo ordered the Echidna to sit there. With his hands at his sides, the boy thought that Baek Hwa-yeon had promised to send the Hwaran squad, and since there was no one there, they landed far from the gate. Looking at the familiar, he ordered her to transform back as he was about to walk to the rift. Suddenly, the boy heard a loud slap and how someone screamed in pain. Turning to the direction of the sound, Oh Kang-woo was surprised to see a person there. He thought about the fact that he sent the dragon here so that no one would see her, and the dragon managed to hide thanks to his skills. The boy who made a squeak with his dragon tail suddenly screamed, begging them not to attack. Grabbing its head and lifting its head up, the boy asked in surprise if it was a real dragon. The black-haired one, meanwhile, was watching the boy intently, drawing his spikes and preparing for battle. He remembered seeing him on the hunt when he was paired with Baek Kang-hyun. Oh Kang-woo was well aware that Cha Min-hyuk, who was the leader of the Onuri Guild, was sitting in front of him right now. He explained that he just saw a strange shadow and decided to follow it to find out what was going on. He asked if he was really under Cha Yongju's care, but the black-haired man cut him off sharply, asking who let him talk. He put his hand on his chest and replied that he was just trying to clarify the situation, because he understood that he might seem suspicious now. However, Oh Kang-woo, raising his spike aloft, recalled the demand to shut up immediately. Echidna stood between two boys who were preparing to fight each other. Oh Kang-woo thought that even if Cha Min-hyuk had a red crystal, it didn't mean he was involved with a cult at all. He was more annoyed that the head of the guild was just hanging around the docks, so he decided to find out why he was here. Looking at his opponent, Cha Min-hyuk realized that he wasn't even going to listen to him. Taking out knives, he added that in such a case, he would have to use force. They stood for a moment, looking at each other and studying each other's positions. In the next second, Oh Kang-woo lunged at his opponent, trying to attack him with his spikes. Watching him carefully, Cha Min-hyuk clenched his teeth tightly and let out a loud breath. A second later, the boys were already flying away from each other, increasing the distance between them. Guild head Onuri thought about the fact that he only made one blow, but it was very strong. Oh Kang-woo, meanwhile, thought that the blow the opponent used to repel the attack was too weak for the demonic cult follower. And if the guild had nothing to do with the cult, it meant that the boy was pursuing him solely because of personal suspicions. Thinking that they would find out everything now, Oh Kang-woo warned the boy that the Hwaran squad would be arriving here now. However, he added that he would give him an opportunity to explain what exactly he was doing here. Cha Min-hyuk looked up at the black-haired man and reminded himself that of the two, only he and his pace of development were suspicious. Wanting to raise his knife, the boy supported it with his foot and threw it up. Clasping it tightly with both hands, Cha Min-hyuk aimed it at his opponent. A second later, he was already running forward with a wild wail, trying to strike. However, Oh Kang-woo stood calmly and watched his opponent's actions, showing absolutely no fear. Dodging the blow, he explained that he was just curious, so he asked. In addition, he was interested in whether the swindler could fight well, because he knew that the guild where he was the head was at home as a thieves' guild. After a while, Oh Kang-woo was already sitting on the phone, where he read that reinforcements would arrive in 10 minutes. After pressing the button, the boy gave the coffee machine a command to prepare a drink. While serving the finished coffee to Cha Min-hyuk, the black-haired man replied to his words that everything was stolen from him, that at least he remained alive. However, at the same time, he warned that if he did not want problems, then he should just explain everything now. Looking at the head of the Onuri Guild, the black-haired man asked what exactly he was doing at the docks. Without raising his head, Cha Min-hyuk opened his mouth to begin his story. He explained that his guild conducted independent surveillance of the demonic cult. The guy asked the interlocutor if he had heard of such a term as dodokbun. It meant a state when someone was treated as a criminal, while not paying attention to the good that he does. They didn't want the rumors to grow rapidly, and therefore decided to act, since he had long known about the existence of the demonic cult. His guild members were also willing to follow him to help the leader in the investigation. Looking at them, Cha Min-hyuk showed absolutely no fear or joy. At the same time, they decided to conduct the investigation independently of the government and the Red Rose. They wanted to prove that they were not thieves or criminals. And after that, he noticed some suspicious movement and rushed at Oh Kang-woo, while now the boy was well aware that the black-haired man might not believe him. However, when he heard that he believed him, Cha Min-hyuk looked surprised. As he took a sip of his coffee, Oh Kang-woo thought that the guild head's explanation sounded rather confusing, but that was the general story. Turning his back to him, the black-haired man said that he seemed to have no reason to lie to him, so he advised him to be more careful. The head of the Onuri Guild stared at the boy in a dazed way, surprised that he just left him alone. However, Cha Min-hyuk suddenly stood up and loudly called him, asking him to wait a moment. Guild head Onuri came closer and said that he was even stronger than the 5th guild master in Korea. So he was interested in why he was helping the government with this investigation, because he understood very well that there must be some reason for it. When he heard back that the black-haired man was doing it for the same reason as himself, Cha Min-hyuk looked at the interlocutor in a daze. Although Oh Kang-woo had a bowl of delicious rich kimchi with meat spinning in his head, the mention of which even made him drool. Watching him turn and walk away, guild head Onuri thought that he looked like a villain, but was actually a good guy. Staring in front of him with an indifferent gaze, Oh Kang-woo thought that the demonic cult was helping him increase his stats quite well. For himself, he decided that the Onuri Guild did not work with cultists, as he thought they were too pathetic. If the leaders of the other guilds knew about his spying for the cult, it would raise a lot of questions. Now the black-haired man's attention was captured by the boy who had accompanied Cha Min-hyuk in the split. And that person was Baek Kang-hyun, who was the head of the Hanul Guild. Meanwhile, he was preparing for a new ritual, hiding his face under a mask. Rising from the throne, he raised his hands and placed them near the large red orb that stood on the pedestal. In the cave, the rest of the cult members gathered in front of a large polygonal star painted in blood. Leaning his head on his hand, the cardinal said that this ceremony would be the first step in their grand plan, so failure was impossible. The leader thought that he must succeed, so he ordered his subordinate to use force if necessary. Hearing this, the man who was supposed to perform the ritual told him that he would do whatever was necessary. Immediately afterwards, he removed his hood, revealing his large number of tattoos. He looked at the red orb and shouted words in praise of the demonic cult. Looking at one of the cultists present, the priest asked him if he had used all the blood from the sacrifices. After hearing an affirmative answer, he silently looked at the polygonal star, expecting something unusual. Looking at the red lines, he thought that this ceremony was very important, so there was no way to let it fail. The priest lowered his fingers and touched one of the lines, catching the brown liquid. Looking at his hand, he grimaced and realized that it was not enough. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him, for which he called one of the cultists. He came closer, asking him what exactly was required of him. However, in the next moment, the boy opened his mouth in a silent scream from the fact that a knife was stuck in his stomach. Everyone exhaled in astonishment, not expecting such a thing from the priest. The cultists stared in horror at the scene unfolding before their eyes. When asked by them what he was doing, the mad fanatic with a wild expression said that this blood was not enough, blaming them for not being able to perform the offering properly. So within minutes he was staring at a star littered with corpses. Laughing wildly, the man looked at the result of his work and thought that now the blood should be enough. Dropping sharply to the ground, the priest plunged his palms into the bloody streak on the ground. As he began to recite the incantation in Arabic, a bright light began to emanate from the polygonal star. Meanwhile, the head of the Red Rose Guild turned her head in the direction from where she was being shouted at. Baek Hwa-yeon was surprised that he actually made it, and the boy offered to finally go to the gate. To his question about how the situation inside is going, the commander of the 3rd Detachment, Havarin, replied that it does not seem to be very good. She added that the cultists were hiding in a cave in the middle of the rift, and there was still a very strong energy. Suddenly, everyone present saw Gu Hyun-mo walking towards them, who said with a smile that they had not seen each other for a long time. Baek Hwa-yeon asked him how the investigation was progressing, to which she heard them hear a loud noise from the gate. Suddenly, Echidna grabbed Oh Kang-woo by the sleeve and squeezed tightly with her small hand. A bead of sweat rolled down her face as she tried to say something about the gate they were about to enter. When Oh Kang-woo heard that there was a very strong smell of blood coming from them, his gaze became tense. It was at this moment that the priest looked at the bright light coming from the polygonal star and was glad that everything worked out for him. Raising his head, the man saw a big hole for which they had started everything. A crazed smile shone on his face as he asked the demon to show him his great power. The next moment, a large horned demon head appeared from the cleft, staring at the priest with a large red eye. The man was kneeling and raising his hands in a mad prayer to the demon he had summoned. Auriax looked at the mortal and asked who dared to address him, the demon of the 7th circle of hell. Having fully exited the gorge, the demon looked at the mortal bowing before him. The priest bowed fanatically, welcoming his dark master, who had managed to be summoned. Hearing him ask him if he had summoned him, the man raised his head and looked at Auriax with admiration. Frowning, the 7th circle demon asked him why he did it. Shrugging, the priest replied that he wanted death and suffering for the miserable mortals. He asked Auriax to grant his followers unlimited power, promising to serve him all their food if he received immortality. They didn't even notice how in one of the passages in the cave, a guy was watching them, holding a walkie-talkie in his hands. On the surface, meanwhile, Gu Hyun-mo heard a walkie-talkie on his belt screeching as one of his subordinates demanded that he hurry to the cave. Hearing that the message had been interrupted, the commander of the 2nd squad, Varen, grabbed the walkie-talkie and tried to call his subordinate again. Oh Kang-woo, observing this, said that it was better for them to go out in groups than to stand at the gate and talk. Looking at the gate, the boy added that the cultists were no longer going to hide their dark deeds. Meanwhile, the other team of players on the other side of the gate watched the rocks in a daze. A giant demon suddenly flew out of there, raising a cloud of dust and rock fragments behind it. People looked at this picture, unable to take their eyes off it. Suddenly, the players noticed that the monster turned its head and looked at them with big red eyes. In the next moment, the monster landed directly in front of them, holding a large scythe in its hands. Glaring at them with red eyes, Auriax laughed and said that they would make perfect victims. The team leader shouted for them not to be afraid, as he was going to hold out until reinforcements arrived. It was at this moment that the demon swung his scythe, intending to attack the people. He snarled wildly, bared his fangs, and said that he really enjoyed the heat of battle. Swinging his weapon, he cut down one of the group of players in one blow, flashing red eyes. When Gu Hyun-mo saw this picture, he froze in horror for a moment, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, the priest was madly happy that the first demon he summoned had such great power, and therefore the next ones would be even stronger. Staring down at his bloody scythe, Auriax growled that all their efforts were not enough. Baring his sharp teeth, he added that they all looked like ordinary, miserable insects. The leader of the player group raised his shield covering his body and let out a frightened snort. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by a voice telling them to wait. Turning his head, the boy saw Gu Hyun-mo coming towards the monster already running, holding his swords in his hands. Raising his scythe for another strike, Auriax growled that what he had done was rather foolish. In the next second, the commander of the second squad, Varen, barely had time to draw his swords to block the blow. Flying forward with his back a few steps, the boy thought that the demon was quite strong. However, instead of landing on solid ground, Gu Hyun-mo saw a large blue ball form around him. Returning to the girl who gave him protection, the boy smiled and said that they were waiting for them. Getting to his feet, he saw an archer in front of him and invited them to show their monstrous strength. Looking at their coordinated work, Oh Kang-woo froze for a moment, not knowing how to react to this. When Cha Yeon-ju said that it would be easier with people from her guild, Baek Hwa-yeon replied that nothing would help here. The team was going to defeat him in the split, and Gu Hyun-mo was interested in the question of who is stronger, the demon or El Cuero. When a priest approached him and asked him to show the people his power, Auriax said that he would have done it without him. The demon shook his head and measured all the present opponents with a stern look. The commander of the second squad, Havaran, did not take his eyes off the monster, being ready to engage in battle at any moment. Looking at the team, the demon suddenly snarled that there was no one among them that he could engage in a decent fight with. He continued to scrutinize the people when suddenly his gaze stopped and the demon snorted in interest. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo tried not to look at him, his hands tensely in his pockets. The monster looked at the boy, chuckling in interest and pondering his actions. Oh Kang-woo knew full well that Auriax was a demon that existed in the seventh circle of hell. Trying to ignore the monster's surprised look, the black-haired man thought with annoyance as to why the cultists had summoned an actual demon. The boy clenched his teeth tightly from powerless rage, and his face was covered with sweat. Everyone in hell knew him because he was the one who defeated the seven princes and was the master of the Demon King's castle. Trying to find a way out of this dangerous situation, Oh Kang-woo began to think hard. Suddenly, the demon's face stretched as he realized who was standing in front of him right now. He glared at the boy, wondering how it was even possible for such a person to be in such a place. Noticing the demon's surprised gaze focused on him, Oh Kang-woo tried to turn away and cover his face with his hand. He grimaced, thinking that out of all the demons, the cultists had managed to summon the one that knew him to his face. Noticing how badly Auriax's body began to shake, the priest called out to him quietly. Hearing his name, the demon turned sharply and fiercely bared his fangs at the mortal. Looking at the man, Auriax began to apologize to him, much to his confusion. Grabbing him and shaking him like a pear, the demon asked to return him to hell, because he did not want to fight with the Lord. However, he only replied in a daze that he could not cancel the draft and return it back. Pointing to the team, the priest added that they were just pitiful mortals. Hearing this, Auriax froze and growled wildly, asking the man if he had heard correctly. After that, his gaze fell on Oh Kang-woo, who he definitely couldn't call weak in this team. Baring his teeth, the demon snarled that he didn't know anything, especially about who the Lord was and what he was up to. Observing this picture, the players were very surprised at such a quarrel and thought that now would be a good chance to attack. However, Oh Kang-woo stepped forward and objected to an immediate attack on the monsters. Extending his hand to the side where Baek Hwa-yeon was standing, the boy asked them to entrust this matter to him. He explained that the demon had confused him with someone, and this could be taken advantage of. The boy launched a particle of energy in front of the monster's nose, attracting its attention. Stepping closer, causing sweat to form on the demon's face, Oh Kang-woo asked him if his name was Auriax. He added in his mind that he was ordering him to talk to him like this in the future, so that others do not hear their conversation. The monster was tensely silent, listening intently to every word of the demon lord. Auriax introduced himself, saying that he was from the demons of the seventh circle of hell, and asked why the lord was in such a place. Oh Kang-woo tried to look calm, thinking that it would be easier to deal with the monster if he intimidated it. Looking sternly at the demon, the boy told him that he had interfered with his plans. Hearing these words, Auriax tensed even more and 2 large beads of sweat rolled down his mouth. Dropping to his knees, he wondered exactly what plans he could have messed up. Enraged that he didn't really have a plan, Oh Kang-woo clenched his teeth tightly, ordering the monster to shut up. Realizing that he was in big trouble, the monster narrowed his eyes and started apologizing feverishly. Stuffing his hands in his pockets, the black-haired man said that his sudden appearance had caused quite a bit of trouble, but he was going to give him a chance to make things right. Tears welled up in Oriax's eyes as he rushed to assure that he would do whatever he ordered. Stretching his lips in a noticeable smile, the boy said that if he really did everything he asked, he would be accepted into the family. The demon's eyes lit up with red fire as he thought about how good it would be to become part of the family of the Demon King who defeated the 7 supreme demons. Quite a few demons have achieved such an honor, and even they didn't have it easy. Remembering the Demon Palace, one of the worthy, Oriax thought it was the highest honor. In addition, becoming part of the family, the demon expected to receive part of the Lord's power. Kneeling before him, the monster bowed his head and said that he could command him. Pointing his finger at his team, Okang Wu ordered to fight them without using his scythe to make sure it was strong enough. Looking at how he immediately hid his weapon, the black-haired man thought about the fact that the monster did not even have a single doubt. The girls looked at the demon's actions in surprise, trying to understand what was happening and what exactly the boy had done. Baek Hwa-yeon said that this gives them a perfect opportunity to attack the monster. With a swing of her sword, she gave the command to activate the West Wind skill. Having landed, the girl carefully began to watch how her colleagues entered the battle. Oriax tilted his hull, keeping his predatory gaze on the commander of the 3rd Squad, Varen, ready to engage her. The next moment, seeing her jump up to him, the demon stretched out his paw. With a loud cry, Baek Hwa-yeon swung her sword, attacking her opponent once again. The wild pain in his shoulder made Oriax growl loudly, not expecting to be wounded. Throwing a fierce look at the girl, the monster cursed quietly. With a loud growl, the demon folded his fingers into fists and slammed them on the ground with all his might. The rest of the team also watched intently as their colleague fought the monster. Hearing his words about them being just an insect, Cha Yan-ju pulled out her chains, indignant at the statement. In the next moment, she launched the shackles at the opponent, attacking him. Oriax froze for a moment, not expecting such courage from a mortal. With all her might, the head of the Red Rose Guild pulled the chains on herself. The demon turned his head and looked at the chains that wrapped around his body. The next second, he screamed loudly, feeling wild pain from many severe wounds. Gritting his teeth, Oriax thought that the humans were strong enough that even with a scythe, his victory would be in doubt. However, for him it was a test given by the bishop, so he could not give up under any circumstances. Cha Yong-ju, meanwhile, watched the monster's actions carefully, trying to figure out what to do next. Meanwhile, Baek Hwa-yeon was approaching him again, swinging her sword. On the other hand, with swords at the ready, Gu Hyun-mo attacked the demon, watching the monster's every step. The commanders of the Varen units attacked the demon almost at the same time, slashing his body with cuts, which made him growl loudly. They in turn quickly flew down, landing on the ground. Falling to his knees and clutching at his wounds, Oriax thought that he must have been fighting with his scythe for too long, so he couldn't fight with his bare hands. Immersed in his excitement that the Demon King saw his weakness, the demon didn't even notice that the Demon King was holding his axe. Suddenly, Oriax turned his head and saw the Lord behind him, clutching his weapon element in his hands. The monster was glad to think that he wouldn't just stand there with his arms folded, suspecting that the king wanted to reward his weapon with some of his power. However, in the next moment, the demon felt his own axe cut into his body with disappointment. Coughing loudly and spitting out a clot of blood, Oriax tried to understand how this was possible. Cutting the demon in half with his own weapon, Okang Wu thought that there was nothing personal here. Stretching his lips in a satisfied smile, the boy admitted that he bought into his deception. Meanwhile, the cardinal at headquarters was watching what was happening in the schism where the draft was taking place. He kept his eyes fixed on Okang Wu, who had just defeated a rather strong demon. Looking at the notification that the level-up restrictions had not yet dropped, the black-haired boy thought that he had high hopes for defeating the 7th Circle demon. In the meantime, the girls were already running to him, asking, however, what had just happened. Turning to face them, the boy said that the demon was dead and their plan had worked. A ball of dark energy began to form in his palm, indicating the use of a predator's power. It quickly began to grow and wrap around Oriax's body to absorb his energy. Hearing the surprised exclamation of the head of the Red Rose Guild, the black-haired man turned around as if he was also curious. Taking a lick, Okang Wu thought that 3 units of demonic energy was quite a bit. But he understood that as the level increased, it became more and more difficult to score points. And he also understood that after the 6th awakening, the power of the core of 10,000 demons had greatly weakened. And although the characteristic did not increase much, the quality and quantity of demonic energy changed drastically. Gu Hyun-emil approached the team with a bound cultist and was surprised that demon bodies disappear after death. Picking up the fanatic who was baring his teeth at him, The commander asked the boy if this was the same guy in the mask. However, Baekhwa Yan replied that it was only a minor performer, not a cardinal. Looking at the priest, Gu Hyun-mo concluded that the leader still did not want to show himself to them. Slapping him on the bald head, the blonde said that he usually kills such people almost immediately. However, he agreed to wait with him, since with less control than the Soul team, he had enough ways to get information. After hearing him call him a scoundrel, the commander of the second squad, Varen, advised the cultist to watch his tongue. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to Baekhwa Yun, who says that she needs to know some details before making a heartfelt confession. When she asked if he was ready to transport the detainee, the boy replied that he had a car and a helicopter. Clenching his teeth tightly, the fanatic mentally lamented that he was able to be caught by such nobodies as them, and all because of the demon's behavior. Suddenly, the man tensed up and a large vein stood out noticeably on his neck. Standing in front of him was Oh Kang-woo, his arms crossed over his chest and calmly watching as a purple mist enveloped the priest. Realizing what was happening, the black-haired man shouted loudly for everyone to leave, adding that they would not have a chance to interrogate the arrestee. However, Gu Hyun-mo, not understanding what he wanted from them, froze and asked what he meant. Suddenly, his attention shifted to the cultist as well, and Oh Kang-woo explained that the cultist felt too much demonic energy. The boy added that the man was turning into a monster right now, although it was already noticeable due to the horns and fangs that had grown sharply. Rushing forward, Cha Yeonju took out the chains and said that she would deal with him herself. Releasing the shackles from her hands, she gave the command to activate the blood chain skill. Wasting no time, the girl launched them towards the cultist she was going to attack. In a moment, he was already wrapped in chains that tightly squeezed his body, making the fanatic growl in pain. Holding the chains tightly and not letting go of the captor, Cha Yeonju squealed in tension. In the next second, she waved her arms, launching the man up like a merry-go-round. A moment later, the head of the Red Rose Guild slammed it on the ground with all his might, sending a cloud of dust into the air. When it dissipated, it became clear that only a tattered cassock remained from the fanatic. Looking at this, the pink-haired girl let out a frustrated breath, cursing loudly. Adjusting her cap, she asked aloud when they would finally catch the leader of the demonic cult. Cha Yeonju berated herself for not holding back to keep the detainee alive for interrogation. However, after hearing Oh Kang-woo's words that no one cares about it, she blurted out to herself in surprise. Feeling her gaze on him, the boy explained that she had done a good job and they would still have a chance to catch all the cultists. The girl thought about his words, while the black-haired man decided to check his status window. Seeing that the third condition for becoming a demon god had been revealed to him, he froze in a daze. Meanwhile, the cardinal sat in front of the red ball, resting his head on his fist. 3 followers were kneeling in front of him, congratulating him on his successful enlistment. One of them added that this could help the cult gain even more support, but even the words that they could continue to move according to the plan could not save the leader from a strange premonition. He would never have thought in his life that the summoned demon could be defeated so quickly. When asked how they would be supported, the subordinates replied that of course it would be demonic energy crystals. The followers added that they had already obtained enough artifacts to strengthen it and to advance the plan. The cardinal understood very well that they were being supported because of their success in the prize, although it was different from the previous one. But the only thing that did not give him peace was how they were able to defeat the demon. Baek Kang-hyun fully understood that all of this was because of the boy who was the last to attack the opponent. And that guy was Oh Kang-woo himself. The cult leader thought that the strongest one there was Cha Yeon-chdu, but the demon was behaving strangely after seeing the black-haired man. Although at first, he thought he was just a child. He was brought out of his thoughts by the voice of one of his subordinates, who said that he had something else to tell him. Hearing that the world rankers, and in particular Fujimoto Ryoma, is going to start acting with the help of the Japanese government. Noticing how tense the cardinal was, the follower quietly tried to call him. However, in the next moment, the cult leader jumped up and with one blow simply tore the messenger to pieces, scaring his colleague. Guild leader Hanel screeched loudly, asking how he dared to mention it so calmly. When he said that all these seemed like small things to them, the cultists eagerly rushed to assure him that this was not so. Looking at them sternly, the cardinal warned them that they would cancel everything and act by a completely different method. Kneeling in front of him, one of his subordinates began to convince him that this was not a very good idea. The cult leader started down the stairs, hearing the words that he could turn the whole world against them. However, when the cardinal grabbed him firmly by the neck and lifted him off the ground, the follower fell silent, gasping for air. Bringing his masked face closer to him, the leader of the cult said that he himself was well aware of this. Releasing the boy, who was already shedding tears under the mask, the cardinal ordered him to go and make the necessary preparations. A few days later at ISU station, one of the boys noticed something strange. He stared at what just now appeared in front of his eyes and was accompanied by a bright light. Just in the air, like a scar that cut through space, a great split appeared, behind which gaped emptiness. Several more people suddenly appeared near the boy, who were surprised by the gates that were just now forming on the flat ground. At that time, Oh Kang-woo was lying at home with his hands behind his head and thinking that everything had been quiet lately. Looking at the happy echidna, who was rolling on his feet, he suddenly thought that everything was too good. After that incident with the demon, the cult hit rock bottom so the boy could focus on collecting demon crystals. As they were driving in the car after another raid, he saw Cha Yeon-ju calling him. Kim Si-hoon suddenly looked up at the red hazard warning sign in fright. Hearing the gray-haired man calling him, Oh Kang-woo turned to him with interest. Now they were looking together at the message that a new fissure had been found that they had to neutralize. On the phone screen appeared the angry face of the head of the Red Rose Guild, who was angry because he did not pick up the phone. The girl explained to him that a new gate suddenly appeared right in the middle of the ISU station. Monsters began to emerge from them, terrifying the inhabitants of the city with their sharp fangs and long claws. Fires started in some buildings, which caused them to burn, releasing columns of black smoke into the air. One man was attacked by a monster that had a large fishtail, like a mermaid's. Somewhere along the road, a frightened woman was running, pulling a little girl in a yellow sweater by the hand. Suddenly, the child tripped over a piece of asphalt that was sticking out of the way. Falling on her stomach, the girl screamed loudly, and her mother stopped and looked at her in panic. Meanwhile, a whole crowd of monsters was already approaching them, knocking out sparks on the road with their claws. The panicked woman raised her head and looked at the monsters, realizing that they were getting closer and closer. They hugged their daughter and, trembling with fear, waited for the monsters to approach. Suddenly, a gray-haired boy appeared in front of them, who sharply swung his sword, slashing at the monsters. Returning to the mother and daughter, Kim Si-hoon loudly shouted for them to hide behind him. Turning back to the monsters, the boy thought about the fact that these monsters had come out of the gate that had opened at ISU station. However, looking at the replay, I realized that it was actually people who began to turn into monsters due to the influence of demonic energy. Realizing that he could not just stand still, the boy continued to swing his sword, slashing at his enemies. People were happy that a player had come here, and someone even recognized the gray-haired man. Surrounded by a light blue glow, Kim Si-hoon raised his sword and aimed it at the entire crowd of demons. At the same time, the thought swirled in his head that all these monsters had been people until recently. The voice of Oh Kang-woo, who had asked him to listen to him before the raid, still sounded in his ears. The black-haired man explained to him that ordinary people die from demonic energy and are then reborn, but turn into monsters. He added that they cannot become human again, so they can be treated like zombies and skeletons. Remembering his friend's words that if he wants to save the citizens, there can be no doubt, the gray-haired man clenched his teeth tightly. In the next moment, the boy swung his sword, planning to attack the demons. A whole horde of various monsters actively attacked him, swinging their paws. Suddenly, seeing Kim Si-hoon in front of him, he saw a notification that the sentry quest had started. After reading in one of the messages that he had to defeat 2789 monsters, the gray-haired man got to work. However, for him, this meant that almost 3,000 people were turned into monsters. Realizing that he did not have time for such thoughts, the boy rushed into battle again, cutting down his enemies. The monsters fell to the ground, growling loudly and bleeding. Kim Si-hoon thought that luckily they weren't as strong as true demons, so their level could only be determined as D at most. He paused for a moment, scrutinizing his opponents as they continued to advance. A bright blue light appeared around him again, indicating the use of the Heavenly Dragon Breath skill. Surrounded by a haze of energy, Kim Si-hoon jumped up and flew towards the demons. They didn't even have time to understand what happened when a player rushed past them, chopping their bodies. Landing behind the crowd, the boy stared intently ahead, not planning to stop. His gaze was determined and his lips tightly pursed as the boy thought about moving faster. He again rushed at the demons, who, sticking out their tongues, ran at him, lashing at him with their red eyes. People watching this started waving their arms and shouting words of support for him. Pausing in front of one of the notifications, Kim Si-hoon thought that things were not going well. He glanced at the gorge, realizing that there were too many monsters, and more. And he should have thought that he would not be able to cope on his own when he heard the powerful voice of Tae-soo calling him. Staring in shock, the gray-haired man turned in the direction of the sound. There he saw his team in full force, as well as Baek Hwa-yeon and the head of the Red Rose Guild. Without taking his eyes off them, the boy asked how they managed to get here so quickly. Han Salah calmly replied that Echidna helped them, pointing at the little girl. The gray-haired man looked down as Cha Yeon-ju came towards him with a loud cry. Snarling at him, the head of the Red Rose Guild asked him where Oh Kang-woo was now. Frowning, Kim Si-hoon hesitated, not knowing how to choose the words to answer. Looking at the crack in the space, the boy finally said that he had entered the middle. Meanwhile, Baek Kang-hyun was standing in the gate itself, looking at the dead people lying around. Suddenly, someone's footsteps caught his attention and the boy turned around with interest. Oh Kang-woo stepped closer and looked sternly at the dark-haired man without saying a word. With his hands in his pockets, Baek Kang-hyun looked surprised, asking if he came here because of the news he heard. Pointing to one of the killed, the boy pointed out that they had lost quite a lot of people. However, Oh Kang-woo remained silent, measuring the Hanul guild leader with a stern look. He also kept his eyes on the interlocutor, adding that he was glad to see him here. While he was talking about dealing with the monsters and taking out the bodies, he saw the black-haired man charge. In the next moment, a powerful attack was already flying at the head of the dark-skinned man. Baek Kang-hyun didn't even have time to draw his weapon, so he had to raise his hands to protect his head. Despite his injuries, guild leader Hanul asked his opponent when he realized everything. Sometime before, Oh Kang-woo had warned his partner that he had his own business, so he stayed here. Kim Si-hoon turned to him and assured him that he understood everything. For some time, the black-haired man watched as his partner headed into the thick of the monsters. He watched him in silence, staring intently in front of him and pondering his future actions. Jumping onto one of the broken lampposts, the boy decided to look around. The scale of the disaster was horrifying, as monsters roamed the city, devouring human remains. Looking at this post-apocalyptic picture, Oh Kang-woo thought that the cultist who started all this must be nearby. Closing his eyes, he understood that he would not be able to miss the amount of demonic energy that would come after the death of so many people. Glancing at the street again, the black-haired man used the power of the observer. Sitting on the pillar, the boy felt that the fanatic was nowhere to be found, so he left those places. Suddenly something caught his attention and he opened his eyes wide, surprised by what he felt. Oh Kang-woo saw that Cha Min-hyuk appeared on the road, swinging his knives, slashing monsters. The black-haired man was surprised by how quickly he arrived at the new gate, even though no one told him anything. Crossing his arms over his chest, Oh Kang-woo thought that Guild President Onuri's information network was really surprising. However, it still caused quite a lot of suspicion on the account of the young guy. Judging by his behavior, he clearly knew exactly where to go, so it was quite likely that he also knew something about the culprit. Meanwhile, Cha Min-hyuk himself had no idea that he was being followed, so he headed towards where his device was pointing. He hid behind the car, looking at someone's figure and thinking that according to the information he had, the culprit was simply slipping through the cracks. Keeping his eyes on the silhouette, Guild Head Onuri was thinking hard about what he should do now. Meanwhile, Baek Kang-hyun was actively devouring one of the men who was screaming loudly while hanging in the sky. In the end, he just fell on the asphalt with a loud crash, smashing his face into blood. Watching him kill a man with demonic energy, Cha Min-hyuk clenched his teeth tightly in impotent rage. Suddenly, the dark-haired man, surrounded by a dark haze of energy, froze, feeling that he was being watched. Returning to Onuri's guild leader, Baek Kang-hyun said that he was waiting for him because even though he was pretending to be friends, he was still suspicious of him. Realizing that his presence had been declassified, Cha Min-hyuk tensed, not knowing what to do next. The next moment, the boy found himself in rapture as the guild leader Hanul grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Clenching his teeth and trying to loosen his grip a little, Kim Min-hyuk wondered how this was possible. With a wide smile on his face, the dark-haired man explained that the path of evil could lead to a power he had no idea existed. Also, it was obvious to Baek Kang-hyun that he was obsessed with becoming a hero, but he should have been more careful. With his whole body tensed, the head of the Onuri Guild asked the boy if he was the same. At one point, Cha Min-hyuk smiled slyly and said that he was still angry about losing to Fujomto Ryome. Watching how the smile disappeared from the face of his former friend, the boy continued that he was angry because he did not become a world ranker. In the next moment, he fell silent and the sprays of his blood flew in different directions. Throwing his dead partner's body to the ground, Baek Kang-hyun let out a loud hiss as he looked at the result of his work. The thought appeared in his head that it was worth prolonging his torment with the help of demonic energy. At this time, Oh Kang-woo was approaching the split with all his might, hurrying to the scene. Stepping inside, the black-haired man froze for a moment, analyzing the picture spread before his eyes. A few seconds later, he was already attacking Baek Kang-hyun, swinging his spikes at him. When asked about when he guessed, Oh Kang-woo clarified exactly what he meant. However, instead of answering, he gave his opponent the middle finger and added that he didn't want to waste time talking to trash like him. Upon hearing the order to attack, Guild leader Hanul laughed wildly and a large vein swelled on his neck. Concentrating demonic energy, the swarthy man promised his opponent that he would end him quickly enough. Meanwhile, a black and blue haze of energy was already gathering around Oh Kang-woo himself, indicating the use of iron energy. For a while, the boys froze, measuring each other with attentive, stern eyes. In the next moment, they were already rushing to meet each other, and neither of them was going to give up. Approaching the opponent, the black-haired man sharply used the power of ice against him. Baek Kang-hyun's hands looked like those of a demon, but even they hurt when the frosty air touched them. In a moment, approaching his opponent almost at close range, Oh Kang-woo swung his axe at him. The head of the guild, Hanul, put his fist forward to protect himself from the powerful blow. Gritting his teeth, the dark-haired man thought about the fact that the opponent turned out to be much stronger than expected. Pulling away the hand that had the thorn on it, Oh Kang-woo glared sternly at Baek Kang-hyun while using the power of the blades. Guild leader Hanul, noticing the blade attack, raised his demonic fists, covering his face. Meanwhile, his team watched in horror as a large explosion rang out behind the houses, exactly where the gate was. Baek Kang-hyun clenched his teeth tightly in rage, realizing that the fight would not be as quick as expected. The guy suddenly grabbed one of the cars and raised it above his head, intending to throw it at the opponent. In the next second, the black-haired man was looking at how a big white truck was flying towards him. His face remained perfectly calm as he contemplated his next course of action. Finally, having made a decision for himself, the boy frowned but did not move aside yet. As the car approached him almost head-on, the black-haired man jumped up and swung his spike, slicing the truck in half. However, when he landed on the ground and looked up, he saw that Baek Kang-hyun was already rushing towards him. Gritting his teeth, Oh Kang-woo cursed loudly as he watched his opponent's actions. Concentrating the demonic energy around his fist, the black-haired man used the power of the destructive abyss. It was at this moment that the head of the Hanul Guild rushed at him with a wild roar, planning to hit him with a demonic fist. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo used a skill called Heaven's Break against him. Another large explosion rang out behind the houses of the town, sending a ball of fire, smoke, and heat into the air. Baek Kang-hyun flew away from the opponent for a few steps and trying to stay on his feet, caught on the asphalt surface, cutting him off. Looking up at his opponent, the dark-haired man was breathing heavily, but he was able to say that, finally, everything became clear to him. Watching Oh Kang-woo approach him, the boy added that he was the one who had been interested in the cult all this time. Guild head Hanul had a wide smile on his face as he added that it was on Cha Young-ju. Baek Kang-hyun kept his eye on the approaching opponent. However, looking into his red eyes, the dark-haired man was interested in who the black-haired man really was. The charred buildings around them, from which thick black smoke was billowing, were already beginning to crumble little by little. Oh Kang-woo looked at his opponent in surprise, asking him exactly what he meant. Looking at him, the guild head Hanul said that he was the one who was preventing their plan from happening all this time, not Cha Yeon-ju. He wasn't going to deny that the head of the Red Rose Guild was very powerful. In addition, she was one of the best hunters in the country, but her achievements ended there. With a predatory smile, the boy added that he was very surprised all this time that she could disturb them for so long. Therefore, he repeated his question to the adversary again, who he really is. Upon hearing this, Oh Kang-woo stretched his lips in a wide smile as he chose the words to answer. A predatory scowl appeared on his face as he looked up at his opponent and asked if he had already talked about it. Taking a fighting stance, the boy added that he didn't have time to talk to him now. However, Baek Kang-hyun raised his fist and replied that he did not expect that he would confess to him immediately. Having carefully measured the opponent with his gaze, the black-haired man thought about whether he should wait. Meanwhile, a powerful explosion rang out between the houses again, sending a pile of debris into the air. Opponents converged on Hertz, swinging their weapons and not intending to lose. One of the cars was flipped upside down by the shockwave that went off as a result of their attacks. Oh Kang-woo wasn't going to give up under any circumstances, so he continued to strike methodically. In a moment, Baek Kang-hyun let out a loud growl as he felt a noticeable cut on his shoulder. Vini froze, glaring at his opponent and realizing that he had a chance of losing. Before his eyes suddenly appeared the figure of the same Japanese who dared at the last moment to snatch the status of the world ranker from his hands. The boy hated this feeling, but looking at his hands, he added that the black-haired man could make a great test subject. Not understanding what he was talking about, Oh Kang-woo kept his eyes on his actions. Raising his hands and raising his head, Baek Kang-hyun shouted that he had enough crack fragments. In the dark haze of demonic energy shone a large red crystal that was the carrier of this energy. Suddenly it split into several small and large fragments with a sharp sound. Immediately after that, a large hole appeared in space, from which a bright violet light came. The head of the guild, Kanul, was glad that he was able to do it alone now, anticipating his victory. Observing this phenomenon, the black-haired man thought with fright that the shape of the rift had changed. The monsters that had already come out of the rift and were terrorizing the residents suddenly froze as their energy was being drained from them. Soaking her up like a sponge, Baek Kang-hyun smiled widely as he felt his power grow. Looking at the streams of demonic energy, Oh Kang-woo suddenly understood exactly what he wanted to do. Laughing out loud, the guild leader called out to his rival, ordering him to go to him faster. In the next second, large blood-red membranous wings suddenly flew out from his back. A long curly tail of the same color stuck out from the lower part of the back. In a moment, the black-haired man saw in front of him a huge red demon, which was impressive in its size. Two growths appeared on his head, which quickly turned into brown horns. Baek Kang-hyun looked at his opponent, grinning widely and baring his fangs. Oh, Kang-woo couldn't even move, not believing his eyes and what he saw in front of him. Having put his axe forward, the boy realized that the head of the guild Hanul had summoned a demon inside him. Now he was interested in the question of whether he had only summoned a demon soul, or if the matter was much more serious. Suddenly, a powerful attack flew past him, and the black-haired man heard the wall behind him shatter. Watching the demon slowly approach, swinging his fists, Oh Kang-woo remained silent as he contemplated his actions. Clenching and unclasping his fingers, Baek Kang-hyun growled that he really enjoyed the feeling of great power. Towering over the black-haired man, the demon looked at him, flashing a pair of eyes. Smiling widely, he motioned for his opponent to begin their battle again. With a loud hiss, Oh Kang-woo pondered how this madman managed to merge with the demon. Baek Kang-woo suddenly rushed at the opponent, extending his giant paw towards him. Catching the moment in time, Oh Kang-woo swerved back sharply, avoiding the demonic attack. Having become properly angry and sticking out his tongue, the head of the guild, Hanul, rushed at the enemy again. However, the black-haired man had already prepared for battle, for which he put his koma forward. He stared at his opponent in silence, trying to learn as much of his movements and tactics as possible. Baek Kang-hyun clenched his fingers into a fist and slammed it with all his might onto the asphalt surface, sending a web of cracks across it. However, Oh Kang-woo used the power of the heavens at this moment and flew up sharply, glancing at the demon. The thought was running through his mind that he could finish this fight in exactly 1 minute. Guild leader Hanul raised his head and watched the opponent use the Kraken's fury. Combining it with the heavenly power, the black-haired man rushed at his enemy, striking him in the face. The blow was so strong that the monster's head even slightly deviated to the side. Observing the results of his attack carefully, Oh Kang-woo concluded that the damage from it was not much. Just at that moment, a loud explosion rang out behind the houses again, causing a bright blue glow to rise into the sky. Taking back the hands that were tightly gripping the scythe, the black-haired man swung to apply a new Euler. Immediately after that, he slashed with it on the asphalt right in front of the place where the demon was standing. However, he only smiled widely, showing his fangs, and snorted, trying to hold back his laughter. However, in the next second, he couldn't help himself and laughed at the top of his voice, spitting saliva in different directions. In a moment, his paw reached out to the player, grabbing him by the elbow, quite visibly confusing him. A second later, Oh Kang-woo watched as the scythe he had been attacking with disappeared from his hands. Realizing that his energy was dissipating, the boy loudly asked his opponent what was going on. Without letting go of his hands, Baek Kang-hyun continued to laugh and said that he knew his intentions very well. Snarling fiercely at the black-haired man and stretching his lips into a predatory smile, the demon replied that it was the power of a true devil. Hearing his words that it was a blocking force, Oh Kang-woo looked at the enemy in a daze. A large drop of sweat ran down the boy's face as he realized what this would mean for him. Looking at his confused face, the demon growled loudly that his power was blocked. Oh Kang-woo looked at the demon hand that was tightly gripping his elbow with hatred, blocking not only his skills, but also his dark energy. Baek Kang-hyun let out a loud laugh, warning the player that as long as the glove was on him, he couldn't do anything. At that moment, the demon began to raise his leg to deliver a powerful blow to his opponent. He was so strong that she pushed the black-haired man forward several steps with his back. Landing on the ground, Oh Kang-woo thought that it couldn't get any worse. The head of the guild, Hanul, repeated his words that there was no point in resisting, counting on the fact that he would not disrespect him anymore. Looming over him, Baek Kang-hyun said, very familiar with brats like him. Such people usually thought that the world belonged exclusively to them, which perfectly demonstrates their low intelligence. While he was saying this, he saw a Japanese man standing in front of his eyes, who would forever become his bitter enemy, taking away the victory in the tournament. Staring at his opponent with eyes that glowed with a red otherworldly light, the demon extended his paw towards him again. Grabbing the black-haired man's face, he growled loudly that it was time to pay back. Oh Kang-woo wrapped his arm around him, trying to pull him away from him as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the voice of Echidna was heard from the side, who was running to help her master. Throwing a frightened look at the girl, the black-haired man realized that he had to do something immediately. Putting her hands forward and accumulating her energy, the familiar ordered the demon to move away from the boy. However, she suddenly noticed that all the magic she had been gathering had suddenly begun to dissipate. Looking at this picture, Oh Kang-woo thought that the girl couldn't use magic because it was his dark energy that was currently blocked. Looking down at the dragon, Baek Kang-hyun remembered seeing her split then. He grinned widely, baring his sharp fangs, and said that the two of them got along quite well. Oh Kang-woo knelt down on one knee, preparing to attack the demon and sensing danger for the familiar. The head of the guild, Hanul, meanwhile, grabbed the girl by the neck, wondering aloud how the black-haired man would react if he tore her to pieces right now. Taking out the broken sword, Oh Kang-woo slowly rose to his feet, not wanting to give up. Hearing his voice, which advised the opponent not to succumb, Echidna glanced in his direction. With a wide smile and a predatory look, the black-haired man added that it was simply impossible to listen to. However, Baek Kang-hyun laughed even louder, asking if he was really going to fight him in this state. And while he was expressing his skeptical reasoning, the player was already attacking him at full speed. Seeing this, the head of the guild, Hanul, froze, absolutely not expecting such a thing from him. Echidna, on the other hand, watched the master's actions in fear, realizing the danger he would be in. In a moment, the boy's hand, which was held by the demon's paw, fell off, and several drops of blood fell on the ground. With a big smile, Oh Kang-woo said that he would now answer his question about who he was. Baek Kang-hyun lashed out at his opponent, not knowing how to react to what he saw in front of him. He dazedly thought that the black-haired man had cut off his hand to remove his gauntlet. The player, meanwhile, thought that he could feel the dark energy in his body again, but due to the use of several powers, it was very little. And even without a hand, he was at a disadvantage. Throwing the echidna away, the demon asked the opponent what he was planning to do with such a body now. Watching the enemy carefully, the black-haired man thought that he was about to use a method he didn't want to use. Although he didn't have a choice now, he would have to use it someday anyway. The boy smiled as his body began to become covered in a dark and viscous slime. He found himself again in a place illuminated by a red big moon, but now a real tsunami was raging here. He was standing in front of 3 doors, which were surrounded by tongues of flame, and which he was about to open. The boy raised his head and looked at one of them, thinking that he would use them first. Coming closer, the black-haired man reached out and pressed the door handle. There was no emotion on Oh Kang-woo's face as he slowly opened the door. Meanwhile, his body was slowly draining away, becoming more and more like melted candle wax. Baek Kang-hyun was watching his opponent's transformation carefully, and he didn't understand what was happening. The demon couldn't take his eyes off what was happening to his opponent's figure, which was literally melting before his eyes. Turning his attention to his hand, Guildhead Hanul realized that his gauntlet had already recovered, although he did not understand what was happening. Oh Kang-woo calmly watched as the red demon flew towards him, promising that he would be finished. After the first blow, when a large hole appeared in the black-haired man's head, Baek Kang-hyun shouted that he had simply turned into a slug. With her eyes full of tears, Echidna screamed desperately, also not understanding what was happening to her master. Suddenly, the demon lashed out at the enemy in surprise, carefully observing his metamorphoses. In an instant, Oh Kang-woo's body began to return to its original form, forming an entire head from the slime. But Baek Kang-hyun's own hand, which he used to hold the opponent's hand, began to be covered with the same slime. Lowering his head, he cursed, noticing that giant fangs in a black hole appeared on his stomach. Suddenly, it dawned on him that there were many mouths around him, which were equipped with sharp, long teeth. Echidna got up from the ground and covered her mouth with her hands in fright, watching what was happening before her eyes. At one point, the demon screamed loudly, and after that, he was covered with stone fragments. Baek Kang-hyun floundered in the water and screamed loudly, trying to summon the summoned demon. Suddenly, a pair of large, almond-shaped eyes appeared in front of him, and a voice asked the boy what he wanted. Trying to stay afloat and not go to the bottom, the head of the guild, Hanul, ordered him to pull him out of here. Hearing the demon's demand to launch him into his consciousness, the boy thought that one mistake could destroy him, but there was no other choice. The demon that had a horse's face with one horn stretched its face wide in a smile. Sensing a scowl in the person who summoned him, he said he wanted to take a look, causing Park Kang-hyun to feel his eye being taken over by someone. In front of him, the demon saw the legs and arms of a person who was crouching in front of him, patiently waiting for something. Raising his head, he was amazed to see the face of an unknown person who was looking at him with an indifferent expression on his face. Hearing the demon scream loudly, Guildhead Hanul looked around in surprise. The demon continued to look at the opponent summoning his boyfriend and asked why he had contacted this monster. He added that it would be better for a dark-skinned person to get into a fight with a great demon, such as Satan or Baal. However, Baek Kang-hyun did not understand anything, as he did not think that the black-haired man was on par with the supreme demons. Suddenly, the boy screamed loudly and the demon loudly called him crazy. As O Kang-woo looked at him, the demon explained that the 7 supreme demons no longer existed. Baek Kung-hyun continued to flounder in the water, trying to get out. The black-haired man watched him as the demon explained that they had all been destroyed by the demon lord. At the information that O Kang-woo was the demon lord, the dark-haired man froze for a moment, looking at his opponent. There was no way he could believe that he was the one who stood at the top of the 9 circles of hell, because there simply could not be such a person on earth. Meanwhile, surrounded by a black haze of demonic energy, the black-haired man entered the water, approaching the opponent. Behind him, a tall branch of energy rose up, and with each step it became larger and larger. Suddenly, Baek Kung-hyun saw in front of him a large face with large sharp fangs. Oh Kang-woo's face shone with a predatory smile that resembled the same monster's expression. Meanwhile, the black-haired man himself was in the water, not hearing a single sound around him. Drifting in the watery depths, he wondered what exactly he was doing here. Staring into the impenetrable darkness of the depths, he did not remember anything, not even who he was. Suddenly, a large, dark shadow appeared near him, causing the boy to turn in fear. Looking down, the black-haired man noticed how the haze of demonic energy was dragging Baek Kung-hyun into the depths. He tried to shout what the air bubbles were saying, but there was no sound. After making a few smooth movements with his hands, Oh Kang-woo thought that he should get out of here himself. At some point, seeing rays of light above him, the boy stopped and thought. Looking at the locked door, he thought about why he was going out now. At that very second, dark tentacles of demonic energy grabbed his leg, not wanting to let go of the victim. The boy looked down at them, kicking away from them. Struggling desperately in the water, he thought about the fact that he did not even remember who he was. Stretching his hand up, the black-haired man had a thought about why he should fight. Sinking into the depths and staring blankly in front of him, he decided that the easiest way would be to just give up. However, when he was already surrounded by dark tentacles of demonic energy, someone's voice suddenly broke through to him, calling his name. Hearing him once again, the black-haired man stared in front of him in surprise, as if he had woken up from a dream. Clenching his teeth, the boy swore, realizing the situation he was in. Staring madly in front of him, he tried his best to climb up. At some point, his hand did emerge from the water column to the surface. In the next second, the boy tightly gripped the handle of the door, which he had been trying to reach for so long. Opening them, Oh Kang-woo saw a bright, blinding light in front of him. The first thing he saw when he regained consciousness was Echidna's crying face reaching out for him, as well as the frightened faces of the rest of the team. Looking at them and trying to understand what was happening, the boy giggled softly. With a shaky smile, he said he was fine, adding that it was a good idea to risk your life at a time like this. However, the angry girl shouted for him not to joke like that, because as his familiar, she felt that he almost disappeared. When she reminded him that he had promised never to leave her alone, the boy stroked her face and apologized. It was running through his mind that opening the door in that situation was really quite dangerous. As Echidna and Han Sola rushed towards him, the black-haired man thought that he shouldn't force Man Ma-jung so thoughtlessly. Hugging his girls close to him, Oh Kang-woo smiled warmly, deciding that he couldn't die now as he had to protect them. Suddenly, a notification window appeared in front of him, in which it was written that his demonic energy had been increased by 5 units. Leaning towards Echidna, who continued to argue, the boy thought that level 103 was enough to enter the world ranking. Suddenly, the black-haired man felt someone lightly touch his hand. Turning his head, he saw the focused face of Han Seol-ah, who was using healing light to heal his arm. When the boy praised her for the good effect, the girl replied that she had already reached rank 5. To his surprise that it was very quick, she explained that Kim Si-hoon had been given a special quest that would level them all up after completing it. As Oh Kang-woo approached the gray-haired man, he promised that he would explain everything when the situation calmed down a bit. When Han Seol-ah asked him if it was still difficult for him to move, the black-haired man scratched his head awkwardly, saying that it was a little heavy. In the next moment, the shocked boy felt the girl taking him in her arms, promising to take him home. While trying to thank his friend, Oh Kang-woo thought that it was already a bit too much. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by the sound of the girl's neck, which made him fall silent for a moment. Seeing her, the black-haired man pounced on her like a stray cat on a bowl of sour cream. When Han Sola asked him if he could go alone, he blushed deeply and turned away, pondering the answer. Coughing into his fist, the boy said that it might be difficult, because the body did not obey and nothing could be done about it. Suddenly, Oh Kang-woo heard Tae-soo's loud voice close to him, assuring him that there was nothing to worry about. Taking him in his hands, the big man assured him that he could count on his help. This did not suit the black-haired man, so he tried to convince his partner that he would get there by himself, reminding him that he was going the other way. However, he only smiled broadly and told him not to refuse his help. The incident at the ISU station turned the world upside down, because after it absolutely everyone learned about the existence of a demonic cult. And this in turn completely deprived his followers of hiding in the shadows. After 3 days, O Kang-woo opened his mouth wide when he woke up and yawned loudly. Sitting on his bed, he began to knead his arm, thinking that now he felt many times better. In the kitchen, seeing him, Echidna shouted loudly, glad that he finally woke up. Han Seol-ah was also happy about this, anxiously asking if he was okay. After patting his familiar on the head, the boy said that he had a good night's sleep, but he was more worried about what Cha Yeon-ju was doing at his house. The friend immediately explained that the pink-haired girl came to them every day because she was worried about him. When he turned to her in surprise, the head of the Red Rose Guild tried to justify that she was inspecting the apartment bought with her money. Han Seol-ah looked worriedly at her friend and asked him if he was really feeling well, suggesting that he rest some more. However, the boy only stretched his lips in a warm smile, answering that he was very pleased that they were worried about him. Raising her cup to her lips, Cha Yeon-ju informed him that while he was asleep, the Hanul Guild had been disbanded. Since he was more worried about the remnants of the cult, the girl said that they were caught, but they turned into monsters. Now, most of the cultists on the territory of their country have been destroyed, and in other countries they have not manifested themselves so much. Hearing that the country is still in turmoil, O Kang-woo picked up the phone and said he would check the news. There he saw that the news headlines were mostly about a demonic cult or Kim Se-hoon. Leaning her head on her hand, the head of the Red Rose Guild asked the black-haired man if he was going to give up because of the events at ISU Station. To which I heard in response that he would not rest until he completely eradicated the demonic cult. This answer completely satisfied Cha Yeon-ju, causing her to smile widely. When she asked him not to be jealous of Kim Se-hoon because there were so many stories about him, O Kang-woo only said that he wasn't going to. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl remembered that one of the world's strongest rankers had arrived in Korea. Hearing that representatives of the Chinese Kyeoncommon Guild had arrived, the boy remembered that they seemed to want to recruit the gray-haired man to join them. Now all that remained was to understand whether this was true or another invention of journalists. Putting his fingers to his chin, the black-haired man thought that the system was slowly starting to weaken. Thinking back to the demon Bak Kang-hyun had turned into, he thought about how he didn't know exactly what the cult would do now. And since he had to become stronger for the confrontation, he decided that it would be important to improve his techniques. Suddenly an idea came to his mind, which made him open his eyes and look in front of him. Glancing at the phone, O Kang-woo thought about talking to Kim Se-hoon, who was a descendant of the god of war. When they met at the Red Rose Guild headquarters, the happy gray-haired man asked him how he was doing. He smiled and said that everything was fine, changing the topic of conversation to his popularity in the news. After adjusting his mask, Kim Se-hoon complained that he should only go outside, as he was surrounded by so many people that it was impossible to hunt. When O Kang-woo heard that he was not really happy, he was very surprised. What worried him was that the incident at ISU Station was actually not fixed by him at the time, but rather by O Kang-woo. So, according to the gray-haired man, it was he who should be honored as a hero, not himself. The black-haired one smiled and said why he was so worried, advising him to enjoy the hero's laurels. Kim Se-hoon was quite surprised that he didn't want fame, to which he replied that it was giving too much extra attention, recalling his own words a moment ago. The next thing that surprised the gray-haired man was that O Kang-woo called him to the Red Rose Guild headquarters. With a wide smile on his lips, the black-haired man replied that he wanted him to teach him martial arts. After some time, they were already standing in the training hall about to start training. To begin with, Kim Se-hoon suggested that his friend decide on the type of weapon on which he would begin training. Putting his fingers to his chin, O Kang-woo replied that he uses many things, to which he heard that he should have chosen one thing to study. Pulling out his spike, the black-haired man said he wouldn't give up something like that as he uses it most often. The gray-haired man handed him a sword, explaining that his skills were mostly swordsmanship. Taking the proposed weapon into his hands, O Kang-woo thought that since his teacher was the dragon sword, it would be best to use his type of weapon. Putting his weapon in front of him, Kim Se-hoon said that he would first teach him the hidden dragon technique, assuming he could master it in one day. The boy asked to look at him carefully and then to repeat his movements, after which he froze for a moment, raising the weapon to his face. Immediately after that, the gray-haired man quickly rushed forward, drawing his sword for a swing as O Kang-woo looked on in a daze. After stopping, Kim Se-hoon raised his sword and lowered the end of it down as if putting up a block. Looking intently in front of him, he demonstrated a hidden dragon technique with a serious expression on his face. This caused a powerful explosion that sent a cloud of dust and various debris into the air. Hearing that it was already Phase 8, the black-haired man asked if it was cool to start with one, to which he was told that Kim Se-hoon just wanted to interest him. Glad that his friend was able to see his movements, the gray-haired man added with a wide smile that it was much easier than it seemed. He asked Yu to simply repeat what he was able to see, after which he took a fighting stance. Raising his fist, Kim Si-hoon said that he could do it again. The black-haired man's expression remained indifferent, but he cursed in his mind. When he swung his sword, he immediately felt that he had exerted too much force to do so. The gray-haired man warned that the next blow he would receive a very large return. After that, there was already an indication that too little force was applied, and the hands were placed incorrectly. Finally, completely exhausted, Wu panted heavily, trying to squeeze out even a word. Turning sharply to him, he asked the teacher if he had learned this technique quickly enough. The black-haired man turned red with rage, realizing that he was learning from a genius, which he didn't like very much because it was easy for them. When the boy dropped his sword and declared that he no longer wanted to learn martial arts, Kim Si-hoon's eyes welled up with tears. He immediately rushed to his friend, convincing him that he just wanted to help him. The gray-haired man even thought that his level was too low to help him, but Wu explained that the level was too high on the contrary, so he suggested to continue later. Suddenly, Kim Si-hoon invited him to start with meditation, which he could also teach him. After scanning his partner, the black-haired man thought that he would completely master the technique he was offering. Sitting on the floor and crossing his legs, the boy thought that he could try. Closing his eyes, he began to concentrate on his strength and energy flowing through his veins. Suddenly, he was notified that he had activated the Dark Energy Lord effect and improved his control over it. In a moment, Wu took a deep breath, feeling a great surge of energy. Immediately after that, a notification came that he had mastered the Heavenly Dragon technique and that he had succeeded in forming a demonic crystal. After reading that he managed to unlock the last condition for knowing the demonic face, the black-haired man looked surprised at the notification. Noticing his dazed look, Kim Si-hoon walked up to him and called the boy's name with concern. Looking at his friend, Wu was smiling widely, making his face look slightly crazy. In the gray-haired man's eyes, there was noticeable anxiety, and the former demon lord himself thought about the fact that he really loved this little one. His last condition turned out to be the ability to create demonic crystals in his own body. Placing a hand on his stomach, the boy wondered if it was the same stone that the cultists had. Closing his eyes, he decided to check it out, which he focused on. Later, he realized that the type of stone was the same, but the power was different. If someone were to compare them to coffee, then his was similar to espresso, and the cultist to Americano. Seeing him get up, Kim Si-hoon asked him if he wanted to finish his meditation. Wu said nothing as he pondered whether or not he should try to use the crystal now. In the next second, he folded his fingers into a fist and brought it in for a blow. Seeing the bright light, Kim Si-hoon raised his hands and covered his face with them. Looking up, the gray-haired man was very surprised that his friend was using a spiritual practice. Meanwhile, assessing the damage caused by his punch, realized that one punch took about a third of his health. He was approached by Kim Si-hoon, who said that he was simply delighted by what he had just seen. To his question about whether meditation had helped him, the black-haired man agreed, adding that it had helped him a lot. In his mind, Wu thought that although the crystal was small now, he was going to continue training. However, hearing that he was going to meditate without taking the right posture, Kim Si-hoon objected. He passionately began to assure us that the position is very important for proper meditation. For a moment, the black-haired man froze, not understanding what exactly he was talking about and why the position was so important. Noticing this, Kim Si-hoon also froze, asking if his friend was okay. Crossing his arms, Wu thought that if one meditated in the wrong posture, one could get chi distortion. Out loud, he reassured his friend by saying that it was all quite easy to use, especially for him who could compare it to Man Mahjong's power control. Putting his fingers to his chin, the black-haired man thought that meditations and crystals were new prospects, so it was worth focusing on the growth of the latter. When asked if the technique shown is the best, the gray-haired man replied that when he accepts the power of a god, others will also be revealed. But so far, this is the best. Patting his friend on the shoulder, Wu suggested that he finish training for today. With a big smile, he added that next time they would go to the S-rank gate with him. Entering the hall of the building, the boys overheard someone talking about the arrival of the Uncommon Chinese Guild in Korea. Seeing Wu calling him into the car, the gray-haired man hesitantly said that he could safely return to the subway. However, he refused, and after some time, when they were already sitting in the transport, the black-haired man said that he would pick up a car for him soon. Hearing that he was planning to give him his car, Kim Si-hoon loudly objected, while thanking him for treating his mother. However, the boy said that he wanted him to have a car to come to him if necessary, and seeing his devoted look, he wondered what would have happened to the boy if they had not met. For him, the machine was a real trifle compared to the techniques that Kim Si-hoon possessed. After some time, the boys arrived at the place where two thugs in kimonos with the image of a Chinese dragon were standing at the entrance. As he got out of the car, Oh Kang-woo measured the guards with a careful and stern look. Approaching them, Kim Si-hoon asked the men who they were and what they were doing here. Zdrovilo, with a large scar on his face, answered that he was the commander of the 3rd Squad of the Cheonkamun. Hearing that he had to follow them since the swordmaster wanted to see the Korean dragon, the gray-haired man froze. Looking at the guards in a daze, the boy asked if they meant the leader of his guild. However, Nam Gun-jin bared his teeth and ordered him not to mention their leader's name just like that. Hearing him sternly order Kim Si-hoon to shut up and follow them, Oh Kang-woo tensed up and prepared for battle. Gromolo added in the same stern tone that the plane had been ready for a long time and was waiting for them. Feeling the black-haired man touch his shoulder, Kim Si-hoon turned to his friend and looked at him with hope in his eyes. Turning to Nam Gun-jin, Oh Kang-woo swore and suggested that they didn't learn Korean well. At such insolent words to him, the commander of the 3rd Squad of the Cheonkamun Guild looked at the boy in surprise. Without changing his serious expression, the brunette said that he continued to speak informally with him. Zdroman looked at Oh Kang-woo with hatred and asked him who he was. The tension on the black-haired man's neck made visible veins stand out as he said that he was the brother of the Korean dragon. When the guard said that Kim Yong-hoon was in prison, the brunette said that there are ties in the world that are stronger than family. Meanwhile, the gray-haired man was digesting what he heard, realizing that he himself had just recognized them as brothers. Nam Gun-jin growled at the brunette to get out of the way as they didn't need him. Hearing from the boy that he should sneeze on their master, the man clenched his teeth tightly and growled loudly, and the veins on his forehead suddenly swelled. Flames enveloped him as he growled, ordering the brunette to watch his tongue. The guard ordered Kim Si-hoon to follow them if he didn't want his brother to get hurt. Out of impotent rage because he didn't want Oh Kang-woo to get hurt, the boy clenched his fist tightly. Stepping forward, the gray-haired man growled loudly so that he wouldn't dare snap at his brother. Grabbing the hilt of his katana, Nam Gun-jin thought that they could be taught a little. He was already ready to enter the battle, despite the fact that the master asked to be as polite as possible. Suddenly, Oh Kang-woo's voice was sharply heard next to him, quietly ordering him not to even think about drawing his weapon. Listening intently to the black-haired man's voice, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Cheonkamun Guild thought about how he had ended up near him so quickly. In the meantime, the boy was quietly saying that if he got the katana, he could forget about returning home. Furiously lashing out at the brunette, the man thought about the fact that his fighting spirit had begun to drop sharply. Okan didn't even raise an eyebrow when the big man cursed loudly. He growled furiously, still holding on to his weapon, and asked him how he dared to speak to him like that. Pulling out a katana and pointing it at his opponents, Nam Gun-jin said that they were just lousy players from a small country. However, in the next moment, the big man let out a loud cry as Oh Kang-woo grabbed his arm, assuming that he was bragging about the size of his homeland out of fear. The brunette did not react to his words about the important place he occupies in his guild. Returning to his brother, he asked him if there was a restaurant nearby that sold kimchi chiga, which puzzled him. To his surprise, Oh Kang-woo explained that they would have a snack and send the Chinese home. After some time, everyone was sitting in a small restaurant, having ordered a meal for 10 people. Nam Gun-jin was angry that a highly respected man like him was forced to listen to some Korean snob. The hostess was smiling widely and was already carrying them a large bowl with the ordered dish. In front of the man was a bowl of steaming meat, vegetables, noodles, and squares of tofu. He opened his eyes wide, not understanding what kind of dish was in front of him. When he asked aloud what kind of half-breed he was, Oh Kang-woo froze tensely, his eyes wide and glaring at the Chinese man. After some time, Nam Gun-jin sat in front of his master, battered like an old brain, and reported on the failure of the mission. The head of the Cheonkamun Guild rested his head on his hand and looked sternly at his subordinate. Finally, he paid attention to the fact that the subordinates had fought with the people of the boy, whom he asked to be brought to him politely. At the same time, he reminded that they arrived empty-handed and with a loss, forcing the commander to lower his head and apologize. Nam Gun-jin gritted his teeth and thought about what happened in that cafe in Korea. He couldn't have imagined that the brother of the Korean dragon would become so wild over a bowl of food. While he was shaking his neck, Kim Si-hoon tried his best to stop him. The guild leader heard a merry laugh from behind, and a young girl with dark hair came out to them. Her loud laughter echoed throughout the room as she said that it was all very funny indeed. Realizing that he could not leave it all like that, the man raised his hand, from which a bright light poured. Right after that, Nam Gun-jin was knocked back a few steps. Placing his back against the wall, the man screamed loudly in pain. The guild head sternly said that he was kicked out from that moment on, as a person who did not have the status of a warrior was not needed by the Cheonkamun Guild. Looking at her father, The girl asked him if he really planned to go to Korea. Glancing at his daughter, he replied that he could not ignore the invitation that was sent to him. Oh Kong-woo, meanwhile, sat at home and drank coffee, thinking about the fact that he had been concentrating on cultivating the demonic crystal all this time. Han Sola laid the table on the table and watched happily as the boy quickly put everything together. Meanwhile, he thought that his crystal, as a result of his efforts, had reached the size of a fist. Already standing in one of the splits, Oh Kang-woo thought that he had managed to fulfill the last condition and would one day be able to achieve his goal. Hearing someone calling him, the boy turned to where the sound came from. Looking at his team heading towards him, he asked them if they were ready. With a big smile on her face, Han Seola told him that they had a very good rest. However, Choi In-bi sweetly reached out and said that she would be idle like this for a little while longer. The black-haired man looked down and looked at Echidna, who was jumping, stretching her arms towards him. Looking at him with big eyes, the girl asked him not to overexert himself, and if she could help him, then let him just say. Upon hearing this, Oh Kang-woo stretched his lips in a noticeable warm smile. After that, he ordered the team to start as soon as they found the target. Looking around, he tried to find the monster that had fought off its pack. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by a giant ogre sitting alone on one of the lawns. Extending his hand forward, the boy gave the command to Echidna, who readily rushed forward. Staring sternly at his opponent, the black-haired man thought about the fact that it really pissed him off when there were many monsters. Extending his hand towards his familiar, the boy applied the power of silence to her. In this way, he made it so that the girl could approach the monster as close as possible, and at the same time he did not hear it. Approaching almost close to her opponent, the girl released a bundle of energy from him. Not expecting the blow from the back, the monster let out a loud growl as blood spurted from it. This in turn attracted the attention of the other ogres, who had a wonderful nude, especially for such a bright smell of death. The monster that the team attacked at first turned towards them and flashed its fangs fiercely. Opening his mouth wide, Oh Kang-woo ordered Tai-su to charge into battle. He gasped, stepped forward, and put his shield in front of him, covering himself completely with it. Echidna returned to her master and asked him if she had done a good job. Han Sola spread her arms and told Choi In-bi to prepare to attack. The redhead held out a staff in front of her and began to chant a spell in an unknown language. Pointing their weapons at the enemy, the girls attacked him in unison with lightning and magic. The ogre growled loudly as yellow and blue tongues of electricity ran over his body. And this time, Kim Si-hoon was already standing in front of him, raising his sword above his head and preparing for battle. Looking at the monster with a determined look, the boy used the hidden dragon technique on it. Jumping up, he hit the monster with his sword with all his might, drawing admiring glances from the entire team. Looking at the remains of the monster, Choi In-bi said that it was extremely strong. The team was happy that they were able to defeat the monster that carried the status of S rank. Looking at his friends, Oh Kang-yu thought that it was not only about leveling up, but also about gaining experience to develop the necessary skills. Glancing at the gray-haired man, he thought that everything seemed easy enough for him. While the boy suggested going further to find the next monster, Han Seola treated Tae-su. Suddenly hearing a wild growl behind him, Oh Kang-woo turned his head to assess the situation. 3 more monsters flew down, emitting a loud growl and sensing their victims. Realizing that they smelled the blood from the killed ogre, the black-haired cursed loudly. Assessing that 3 monsters were coming at them at once, the boy took out the dark spear, preparing for battle. However, suddenly a bright yellow beam flashed in front of the monsters, forcing them to stop. Oh Kang-woo stopped, looking at this in a daze and not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, the beam had already cut through the body of one of the monsters, causing him to growl in pain. When the monsters were defeated, the black-haired man saw 3 figures who said that it took a long time to find them. After hearing the question of whether he was Dragon's brother, Oh Kang-woo suddenly realized who was in front of him. A man with a long beard standing in the middle introduced himself as John Mu-jin. The head of the Cheoncommon Chinese Guild said he apologized for the inconvenience caused to his subordinates. When the team realized who exactly was standing in front of them, they looked at the newcomers in a daze, mouths wide open. Realizing that the players did not understand Chinese, he turned to the man in the suit, ordering him to translate what he had said earlier. However, after using the common language skill, Oh Kang-woo crossed his arms over his chest and assured that he could continue to speak in his own language. To the surprise that the boy knows Chinese, the black-haired man replied that anyone can apologize verbally. Folding his hands, Jung Mu-jin said that he regrets that his subordinate behaved rudely towards them. Closing his eyes, he smiled and said that now was no time to play proud. In the next moment, the man bent low in an apologetic bow. The black-haired man didn't even know how to react to that, so he just froze for a moment. Both the translator and the guild leader's daughter watched Cheong Mu-jin's actions in surprise. Oh Kang-woo's team also didn't expect such a sincere apology to him. Black-haired listened attentively to the words that he expelled from the clan everyone who was rude to them, since it was the responsibility of the head. Without raising his head, the man assured the boy that this would not happen again. Satisfiedly placing his fingers to his chin, O Kang-woo noted that he promised that this would never happen again. With his head bowed, Cheon-mu-jin patiently waited for the black-haired man in front of him to answer. The same predator licked his lips, thinking about what he could get after hearing such words. When asked if he really promises that this will never happen again, the man confirmed his words. In his mind, O Kang-woo stretched his lips into a wide, predatory smile. Exhaling loudly, the boy collected himself and calmly said that this would be quite enough for him, as he did not want to be hostile to people who could become his allies. So he asked what they were doing here. Hearing that they had come to meet Kim Si-hoon, the black-haired man wondered what the purpose of such a long journey was. Measuring the boys with a careful gaze, Jung Moon-jin said that he wanted to check something that he was very interested in. Hearing that the man was wondering how he learned the war god's martial arts, Kim Si-hoon glared at the man in surprise. Meanwhile, O Kang-woo felt Echidna grab his sleeve and tug it several times. Hearing her asking what the god of war was, the boy was surprised that she knew Chinese. The girl said that she could understand the language with magic, causing the black-haired man to remember how she suddenly began to speak Korean. When he asked if it was okay to use magic on other people, the familiar happily said yes. Hearing the order to use it on the rest of the team, the girl held out her hand, and in a moment, everyone was enveloped in a green glow. Hearing the gray-haired man's surprise, the head of the Chinese guild noted with a smile that he knew Chinese. However, Echidna, proudly raising her head and putting her hands on her sides, explained that it was actually her magic. At her words that they could communicate without knowing the language, the man laughed, saying that they didn't even need an interpreter, at which he lowered his head gloomily. Having calmed down, he was glad that their conversation would go faster, after which he decided to repeat his question. Kim Si-hoon didn't understand how he found out exactly what martial art he was using at ISU Station. Patting the echidna on the head, O Kang-woo also asked how he learned about these techniques. Cheong Moon-jin put his hand to his chest and said that they couldn't help but recognize this technique. He explained that his family were also descendants of the god of war, Jung Tae-hwan. O Kang-woo thought about his words, which implied that the god of war had indeed once lived on Earth. When asked by the black-haired man about the fact that the techniques existed before the appearance of the players, the head of the Chuncommon Guild said that they became more effective after the disaster. Now the boy noticed some pattern in that everything that existed before, including the demonic cult, had awakened and become stronger. However, he was much more interested in the question of what he would do when he learned the way of learning. Cheong Moon-jin tensed up after hearing the suggestion that he would kill the Korean dragon to keep the secret. For a moment he closed his lips tightly, bringing them together, as if he was trying with all his might to hold back. However, immediately after that, the man laughed loudly, which brought tears to his eyes. When O Kang-woo heard the words that he had reread war novels, he thought that this was said by a man who himself seemed to have stepped out of such a novel. Approaching the boys, the head of the Chinese guild explained that the dragon sword technique only remained in the annals, so they needed help in restoring it. So for help in this case, he promised to teach the gray-haired man other techniques. Returning to the shocked gray-haired man, O Kang-woo asked him what he thought about this. Lowering his head, the boy looked intently in front of him and said that he wanted to become stronger. Recalling the events that took place at ISU Station, he added that he did not want such a thing to happen again. And even if it happens again, then he wants to save at least one more person. Listening to his speech, O Kang-woo smiled warmly as he looked at his friend with pride. Pushing the gray-haired man in the back, he advised him to leave and discuss everything amicably. With a smile, the black-haired man recalled how he burned with the desire to live up to his expectations. For a moment, the boys froze, standing in the middle of the clearing and looking at each other. There were tears in Kim Si-hoon's eyes, and wild devotion also splashed in them. After hearing how he assures that he will try very hard, the girls from his team watched intently what was happening. After some time, the head of the Cheoncommon Guild and his daughter were already on their way to the place where they stopped to stay. The man was smiling, happy that they had managed to make a deal with the Korean dragon. He recalled how he and Kim Si-hoon shook hands, agreeing on all the terms. One of the conditions was that O Kang-woo demanded that the training be conducted on the territory of Korea. When he asked if her daughter would mind staying here for a while, Seo-yeon smiled and said that she still wanted to be here. The girl added that here she met a boy who interested her, which shocked her father a little. As he looked at her, he thought that she wasn't interested in those weaker than him, so he was surprised that she was interested in the dragon. Thinking that this somewhat followed his plan, the man said that the gray-haired man was quite a pleasant young man. The man thought that he had mastered the art of the sword perfectly, without even studying. so it was safe to say that he had an innate talent sent by heaven. Chiang Moon-jin said with a smile that he is quite interesting, and the seat next to him is free. However, the girl replied that she was more interested in a boy named Oh Kang-woo, and her face turned red. Upon hearing this, the Chungkuman guild head paled as he looked at his daughter in a daze. The black-haired man's voice immediately rang out in her memory when he said that anyone can apologize verbally. Placing her hands on her chest, Seo Yun said that only a strong person could apologize so boldly. Crossing his arms, the man thought about the fact that falling in love with someone other than a dragon was somewhat out of his plans. He fully understood that Oh Kang-woo was really strong, but in 10 years the Korean dragon would surpass him. The man understood that the gray-haired man was a much better match for the daughter he dreamed of marrying. He tried to shift the conversation to Kim Si-hoon, but Seo Yeon coldly said that she wasn't interested in guys weaker than him. Chiang Moon-jin gave a strained smile as he agreed with his daughter's words, deciding to check on the black-haired man. The next morning, Oh Kang-woo was frantically trying to figure out if he had heard correctly what exactly they wanted from him. The head of the Chinese guild confirmed his words about his intention to fight him. The black-haired man was surprised that he suddenly wanted to fight, moreover, with him. The man explained that he personally wanted to make sure of his abilities. And of course, it was not just like that. After hearing that he would be able to count on Chung Kamen's help later, Oh Kang-woo decided that this was a good chance for him. In addition, he himself had long wanted to test the powers of the demonic crystal he had recently created. Therefore, the boy smiled widely, answering that the offer was quite good. His face took on a predatory expression as he invited the Chinese guild leader to begin the duel. In an instant, his fingers were tightly clenched on the handle of the axe, with which he used the power of the metal axe and the power of icing. Commanding the Leviathan skill, Oh Kang-woo rushed at his opponent. However, he deftly put his sword in front of him, blocking a strong axe blow. The man looked intently at the enemy, trying not to let anything out of his sight. In the next second, the head of the Chinese guild struck back, knocking the black-haired man away from him. The distance between them gradually increased, but the opponents did not take their eyes off each other. Suddenly, in the next second, Oh Kang-woo saw Cho Moon-jin abruptly standing right in front of him. Out of surprise, the boy put an axe in front of him, trying to cover his face. He dodged sharply, avoiding a direct blow from his opponent, only to see his sword pass right in front of his face. Wasting no time, the Cheonkamen guild head swung his sword again, attacking once more. However, Oh Kang-woo only smiled widely, showing confidence in his victory. Noticing this, the man lashed out at him intensely, not expecting such a reaction. The next moment, he was also dodging the attack as the boy suddenly thrust his weapon forward. Immediately after, it was thrown back by a powerful explosion that sent a cloud of dust and debris into the air. Looking at his weapon, Oh Kang-woo thought that the weapon was quite good and dangerous as expected. He smiled as he realized that the demonic energy's first advantage was speed, which was now doubled. Firmly clenching his fingers on the handle, the boy realized that the second characteristic was also adaptability, since even without improving his body, he could achieve good results. In the next second, Oh Kang-woo threw his spear right where Chiang Moon-jin was standing. He calmly watched the attack, holding his sword in front of him. In the next moment, he raised it up, and a small disk of energy appeared around the blade of the weapon. But everything grew, and after some time, the man was surrounded by a bright light that formed the silhouette of a dragon. He gave his opponent an intense look as he contemplated his next attack. With a swing of his sword, Chiang Moon-jin launched a wave of energy at the opponent using the skill Heavenly Dragon Strike. From this blow, Oh Kang-woo saw his weapon split into small and large cracks. The head of the Chinese guild froze, looking at the red debris flying around him. Suddenly, the man heard the boy snap his fingers and looked up at him in bewilderment. Right after that, the black-haired man stared at the cloud of fire, thinking about the destructive power of the demonic energy. Smiling widely, he thought that concentrated magic was quite enough for a powerful attack. Kim Si-hoon and Seo Yeon let out an alarm cry, fearing for their father and master. However, the next moment he shouted loudly, appearing from a cloud of dust. Seeing his opponent surrounded by bright blue fire, Oh Kang-woo raised his hand to cover his eyes. The boy felt goosebumps run up his spine when the man said he had underestimated him. The man pointed his sword at him, saying that things were serious now, as he could sense the power of a world-class ranker in him, and he wanted to see her at her best. Putting his hand out to the side, the black-haired man used the power of the blade and the power of hellfire. Clenching his fist, he added the beheading power to everything. A large sword appeared in his hands, which he swung with a predatory expression on his face. Chung Moon-jin stretched his lips in a smile and asked who he was. However, he did not answer, saying only that he would attack him with full force. Suddenly, everyone froze when they heard Oh Kang-woo's cell phone start playing in his pocket. Seeing that Cha Yong-ju was calling him, the boy apologized to the opponent, but the latter assured him that everything was fine. He picked up the phone and asked the head of the Red Rose Guild what had happened. However, the next moment, he was already taking the phone away from his ear, as the angry pink-haired girl reminded him that she had asked him to wait for her at the entrance to the guild. The girl was furious, saying that a captain from Japan had come to them who wanted to join the Huaran detachment. After hearing her threats to drop the car right where it is standing, the guy said that he would come to her now. He apologized to his opponent for not being able to continue and walked out, leaving him thinking that he had never been able to make a final decision. Xiaoyan's voice was heard from behind, admiring Okang-woo's strength as well as the gray-haired one, who completely agreed with her. The man didn't know if their understanding was that good, but he was sure that during the fight he felt an eerie energy from his opponent. It was very similar to a sea of ominous energy that seemed to be able to swallow everything. So the question was whether the boy could even be scared by anyone. Meanwhile, at the squad headquarters, Huaran Okang-woo was listening intently to the news about the succubus. Cha Yanju clarified if it was a demon that drains the life force from men. Hearing that a Japanese church was trying to summon a succubus here, the boy asked what his name was, making the director think. Upon hearing the name of the succubus that the Japanese wanted to summon, the image of Lilith with many eyes on her face immediately appeared before Okang-woo's eyes. At the mention of the succubus queen's tentacles, the black-haired man turned pale and sweat covered his face. A few minutes before, they had met Zhang Hyunjai, who was the commander of the first Warren squad. Cha Yanju smiled and told her husband that they had not seen each other for a long time. As he sat down at the conference table, Okang-woo kept a close eye on the man who had gathered them all. While he was apologizing for not being able to help them earlier, the boy thought that he looked quite strong. Pointing a finger at him, the pink-haired girl said that although they couldn't completely secure safety, everything ended well thanks to Okang-woo. Hearing that the commander had news for them, the girl replied that she did not think it was necessary to summon them personally. However, hearing that it was related to the sect, the girl froze in surprise and opened her eyes in a daze. Zhang Hyunjae explained that the Japanese segment of the demonic cult is also preparing a demonic draft within the country. Upon hearing this, the head of the Red Rose Guild immediately remembered how the priest had once summoned Ariax to their world. However, the captain warned that now everything will be much more serious, which did not surprise the girl, because she knew that the Japanese were somewhat stronger. When Baek Hwa-young asked if the Japanese government had asked for help, the commander of the first squad said that it had not been announced in the press yet, but the situation was difficult. Cha Young-ju immediately remembered that Fujimoto Ryoma was there, who was ranked in the world, so she doubted whether they still needed their help. Hearing that there aren't many strong players in Japan besides him, the pink-haired girl scratched her head, anticipating a showdown with the new recruit. However, Okang-woo sat contentedly thinking about who the cultists would summon this time. Most recently, he had a victory over 2 demons, which boosted his stats a bit. Licking himself, the boy thought how much the current demon would increase his characteristics. He closed his eyes while the head of the Red Rose Guild asked who exactly the fanatics would summon. She was so engrossed in identifying the future enemy that she even noticed the black-haired man trembling next to her. The same, hearing the name of the demoness, Okang-woo opened his eyes wide and looked in front of him in fear. His chair flew down with a loud thud from how violently he jumped up. Scared, Cha Young-ju sharply asked him what dream he had jumping up so suddenly. The boy tightly curled his fingers into a fist and rested it on the table so that it was not visible how he was shaking. Staring blankly in front of him, he desperately planned to stop this summoning rite. During the boy's time in hell, Lilith was one of his most faithful servants, along with Pallas. However, the demon, which looked like a cat and constantly wanted to kill someone for the Lord, represented brute force. And the succubus queen herself could control the demonic army with the help of her sharp mind. When in the past he was defeated in the war with the prince, the demoness supported him, and they married her. After that, his official wife visited him every night in his bedroom, forcing him to hide. Unwilling to return to such a life, Okang-woo said that he wanted to stop the draft for the sake of this world, much to the surprise of the pink-haired man. The commander of the first squad said that he had heard of his developed sense of justice, but Cha Yeon-ju suspected that he had just eaten something wrong. Answering the question about what exactly is happening in Japan, the man first of all asked not to tell anyone about it. First of all, he remembered Kurosaki Yuri was captured by the cultists. At the same time, the captain's face remained extremely serious, which betrayed his concern. Hearing this, the girls jumped up from their seats and asked loudly if it was really true. Okang-woo alone approached the head of the Red Rose Guild, asking her who it was about. Casting a cold look at him, the girl was surprised that he knew nothing about Kurosaki Yuri. She explained that 5 years ago, during the disaster in Sapporo, the gates of the SS level opened. A lot of monsters came out from there, which simply did not provide a peaceful life for citizens. At the same time, the government itself at that time generally lost the ability to function in any way. It was at that moment that the shaman of the heavens, whose name was Kurosaki Yuri, appeared. The girl provided great support to the Japanese players and also sent monsters to Hokkaido. After hearing that her skills were quite impressive, Oh Kang-woo inquired as to what exactly the girl's abilities were. The main power was spiritualism, and she also seemed to speak with Japanese mythical gods. And with the help of her abilities, the Susanoo Snow was created, which was used by Ryoma. Placing his fingers on his chin, Oh Kang-yu thought about the fact that the cultists had stolen the spirit this time. Suddenly, the words about the demonic gods that the pink-haired girl mentioned earlier crept into his consciousness. The boy remembered the names of all the 7 great demons that corresponded to the 7 sins. And if their names became legends, then the girl was not a spirit, but simply had the skill of summoning the power of another creature from another dimension. Now it was clear why the cultists needed Lilith, whose abilities were enchantment and domination. Approaching the captain, the boy asked him how many people could be mobilized, to which he heard that a maximum of 7 people could be involved. Flexing his fingers, Oh Kang-woo said that there are 2 people left besides those present here, and Captain Gu Hyun-mo. When the boy asked how they would move, the commander said that the plane was waiting for them at the airport. However, he heard how the black-haired man suggested asking the echidna, since the road was quite far. After some time, the dragon flew between layered clouds against the background of the yellow western sky. She was on her way to Japan, looking carefully ahead and trying not to miss a single detail. On her back was a large purple ball, in which the passengers were. Cha Yong-ju bent her finger and tapped it on the wall, making a ringing sound. She turned to the boy and asked him with a smile when he had time to prepare for such a trip. Crossing his arms over his chest, Oh Kang-woo replied that he had just had to fly the echidna before. The commanders of the 1st and 3rd squads of Warren tried to calm down Gu Hyun-mo, whom the dragon had promised to throw down if he molested her. Han Seola approached Oh Kang from behind, uncertainly wanting to talk to him. The girl doubted that she was the one he needed on the team, as she thought Tae-soo or Kim Si-hoon would be a better fit. However, the black-haired man replied that it was on this journey that she could be of more use than they were. He remembered that she had the Grace of Light buff, and with its help, the 3-digit stats could become even higher. Suddenly hearing a voice saying that they had arrived at the place, the boy got up and looked down. Looking at what had happened to Sapporo Station, Han Sol-ah wrapped her arms around her friend and covered her mouth in fear. Everything around resembled a documentary about a long-abandoned place, as the windows were broken and the buildings were streaked with cracks. A large demonic hound lay among the wreckage on the destroyed road, now sleeping peacefully. Not far from her, on the other side of the road, there was a large stone snake. At the height of the flight, approaching the blood-red gate, the players saw that the city was on its last breath and could not cope with the monsters. Oh Kang-woo looked down carefully, trying not to miss any important detail. He understood very well that the magic had already spread throughout the station and began to work. The boy turned to Jang Hyun-jae, who was trying to calm his colleague down, and asked him if the draft really took place here. Hearing that this was what the Japanese government had reported, the black-haired man thought that they didn't have much time. On the landing site, it was noticeable that the military and the government were already waiting for them. Hearing that the guests had already arrived, the bespectacled man put his hand to his forehead and looked up at the sky, trying to see them. Meanwhile, the players descended to the ground, and Echidna turned from a dragon into a girl again. The soldiers looked at the arrivals while 2 people were already heading towards them. One of the soldiers raised a machine gun and asked who they were, but Prime Minister Amada immediately recognized Jang Hyun-jae. They shook hands, and he thanked the commander for the reinforcements and speed, but he assured that the countries should help each other. Leaning over to Echidna, Oh Kang-woo asked her to use her magic so they could all communicate. Adjusting his glasses, the Prime Minister asked who had just arrived with the commander. As Sang Hyun-jae explained that they were players that would help in the fight against the cult, the pink-haired girl was surprised that she understood Japanese. Meanwhile, Han Seola was worried that the Hwaran unit commanders had gone somewhere, as Gu Hyun-mo had become completely unwell. A guy who was with him approached the Prime Minister and asked if he could introduce himself. He smiled as he extended his hand and introduced himself as Fujimoto Ryoma. Oh Kang-woo watched as he approached the Warren 1st Squad commander and thanked him for his support. Paying attention to his left eye, the black-haired man assumed that it was the eye of Susano. Turning his attention to him, the boy added that it had calmed down, but Oh Kang-woo said that it could end there. Information about the location of the sect and the stage of the recruitment ceremony seemed much more important to him now. Ryoma agreed to his words, but his face was clearly displeased. Pulling out a large map, the boy offered to immediately start discussing the plan. A little later, they were already approaching the station, where sparks and ash flew into the air from the fire. Large hellhounds and other monsters were climbing there, emitting loud growls. Descending, Echidna prepared for battle, concentrating energy in her palms. Immediately after that, the girl launched a magical blow at the monsters standing in front of her. Smoke immediately began to envelop them, causing their eyes to water and the monsters to suffocate. O Kong Wu, along with Han Seola, watched this silently with their arms crossed over their chests. The commanders of the first and third squads of Varan were already charging at the infernal demons called golems, and Cha Yunji threw her chain on the face of one of the Cerberus, causing him to growl and grind his teeth. The girl held the monster by the muzzle, preventing it from escaping from its strong grip. Meanwhile, Gu Hyunmo was dealing with the other head. After hearing the pink-haired girl asking him why he wasn't helping them, the boy turned to Han Seol-ah and asked her for the blessing of light. Raising his hand and seeing a yellow light surrounding it, the boy smiled as he realized that the buff effect had improved even more. Intending to test his strength immediately, he clenched his fist tightly and used the power of hellfire and crushing power. The boy immediately directed a large column of fire at the Cerberus, finishing him off. Burning in hellfire, the dog snarled wildly and howled in pain, sticking out its tongue and spewing saliva everywhere. Covering her face, Cha Yongju felt a great destructive force from her partner's attack. Suddenly realizing what had just happened, the girl angrily looked at the black-haired man. She was indignant, asking about the purpose of using such skills when there are people in the way. Han Seol covered her mouth with her hand in fear, and O Kang Wu crossed his arms over his chest and offered the pink-haired girl to remember his kindness. Looking around, the boy thought about the fact that there was something that was bothering him very much right now. Explaining their plan, Ryoma said that the area of Sapporo Station was currently teeming with summoned monsters that they would be exterminating. And while the sect does not know about them and chaos reigns in it, one of the players will sneak into the ritual. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jang Hyunjae asked if this someone would act alone. Pointing to himself, Fujimoto said that he would take care of it himself. And now O Kang Wu thought that he just wanted to stand out, underestimating him at the same time. Suddenly, the attention of the trio was attracted by large dark clouds accompanied by bright lightning on the roof of one of the houses. When asked by the head of the Red Rose Guild what it is, the black-haired man replied that Ryoma is so varied. Putting his foot forward, O Kang Wu used his observer power to take a closer look at everything around him. However, he did not take into account that due to the magical energy, everything around him would be seen quite poorly. Looking at Fujimoto fighting off the monsters, the black-haired man wondered if that was where the ceremony was located. Ryoma, meanwhile, used his Eye of Susanoo, trying to deal with his opponents faster. Looking at the streams of energy that were flying around, chopping up the monsters, O Kang Wu thought that this was all very strange. There was a real bacchanalia going on around, as the energy released by Fujimoto was cutting down the monsters non-stop. Finally, they were all defeated, but despite everything, not a single person belonging to the cult could be seen. Finally realizing where they could be, the black-haired man smiled widely. Seeing that he raised his hand, the girls asked him to share the guests with them. O Kang Wu clenched his fist tightly, using his heaven power. He felt from the energy that the place of the ceremony was located here. But everything was not happening on the roof. With all the force he was capable of, the boy hit the asphalt with his fist on which they were standing. Cha Yongju covered her face, but not understanding anything, cursed loudly, asking what he was doing. However, looking ahead, they saw a large hole in the ground where two figures were standing. Suddenly, one of them raised her head and looked up in fright, where the players were sitting. The cultists immediately sent for weapons and asked who he was and how he got here. O Kang Wu smiled widely as he realized that he had just found the demonic cult's lair. After some time, the guard cultists were already defeated, and the mask of one of them was lying on the ground, separate from him and covered in blood. Turning his head, O Kang Wu saw the head of the Red Rose Guild, and Han Sol-ah already running towards him. Approaching him, the girl said that once he found the place where the ceremony was held, they would go there with him. However, when she heard that they couldn't go there, Cha Yongjun frowned and Han Seola became upset. The boy explained to them that there were still a lot of monsters left on Earth, so they had to help the unit commanders. Suddenly, Echidna appeared in front of him and looked at him sternly, calling the boy by name. Without changing her facial expression, the girl told him that he should not do what he did last time. She held out her little finger to him, demanding a promise from him that this would not happen. He understood that the familiar was talking about opening Man Mahjong's door, and since he saw no need for it, he smiled and promised. The girls covered their faces with their hands from the gust of wind that formed when the boy took off. O Kang Wu flew forward, looking for the place where the cultists were performing the Lilith summoning ritual. The fanatics on guard raised their weapons to arrest the stranger who dared to approach them. However, the black-haired man was ready for this. so he immediately pulled out one of his spikes. In a moment, all the cultists who dared to rush at him were already falling defeated with one clear blow. Meanwhile, the black-haired man was rapidly continuing his way to the room where the fanatics were. Looking back at the defeated opponents, he thought that compared to the Korean cult, they were somewhat weaker. Those of the fanatics who managed to survive reached out to him and said that he must be stopped. Noticing this, Oh Kang-woo remarked to himself that the Japanese had a lot of pathos. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a large hole in the wall, from which red light poured and candles were visible. On the back of the Supreme Cardinal, who began the summoning ritual, there was an image of a nursing demoness. He raised his hands in front of a large hole in space, saying that he would no longer have to sit his pants down in front of the monitor. His followers pumped their fists in glee as they waited for their goddess to come to them. On the altar lay Kurosaki Yuri, whom they offered as a sacrifice, calling Lilith to come to them. Devoted fanatics shouted that they believed in the cardinal, and even if they had to die, they would not regret it. Suddenly, one of them turned to the entrance and shouted that a stranger was here. But Oh Kang-woo covered his face with his hands and told them not to worry about him. He added that they could continue what they were doing, while he thought with disappointment that he was now seeing a demonic school. While one of the cultists said he would take him on, the black-haired man thought that he expected to see a slightly grimmer picture. Taking out his sword, the follower asked the cardinal to continue the summoning ritual. Suddenly, Oh Kang-woo looked dumbfounded at the sectarians, whose heads shouted that love is known through suffering and hardship. Taking out a whip, the leader, wearing a mask that looked tiny on his large hara, said that he would not let them suffer. Looking at the opponents, Oh Kang-woo asked in surprise if this was really the reason they were summoning a demon, to which Akiyama Ichiro shouted that there could be no other reason for the draft. He added that a succubus is every man's dream, so nothing else was needed. The black-haired man was surprised that he was talking about hope now in all seriousness. Just to be sure, he also asked if they were related to succubus hope. When the cardinal started talking about their goddess again, Oh Kang-woo jumped at him in an instant, punching him in the face with all his might. The blow was so strong that the mask on his face shattered into small fragments. The black-haired man swore, calling the cultists present dumb-headed fools. Akiyama Ichiro, meanwhile, flew backwards to where the altar stood. His followers watched his flight in bewilderment, keeping their weapons at the ready. Remembering the demoness they were going to summon, Oh Kang-woo advised them not to treat hell like Disneyland, as there is no place for hope there. Altogether, the fanatics rushed at the stranger, intending to finish him off and protect their cardinal. However, a second later, one of them immediately received a decent punch to the face. Akiyama Ichiro, meanwhile, got to his feet and told the boy not to go anywhere, as he wasn't done with him yet. Suddenly, the man opened his mouth and screamed loudly that they would not be able to cope with the stranger. With a wave of his hand, he ordered his followers to back off while he bought them some time. They looked at him, not wanting to leave him here alone and trying to deny it. However, the leader reassured them by saying that even if his body dies here, his idea and desire will still live on. From such an impassioned speech, some of the cultists cried while others simply looked at him with rapt eyes. Watching this, Oh Kang-woo became more and more out of his mind, realizing the absurdity of what he said. Finally, unable to bear it, he cursed loudly that the faith for which other people are sacrificed cannot lead to a good ending. The cardinal could not stand his words and screamed loudly so that he would not dare to insult their faith. However, after hearing the words that since she is so important, let him die for her, the leader fell silent. The black-haired one immediately used the powers of the blade, the explosion, and the beheading. The boy wasted no time and directed a blow directly to the side where the portal was located. Meanwhile, Kurosaki Ori continued to hang in the air, surrounded by a purple haze of energy. Noticing what the stranger was up to, Akiyama Ichiro rushed to attack the advantage, trying to prevent a crack in the wall. Seeing their leader's mouth spew blood, the cultists screamed loudly. For a moment they stood, arms in hand, gazing at the body of their cardinal. One of them, putting his hand with a knuckle in front of him, said that he would deal with the black-haired man, and the rest should take the leader away. However, Oh Kang-woo snapped at them and quietly ordered them to get out of here, but they only laughed. The boy hadn't even turned around when the sectarians left the room, dragging their cardinal behind them. Summoning his wings, he thought to himself that he would like to end this all at once. However, he didn't want to waste time on subhumans, so he hurried to the split. The only way the black-haired man could think of to close it seemed rather rude. Clinging to the walls of the rift, Oh Kang-woo decided to combine demonic and pure powers. With an effort, he pulled the edges of the rift closer together. Sensing that they were giving in, the boy smiled broadly, rejoicing in his success. He continued to narrow the gap to close the rift. However, suddenly a tentacle appeared from the other side and Lilith's voice rang out. Feeling it wrap around his arm, Oh Kang-woo froze for a moment as he stared at Lilith's body part. Suddenly, the grip became several times stronger, and the boy felt his sleeves starting to get wet with slime. The black-haired man stared in front of him in fear, realizing that the long-forgotten sensations had returned. Standing in front of the gate, he looked at the tentacles that quickly crawled into the room and heard the voice of Lilith, who promised to come now. Seeing the tentacles approach his face, O Kang-woo let out a loud scream of terror, ordering her not to come. Trying to avoid more tentacles, he thought that even one of these was quite difficult to deal with. In the middle of himself, the black-haired man felt that the crystal he had created had already practically dissolved. He should have thought about Manma Jong as he remembered the words of Echidna, who asked him not to do this. And no matter how strong his reluctance was to meet Lilith again, he was not going to risk his life. That is why the boy began to emit a haze of demonic energy from his body. Tensing himself once again, O Kang-woo began to shrink the crack, deciding that he would do everything in his power. He understood that the rift would now be created by the mage's energy, and he was going to turn it into pure power with the power of gluttony. Immediately after that, the boy received a notification that he had reached the highest degree of demon face. In the next second, the crystal that was inside him shattered into many very small fragments. O Kang-woo suddenly felt his body begin to transform, so he wondered why it was happening now. However, in a second he smiled widely, realizing that he could use it now. The crack between his hands had already become quite small, so much so that no one could pass through it. When his fingers folded together, the black-haired man knew that this would be the end. As the rift finally closed, O Kang-woo felt himself being pushed back a few steps. Lying on his back and breathing heavily, the boy thought that when Lilith suddenly appeared, it was quite scary. Looking down at his hand, he thought he didn't feel any changes in himself, other than pure energy flowing through his body. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a notification that he had received a rank 6 special ability. The black-haired man was glad that he could see her now, as she had been hidden before. Having read that he can now create equipment above the mythical level, the boy glanced behind him. He remembered that the shaman also had the ability to create weapons of the same level. The girl herself was still unconscious and lying on the altar without regaining consciousness. Leaning on the stone table and standing on his feet, the boy froze for a moment, looking at the shaman. He remembered Ryoma again, who was the bearer of one of the elements of the equipment that she had created with the help of her spiritual powers. However, he had to decide that it was time to get out of here, when an explosion rang out in front of him, which raised purple smoke into the air. Levitating above him was Ryoma, who asked him if he understood that the ritual would take place below. Smiling broadly, the boy asked O Kang-woo how exactly he found out about the location of the draft. With a wide smile on his face, Fujimoto asked the black-haired man why he had come here. Grabbing the shaman in his arms, O Kang-woo replied that he himself could see everything perfectly. With a broad smile, the black-haired man added that he had come to save the kidnapped girl. Dropping to the ground, Ryoma asked if he had walked in here all by himself. He wanted to say something else, but the interlocutor interrupted him, explaining that there was no one upstairs who could come down. Realizing that he wanted to take all the glory for himself, O Kang silently walked past him, thinking that he had nothing to worry about. Hearing his words that he would ask for a few pieces of mythical equipment, Fujimoto froze, glaring at the boy in fear. Suddenly, the black-haired man stopped when he heard the Japanese champion shouting an emergency. He took out a communication ball and asked for the support of all members of the unit that participated in the operation. The black-haired man continued to hold the shaman in his arms as Ryoma said that there was a demonic cult spy among the Korean players. In disbelief, O Kang-woo listened as he said that he wanted to kidnap the shaman and was now in an underground passage. After some time, the boy was already sitting in a prison for players, chained in a ball that could restrain the prisoner's magic. With a wide smile on his face, Ryoma said that he locked him up here because he couldn't let him escape to the court. Narrowing his eyes, Fujimoto answered the surprised question that the court hearing was scheduled for tomorrow. He added that he had kidnapped the shaman to use her powers, so the demonic cult spy should be tried. He advised to hire a lawyer and left. But when he heard the detainee say something, he stopped. Stretching his lips in a wide smile, O Kang-woo explained that he had already accumulated 5 mistakes. However, the Japanese only snickered at this, saying that his words were very interesting. Glancing over his shoulder at him, Ryoma said that he was saying all of this because he was stuck, advising him to enjoy his free time. Before leaving the black-haired man alone, he remarked that his free time would last until the morning. Thinking that there was a trial scheduled for tomorrow, O Kang-woo smiled and decided to hurry. He remembered how shocked Cha Young-ju and Han Seol-ah looked when they were told he was a spy. The echidna also looked frightened at the owner, not understanding what was happening, but having a premonition of something bad. The entire Korean team was outraged by such an accusation, because they looked like complete delusions. However, while Ryoma was telling everyone about how he wanted to kidnap the shaman, The black-haired man was smiling widely. Taking out her chains, Cha Yeonju said she wanted to see how much more he would slap his tongue. After hearing Oh Kang-woo's words that she should calm down and that he would be back soon, the girl already lashed out at him. She didn't see how he was going to come back soon if he was being blamed, but the boy repeated his demand to calm down. Holding Echidna's shoulder, Han Seol-ah asked him if he would really be back soon. Oh Kang-woo smiled widely, saying that he would definitely come back, so he asked his girls to wait. Deciding that now is the time to prepare for the trial, the boy began to separate the blue shadow from his body. She rose up, surrounded by a purple haze of dark energy. He thought about Fujimoto's first mistake as he watched the smoke coming out of the window grill. Freeing his arms and crossing them over his chest, the black-haired man thought that such bullets would not affect him. He smiled, thinking that magic was radically different from a mage, then said he had to hurry. Using the power of the heavens and hovering over night Tokyo, the black-haired man decided that he would respond in kind to the assassination attempt. The next night, they were all sitting in the courtroom where Oh Kang-woo's trial was taking place. Crossing his arms over his chest, Fujimoto mentally tickled as he thought that the trial had started quite late, so he hoped it would be quick. Blushing, he thought that after the trial, he would become a hero who saved the shaman, and maybe he would even manage to marry her. In happy thoughts, the boy decided to look to the side where his opponents were sitting. While the black-haired man let out a bored yawn, the girls looked angry as they wouldn't have time to get ready in one day. Unlike him, who brought the judge a decent amount of money before the meeting, the boy knew that he had already sorted out some of his affairs. Meanwhile, the judge turned very pale, looking at the case materials and offering to start the session. As the prosecutor read the evidence of the defendant's guilt, Fujimoto wondered why the judge was so scared. The prosecutor adjusted his glasses and said that the defendant voluntarily left his position during the operation to participate in the demon prize. At that moment, Cha Yeonju couldn't stand it and jumped on the spot, outraged by the words that he had stolen the shaman. Looking at how the pink-haired man was being restrained, the judge asked if he had anything to say. However, Oh Kang-woo only smiled and assured that he had nothing to do with the demonic cult. Ryoma watched all this, barely hiding a smile, and thought that such protection would not save him. Hearing the judge call the witness, Fujimoto was sure that the black-haired man would not be able to win the trial. In addition, he also agreed with the witness. And the first witness was the most important. In a moment, Prime Minister Yamada entered the court, shaking visibly, with his arms around his shoulders. Looking at him, Ryoma tried to understand what had happened to him and the judge, assuming that they were like that because of their age. In the next second, the boy was in for a shock, as the Prime Minister began to say something that was not exactly what they had agreed on. He held himself firmly by the shoulders, barely squeezing the words out of him. The man said he had received threats from Fujimoto until today. Hearing this, the boy was surprised to speak out against the Prime Minister, not expecting such a turn. When the man said that he deliberately accused the Korean player of helping a demonic cult, the reporters looked at each other. After saying that he and Oh Kang-woo were just victims of a devious plan, Ryoma couldn't take it anymore and loudly slapped his hand on the podium. Standing up, he asked him what hidden secret he was talking about. However, after saying that he himself is a demonic cult teacher, Ryoma froze in shock. Journalists could not stand it and almost broke the partition when they heard such a sensation. At the break, they rushed to clarify with the Prime Minister the details of what he had just said. Yamada continued by saying that Ryoma kidnapped the shaman and threatened him if he told the truth. Pointing his hand at Oh Kang-woo, the man added that he was actually the one who saved the shaman, not Fujimoto. Standing up, Ryoma said that these were false accusations, since the Prime Minister was not in his right mind, and besides, there was no evidence against him. However, the Prime Minister suddenly said that the evidence was there, causing the Japanese player to look intently in his direction. The man held a transparent bag in his hands, in which lay a red crystal, which was called a stone of pure power. As Yakamada explained exactly what the crystal did, Fujimoto wondered what he had to do with it. He understood very well that if he had it, he would use it to accuse. So he asked where the evidence came from that it was found in his house. Suddenly, Seo-yeon entered the courtroom accompanied by two people, who said that she was in charge of the investigation regarding Ryom. Pointing to Cheon-goman, who was with her, the girl said that he had searched Fujimoto's apartment. Noticing the sign, the boy began to open the suitcase that he was holding in his hands and from which a purple light was pouring. Looking at its contents, Seo-yeon said that it was in possession of items belonging to a demonic teacher. And while she assured that he really belonged to the demonic cult, Ryoma laughed loudly. He knew he had to do something because at this rate he could really be accused of belonging to a cult. Looking at the girl, he calmly asked her how this proved his guilt. Wanting to buy time, the boy shouted that their accusations were baseless while recalling their difficult relationship. However, another person, who was accompanying Seo Yan and who had been standing in the hood before that, spoke up. Looking at him, Kurosaki Yuri asked him to finally confess. Not expecting to see her here, the journalist froze, looking at the girl in fear. The shaman continued and said that she could not give all the details because she was unconscious, but she knew for sure that Oh Kang-woo had saved her. She returned to the crowd and bowed low, apologizing for being kidnapped. Seo Yan, meanwhile, turned to the judge, saying that once the incident was resolved, Fujimoto could be arrested. Hearing the order to arrest and search him, Ryoma's lips stretched tightly and a drop of sweat rolled down his face. He was amused by the fact that the prime minister and the shaman decided to enroll him in a demonic cult. He suddenly had the idea that this was all done by someone on purpose, so his gaze returned to where Oh Kang-woo was sitting. Noticing his wide, victorious smile, Ryoma thought that it was all planned. Rising into the air, Fujimoto loudly ordered him not to laugh. In the next moment, the boy quickly left the courtroom, raising a cloud of dust behind him. Cha Yeonju didn't stay silent and cursed loudly, saying that he just ran away. In the next moment, the girl turned to Oh Kang-woo, saying that Ryon must be caught immediately. However, her gaze came across the broken shackles, and the black-haired man was nowhere to be found at that moment. Fujimoto, meanwhile, quickly ran away, suspecting that he was being chased and trying to break away from it. However, he had to think about getting out of Japan when he saw a fireball flying in his direction. Immediately after that, a bright flash of yellow-orange color appeared in the sky above Tokyo. Oh Kang-woo dropped to the ground, standing firmly on his feet and staring at his opponent. Lying on the ground, Fujimoto thought about how he had dared to attack him. Hearing the black-haired man's voice asking if everything was clear, Ryoma raised his head and looked at his opponent. While he was getting to his feet, Oh Kang-woo slowly approached him, holding a fireball in his hand. Without removing a broad smile from his face, the black-haired man clarified whether the Japanese man understood exactly what mistakes he had made. However, he objected loudly, saying that he could not make mistakes, even if the plan was an improvisation. Moreover, the boy did not believe that there could be any mistakes he made. With a wide smile, Oh Kang-woo explained that he was not affected by the bullet that contained the magic, so it was pointless to wear it. Raising his fist in front of him and removing the fireball from it, the black-haired man began to talk about the second reason. Pulling out a red demonic crystal, the boy explained that he could also create them. Looking at the shocked Japanese man, Oh Kang-woo said that the third mistake could be choosing ordinary people as witnesses. He could not understand how people could be chosen as witnesses who could not resist skills. Now it was clear what was going on with Yakamada and the judge, so Fujimoto wondered what he had done to them. He made the fourth mistake when he thought that the black-haired man was an ordinary player who had no connections behind him. Coming almost close, Oh Kang-woo put his hand on his opponent's shoulder and finally explained the fifth mistake. With a big smile on his face, he said that first you should make sure that the person you want to get rid of is an ordinary pawn. Fujimoto clenched his teeth tightly in impotent rage and growled. Ryoma rose into the air, preparing to attack the black-haired man and sending a gust of wind into the air. A bullet made of gusts of wind immediately appeared in his hand, which he was about to aim at the enemy. However, Oh Kang-woo continued to stand still, making no move to dodge the attack. Already imagining what a difficult death the black-haired man would die, Ryoma smiled widely. Throwing a wind ball at him, Fujimoto pointed to it and said that he should have done this a long time ago. However, a loud laugh suddenly reached his ears, which greatly puzzled him. Surrounded by dark energy, Oh Kang-woo said with a smile that he had been waiting for this for a long time. Covered by the power of the Iron Curtain, the boy smiled condescendingly and said that he was very disappointed. When asked what he was talking about, the black-haired man explained that although he pretends to be sociable, in reality he is a skilled manipulator. And now he was disappointed as he managed to get his mask off him pretty quickly. Fujimoto was angered by word of his low intelligence and many mistakes, as a result of which he lost. He raised his hands up and began to form a large ball of wind above his head. Raising a great hurricane into the air, he wondered how he dared to speak to him like that. In a moment, trying to catch her breath, the Japanese woman looked intently in the direction where her opponent was standing. However, the man's voice came from behind, drawing attention to the fact that he started cursing every time he had nothing to say. Seeing that he rushed at him again with a new attack, the black-haired man thought that this was much better. The boys suddenly headed towards each other, intending to finally meet in a fight. When they did come together, a loud crash sounded around them. A moment later, everyone was pushing away from the walls of the tall tower, trying to get to the top as quickly as possible. After that, they pushed away from each other, flying in different directions. Crossing his arms over his chest, Oh Kang-woo asked his opponent where he could eat sushi. However, Fujimoto looked at him and could not understand how he could remain so calm. With his arms out to his sides, he summoned several tornadoes, asking him how dare he mock him. However, the black-haired man did not react to these words. calmly observing the new attack. Ryoma again directed strong currents of wind at the enemy, trying to deal with him immediately. However, Oh Kang-woo only laughed, surprised that he took offense at him. Deftly dodging strong cyclones, the black-haired man admitted that he was wrong and that he was the best of his enemies. Attacking him again, he promised the boy that after the victory, he would take him to a sushi restaurant. Swinging his sword at him, Oh Kang-woo invited him to finally end their fight. However, in the next moment, he was stopped by a bright blue light that came from the enemy's eye. At that moment, he noticed that something very powerful and large appeared behind him, which was rapidly approaching. A second later, he was sitting on the ground, clutching his jaw, which had been hit. The boy smiled widely, not expecting to see a real god in front of him. In front of him stood the gigantic figure of Susanoo, who was reaching out to him. Looking at Ryoma, Oh Kang-woo thought that in a minute, as long as Ryoma was supporting the god, he would have to finish the boy off. Looking at the god, Fujoto loudly ordered him to kill the black-haired man. Susanoo said something, but Oh Kang-woo didn't understand anything he said. Realizing that something should be done about it, the black-haired man decided that it was time to use the power of the common language. Raising his hand, the deity said that he had the power possessed by the master of the evil force of the sea. At that moment, a large air vortex appeared over Susanoo, from which a giant sword gradually climbed out. Oh Kang-woo decided that he shouldn't waste energy on common language and began to form a spear in his hand. In this situation, even this weapon was not enough, and a bident would not have been enough, and I was ready. Resting his foot on the ground, which caused large cracks, the boy thought that he should hold on a little longer. His eyes acquired a demonic expression, and a wide predatory smile appeared on his face. Continuing to hold the eye, Fujimoto said he likes the position the opponent is in now. He laughed loudly, counting on the fact that the black-haired one would die today. However, the next moment he froze, wondering why the wind continued to blow and even became stronger. Suddenly, he saw Oh Kang-woo holding Gungnir, which was better known as Odin's spear. He stood opposite him, aiming his spear surrounded by a hurricane at the deity. He responded with the same, holding out a sword in front of him, the tip of which flashed in a bright light. Oh Kang-woo meanwhile put his weapon forward and rushed at Susanoo, not about to give up. As their blades collided with each other, a bright, blinding light spread around. Cha Yeonju, who also ran to the scene of the battle, gazed at the top of the tower in fascination. Behind her stood Han Seola, who held Echidna in her arms and held her close to her. The head of the Red Rose Guild couldn't look away from the light, trying to understand what was happening there. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo suddenly realized that he was not strong enough to face the god. However, he was most interested in the blood that flowed from the wound, as it was black in color. He guessed that the demonic energy dissolved in his blood after reincarnation. If that was indeed the case, then the mage flowing into his blood should have exploded. Suddenly a loud cry was heard around, and the deity said that the prophecy was not mistaken. Black-haired, meanwhile, managed to break through the middle of the great hurricane, continuing his attack. When the proper minute had passed, Susanoo's gigantic figure dissolved into the air, leaving behind a cloud that quickly dissipated. Fujimoto's body fell onto the small platform with a loud crash, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The crippled boy stretched his hand forward, begging someone to help him. As he lay on the ground, he thought that the wind god had taken all his life and magical energy from him, and he was only holding on now, thanks to the eye of Susanoo. Oh Kang-woo was flying above him, carefully watching his opponent, who was already barely breathing. Crossing his arms over his chest, the black-haired man noticed that the price of the god's prize was indeed very high. Barely raising his head, Ryoma let out a loud shriek, cursing his opponent. Looking at his hand, which was scattered with ashes, the Japanese thought that he had not yet recovered. Landing next to him, Oh Kang-woo asked him why he kept trying to kill someone. Hearing that he wanted to take the mythical item he had, Fujimoto froze in fear. Looking at his hand, the boy shouted that he would ask Yuri to give him many such objects, because without an eye, he would die. However, noticing that it did not have any results, helpless tears welled up in his eyes. With a big smile on his face, Oh Kang-woo pulled out the artifact and said he would take care of it. Watching his opponent crumble, the black-haired man apologized that he would not be able to take him to a sushi restaurant. Cursing for the last time, Fujimoto Ryoma's body turned into a pile of sand. Oh Kang-woo looked at Susanoo's eye, being notified that once the item was used, it could not be reused. Closing his eyes, the boy wondered if creatures like Susanoo would appear if the Gaia system weakened. However, the much more important question was whether they would be able to stand up to the deities if they did appear. After reading the notification that came, he realized that in order to defeat the gods, he had to become a demon god, which was not very happy. Having climbed onto the railing of the platform where he was, the black-haired man noticed that there were two figures below. He didn't even notice that behind him was Cheongmoon Jin with his daughter, meditating on the power he had just witnessed. The man said that this kind of power was built through effort and experience, so now their marriage to Xiaoyan could be fully approved. However, she calmly left and warned her father that she was going to return to China. To his surprised question about why she made such a decision, the girl answered that she had to train. In addition, Xiaoyan was convinced that since the boy had no talent, she should supplement it. And now, watching Oh Kang-woo fly up to her team, she knew that she wouldn't be able to join their group now. Meanwhile, the black-haired man was quickly approaching where the girls were already waiting for him, together with the 3 commanders of the Varan squad. To the angry question of the pink-haired girl where he was, the boy answered that he was bringing the matter to an end. However, the girl continued to advance, saying that he should have told them that Ryoma was a member of a demonic cult. Han Seola approached her partner and tried to calm her down, saying that Oh Kang-woo knows exactly what he is doing. Meanwhile, the black-haired man tensed up decently, realizing that Cha Yongju was not joking. Violet looked down and tried to say something about their worries. Suddenly, Oh Kang-woo tensed up as it suddenly dawned on him that she was really very upset. He perfectly understood, looking at his friend's face, that if he blurted out something unnecessary now, he would regret it. Therefore, in the next moment, he suddenly approached her and hugged her tightly, which made her even exhale in surprise. Ignoring the girl's surprise, the boy quietly turned to her, telling the hostess that he was back. His words about wanting to go home to taste the kimchi made Han Sola smile warmly. Listening to them discuss the amount of meat in the dish, the head of the Red Rose Guild silently seethed with anger. And then holding Han Sola in his arms, the boy thought about something that he still couldn't understand. Namely, why suddenly Yuri Kurosaki decided to save him in court. He did not use anything on her, but she said that she had already regained consciousness during the rescue, although the boy himself did not notice it. Suddenly, he was pulled out of his thoughts by the voice of Cha Yeon-ju, who pinched his cheek and said that since they were in Japan, they would have sushi for dinner. The team didn't even notice that a shaman was watching them from a distance. A guy who was at the court and worked for Seo Yeon approached her. Bowing his head, he offered to take her home. She thanked and took one last look at the back of Oh Kang-woo's head, who was still being held by the Red Rose Guild head's cheek. The wind, which suddenly rose, slightly blew her black hair, among which bright purple strands were clearly visible. As she followed the boy who wanted to take her home, she thought that she would soon meet the Demon King. In her shadow, which fell through the light of the lantern, a large number of eyes and tentacles on her head could be seen. A week later, the whole team returned home, which made Oh Kang-woo and Echidna very happy. However, Cha Yong-ju only said wearily that she could finally go on vacation. After hearing from Han Seola to be careful, the pink-haired girl waved goodbye without turning around. When her friend said that the girl looked quite tired, Oh Kang-woo said that there was a serious reason for that. Looking at the head of the Red Rose Guild, he thought that they had accomplished a lot in Japan in a week. Then it became known that Ryoma was a demonic teacher, but at the same time, Japan did lose a national hero. Cha Yong-ju was very angry when all the hatred was poured on Korea and China for this. And although he himself had to come forward at first, the girl tried so that all attention was drawn to her. Hearing Han Sola's voice next to him, who offered to go home as well, the boy smiled. Returning to her, he told her to go ahead as he still had business to attend to. When Echidna asked to take her with him, he agreed, saying that they should find a quiet place. Looking at the eye of Sukunu that he had taken from the Japanese, Oh Kang-woo thought about trying to create an outfit. After some time, they found themselves in a clearing inside one of the splits. Looking around, the boy decided that this place would suit them perfectly. Before starting work, he needed to take another look at the skill's characteristics. He realized that the more Sita he used, the more powerful the weapon would be. At the same time, the spent force was not multiplied by 2, but its amount increased to the square. He thought about the fact that he wasn't fighting anyone right now, so he could easily use even 5 mage units. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by Echidna, who asked him if she could help him with anything. Hearing his order to watch for any monster approaching them, the girl smiled joyfully. Oh Kang-woo watches with a warm smile as his familiar happily runs away a little further. The boy stretched his lips in a wider smile, deciding to practice a little to begin with. To begin with, he decided to create something familiar, for which he used the Demon Equip skill. Immediately after that, a dark haze of demonic energy appeared around him. She began to twist into a spiral, in the center of which a red-black ball became clearly visible. Stepping closer, Oh Kang-woo, with a serious expression on his face, extended his hand to take the created artifact. Right after that, he used the power of darkness, the power of hellfire, and the power of crushing, creating a spear of death. In a moment, his fingers were already tightly gripping the element of the weapon, which carried a unique status. Weighing it in his hand, the boy thought that it was not as good as when using real abilities. Looking around, he smiled widely as he saw behind him a large rock on which to test his spear. In a moment, the surface of it was already streaked with various cracks that diverged along it. A few seconds later, when Kang-woo flew through it, spear forward, the stone shattered into small fragments. Assessing the scale of the attack, the boy turned and looked behind him. Looking at the huge hole that was left in the rock, he thought about the fact that he had only exerted 20% of his strength. Looking at the weapon, the boy thought that the lack of manufacturing could be compensated for by physical strength. Suddenly, Echidna came up to him and, coughing from the dust, asked him if he had decided what he was going to make. Suddenly, a thought crept into the black-haired man's head about whether he should choose one type of weapon, as Kim Si-hoon does. He thought that in such a case, he would not be able to adapt to the situation and change the weapon. But the girl said that it was fashionable to make a weapon that would change shape. Already late in the evening, they were joined by Han-Sol-ah, who was ready to start doing whatever the black-haired man said. Holding her staff forward, she gave the command to activate the Grace of Light skill. The boy put forward the Eye of Sukanu that he had and the Kraken's Rage skill. In an instant, he was enveloped in a demonic energy that indicated the extraction of materials from a mythic-level item. The black-haired man focused his energy as he launched the skill towards the red orb. Recently, Echidna made a proposal to him to create a weapon that could change shape, which would give the opportunity to attack in different ways. Clenching his teeth tightly, the boy made an effort to add transformation power to the new element of the weapon. He stared intently at his hand as he read the words that the new weapon would be ready in 10 seconds. The gigantic figure of Sukanu immediately appeared in front of my eyes, since only mythical artifacts could summon deities. And the statues of the 7 princes of hell, with the help of which he got to Earth, were also mentioned. Suddenly, the boy realized that all this was not enough, so he added more devouring power. Han-Sol-ah and Echidna watched intently as Kang-woo created an extraordinary level of equipment. Frightened, the girl raised her staff in front of her and loudly tried to call her friend. The familiar did the same, screaming desperately and covering her eyes with her fist. Suddenly, the entire space near the lake, where they were located, lit up with a bright light. The black-haired man bent over tiredly, trying to catch his breath from the tension. Covering one eye, he assessed the result of his efforts with a wide smile. In front of him levitated a large orb with a bright light that was called the Key of the Demonic Ocean. The boy froze for a moment, reading the notification that he could not use the Demon Equip skill just yet. He reached for the orb, now understanding exactly what this special ability was for. Looking at the characteristics of the newly created item, the boy was surprised to notice that it had an evolving type. In addition, he was very pleased that he could turn into a mounted weapon. He aimed the bullet at the death spears as Han-Sol-ah and Echidna watched intently. The weapon element Kang-woo held in his hands immediately began to change, taking on additional characteristics. Studying his appearance carefully, the black-haired man exhaled enthusiastically. Looking at how the spear quickly changed into a large sword, the boy noted that the speed was simply incredible. Smiling, he finally decided to see how Gungyur would change right now. However, immediately after that, a notification appeared that changes to the weapon, which was created using the 4 powers of the lesson, were impossible. After reading this notice with disappointment, Kang-woo thought that the full potential was still unknown. Suddenly, the voice of Han-Sol-ah, who approached him from behind, caught his attention. To her question about whether everything worked out for him, the boy answered yes with a smile. Showing her a hand with a large ring on it, he explained that this item could also be changed like this. Noticing her surprised look, Kang-woo explained that he found it to be the most comfortable form to wear. A week after that, he was staring in frustration at a notification that said there was a level cap. The boy let out a frustrated breath as he wanted to see if there was a way to remove the level cap with the Demon Ocean key. Seeing that the result was not enough, he put the ring back on his finger. Realizing that a whole week could not achieve the desired result, Kang-woo thought it was time to look for another way. He had heard that a demonic teacher had appeared in Russia, but he quickly dismissed this idea, as there was nothing devilish to be found in those swamps. Feeling his stomach rumble, the boy thought that he hadn't eaten anything properly for several days. After licking himself, he decided that it was time to get up and go to the kitchen. Kang-woo knew that Han-Sol-ah made the kimchi, but when he got to the kitchen, he saw Lilith's tentacles sticking out of the dish. At what he saw, the boy screamed wildly and almost threw the lid of the pot on his leg. But when he heard Echidna's voice asking what happened, he noticed that it was just ordinary kimchi. He immediately repented that the octopus, which was in the dish prepared by his friend, looked like Lilith. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the bags standing in the room, and he asked the familiar what they were. The girl explained that Han-Sol-ah went to the A-rank gate with the team, and the bags, like the octopus he was so scared of, were brought by Cha Yeonju yesterday. When Han-Sol-ah asked what kind of bags they were, the pink-haired girl explained that she had sent them to Yuri. She added that she apologized for the inconvenience and promised that she could be contacted at any time if needed. The head of the Red Rose Guild began to muse aloud about how successful Oh Kang-woo was, but after hearing the confirmation that he was indeed handsome, she fell silent. Echidna, seeing the expression on her friend's face, immediately asked, frightened, if she was sick. The black-haired man, hearing that there were 30 billion won in the bags, wondered if it was too much. Besides, he was very puzzled by the fact that the shaman had sent them a whole octopus. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an urgent news release, which said that Alex Osborne would arrive in Korea. After hearing that he had revealed the purpose of his visit, namely his desire to meet Kim Si-hoon, the black-haired man decided to find information about him. The boy read that he became known even outside of Britain for always taking up a sword to protect the weak. And after the incident at ISU Station, he admitted that he had been hunting demonic teachers for a long time. So from everything, one could conclude that he is quite nice. So the question was whether she would get along with Kim Si-hoon. Quite strange pictures of their relationship were already being drawn in my head. While putting on his coat, Oh Kang-woo asked Echidna exactly where Han Sola had gone, and then heard a question about where he had gone. Hearing that he was going to catch the golden sun and seeing his serious expression, the girl dared to go with him. After some time, Tae-soo waved to him in greeting. Approaching the team, the black-haired man praised them for continuing the hunt. Hearing that they were going to end the hunt for today, he asked the big man if it was because of Alex Osborne's arrival. Upon hearing an affirmative answer, Oh Kang-woo shot a stern look at Kim Si-hoon. He was sitting nearby, and his face shone with real childlike joy, which made his eyes light up. When asked what happened to him, the gray-haired man replied that he couldn't believe that the Sword of Justice had traveled such a long way to meet him. When asked if it's so cool, Kim Si-hoon said it's really cool because he protects the weak. Crossing his arms over his chest, Oh Kang-woo asked his friend unhappily if he was forgetting to level up, to which he heard an affirmative answer. However, hearing that he had recently reached level 60, he snapped at him in surprise. When asked about the level limit, Han Seola replied that Kim Si-hoon doesn't have one, and Tae-soo and her have already reached their maximum, which angered Choi In-bai. Oh Kang-woo thought about the fact that he tried his best to pass the level limit, and the gray-haired man didn't even have one. Meanwhile, Kim Si-hoon himself, awkwardly scratching his head, thought about whether he should meet Alex at the airport himself. However, someone's voice was heard behind the door saying that there was no need for this. Hearing him, the gray-haired man jumped in place, not believing his ears. Turning his head to see the newcomer, Oh Kang-woo remembered that he was ranked in the world. A tall, fair-haired guy approached their table and politely bowed, greeting those present. Lifting his head, he looked at them with bright green eyes and introduced himself as Alex Osborne. Extending his hand to the gray-haired man, the blonde said that it was an honor for him to meet the Korean dragon. Looking at Kim Si-hoon's reaction to these words, Oh Kang-woo silently bit his lips in anger. Jealousy arose in him due to the fact that he never looked at him like that during communication. Without turning his head to the guest, he asked what brought the world ranker here. The gray-haired man said that he was like his own brother, which still did not add to the boy's mood. After that, the blonde turned his attention to the girls sitting at the next table. When Alex said he didn't want to cause any inconvenience, Oh Kang-woo replied that he already did. To Kim Si-hoon's surprise, he explained that his guest was clinging to Han Seol-ah. After getting to know everyone, Osborne looked seriously at Kim Si-hoon and said he had a question for him. When asked if they had heard anything about the Guardians, they both looked at him in surprise. Oh Kang-woo immediately thought of Kim Si-hoon and that the Guardians were chosen by the system to protect the world. Looking at the interlocutor in surprise, the gray-haired man assumed that he was also a keeper, which he immediately confirmed. With a sly smile, the black-haired man asked how he knew that Kim Si-hoon was also a Guardian. When asked if he came to ask Dragon to defend the land together, Alex replied that he wanted to invite him to the Defenders. He explained that although they are still not well known, he assured that they are the hope of mankind. And if Kim Si-hoon joins the Defenders, they will do a lot for the Earth. The gray-haired man listened, glaring at him with big eyes full of delight. Osborne explained that he had seen him fight monsters at ISU Station, and although he perfectly understood that they had become terrible monsters, he added that they were also innocent citizens. Clenching his fist tightly, Alex added that if they became stronger, they could save them. In addition, they can be subdued without harm until a way is found to turn them back. Keeping his eyes on Osborne, Kim Si-hoon asked him how this would be possible. He explained that the guards have a way of making the keepers stronger, as it was with him. After hearing that this was how he stopped the cultists in England, Oh Kang-woo decided that if he really could stop them, he wouldn't ask the Korean player for help. He shot a questioning look at the gray-haired man, who was seriously considering the blonde's proposal. When he asked if he would join them, Kim Si-hoon pursed his lips tightly and a drop of sweat ran down his face. In the next moment, he raised his head decisively, absolutely sure of his answer. After a while, a disappointed Alex Osborne walked down one of the alleys, his head hanging low and sighing heavily. He could not even think that Kim Si-hoon would refuse his offer to become the protector. After hearing the words that he had to convince him, Oh Kang-woo thought that he was quite persistent. When he then asked in the cafe if the gray-haired man would join him, the black-haired man sent a demonic energy towards him. Just as he was about to answer, doubts about the correctness of such a decision immediately appeared in his heart. Oh Kang-woo was like a demon, convinced that he was just being fooled, and it was impossible to save everyone. The black-haired man applied coercive force to the familiar, denying him the last chance to agree. Lowering his head, Kim Si-hoon apologized but refused, much to Tae-soo's surprise. But Osborne assured that he would be in Korea for some time, and he could call him if he changed his mind. Oh Kang-woo saw nothing wrong with the gray-haired man respecting Alex, but blindly following someone who wanted to save absolutely everyone was foolish. Suddenly, the blonde stopped and shouted loudly, asking who was here. The black-haired man should have thought that he had burned himself, as one of the cultists was already flying at Osborne from the nearby roof. He pulled out a puka, on which long black claws became visible. However, Alex was not lost and suddenly started to take out his sword. The follower of the demonic cult shouted at the boy that he should pay for disrupting their plans. Realizing that he was chasing him from England itself, Osborne ordered him to finally surrender, but he only said that he would destroy him this time. Opponents came together, trying to drag the victory to each side. Oh Kang-woo watched the fight with interest, surprised by the words about this time. He carefully looked at the cultist, realizing that he belonged to the European part of the demonic cult. But what was even more surprising was that Alex apparently let them go several times just like that. In a moment, the black-haired man realized that the difference in skill was enormous, as Alex already held his sword at the throat of the defeated enemy. After hearing a request from the opponent to kill him, Osborne replied that he would not do it under any circumstances. Listening to the blonde talk about the importance of every life, Oh Kang-woo stared at him in a daze. He watched intently as Osborne ordered him to leave the cult, repent, and live a new life. While the black-haired man was wondering why Alex hadn't been killing the demonic cult members all this time, the fanatic pulled out a smoke grenade. In the next moment, he slammed it into the ground, creating a smoke screen between him and the enemy. Osborne shot him a worried look as the cultist promised to repay him for this humiliation. After hearing the order to stop, he added that he would not do it at the request and continued to run towards the girl, who came out from around the corner. Hearing that someone was ahead, the fanatic turned and looked at the stranger. In the next moment, he pushed her with all his might to where the wall stood. Rubbing his bruised elbow, the demonic cult follower cursed, adding that she was unlucky. Fleeing through a nearby alley, he promised Osborne, who was slowly approaching the victim, that they would meet again. Alex crouched down and extended a trembling hand to the girl's bloody head. Embracing her and holding her close to him, the boy sobbed loudly, struggling with why this had happened. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice above him which asked him what he was doing here. Ignoring his surprise, Oh Kang-woo wondered why Alex didn't immediately finish off the demonic cult follower. He added that if he had done it in time, nothing would have happened to the girl, and so he can believe that he himself did it to her. At the words that even cultists' lives are important, the black-haired man grabbed his head and reminded that an innocent person had already died because of his beliefs. However, when he was surprised at the words about an innocent person, Oh Kang-woo gave him a careful look. Osborne said that he let the cultist in, but no one was hurt, and the girl's body at that moment was disintegrating with a bright yellow glow. In a moment, Alex looked at him with a happy look and said that there was no one, and only the suit remained in his hands. Upon seeing this picture, Oh Kang-woo smiled broadly, and something akin to joy appeared in his eyes.